way of not answering though. Like that wasn't the question.
I know
Point is not about that.
I'm not even attempting to answer that question,
Well,
because
I
I was
thought Jace
saying
was
that
maybe going to
that's a
answer the
dichotomy,
question.
and why would a person like me, who doesn't like getting roped up in dichotomies, think in the terms of your Hegel's dialectic, right? I'm not going to bounce around in between your, synthesis and your antithesis, and then I bounce back and forth.
Okay, so there's your autobiographical description of your abhorrence of dichotomies. Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so that was a super Graham. You're not being very concise, man. Okay, but you said something about this is about religion. Like this is the part of religion that Flat Earth pulls on a lot. No one said anything about religion. No one is talking about how you define whatever the designing force is.
Over and over again.
No one's.
I've heard the word creator 19 times so far.
See,
right?
just interrupting him again.
Well, you can't just interrupt me, man. You can't talk for like 2 minutes not answering the question and then just immediately interrupt me, bro. Okay, so the point is not about personification and interpretation, any type of, metaphysical claim as to the characteristics of whatever the designing force is, right? Creator, designer, fine tuner, call it what you want to, right? ER does not equal personification. It is the antecedent. So even within the heliocentric paradigm, regardless of how you explain any of the stuff you just said, we're not talking about cosmic microwave background. We're talking about just the overall claim.
Right.
Has resulted in requiring an invoking of design.
Let me explain, right? When the flat earthers say that the ballers are holding on to a religion, right, with their bullshit, and then they turn around and use that same bullshit that they say the ballers are religious about, then the flat earthers themselves have then adhered to that baller religion, and now they're trying to move it over to their own camp. That's what I'm saying. Right. So you're reaching for what you already call a religion and then trying to bring it back to you by using their same exact explanation for it. And that would be either it's the center of the universe or, you know what I mean? The cosmic microwave background. And that's a dichotomy.
No, it's nothing to do with those things.
It's not, well, don't take out the personal issue, whatever you got about it. I'm trying to present this third option that is not a part of that dichotomy. Right, that
you're straw manning me and
actually has. It's not about you personally. I don't even know what your personal views are on any of this, right? I mean, it's not about
the argument.
You.
You're straw manning the argument.
Argument is in a dichotomy, right?
Okay,
it's either this or that.
This is just obscuring the issue now.
Oh my God. Okay, so if you're saying it's a false dichotomy,
another option.
Holy shit, dude.
Go ahead,
if you're saying it's a false dichotomy, okay, then you'd have to offer a third option. I've in no way said anything about religion or my personal anything, okay? So if you're saying either it was created or it wasn't created, if you're saying it's a false dichotomy, offer a third viable option then.
I just did.
Or a true dichotomy.
Pierre-Marie Robitaille has written papers on it, and he says that this esotropy map information that they're claiming is what is your not you flat earthers are claiming, but the standard narrative people, right, ballers, are claiming is proof of a Big Bang, or either that proof of the Earth being in the center of the universe. They're not looking at the data that the issue that it could be absorption and reemission of high energy cosmic waves.
That is irrelevant.
No, that's not irrelevant. That's the third.
Well, hang on. Let Grim finish this.
That's the third reason why you would have that same data. Excuse me, you're going to interrupt me right in the middle of it. That's the third reason why we would have that same data. So when you ask for another option, there it is.
Okay, so what is I'm not asking for any options or explanations about the microwave background. You've monologued your proposed explanation of the background 2 times now, but you didn't answer the question. And in fact, it requires a very short response. The thing you're claiming is a false dichotomy is either the Earth was created and designed, or it wasn't designed. So there is no other option. You monologuing about the background is a non sequitur.
No, pushing for some special position, the reason why it must be in the center is though there must that issues the idea of there being a creator. Forget all that. We're just talking about a third option.
No one's talking about that.
We're talking about the same thing. That's the problem, Grim.
religious
talking
person
about that,
is
Grim.
the one who's interested in the argument of is there a creator or not.
No one's
Grim,
talking
you're
about that,
an
though,
entirely
Grim.
different point. With it is not talking
Yeah,
about what you're talking
Grim, you
about.
can sit back for a
I'm not
minute, bud, 'cause
religious, but I want you to answer the question. Is there a creator?
You're strawmanning the last 30 minutes of our conversation into something that's not.
You just refuse to heed a
I'd like to say one thing, which is it's interesting how you don't want to assert a personification of the creator, but if you don't assert some kind of personification of the creator, then you really we're both in agreement. Yes, the universe came into existence. Okay, yes.
Thank you.
No. Okay, so that's a non sequitur again. So
how is that a non sequitur? You're talking about personification.
Oh my God!
In the first place, right?
You people are not listening to what Witsit is actually talking about. That's the problem.
If there's a non-personified position that the universe
You're still going full steam ahead about something he's not talking about. That's the problem.
Yeah, dude. It's getting really frustrating, Grim, because
I think
overall,
exactly
I like
what
you,
you talked about. How wasn't it?
Okay,
yeah,
so
I thought it was exactly what he was talking about too, but just trying to do it in a roundabout way, we could then use plausible deniability and say I wasn't talking about that.
Well, Grim, you may have come in a little bit late. You may have come in late, Grim. But how about Austin? Do you want to restate it so the whole room can
finally let Witsit restate it?
Yeah. So I'm saying I'm in no way talking about anything to do with personification or attempted personification or interpretation of anything. Okay, I said that.
We're in agreement.
We're not talking about that.
Then no problem.
So what we're
we have no problem.
About,
then the universe
is obviously not done. Like really?
Wow. So obviously,
there's no need to clarify that from there, right?
Only one side feels the need to impulsively misrepresent and interrupt.
Hello.
That's your side. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, you do that constantly. We understand.
Okay, are you guys done? Have you got it out of your system? Am I going to be able to say my actual position, or do you want to keep?
Why is there a side anyway if you're not religious?
Oh my God!
He's the most religious.
This is ridiculous.
It's
there's obviously who needs to, man.
Bro, okay, so the point is, he's saying that it's a false dichotomy, and it is this. It's either it was created or it wasn't created. It isn't a false dichotomy. You saying it came into existence is a non sequitur. You talking about religion is a non sequitur. You talking about personification of any supposed creator is a non sequitur. It is not a false dichotomy unless you can offer a third viable option. The two options are it was created
the reason
or
I said the
it
word
wasn't
false dichotomy was not because of creator. My argument and scrambled its eggs, man. The false dichotomy was not about that for me. What I claimed was a false dichotomy was the two results of the same data. It's either the center of the universe or the results of the Big Bang. That's the false dichotomy I'm talking about.
No one was talking about
that.
I was. That is what I brought up because of the
conversation. I'm just going to talk about what I want to talk about.
Oh my God. Dude, because
we were in the middle of the conversation, and then
is there any way we can progress? We're just like swirling around a drain. We're not making any
the drain comes into the room and starts talking about something else.
Right now.
What we were talking about initially before he was in here. That's what he's done.
What?
Like, just fuck what the room is talking about. I'm just going to enter the room and just talk about something entirely different.
No, dude, I've been here. No, I'm just saying let's make some progress. We're not making any progress.
Okay.
I like the conversation. I really do. I really like the conversation. But y'all are just back and forth.
What are we talking about here?
Okay, I'll repeat it again.
We're talking about what Witsit was talking about.
That's right.
Yeah,
so
let
overall,
repeat it.
The philosophical devotion to the idea of the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth is not special or unique in position, has ironically led to a road that has a claim so fantastical. The heliocentric model is so fantastical that it still invokes that need for design. And then someone was saying that's a false dichotomy in that context, is what the word was said. So the point is, everyone agrees there is no false dichotomy whenever I'm saying either it was created or it wasn't created. We all agree that that's the only two options, right?
Well, I think what Grim is saying is that the Earth could be both in the center and a result of the Big Bang.
No,
no one's talking about.
No, that's what it sounded like, Grim.
No, that's okay, but it's the opposite of that. Because what I'm saying is, what I call the false dichotomy, because the results from that data. The two things
No
that
one's
he
talking about
gave
it
as
being in the
parameters,
center,
that
dude. No one's
that
talking
data,
Grim is
about
still
that.
speaking. Please let him speak. He's
yeah,
in the minority here.
That-
Grim, please continue.
That was what you started with.
that
What's it?
data, yeah, that data is
No, it
showing.
wasn't.
Yeah, you started off by saying that data
You're
either says
lying
that
now.
there's a Big Bang or that the Earth is in the center of the universe. That's the two.
Never talked
That's the
about either
main.
one of those things.
You don't have
You're
to
lying.
for that data to be the two leading conclusions that are on the board today. You can't change that. You can't say that those aren't the two leading things that are on the board today,
Dude,
right
okay,
now.
but Grim,
And
listen, dude. Whether or
those
not
two
you
leading
explain the
things, I say,
background,
are a false dichotomy, right?
okay,
And what
whether
I'm
you,
talking.
oh
You know
my
what? I'll
god,
never
dude,
be able to get my point across because you try to
because
scramble
you,
an egg
dude,
immediately.
limit
You do it
yourself
on
here,
purpose.
but Grim, you've been here 5 times, and all you've done is monologue, straw man, and interrupted me 7 times. And then since I'm now
Bullshit,
losing
dude.
my,
You're just kind
now
of
you're
getting mad because you're getting pointed out as what you're doing is
mad.
sneaky.
Oh my
Now
god,
you're
dude.
trying to be.
All
Now
right,
you're trying to be
let's
I have
let
a
Grim
question
get out
real
his
quick.
piece, and then Witsit. Grim, go.
This is a joke.
No, go ahead. Let
This
him
is a
respond.
joke.
He is so
Fine.
Yeah,
excited
this is
and
pretty
so
bad.
determined to talk about what Grim wants to talk about. He just will fuck what everyone else is talking about. Go ahead, Grim.
Yeah,
He's in the
I don't know why
minority.
I'm
He's
getting away with this
right
today.
now. It looks like he's being bullied. I want him to get out his piece, then a
Yeah,
response. Grim, go.
I agree. Let him
I
He's
go.
not
was
being
talking
bullied.
about
Gio,
what
are
he
we
was
going to keep
talking about,
being
right? In the
moderator?
first place,
Because I'm
that's
not
the
going to keep
thing.
being in. I'm not going
See
to keep
this
being
guy,
in.
he's like, what do you call those guys who just can't let other people talk?
Grim, you did it to me, brother. Okay, so the
Let's
truth is
go.
that
Grim, just finish what you got to say, dude, because you're so determined to say
wow.
what you got to say, contrary to what we were talking about before you entered the room. Go ahead, brother. Since
Oh
you're
yeah,
so
it's so
determined.
very contrary to what you were talking about when you were both talking about data that's so you're talking about the data that says that we're either in the center of the universe or that there's a Big Bang, and that either one of those doesn't talk about whether or not there's a creator or not. And
That
I
was what
literally
I was
weren't.
talking
on
about. Go ahead,
those
brother.
on that same topic and said, well, the issue from that data being that it's either the Big Bang or the center of the universe is a dichotomy, and I started talking about the side of things. That's not a direct non sequitur. That is definitely on still the topic, but it just veered away from the initial part. And what he got upset about was that I said, started talking about how you adhere to a different religion I see it from the flat earthers. There a lot of times like have this creator situation, and you hear the word creator a lot. And I was just kind of pointing that out, that when you adhere to the ballers so-called religion, you're also adhering to another religion because you're not looking at it as the dichotomy that it is. And it is a dichotomy because there are other explanations for that same data, that, like I said, that the earth
What's
is
up, Graham? What's up, man?
Hey brother, how you doing, Don?
Is my mic okay?
The bike is
This is
okay.
gonna no.
I heard
Okay,
this. I heard
Grim,
this.
you
They
just
said,
went on for
yeah,
2
but
straight minutes.
So it
You
wasn't trying
said
to be
your point.
insulting to you. You just
This
kind
is
of
crazy.
thought I was, because you really.
I'm just
Grim,
gonna
all
knock
right,
him
Grim,
in.
you
I haven't
fully,
said
hold on.
anything.
Grim, you
Did
have
I say
fully,
one thing, Gio?
well, hold on. Grim, you fully said your point, and the thing is, when you start talking over other people, your mic gets all muffled, and the whole thing sounds muffled. So let's let Austin respond to that. So go ahead.
Okay, so I was never talking about the Big Bang or the Earth being the center. I never said anything about that. Okay, I
Just
did
about
not.
you.
Dude, just let him speak, man.
Wow.
Whether in both scenarios, Big Bang heliocentric model, geocentric model, you can argue whether or not it was created. Okay, we're not talking about it being in the center. We're talking about that you have 2 options: either it was created or it wasn't created. So every time you respond with, that's a false dichotomy, whether or not the Earth is in the center and the data shows this, no one's talking about the Earth being in the center. You wonder why I'm getting frustrated. It's because you monologue 3 minutes against a straw man.
It sounds like Graham's just trying to get us to think about, just even in situations, possibly with it, even when we say, hey, there's 2 options.
What do you mean by created?
Maybe there
When
could be
you
a
say
third
it's
option.
either
This
created
is
or not
bad
created.
etiquette.
Like, could there not be
This
a
is
third
bad
option?
conversation etiquette. That's the point.
Y'all motherfuckers deaf and
Don,
shit.
Don,
I'm gonna say one thing real quick, Coach Show. Cheese crumbs placed nearby will distract the female during copulation, but not the male. The female.
So Whitson, what do you mean by created?
Okay. Yeah, so created, designed, however you want to say it, right? So
Okay, so
designed, or What?
Yeah, you kind of took it personal. I'm talking about a situation in a theory, and you absorbed it as if I was like trying to battle you and your personal views of something. And honestly,
Grim,
dude, I didn't even
Grim, I
hear
did
you.
not take it personal, my
Any of
man.
your
I know,
questions,
Grim,
really. I was just
Grim, you're
going by
making
the. Am I interrupting you again, dude? My bad.
Yeah, you're
making
nonstop
an assumption.
interrupting Witsit, dude. I mean, this
You're
has
making an
gone on too
assumption.
long.
You're making an assumption
Holy
that I got
smokes.
triggered about you saying the word religion. You're just making that assumption because you know me so well, okay? But that's literally in no way what's happening, my dude, okay? The only reason I was getting frustrated is because you came in and you started arguing about if the Earth was in the center or a Big Bang and how it's a false dichotomy. Then you monologued about the cosmic microwave background and how it comes from the oceans, and someone else showed that, and then you jumped in and repeated that, and then you started to do it a third time. Very long, okay? And it is in no way addressing what is actually being said, dude. So it's nothing to do with me being personally
Except
attacked
with a
about
brighter
religion.
mind, you'd see that there is a very big connection. I'm sorry about your luck, dude. But I'm tired of you trying to fucking minimalize me and marginalize me into some little stupid
You
ass.
must really not understand the concept
Yeah,
of relevancy to the point.
Wait, Grim, didn't he open the door for? Didn't he open the door for this when he inserted that? Ah, shit! I was trying to get in so many times I lost it.
The Copernican principle.
No,
So see,
no problem, Moya. The problem is, gentlemen, there would be more obvious creation if we had a special place like the center. So that implication is there. Now, whether or not Witsit explored that implication explicitly or not, that's something else. But Grim, if you're reading that implication and saying it could be created in the center and or not, that's something else. But the obvious implication would be if we're in a special place where we're in the center and not moving while everything else is, that does have obvious philosophical.
Right, but Lemon, just so you know
Right.
the context, I was actually saying the opposite, right? Because that's a very old argument everyone makes. We get it. But I was actually saying something different. I was saying, isn't it ironic that the Copernican principle, the idea that the Earth does not have a special position, has created a paradigm in the heliocentric paradigm where the current claim is still so fantastical that it ultimately needs to invoke a designer anyway. That was my actual point.
That was his point.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that we have to make so many special considerations and so many workarounds. It's kind of like we need a creator anyway, or something special going on to explain all of this other cockamamie stuff. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's much more accurate. Yeah.
And that's exactly why I brought up what I brought up, right? And that's exactly why I said that there's another option. So it's not just those two things that lead you to that idea. There's this other option. Instead, it could just be cosmic waves re-emitted from Earth's oceans to give you that data. Therefore, you're not in the center of everything. And therefore, there isn't a new thing created. That's
okay.
my
So
point.
Grim is addressing it. He's addressing it by saying we could possibly invalidate the data that puts us in the center, period, and not even have to consider it from that perspective. So he's trying to invalidate the very data that says that, period.
Sorry, but that's
why I said I don't need to bounce around in your synthesis from your fucking
definition, that would be
outside of that.
By definition, that would be a straw man, though, in response, because no one invoked anything about the center or not in the center. Okay,
except for you saying that if the Earth is in the center and geocentric and everything is revolving around us, then we would need a creator. That's how this conversation started.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Hang on.
Except for it didn't have anything to do with the cosmic.
Austin needs to apologize to me and the room for this nonsense that he's been doing.
Can we all just not interrupt?
Well, the element that Witsit appeared to be trying to work out wasn't necessarily if we're in the center or not. He's saying that without that implication, whatever it is, center or not, we have to make so many special considerations. It's as if we need a special creator or something like that anyway, because of all these weird workarounds that we need now. That appeared to be the element that was working out when I came into the conversation anyway. Am I missing something?
Correct. No, that's correct. So, Grim, do you understand now?
Oh, I've been understanding. You're trying to squeeze what I'm saying into your argument as if it's something about you, when in fact it wasn't at all. It was just about the two ideas that exist from the standard narrative. Since you spoke on those two ideas, I then too spoke on those two ideas, but invalidating them instead of getting in between them, whether or not it's this one or that one. I'm saying it's neither.
You're
see,
arguing.
like
You're
that.
arguing
And
against
negate the
the
whole.
or that I
And
didn't
it's not your
claim.
thing. It's just I'm negating it, showing that I'm not inside that.
Grim, it sounds like you're finished, and then someone starts talking, then you just keep talking.
I got an idea.
Can I take both
Ask each
arguments
other
and
if you
move this,
agree.
move this
Ask,
forward?
ask for agreeances, guys. I don't even know what y'all are disagreeing. Like, I mean, I do get that, y'all. Ask for a direct agreement from one another.
Can
Well,
I just make a comment? What it appears to me is Grimm is offering up some information that would lend to the idea of a geocentric model that maybe you could take on board and incorporate that into your argument.
No, that's not what he's doing. He's saying, look, people are misunderstanding the cosmic microwave background, and there's a Nobel Prize winner who's been brushed away and called crazy who actually has a much more viable explanation that actually we could still not be in the center, but the reason it looks like that is because of this other stuff in the imaging that's not being accounted for properly. Okay?
Third up.
And that's cool. I know that, though, Grim. You've told me that 20 times before today. But what I'm talking about is even if that's true, what you just said, and it isn't in a special place, if what you said is true, what the Nobel Prize winner says but gets dismissed is true, my point still remains, though, which is even in that scenario where the Earth isn't in a special position in the universe, it still ironically would require a designer anyway.
I don't understand that position at all. That's why I feel like that's like it's like it would. Why can't the simple laws of physics and the way matter interacts naturally with itself be its own designer?
Well, could you elaborate?
That's exactly where I thought this was going.
Well,
okay,
Austin, are you talking about like, the sun being, the moon being 400 times closer and versus the sun, and it looks the same size, and the Goldilocks zone, and like all of those things that are fantastical?
Yeah,
all those details in their paradigm.
Together. Yeah, like the fact they have to all coexist, and like modern astronomy admits this openly. Like it's called the fine-tuning problem.
Yeah, but what's it? If there was a billion random scenarios in all the galaxies and planets, and it was necessary for these alignments to create life, we would be the one that it happened to be.
But that's when you
and
actually
know
have to
that those
invoke
ratios aren't entirely common, by the way, and that these planets and whatever aren't electrically spaced in a fractal way, which is very similar, just like you see how the width of a lightning bolt doesn't exceed its length. You know what I mean? In that way, that you could see due to the constriction of those rules of the electrical placement, that these situations and environments will be very common throughout the universe.
That's not the point, though. So the point is that it would still require a designer. It's called the fine-tuning problem. There's many things. Okay, so like one of the top theories right now to answer this is the multiverse, the idea that there's an infinite amount of universes. And so, of course, the Earth inside this universe happened to work out one time because there's an infinite amount of possibilities that exist in the multiverse.
Black hole, dude. That's dividing by infinity. I mean, you're back into their math magics again with those multiverse ideas. I mean, I know you don't believe in that. I don't think you do. But
that's my whole point, bro.
But what's it? I think you're gonna have to be a little more for me to buy it as a layperson. Like you talking about grand numbers close to infinite. I mean, the number of planets that they're talking about without the multiverse, just in this one, is very grand. I'm sure within the ranges of, top to bottom of the biggest to smallest, you're gonna get a fair percentage that are gonna have this like Goldilocks scenario going on. I don't buy that you have to have a multiverse. They already tell you there's endless in this one, right?
Okay, so
especially
like for one,
the matter is like electrically, like
I wasn't saying no, Graham.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, it's not just sustainability though. It's that combined with multiple things, just like Gio brought up, like the fact that the moon appears to be the same size as the sun by pure cosmic coincidence, but it has no relation on sustainability, which means you have to take that incredibly low coincidence odds and compile it on top of the sustainability. And then you have to pile both of them on top of the next one and the next one. They have to all coexist. Okay. And it still requires a designer. That's why most of the top heliocentrists in the world are actually supporting the multiverse or the string theory.
I think the
In other
moon
words,
being the
which
same size is about the
refers
most
back
ridiculous
to.
argument that could be. It's like, why do you put
My
significance on
God.
it? Why do you say that that's an important feature? It's not. It is just a. It is a relatively close size relationship. Whoopity doo dah.
You were gonna say
Why-
coincidence. You were gonna say coincidence. I
I
mean, dude, the sun and the moon being perfectly spaced to where it causes perfect eclipses.
It doesn't, but it doesn't.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes.
So that's wrong. That's wrong. That's absolutely flat out wrong. It does
No,
not.
when you have
You
total
see the actual point. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man.
You see, now we're here. Now we're here in the discussion. You see, that's why I said what I said in the first place. Witsit, in essence, was acknowledging that there is this dichotomy between created and uncreated, and the academic professionals are devout to the non-created position, the non-theistic position, the non-creationist position, in spite of their own cosmic paradigm that are full of details that would, by common sense and in principle, strongly indicate, if not necessarily indicate, that this was deliberately made to be the case, created this way. Then the disbeliever, you see, he's about to do it. Then the disbeliever says, no, that's not true. It's not strongly indicative. It's not necessary. So this is where the crux of the issue is.
Could you explain how it is? And
Listen,
basically, you're saying
you see, they hate creationism. The hatred of God cannot be hidden. I can't finish my sentence.
All right, hold on, you guys. Let's let Gregory finish, and then Moyak, you're next.
Yeah, don't start virtue signaling and acting like a victim. Nobody hates you for this.
Just let Gregory just try to wrap it up, and then Moyak's gonna finish.
I mean, they need to exercise some patience. Like, this is not a simple subject. This is a 2 + 2.
Well,
Exercise some patience.
You link a lot of things together, and then you pause in between, which makes it sound like you're done.
That's not what happened, Gio. They interrupted me. Okay? So, the crux of the issue is necessity. This is a metaphysical issue. It's not merely a matter about empirical. We don't understand the nature of the case. We're talking about this is necessary or this is strongly indicative versus this is not necessary. This is not strongly indicative. That's the crux of the issue. That's what I was trying to address.
You know, he was asking me what makes it necessity to you.
So, in my worldview, if we're going to listen, the world began to exist because the eternal personal supreme being, who is the essence of all good, who is all powerful, omniscient, and all but omnibenevolent, with the goodness and consistency of his supremacy to cause the world to exist, and whom is the ground of all knowledge, all abstracta, and gave us humans the ability to have knowledge and to learn more knowledge with our consciousness, our intellect, and our sentience, unifying nature so that it is intelligible, that the future will generally be like the past, so that the scientific method is possible.
Yeah, but the question,
I got it next.
you danced all the way around it with a monologue, but the question still remains, right? Like,
explanation for what makes things necessary.
What's about these observations to you necessitate a creator? That was
well. The thing is, we have two dichotomous branches in the road here, Mr. Grimm. We're talking about
I think he thought someone asked him, "What does your creator mean to you?" And that's the answer he gave. But what
no, that you egregiously misunderstood my answer. My answer to you accounted for my conclusion, because that's the reality, especially about necessity. Particularly, please listen. Especially about necessity, please listen. Especially about necessity, that God maintains uniformity. Talking.
How many chances are we going to give Graham before he gets muted?
Well, the thing is, Gregory shut him down to say what he had to say, so there was an interruption there, and then somebody else interrupts, and all these dispersions being cast. I mean, everybody's in defense mode.
Yeah,
we can't have a productive conversation like this.
Lemon was,
okay,
saying,
so if I may continue.
was saying something and got interrupted as well. The thing is, you guys, we kind of have to treat it like a talking stick. Like, one person gets the talking stick at a time. If 2 people talk at once, then just try to pull back. You know, one or the other has to pull back. I get in the habit of, I just pull back every time if I'm talking at the same time as someone else. And if you do that, then generally the one person that's meant to talk will talk. So
Hey,
Well, if
Gio,
I may really quickly.
In this room, we know how to have a conversation. People just refusing to do so. So what I was saying was, the God.
Jesus, you are monologuing, bro. You're not talking to nobody, dude.
Now you get to shoot
Let's have a fucking. Let's ask somebody a direct fucking
I
question.
still can't finish
Like
it
Smart
because
Ball,
people
bro.
are just so
Ask a
irritated.
Everyone's
They
got to
need to be
stop.
patient with
Everyone's
my
got to
answer.
stop.
Question gets
We
the
gotta
fucking
All right.
question.
Let's listen to Gregory first, and then Grim, I think, was trying to respond. Let's get in the queue. Gregory, Grim, and then I think a third person was trying to get in there. Go.
Moyak,
Systematic question, please, Greg.
Yeah, Moyak, why don't you go
Greg,
ahead?
remember the question?
Let's let Moyak.
So I can't finish my answer. Like I can't finish my answer to
You
Grim.
didn't even start your answer, dude. That's what the problem was. There was a simple
dude, let
answer.
him talk. You're
You gave
next.
up
What's
your,
the big deal? You're
your whole
freaking
idea
next,
of
bro.
what your God can do and all this kind of stuff
Jesus.
about you. And that wasn't at all that question, right? It was just what's significant about these observations leads you to believe it's a creator.
Okay, so the answer to the question is that because we live in this kind of world that I just previously described, where he is the ground of all possibility, he determines what is possible and impossible, and he determines what is necessary or not necessary. So all the data gathered together necessarily indicates that this world was made by him.
Oh yeah,
that you're starting with the creator, therefore a creator. It
I
doesn't.
agree.
It's a circular argument.
So it's like I said. So creator, therefore creator.
And all the God-hating caricatures in my argument.
No, dude, Greg. 3 of us are telling you the same. You started with the assumption that it was there, man.
Well,
Right.
that's why I was
Can I get my last thing?
And actually, Moyak was coming in. Go ahead, Moyak. Sorry.
Grim did restate it pretty well. I still don't understand why it's significant. If we're in the center of the universe, first off, what is the value of being the center of something? That is like an arbitrary sign of importance.
The reason you
say
say this is to give a contrary worldview. You see the problem?
Mr. Moyak, if I may, I'm going to present the two sides. Special placement versus regularity. If we're seeing an eclipse where the sun just happens to be 400 times as far away, if we see that we happen to be in the center, people are going to start asking the question of, were we placed here? Is there a creator that placed us here? Special placement, Mr. Moyak, is the dichotomy set against regularity. People try to fight against special placement from a special designer by talking about regularity. This is just a law that just normally happens. Multiverse is where this normally happens. They're trying to defeat special placement and special occurrences and a special creator with regularity. These are the two sides, Mr. Moyak. And basically, if we're in the center, that would be a home run for the people that set up the two sides that way.
Wouldn't it be just as amazing if the sun was exactly 25% of the moon's diameter, or vice versa?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
It would be amazing
So,
if we had
what you're
another
saying
moon that
is that
didn't line up
no
all the
matter
time and
where
was
you
just floating
place-
out there, and we could just see it out there floating, and it didn't line up. That would help you guys out. Yeah, but that's just not
So what
what
you're
it is.
saying essentially is that no matter what the moon did, you would call it special placement.
It's complete irrelevance.
Well, can I get in? Can I get in for a while? Here's the thing. I mean, it's a cumulative case, I think. You know, if you want to look at it, I mean, if you just take the sun's placement and the moon's placement as the only thing that you're using, the atheists are right, the physicists are right, possibly. Let's take in, where did the information in the DNA come from? There's another piece of information. If the universe had a beginning, there's something outside of the space, matter, and time that had to bring the universe to the beginning. The thing sounds like it could be a god. Another piece of information. The teleological argument is you could go on and on and on. It's a cumulative case. It's not just one piece. It's all of the pieces.
Because electrical.
Now,
oh, you there? Sorry, dude. I thought
I'm here.
I was going to talk to you for a second.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, Paul. Nobody talked about life.
That's why I like
life
the electric universe.
Life doesn't come from
idea.
matter. There's no amount of matter that's ever going to create life.
Oh my goodness.
So,
Guys, one at a time, guys, please.
You know, I was talking to him, man. It was clear, and I was
Jeremy.
trying to support his conversation as well. So I don't even understand who you're defending him from. I'm supporting him. What's wrong with you today? So that's why I like the Electric Universe guys, because they touch on that stuff and they look at those scales between this the electric force and the biological aspect of like you said, the double helix, and how that's also seen in galactic scale and in all kinds of smaller electrical plasma organizations, like structures in plasma.
Yeah,
Is the electric universe supposition, is that juxtaposed against the biblical account of creation of the universe?
Well, even
No,
the electric universe,
not at all.
though.
As a matter of
I
fact,
mean,
they say that there's the fast organization and structuring of mountains and planets, and things that happen in a flash of electricity, in a blink of an eye. Whole landscapes are rearranged, and the matter is organized, and all kinds of stuff can happen really quickly in the electric universe.
So the mention of the electric universe isn't a third option as opposed to created versus uncreated. It's included in either of the two.
No,
yeah, I would agree.
How
With,
it's
I would agree
presented,
with Greg on
because
this.
the way that the electric universe is presented by Grimm is it's kind of like you saying it just happens without the need of a creator. So I don't know if Mr. Grimm is being open and honest about the way that he's arguing for it, but it does kind of sound like he's saying it just happens regularly without any sort of special consideration. So
Honest,
sides
can
are.
I get back in about regularity? I want to get in with regularity.
Regularity. You were trying to get in there, sir?
I think Lemon's
Yeah,
right.
I was trying to get in about regularity. I am.
Yeah.
Let me get in. Regularity is actually proof for God, because without some kind of a guiding intelligence or facilitating intelligence, can you be certain of regularity? It could be random. It could change tomorrow. So even regularity has indicating a point toward the Creator.
Yes, uniformity of nature. Now, you see, this is why I keep saying what I'm saying, but people just refuse to consider what I'm trying to say about this issue, is because we're all appealing to all these different things in the world. Okay, everything that we're appealing, it's all one big inductive argument. We look at this empirical data, look at this empirical data, look at this empirical data. And then the greatest inductive argument, have y'all thought about this, is appealing to the entire universe and all its vast array and everything in it. That's the best, the greatest inductive argument you can make. So the problem is not the absence of evidence. The problem is not a deprivation of evidence, especially with the biblical worldview. The biblical worldview says that all the universe, everything therein, in its vast array and all the inhabitants therein, is inductive evidence that the God is real. So then after that is said, the disbeliever comes along and says, no, that's wrong. That worldview is not true. It's not a difference between having evidence versus not having evidence. It's a different worldview that interpret the universe.
It'd be funny if we could explain this by saying that the human nature is not to admit that they have those lacks in knowledge. So they'll call it the universe instead of saying the known universe. And then at a later time, more things are known. And then the known universe becomes a different universe, doesn't it? And then in later times, more things are known. And that known universe also now becomes a different universe, and such and over and over.
And Mr. Grimm, you are correct. There are gaps in our knowledge that we may be tempted to just put God in, but it goes both ways. There are gaps in our knowledge where we may just say the science of the gaps instead of the God of the gaps. That's why I tried to clearly present the two sides, at least as presented, saying we have special considerations here and special occurrences that are pointing to a special design with like being in the center or whatever, versus something that is regular and more atheistic, where they're presenting it as, instead of regularity from a regular creator regulating stuff, you just say, oh, this is just the case with or without a creator. It just happens. We don't need that explanation, so let's not go there.
I want to get into something.
Wait.
Let me jump in again.
I really want to hear Grimm respond to what Lemon said earlier. Was that your position, that there is no creator involved to the spontaneous creation of terrain and whatnot? Or
my position was that there's no knowledge of a creator. Not that there's any claim that there isn't one. That's just ridiculous, right? Because who does that really, except for hateful people?
Well, actually,
there's no knowledge of one in the sense that you can say that this isn't just a physical, attribute of the materials themselves and the energies involved.
But you are kind of saying that it's not necessary to appeal to one at the very least, aren't you, Mr. Grimm?
Well,
that we don't need to go there yet, if at all? Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, to me, there is no knowledge of it. I mean, that doesn't mean anything personal to you, right?
Well, there's a difference, Grim.
Can I get in
He's
about this
asking you
knowledge
about
of the creator? I want to respond to the knowledge of the creator.
Yeah, go ahead,
But
Paul.
I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot from both sides. That you cannot know the creator. I would disagree. Because if there's information in the DNA, that means if it was created, which was the fact that there's information indicates that, then that you would know a piece of information about the creator. He's intelligent.
Yeah, I've been
If
trying
he
to
brought
get into
all
like
existence, hold on a second. If he brought all of existence, if you brought the universe into existence, however you want to describe it, whether flat, round, heliocentric, whatever, it takes a lot of power to bring the universe into existence. Sounds like an all-powerful being. It's another piece of information.
But no, they talk about
And also,
intelligence. It's not about the
hold
power.
on a second. And obviously, if it chose to create, that means there's a free will component to this creator to choose to. He existed alone and brought his universe into existence. He chose, so that means he's a free will agent. Just from those components, I have gained information. I know something about the creator. Is there more to know? Possibly. But we don't know all. But you could argue that you can't know everything. That's a different argument, though.
Yeah,
I
Paul just touched on
you
that.
can know those things.
Do we have
Do what?
proof of life coming
It's
from
like
matter?
saying he knows. It's like saying
I don't think we do, man.
One
I don't
thing
think
at a
there's
time.
any-
We got this is just a
Yeah,
cacophony
I know.
now.
I've been trying to get in, but Mr. Grimm just has been
What's
taking up all the room.
Daslo saying? What you
I only
saying,
had one
Daslo?
sentence to say. You mind? It's
Bro,
like
I
You
saying
gotta be
stick
humble
around
and
for 15
courteous and
minutes. I
charitable.
need to go
because
back
he
and
knows
forth
I
with
like
everyone,
pepperoni
Grimm.
pizza.
All
Go
right,
ahead, Daslo.
new Q, Grim.
So-
New people are trying to get in though. So Grim and I guess Mr.
Daslo.
Jeremy had something to say.
Dykslo, and then who else was there? Sorry, my
Jeremy.
memory.
I only had one sentence.
Jeremy.
That was it.
Okay, so Grim, Dykslo, Jeremy, go.
Thanks, brother. I only had one sentence, and I think everybody heard it. I don't need to repeat it. It's just antagonistic, right? You guys heard me, or
Okay.
did you?
We didn't hear it.
I don't remember what you said.
All right. Well, I mean, if you didn't hear me, it's not antagonistic. So, it's like saying that God exists because He knows I like pepperoni pizza.
Okay,
right,
so here's the problem.
Hold on,
Well, actually, let the list go. Actually, never mind.
Dyslow is next. Go ahead, Dyslow.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as far as having no knowledge of God's existence, I mean, to me, it's pretty logically implied within reality itself and life. The fact that there's no evidence for life spontaneously emerging from matter on its own should tell you that life was created, not spontaneously emergent. So right
It
there
came from that which
requires.
was alive.
We turn a flashlight on. Where does the light come from?
It's about
Where do you get light
intelligence.
when you turn a flashlight on?
No,
Jeremy.
life, not light.
Yeah, life,
Oh,
like
okay.
living
I thought you
things.
said light. You mentioned
No,
light
okay.
earlier. I guess that's where I got it.
I want to
So
come back
Paul-
in. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Paul.
I heard my name. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Paul touched on this real quick. The DNA, the information that's in DNA, that's real good evidence for a creator, because you don't get information out of nowhere. You need an intelligent being to get information, to create information.
And honestly, even within information, you need a free will agent because you have to distinguish from I want that and not that. This will work and that will not work. So there has to be a self, or a free agent making the choice to determine
To know
what's good
the
information or bad.
information to be true. Right.
Can't nature be
Because
the
included
agent?
in knowledge is
And
the
also-
volition of belief. And so
Well,
there
I
must
think
be
the
a
law-
person with volition to believe the truth.
Well, and
Well,
that's another thing about even truth is logic is also a point to the creator because it determines what's true and what's false. So there's an
you see
element
what's
within
happening
logic
here?
to determine that.
Well,
You see what's
Mr.
happening here,
Moyan
Paul?
was saying, could entropy be a creator? And this goes back to what Grimm appeared to be trying to imply, that these things can just happen via known laws with as little appeal, if not no appeal at all, to a creator. The problem with that, Mr. Moyak, is the only way that we logically deal with that, Mr. Moyak, is we deal with processes that continue and don't change. The moment the process changes, like with the electric universe doing anything or entropy doing anything, that is no different logically than saying that you have a volitional agent making choices to change things. We don't see a river change course rapidly. It goes on that course and does not deviate until some other cause or some other agent redirects it. So if Mr. Moyak, what you're saying is that the universe can just randomly do stuff, if Mr. Grimm, what you're saying is that the electric universe just gives us any structure, that logically is no different than having a volitional agent changing things or not changing things. That's a little of a bit of a non-starter.
I want to address entropy too. I want to address entropy.
Square one, prior to all you people that have joined a little bit late, because Andy made the claim that entropy didn't exist prior to the Big Bang. I just wanted to state that.
I didn't make that.
Well, I was going to address that earlier, and I will in a second. Can I get back in? Okay, I'm going to get back in. Entropy. There's arguments within the mainstream media that entropy can be described and used in the form of information. Now, if that's the case, and the whole universe is heading towards heat death or increase in entropy, that means information will be lost. It's heading towards information loss. So that means you can't have an evolution if that is true, because that means you're going to lose information, not gain it.
Why can't you have a loss of information? So that only implies that there's a necessity for a continuation of the information. That information, like let's say biological diversity, could all disappear. That wouldn't mean make one shred of difference to the universe.
I know, but you're okay. Well, I'm talking about the form of evolutionary life, and if you apply the increase in entropy to life, instead of it gaining information, which evolution says it would have to, you're going to lose information, which means things are decay.
The opposite of progressive gradual evolution.
Why would they? If you degrade, if you have bad biological information, if you have missteps in your biology, then you're going to have an end of that biology.
Exactly, that's my point. That's my point.
Conversely, if you have something that is advantageous, it will be an improvement.
You're repeating details, Moyak, even though Paul's point has yet to be refuted by those mention of those points. Like his point still stands with the mention of those things. So the point is that if you appeal to entropy, it's the very opposite of your Darwinian, progressivist, gradualist macroevolution.
Even if evolution is true, you have to have a creator driving it.
Well, Mr. Moyak, the thing is we need information to form an organism properly. That information would degrade via entropy, and eventually you would have an end to life. So, Mr. Moyak, the question now is, why would life begin if ultimately it's going to be entropic and end in the first place? Are you going to appeal to things randomly happening via an atheistic universe where things just happen without a designer? That's a huge philosophical question. If you have a dedication to atheistic materialism so much that that is your only option, fine. But that's illogical if that's ultimately what you're going to appeal to, because at that point, why would a process start that ends in the first place without a volitional agent making a choice for it to happen in the first place anyway? I mean, it's just a very unappealing prospect.
So this is why I'm also saying this point, and this is the superlative of what Paul is trying to do, which is what I said earlier. Everything that Paul appealed to, everything that Lemon appealed to, everything that Deisler appealed to, all this empirical data that we're appealing to, again, the superlative of this inductive argument being appealing to the entire universe and all its vast array and all the inhabitants therein. All of that is evidence that the God is real. But then the disbeliever says, no, that's wrong.
But
so
Gregory,
they don't.
To me, it just sounds like a misunderstanding of everything.
No, this type of argument, the type of arguments, it's like a transcendental argument. It's a comparison of worldviews and which one is more coherent and rooted and based in logic. And so this type of argument demands the atheist actually make a coherent argument and justify the transcendentals, which they cannot do. So it's not actually inductive. It's literally a comparison of worldviews and which one is more coherent. And yeah, so
Thank you, sign. That's the point. There's a difference in worldviews. The atheistic worldview, the non-creationist worldview, the naturalistic, physicalist, etc. worldview is trying to give account for the universe, as opposed to the biblical worldview or any other kind of theistic worldview. That's the difference, and that's what I'm trying to address.
I was going to bring up something earlier, and I always use the cop analogy. He comes into a crime scene and he sees a dead body laying on the floor. He's only got two options: either natural causes or an intelligent agent that killed this body. You've got the same, and this is what Whitson was trying to get to, and I heard this earlier. You've got two options. Now the question is, which of the hold on a second. The evidence points to which direction the best. Which explanation, so to speak, because that's what they say, best fits the evidence. Natural causes or intelligent agent?
Yeah, but either way,
God Earther committed the murder. That's
The
sort of a
what?
dichotomy. What if a flat earther committed the murder?
Is that an intelligent agent?
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
I'm not sure.
That was not funny.
I don't know if I answered that. I don't know if that was a joke or.
That was
It was a joke. It was a joke.
I mean, the second you veer away from logical implications, man, you're left with thoughts, feelings, and beliefs to make your assertions, and that's not necessarily truthful.
Now, with Dicelo, Lemon, Paul, Sign, thank you, Sign. What we've been trying to do this whole time is what philosophers call an internal critique of worldviews. Okay? That's what we'll be trying to do. Now, we are saying, those who share my position, my brothers in here who share my position, we are saying our worldview actually makes reality intelligible and gives account for the world. It makes it sensible. Okay, and then we compare that with a disbelieving worldview, and we try to do an internal critique of the disbelieving worldview. That's what we're trying to do.
But
That's
you're not doing
about
my brothers in alternative cosmology here, because these are my brothers in alternative
because
cosmology.
you don't understand the other worldview well enough to make the critique of it. Because to me, my worldview,
how don't I understand the worldview?
has
Take my brothers back.
perfect internal logic that makes it make sense.
Andy, I asked you questions earlier to understand your worldview, so it's really dishonest to say I don't understand it. Now, what's my misunderstanding of
You
your
asked
worldview
me
if I do
a
understand?
very limited number of questions that gave a very small portion of my worldview.
Yeah.
Very small portion of my worldview.
Andy, you have the floor. Tell me more. Tell me your worldview, your theory of origins, purpose, meaning, destiny, all of it.
Well, those things are meaningless in my worldview.
Okay, so go ahead.
Quit patronizing people, though.
What's your theory of reality, Andy? Your metaphysic.
What is that? Theory of reality doesn't mean anything to me.
Your worldview, Andy. What do you believe is real?
Yeah, give us your ontology. Go.
Well, there's about a million things that go into that. So I'm sorry, I can't. It's really hard to just.
Okay.
I'm not going to attempt to make it concise or anything. You're not going to attempt to explain it concisely, cogently.
It does kind of sound like you're saying, I'm going to reject this prior worldview that is theistic and wait for science to try to establish something else.
No, I actually started with theism, and I found that science explained the world better than my theism, and that's why I became an atheist.
Okay,
well,
so
the thing is, it's kind of like you're kind of trying to buy time for science to offer explanations when we have fairly decent explanations.
I found those explanations in science, and I rejected the nonsensical explanations given within the theistic worldview.
Okay, so let's
hold on. Let me jump in. Hold on a second. I don't want to jump in because I made several arguments. What is incoherent about the arguments that I made?
To you, Andy.
Tell me what was incoherent about the arguments that I made. Please explain.
Atheist, explain. This is not a witch hunt, by the way. So explain.
You don't have to say all that.
If you have a coherent worldview, you should be able to point out what's coherent or incoherent about his argument. You're really weakening your position if you're saying I have a coherent.
I didn't say anything about his argument. Lemon. I said about my understanding of my theism, not not Paul's understanding of his theism. My understanding of my worldview and my theism.
But we're not talking about what you said, Andy. Paul asked you a question.
That's what I was talking about. So stop trying to straw man me into saying
He didn't lay that directly on Paul.
More coherent.
He didn't lay that directly on Paul.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
Please just answer Paul's question.
Anything? I made an atheistic argument, several, real quick, for the existence of God. Are any of those arguments incoherent?
Like the presence of what you like to call information in DNA? Yeah, that it's just molecules that happen to be in a particular order that happen to arise out of, some things worked and those persisted, and some things work and those things didn't work and those things didn't persist. So we don't need a mind behind nature to get rid of the things that don't work, because those things fail on their own.
That's the problem. Hold on a second. Wait, people, listen. Hang on, before you go, Paul. That's not an instance of incoherency, Andy. That's an instance of you having a different worldview that accounts for data.
Gregory, he wanted me to address something that he said in his argument, and that is one thing that I found to be incoherent about his argument. He said it necessitated a mind behind it, whereas I say that is not true. It is inconsistent with what we see in reality.
Okay, can you show us?
No, wait a minute. I want to address that. No, it doesn't. That's not inconsistent with it.
Thank you. It's not incoherency. Go ahead, Paul.
Abiotic origins of not exactly the life that you were expecting, but a reproducible. It feeds, it reproduces. It just doesn't. What do you call it? Evolve or anything? It doesn't have the mechanism. But from abiotic origins, they're very close to demonstrating an evolving type of species. It's not like it's some unreachable concept, guys. It's right around the corner. I just dropped you a link to it a little while ago.
Trobionts have already been made. Protocells.
Where did you get the stuff to make the protocell? And how did you make it?
Inorganic material.
Wait a minute. Who made it?
Rocks and metal. No one had to make it.
Oh, wait a minute. He said they made it.
So it
made a protocell.
It was made using natural processes.
Sorry, I thought you said where did you get the material to do that? And so that was that question, not the protocell itself.
So anything that occurs within nature can happen without a mind behind it.
Okay, no, we're missing the point. Go back.
Anything can happen in nature. Hold on a second. I love that. I say anything in nature can happen without an intelligence. Let's think about that for a second. So a car can just exist without a mind behind it?
A car doesn't exist on its own within nature.
Without
but you just said, is a car made of natural material?
There's plenty of molecules that exist in nature without a mind behind them.
Yeah, now we're not talking see that this is the thing. Hold on a second. We're not talking about molecules. We're talking about complex information within DNA.
So that's why I said back up. The critique from Andy against Paul is that the assertion that DNA is indicative of an intelligent mind is incoherent. And then he said the reason it's coherent, I'm speaking as Andy, the reason it's incoherent is because it could have come about from that which is not intelligent and did not intentionally.
That's not what I said, Gregory.
So what did you say, Andy?
So my argument specifically was about the replication of DNA and things failing and not failing. So we see things fail in nature, and those things do not persist. The things that survive are the things that worked, and those persist. We didn't need a mind behind things to make them drive them into a state that works better. It just came out of nature on its own.
Okay, so that whole argument you just said is not an expression of an incoherency in his assertion. That's you say that it doesn't correspond to reality.
Yeah, that not corresponding to reality and being incoherent, I find to be,
You have yet
thing.
to highlight the incoherency in his argument. You have your categories confused again.
I don't care, Gregory.
So let that stand on the record. He doesn't care about.
I don't care about you trying to pinhole me into using specific words.
I'm trying to make him sound like he's saying what you want him to say.
No, it's not an instance of incoherency. When he says, "My name is Andy," and then I say that's incoherent, I have to point out the inconsistency, the contradiction, the lack of comportation in the assertion.
But
say that it could be something else.
We can also look at reality and see if that corresponds with what we see in reality. If it does not correspond with what we see in reality, then it is incoherent.
No, it's not incoherent.
That is what I am asserting.
Correspondency.
Gregory.
You have your categories confused. You have your categories of criteria.
I don't care about your categories.
It's wrong.
It doesn't change my argument, Gregory. It doesn't change the understanding. You can understand my argument without me needing to use your words.
Critique to your critique, and you just hand wave it. There you go. So it's fallacious.
You're just trying to get me to talk like you. I don't care.
It is a hand wave. He just says, "I don't care. I don't care about your categories."
Trying to
He's
use
just going to keep reasserting the argument which I'm critiquing. He hasn't given a sound refutation of what I critique of his critique. It's not an instance of incoherency.
Well, can we get back to the DNA thing?
If anybody wants to talk about DNA, go ahead and talk to Jay's because he's way more knowledgeable than anybody in here about that.
He's very knowledgeable, but his philosophy may need to be questioned and examined if we're saying that information is or is not separate from the thing that the information is used to organize. When we're talking about information, we're talking about something that's different from the material itself that organizes the material into a useful form. It's basically talking about the difference between the car itself, the material, and just taking the car apart or putting the car through a blender and saying you have the same car. No, you don't. You have the same stuff, but it is no longer in a form guided by the information to form the car in a certain way that is effective. So there's a difference between the stuff, the DNA, and the organizing of the stuff via information which is non-material and typically would point to some sort of intelligent agent or something that is beyond the material to organize it in a certain form.
I'm saying
Let
that.
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about the DNA.
Don't persist. So we don't see the DNA that did persist unless it's remains as non-functional DNA within us, and that does happen. So to say that you
question, by the way,
behind it to have the non-functional DNA is not, or to have functional DNA isn't accurate.
You're begging the question, honestly.
You're begging the question.
I'm not begging the question. I'm going to go back to the chemist guy who knows about DNA. Can the backbone of the double helix, say the part that the amino acids or whatever are connected to, can that account for the information within the DNA?
They're made of nucleic acid.
Nucleic acid. I couldn't remember. So can the backbone, which means the spine that they're connected to, account for the information that's within the DNA? Can it account for that?
They are the information, right? They're just molecules that have atoms that are in specific spots to form
materialistic atomism
interactions.
You're missing my question.
No,
I have a bunch of letters.
No, Paul, he didn't miss your question. That's the answer they're going to give according to their worldview, because they believe only matter exists. There's no abstracta. So they're going to univocally identify concreta with abstracta, the material with the information. They're one and the same.
Well, let's deal with his answer.
Hold on a second, let me jump in. That's okay. Let me jump in. Okay, if I have a bunch of magnets on the board, there's a bunch of letters on there. All of them are made up pretty much the same materially. If I write the word cat on the board, or I use those magnet letters to write, I write TAC on the board. Can just the magnetic properties or the chemical makeup of that account for the information that's there?
It's not really analogous because the DNA the nucleotides aren't all the same. They're different things.
Okay, well, basically, my point in this. Hold on a second. There's funny when I took anatomy in college, and we talked about DNA, and you probably know this very well. They used kind of linguistic informational technology, but transcription and translation. So you're taking the information off of the DNA to produce and fold a protein. Sounds like that's information. So you're saying all that can be purely accounted for by the chemical processes?
Yeah, that's what biochemists do. We study those processes.
Yeah, so that answer to the question.
But you're not missing the point. It's the same idea. I can write the word CAD on the board, and I can also write the word TAC on the board. The information is completely different. The actual chemical makeup of those letters on the board are exactly the same, but the information is different.
But that's the thing. They're not, the nucleotides in DNA are not exactly the same. That's where
you're missing. You really are missing the point. The point is that when you reorder these substances, they mean different things. It's the same thing in and of itself concretely, but abstractly, they mean different things.
They only
have the same
one and the same with the material.
Arranged differently to make different proteins, correct?
Yes, because they have atoms in different locations, so they find different electrostatic interactions.
That's fine. That's okay.
That's right.
This is like, that's okay. But the information to create the protein is different. Like the nucleotide for this protein is different than the nucleotide for that protein. That's different. That's information telling it to do something different.
I mean, if we gave you all of the necessary antecedents for life to exist, the RNA, the DNA, the lipids, the polymer, any and everything that you would need for life, do you think you could put it together in a laboratory and constitute life?
Well, as
how about this?
was saying before,
which came first? Which came first, the protein or the DNA? Which came first, protein or the DNA?
Which question you want him to answer first?
Yeah, we're kind of overwhelming him. Let's give him a chance to answer and lay off the questions a little bit. Please answer, sir.
Yeah, RNA.
Okay, so what does RNA do? What does it do? What's its purpose? What's its job? Hold on a second. Let's ask him. What does RNA do? What does it do? What's it do? What does RNA do?
The thing that builds proteins in your body is made up of RNA. Right.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, which came first? Where did the RNA come from? Where did it come from? Did it come from proteins or from RNA?
It comes from chemical reaction.
Okay, no, you're missing the point. So to actually create, if I want to replicate RNA, I need proteins, correct?
No, you
don't. Or
don't.
even make RNA. You don't need. You don't need.
Literally, we can make RNA with machines nowadays. Like
why are you invoking a machine, a man-made apparatus to make RNA? Why are you invoking?
You're not letting me finish. But you can also use certain kinds of clays will just spontaneously catalyze the formation of certain RNAs. All you need is the simpler.
How do you get rid of it? I'm getting the call.
Let me see if I can pick up what Paul is leaving up. You're talking about RNA and DNA and proteins. Okay. I'm not going to really talk about when it came in order. I don't really know about that. But we're talking about DNA, okay, and the information thereof. In your materialistic atomism, you think that the DNA and the information thereof is one and the same. But when we were trying to highlight
there is no other view of it.
Okay, so the problem is that you're just taking a big red marker and drawing an X through abstracta, the abstract entities. And you univocally identify abstracta with concreta. But when we try and make sense of the world through that worldview, we have a whole myriad of things that are not material, they're not concrete, and yet they're real. Like the laws of logic you and I are using right now, like the language you and I are using right now, like the thoughts you and I are thinking right now.
Yeah, because these are human-made constructs that we're using.
Yeah,
we've agreed on conventions, and we're using those conventions communicate. It's completely different than when you're talking about materials.
Okay. So how did we make the abstracta?
What do you mean, how did we make it?
Well, you said we made
got
logic. We
together
just
and they
made it.
agreed upon rules and convention.
Okay, what caused the abstracta, these abstracta logic to be real?
People needed to communicate.
Yes, there was a need for communication. What caused the means of communication to be real?
What do you mean what caused? Two people looked at each other and were like, hey, one of them was like, hey, I want to talk to that person.
What
the hell are you
caused
talking
logic
about?
to be real? We're going to pick one
You're
thing.
gonna have a chicken or the egg problem because they can't just agree on anything. Other people may disagree with them, and they're going to need to use an agreed upon grammar, syntax, which kind of implies that the language has to exist before the language, aka a chicken or the egg problem. This is what happens, frankly, when you get into any sort of materialistic atheistic paradigm. You get several chicken or the egg problems that can only be easily solved with some sort of designer to just make everything go together, frankly.
So when you appealed that you needed to talk to one another, well, let me finish this. When you appealed, Jace, to they needed to talk to one another, and when you appealed to we stipulated this and agreed on this convention, that just begs the question, what caused that to be real in the first place? What caused logic, language, all these abstracted to be real in the first place?
I don't know, man. Whatever you want it to be. People existed. They agreed on certain rules and languages and how things were going, the conventions they were going to use within those languages, and they evolved and expanded upon that over time. Don't know what else to say. If you think
let me ask you this question, since you say that.
Okay.
Since you say that, is the sentence, excuse me, before there were humans, before any human existed, is the sentence, there are no humans, true, before humans existed?
Sure.
Right. So truth value, falsity, meaningfulness, intelligibility, logic, all these abstracta existed. They were real before humans. So humans didn't cause these things to be real.
Yeah, and the furthermore, again, like these are the transcendentals that we are comparing worldviews against, right? I'm comparing how you justify these things versus how we do. So things like language, number theory, logic, truth, justice, morality, space and time, even these are all transcendentals that you and I, either atheist or theist, have to account for and we have to justify them, right? And if you're just saying that like logic and stuff are just, see, when you say the laws of logic are made up, so your argument doesn't apply, they're social constructs, right, that work, right? Well, Mandelbrot sets actually disprove this because we couldn't comprehend them before we got computers. So math seems to, you can apply truth is what I'm saying. And so that completely refutes your idea that, oh, these are just social constructs that are just made up. No, in your worldview, it does.
Humans
Well,
didn't
argument
know
can be
something.
made. Not done, Jay. Let Stein finish. Let Stein finish. Let Stein finish.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
That's
Jace,
an absurd
Jace,
notion.
Jace, what is
Something on
truth?
Stein.
Jace?
Let Stein finish.
I want to know his understanding of what he thinks truth is.
Go ahead, Jace.
We'll be waiting, Jace.
What is he asking me? What truth is?
Yeah,
what is
I
truth
want you to
itself?
define truth.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
like not even how do you justify it? Yeah, what is it and how do you justify it in your worldview? Like how does it fit into your atheistic paradigm?
Yeah, define it, please. We'll be waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the things that you can show demonstrably are true, right? It's as simple as
You
that.
can't use true in your definition of truth. That's a fallacy.
Yeah, it's the things I can demonstrably show you to be so.
It's tautological. It's the correct terminology would be tautological to say truth is in the definite. Yeah.
Okay, let's help him. Let's help each other.
I can demonstrably show you to be so.
So it's something that you can show to be the case. Okay.
Jace, what you just said to us, and what Lemon is also trying to say, is that you just said to us, in essence, truth is that which is true.
Yeah, the things we can demonstrably show to be so. There,
right, that's a tautology. That doesn't explain what truth itself
I'm
is.
just not playing fake philosopher with you because it's silly.
Again, with an unjustified contempt.
Yeah,
of
are you
ridicule.
going to go back to the answer of
Yeah.
I don't care? Is that going to be your end all solution here? I don't care.
I want to get in. I think he's. Hold on a second, Lemon. I think I want to. He's conflating two things. He's conflating the idea of how to communicate an idea and the idea itself. That's what he's doing. So we have conventions on how we're going to communicate an idea, like the idea of being and non-being. That's a logical inference. Now, me using the word being and non-being are language that we use to communicate the idea of being and non-being. So don't conflate the two. I think that's what you're doing. And what the other guys are saying, the idea of being or non-being, that is a or what's the word? A grounding, ontological, whatever the word is, nature of existence. Either things exist or they don't exist. Things are true or they're not true. But the ideas of truth, the words I'm using are the convention, but it's not the ideas of the words say. And I think that's what Jay, that's what you're confusing, I believe.
So when you say, Jay, when you say truth is that which we demonstrate to be the case, to be so, to be true, you're now talking about how we demonstrate what we know to be true. But that sentence, this is how we demonstrate what we know to be true, begs the question about what is this truth that we're mentioning?
Yeah, so go on. What truth are we talking about?
Well, not a particular truth, but truth itself.
If I had to offer what truth is, I'd say the truth is Jesus Christ based off of his own, quote, he's the way, the truth, and the life. But beyond that quote in the Bible, he's the truth maker. He's the thing that makes things true. He's not going to change. He's eternal. He is the truth maker, ultimately, that makes things true, make things work a certain way. He knows why they work a certain way. He has all the propositions. He is ultimately the truth as the creator. That's what I would call the truth. Do you have any other things you want to add to that definition, sir?
Let me offer one. You might agree with me.
You think that there's an absolute truth. I don't think that.
Is that absolutely true?
Hold on. Yeah, that's going to self-defeating argument. I would argue this. Sorry, that's good. You're right. That's a self-defeating statement, because if you say all truth is relative, then that statement you've already said is not true or is relative. I would argue that truth is whatever. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Say that you have an absolute truth, you look like a jackass. How about?
Well, here's the thing. Here's my definition of truth. I'm going to go different. I'm religious, but I'm not going to use a religious term. Truth is whatever corresponds to reality. For one, truth is a propositional statement, right? We say that tree exists. Either that statement is true or false. Does it correspond with reality? Does God exist? That statement is either true or false. It either corresponds to reality or it doesn't. Now, that truth is good for everybody, everywhere, at all times. So either God exists or he doesn't. As an atheist, he does not exist. As a Christian or an atheist, he does exist. One of those statements is true and one is false. Which one corresponds to reality?
Sure, you're going to run into problems with that line of thinking when you get to the macroscopic, but for the macroscopic, it's fine.
I'm going to run into what? I missed it.
Dude, you've already ran into like 10 problems here. We've already literally highlighted 10 problems in your thinking. You've run into several tautologies. Yeah, you've run into several tautologies now. You've literally defined truth as truth. Like literally, like we asked to give you a definition for truth, and you said there is no truth. There is no objective truth. That's a truth statement. You're literally like when we ask you to account for something like language in your worldview, you say words are meaningless, but you're using words to try to tell me a meaning. It's like you're literally self-defeating your own argument. This is like basic philosophy 101. You've like literally failed the test, dude.
That
sounded I told you I'm not playing fake philosopher with you.
Unjustified contempt and ridicule.
No, you don't even understand philosophy, so you can't have this conversation. Yes. Go study a little bit.
Here's the thing. You can't use science without philosophy.
I got a 2-second question for Jace.
Jace,
what do you think PhD stands for in your academic perception?
It's a philosophy doctor.
Oh wow! So you don't think that's important? You don't think philosophy is important with understanding and education and reality? That's
I
kind of
don't
interesting.
think it's important when it comes to Discord conversations.
Oh, so
Yes,
if you're just gonna sit there
Now
and
the platform
bash
is unworthy
Discord,
of the conversation.
our
It's unworthy of the
yeah,
topic.
you should just leave, bro. You should just leave.
No, you shouldn't leave. I like the conversation, and I would like for it to continue.
Again, with
You like
unjustified contempt and
dogmas
ridicule,
of
the platform
nonsense?
itself or us on the platform are not worthy of having this conversation right now.
I'm just
Let's
not
reason
playing your
together.
word games, and you don't like that.
Well, let's reason together. The reason why we're trying to have a clear definition here is that it doesn't change. What do you think works or doesn't work about having, say, a more absolute version of truth where reality is reality, God is God, the truth maker isn't going to change? What's wrong with that definition of absolute truth? What's wrong with it?
Well, that
and
is
also,
true.
what's wrong with the fact that they're doing
Reality
word
is
games?
reality. That I'll agree with. Reality is reality.
Okay, but you
you still
said we're
haven't said
playing
what's wrong with the
unjustified word
definition.
games.
You said you had a problem with absolute truth. Why?
I hate to
Because
say
there
it, but
is no absolute
conversation
truth.
with the word game.
Is that absolutely true, Jace?
Sure, if you want it to be, it can.
So then it's false.
No, do you not get that it's just a way to express how silly you guys?
Dude, you just
No,
literally
Jace,
you just
no,
said
Jace.
it can
Again,
be whatever you want it to be. That's you literally now we're just like things can just willy-nilly be whatever they want.
Yeah,
You're
when you
literally just
think you
you have no
have the
justification
absolute
to say that
truth.
flat Earth is not true. You have no justification to say that God is not real. You have no justification for any assertion at all.
When you think you have the absolute truth, things can get willy.
Again, so you have all these prejudicial conjectures, but when we ask you for a justification of the
Fancy
assertions
word.
that you say, we ask you for a justification of the assertions that you say, you just said there is no absolute truth. That is itself an absolute statement. I asked you, is that absolutely true? You said yes. If it is true, then the statement there is no absolute truth is false. And if it's false, it's false. If it's true, it's false. If it's false, it's false. You're in a double bind, Jace.
Oh, I'm all binded up, bro.
Okay, well, let's reason together. Are you
I
saying
think
that,
he's trolling now.
wars? Are you saying that when we have absolute truth, people get inflexible? Is that what you're saying? That we need to be flexible enough to accept anything? Isn't that dangerous itself? I mean,
I
what if
think
we
you
accept a
can't
lie?
demonstrate any of the absolute truth that you claim to have.
Is the globe
What do you mean by
real?
demonstrate?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Is the globe reality? Ask him, is the globe reality? Is that true?
Yeah,
sure. Is that absolutely true? Is that absolutely true?
It's definitely true.
But he said there's no
It's
absolute truth.
It's what the evidence shows.
Bro, Hank, Hank, it's true if you want it to be, bro. It's just whatever you want. Right.
No, I know. I believe the flat as well, but like, there's some evidence of who created the universe. So it's very interesting.
This is true. Now, Jace, I want to ask you again because there was a lot of cross talking. Again, let me ask you: yes or no question. This is a closing question. Is the statement the Earth is an oblate spheroid, a pear shaped like Neil deGrasse Tyson says? Is that absolutely true?
No, it's what the evidence shows.
No, so relative
true?
to what? Hang on. Relative, if it's not absolutely true, if it's not true for you and true for me and true for everyone in all times and all places, then what is it relative to?
It's what the evidence shows for all of us.
Is the evidence true?
For all of us.
Wait a minute. Is the evidence true?
That sounds like an absolute.
Is the evidence true? Wait a minute, hold on. Is the evidence true?
Why are y'all demanding? Why are y'all demanding him to demonstrate something absolutely?
Dude,
when he's just demonstrating his view.
We're highlighting how silly he is in his all of his logical mistakes. He's getting his own words served back to him and getting his whole worldview torn apart. Like that's exactly.
No, you're trying to shove him in a crack. You're trying to shove him in a corner.
It's more than that. It's called a comparison of worldviews, and this is called philosophical. Yeah, this is called philosophical dialogue, and it's been going on for thousands and thousands of years. This is how we parse out what's bullshit and what's not. Yeah,
you're being a sympathizer of chaos right now, Left Lane, as always.
Yeah, whatever.
So we have yet to get a justification for the assertion
you're
that truth is not
suspect, bro.
absolute.
Yeah,
You're
that's your
word
opinion,
games.
and your opinion's fine. Yeah, that's
You're
all
just
it is.
playing word
That's an
games
unjustified
because you
attempt at
can't
trying to reduce
actually give
my
any
objective assertion to be
evidence
merely
for
subjective.
your
The
worldview.
assertion I just said is
That's why
objective.
you
It's not
have
a
to
mere
talk
subjective
over
opinion.
me. Every
Well,
time I
here,
speak,
even
you have to talk over me because you want to play word games because you can't just provide any
That
evidence
vague,
for
contemptuous
any of
ridicule.
your worldview. So you have to
So,
resort to playing word games
so
and
let me ask
pretending to
you. Let
be
me
a
ask you, Jay.
philosopher.
Since we're playing word games, what about us and what we're saying is unjustified or meaningless? Because when you say that we're just playing word games, correct me if I'm wrong. When you say we're just playing word games, you're saying that what we're saying is unjustified, at least, if not even unintelligible.
Yes, we've jumped a million different topics. You want definition for this, definition for that,
right?
Blah, and all the other things you're doing.
So
Those are
yeah,
all the
it's called words,
semantical
bro.
What
games
you
you're
just
playing.
said,
Welcome to Discord.
okay, Jace, what you just said is not a point, is not an instance of you highlighting some meaninglessness in what we said or some lack of justification for what we said. You just said that, oh, you're playing word games, and the reason I say you're playing word games is because you're asking for definitions and you're asking for justification, as though that's invalid.
Yes, you're jumping from
It's
topic
invalid to ask for you to define your terms.
constantly. You're playing semantical games and laughing, making yourself look like an
No,
idiot.
not at all.
Can I
We're trying to
interject
get
here
to
real
better
quick?
understanding minus your belief system that's been placed upon us. That we're just trying to understand reality, and it takes words for us to communicate and better understand reality. And here you are criticizing us for trying to be hyper concise when trying to do so. I mean, this is ridiculous. You're the
If
epitome of
you
what they call a
had
troll.
any understanding of reality, you would just show us works.
Jace.
Right?
So
When I
what you
want
just
to
said,
know
right?
how something works, like say if I go up to a mechanic and I want to know, say, how to change my oil, I don't start playing fake philosopher with the mechanic. I ask him, hey man, show me how to change the oil. And he shows me how to change the oil because he can demonstrate that. He can
Hey,
show me the
Jace,
truth
you're playing
of
word
it.
games. You're playing word games.
Yeah.
No,
Jace,
you're just
when you
denying
said
that you can't demonstrate the truth of anything he said.
That's actually, you're pointing out something that it's actually the problem we have with you guys is that you cannot show us evidence of how thing works in your model.
you can't just
No, of
so
course we
Jace,
can. You just
listen.
deny it.
Jace,
Wow.
hang on. Listen. So when you said you are trying to define terms and you're trying to ask for justification, that is not an instance of us saying things that are unintelligible or
Yes,
meaningless.
when a grown man asks for the definition of truth, I think he's a joke. Just
So
my
that's
personal
unjustified
opinion.
ridicule and contempt. There
Wow.
is no
Wow.
lack of justification
Wow.
when we
So
ask you to
who's
define your
more
terms
of a
so
joke?
that we know what
Hold
you
on, that
mean
was
by your
aimed at me
terms.
real quick, Giggery. So what's more of a joke, the person that asked for the definement of truth or the person that couldn't give it?
Dude, do you not get I was trolling you? Not get that? I don't know how much
No, I'm not here to play games. I'm here for honest intelligible conversation, as Gregory's doing.
Yeah.
This guy just literally called himself a troll.
Stop
You're here
engaging
to
him. If
troll.
he's not taking this serious.
He just called
hold
himself
on.
a troll. That's a concession of defeat.
Well,
and the matter.
If he's not taking this shit serious, stop engaging him and let's move on.
I said I was
Well,
trolling
let's,
him in that moment.
All right. So
well, sir,
real
let's try
quick,
to be a bit more concrete. If we may,
Andy didn't care.
If
Well,
you want to
honestly, real-
talk about evidence and things like that, sure, we can do that.
well, the
you were
truth
going.
is,
The truth is, you were going toe to toe with us for a while, and as soon as we exposed you, you like used the cop out of like, "Oh, I was trolling."
You're a troll.
You made it,
I
just
want
throw a
to jump in
band-aid. Oh,
about
I was
the evidence.
trolling, by the way. Like, oh god.
well, let's be a
I
bit
want to
more
jump in about
concrete
evidence.
here, guys. Let's talk about why we're talking about this, because the interpretation of evidence is also another definition for truth. How do we interpret this evidence in the most convenient way, in the most proper way, and the most consistent way, given the other body of data, our faith, and our belief? That's also part of the truth too. If you're saying that the truth, is fluid or not absolute, then we don't even have to be consistent in our interpretation of what shape the earth is, or anything. It just becomes a blindfold of power.
So, and first and foremost, what is evidence? What is that? What is this evidence you speak of?
I don't know, Greg. You tell me.
You don't know? Do you honestly
man,
know?
You don't know what evidence means?
People have different definitions of evidence. Don't you know? No, evidently you don't.
Oh, that's probably where the issue lies.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you the question.
Sure,
So,
we can go with evidence, being the data and hypotheses that are the data that is positively indicative of and exclusively concordant with one given hypothesis over all others.
was that spoken from memory? That was good.
Yeah, I told you I was trolling you before.
Excellent definition, sir. Let's get back to the concrete. What evidence, based off of that definition, is concordant with heliocentrism with the globe? What evidence specifically in that regard are you talking about for the globe specifically?
There's like millions, Lemon. Narrow it down. Give me like a region.
Well, no, you know how my mind thinks. I mean, what convinced you? What convinced you, and what should convince me? Let's start there.
No, you make your case. Make your case concise. Coaching. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, where do you want to start? Like, there's geology. There's
geology.
There's
okay,
surveying.
What about geology? Okay, let's go with geology.
You have the floor, my man. You have the floor. Take it away. You lead us.
Sure. Let's go with bathymetry then. That entire field measures the shape of the earth, the shape of the oceans.
Bathymetry, bathymetry, the measurement of the oceans, basically?
Yeah, they measure the topology and the shape of the ocean.
Because I thought that most of the ocean's surface, at the very least, or the floor, was abyssal flat plane. Is there something else that shows that it's curved or something?
Yeah. Of course
Yeah,
it's curved.
Yeah, no, they have a, what's up, guys? Yeah, no, it's just like Google profile. I don't see why you're saying it's measuring like the floor. Like they're measuring the troughs and the peaks, and there's obviously a horizontal baseline to judge that off. Where does the curving come in, or the measurement of the shape of the water? That's funny.
Ah, okay. I see what
I'm asking you because
I see
let's not do that.
How about
let's not
you
do that.
give your evidence for once? How about that?
No. I came in hearing you talk about. I came in hearing what
We've
you
tested
guys were
my
talking
knowledge
about.
hundreds of times here. How about you give your
But that's silly. I mean,
because I've never heard any of you guys ever give any of how you know that the earth is flat.
So Jace,
I don't have a
you give up the
cosmology.
mic.
That's why.
Wait, Jace, so you refuse the floor? You just give up? That's the end of your presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That was nice. Yeah, I don't have a cosmology. I just know what horizontal means, and I don't have any beliefs beyond that. So sorry.
All right, this is show and tell. So he wants us to show what sort of evidence we accept. Fine. Once he knows what sort of evidence we accept, then he can know what sort of evidence to present to us that we may or may not accept for the globe. Fine. The stuff that did it for me was the laser test, infrared, and long distance imaging that was pointing to 8 inches, the lack of 8 inches per mile squared, which is not concordant with the globe that I heard about. Do you have similar evidence? Do you show 8 inches per mile squared of curvature or anything like that that is tantamount to that proof for a globe?
I've listened to many people provide you evidence sort or
if you have, why can't you clearly state it? I know you don't believe in absolute truth. Do you believe in stating the truth? Can you state what I've heard and why it should be convincing or not?
Well, no, because I already know your answer. I already know why you deny it.
Okay, why? What's the truth of why I deny it then? What's true about that then? What is the true reason for why I deny it?
Yeah, but JH, he was asking about evidence, not really about. He was asking about evidence. He wasn't really asking about your opinion of what you might think he might think at some point in the future.
Yes, and I'm also asking evidence.
Okay, he provided a couple of bullet points for evidences, and he was asking for, do you have any that show 8 inches per mile squared? And then you went into a thing about how you think he won't do something with the evidence, but that wasn't really what the question was.
Yeah, I've seen people present co-shows presented before. Many different people have presented him observations and denies them.
Okay,
so
what do you have that's convincing for the audience to hear?
I said one of them. The entire field of bathymetry is quite convincing.
Are you gonna just have claims, and then when they're scrutinized, you're just gonna? So basically, you're just
Would
gonna
you
have.
like for me to get like a specific paper for us to discuss? Like,
Well, like Lemon said,
we're on
because you
Discord,
backed
guys.
out of.
We're not in a lab or in the field.
Right. So since you backed out of the initial claim because I gave you like a feather's weight of scrutiny, how about you continue to entertain what Lemonbird had said? He said, well, we have observations and we can give them to you right now where the 8 inches per mile squared ain't 8 inches per mile squaring. So you're saying, well, we actually do have that. Oh, yeah. Kosho's presented it. Oh, yeah. We'd love to see it. No problem.
Yeah, sure. I'll get you on.
Hey, Jace, what do you think about if I were to say the whole theory of conspiracy proves flat Earth? The whole field of conspiracy. You know what I mean?
I get it. Right. First
Right.
of all,
Wait, what? What was Jason's claim about chemistry?
Jace said the whole field of, what was the term?
Bathymetry. Bathymetry, the thing that they did inside the oceanic basin. Everybody knows what a basin is, right?
Bathymetry, like bath with a Y, and metry, the measurement of a bath or water, basically. The measurement of the oceans. Bathymetry. BATHY.
Well, the first thing you see here is that it's the measurement of the depth of water, not the shape of water. I mean, we could just put that to bed. Kosho, he had said your name because he said, we've been shown by you that 8 inches per mile squared is a thing.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering what was his claim? Jason, what was the...
That's the claim.
When my ex-girlfriend spent months measuring one of the oceans, the floor of the ocean, the shape of it, using specific radio wave measurements and creating fixed reference points and stuff. And it's so blatantly not flat.
Right. The abysmal plains, right? Or
abyssal.
Yeah. Abyss. I know. I always say it wrong. Thanks,
The abysmal.
Geo laughed at me.
Abyssal, like the abyss, like a deep abyss. ABYSS. Abyssal plains.
Lemon. We'll go with the bridge. What's the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Excuse away. Go ahead.
Well,
No,
we
that's
do
right.
have excuses
over.
for that, sir. Yes, we do, because as you get higher, that bridge flattens out, and that bridge flattens out when you look at it from the side. So, unfortunately, we don't have consistent enough curvature to go with that, but it is a nice, I guess, what you could call broken clock fallacy, where at that, I guess, angle of refraction or whatever, it just happens to give the globers what they appear to need, but it appears to flatten out from the side and as you go higher up.
Lemon, I think he's talking about the measurements of the lake. There's measurements that were taken of the bridge. Yeah, precisely.
GPS. Well, the visual indicators change. Therefore, one would assume that the measurements, so-called, are changing too. How do you have measurements without an unchanging standard? That's going to not be a measurement. That's just going to be a broken clock at that point, or a rubber ruler.
That's lovely, but it's not a visual measurement. It's a technical measurement using GPS precise, accurate positions, like centimeter accuracy.
This is why
the
this
entirety
discussion of
of
logic is
5,000
so.
points along the lake.
Well, this is why this discussion of logic is so key, Kosho, because we just beg the question by using GPS, which, you guessed it, assumes a globe. So we're going to need a neutral standard between the two parties that doesn't make as many assumptions, like a laser, which both sides assume travels straight and true to hit the target without deviating significantly. And when we use laser tests, infrared long distance imaging, line of sight, and other measurements, no 8 inches per mile squared for a ball.
Well, I mean, don't make any assumptions, okay? Because no, there was no assumption of a globe in the way that Jesse Kozlowski did it. As a matter of fact, he took the measurement and isolated it from the globe by not translating it to longitude and latitude and spherical coordinates. He kept it in the Cartesian coordinates and made a straight line, or and measure the points, and you can make a straight line from the two endpoints, and then you can measure every other point along that bridge and see if it's going along a straight line or if it's going somewhere else, like a curve.
As far as I can tell, you have some computer, taking a photo or whatever, assigning XYZ coordinates based off of the photo or whatever. And you could have, curvature and refraction from there, giving you XYZ curvature based off of the particular photo taken with your broken clock photo. That's why I prefer to go with something that has a practical physical activity, like a laser physically traveling from point A to point B with little to no deviation, as the gold standard, as opposed to anything satellite-wise, XYZ visual-wise, that takes deceptive visual cues that may be an error relative to a laser.
Well, I mean, this would be so much quicker if you just didn't make any more assumptions, okay? Because there was no images at all involved in this. There's no images. There's no computer. He's traveling. He's not a laser. He's a person traveling along the lake, along the bridge, and taking measurements 5,000 times along the bridge, and making each point and just storing it. And then at the end, he's got a list of coordinates, and you can analyze that data.
Satellite GPS data that assumes a globe, and or probably goes with pictures with XYZ coordinates attached to some sort of swamp gas in the ass refracted picture. But I need to see what else you did beyond the hype.
Yeah, don't you have to assume the convexity though?
No, you don't have to assume that it's satellites. You can pretend like it's coming from the ground stations or anything. It's just using GPS,
which assumes a convexity rate.
No, and the raw data doesn't. Only the spherical coordinates. Once you translate them, they do. But the regular coordinates is just XYZ in Cartesian space.
And they measured the lake to curve at the curvature rate.
Well, you just measured points along the. So there's no actual measurements. I mean, curvature in the measurements. They're just data points. You have to, chart those data points and see whether or not they curve or not. But the data points themselves are just XYZ coordinates.
You have to chart them on what?
Anything, like a graph that you have, or some sort of, GeoGebra or something, anything.
Can we see? Because I'm still just post something.
I'll post something, but it's going to be rated R.
X,
hold
Y,
on.
Z
Well,
coordinates.
Just post it in everywhere that cites what you've been saying. Right?
All
Just
right, well,
everything that's relevant. That's
give
it.
me half a second because I'm on my way out, but I'll post it right now. Jesse and Walter Bislin, they did good teamwork. Frankly, I love them. Hold on one second.
Satellites measured the curve.
This raw data nonsense, I'm going to have to challenge it and call bullshit as well. What raw data is there without some sort of model to interpret the raw data? The overarching paradigm that they apply whatever data they have to appears to be globular anyway. So as far as I can tell, they're just taking this whatever and applying it to some sort of GS84 globe model, even with your quote unquote raw data. I guess I need to see how raw this data is. Did they, I don't know, travel to the center of the earth, put a beacon there and just, shoot out a beacon from the center of the real earth or something? I doubt that.
That's a great
But I need
question,
to see what they're talking about.
Fantastic question. But actually, what the metric that you're comparing it to, like I said, they're just data points. They're just data points in 3D space. What you can compare them to is the first point and the last point. You take those 2 points and you establish a straight line between them. That's fair to do because now what that'll allow you to do is to compare every other part of the bridge to that straight line and see whether or not it's parallel with it or if it happens to hump up and then back down to the other side. But I'll show you the data I'm posting right now.
Yeah, while he does that, as an aside, I had a conversation once upon a time about Lake Pontchartrain. It was slightly different, but seeing as that we're talking about the Earth curving, the amount of convexity should have been the same. So it's funny. Soundly put out a video talking about why does 200 feet appear to be missing, and he's like, okay, because of curvature, because that's what the Earth curve calculator tells you. But then I spotted the cars coming from the other side of the lake, about over 20 miles away, and from the 8-foot observer, I'm like, so 200 feet are missing, but I'm looking at those cars go to and fro 20 feet above the observer. So what's going on there? And Zanuck literally said that's about 100 feet of refraction. And I was like, that's nice.
I haven't studied Soundly's photos too well. I don't really like those refraction arguments. That's why I like Jesse's data because it's.
It wasn't a refraction argument. It was supposed to be curvature blocking 200 feet of what would have been visible, which is one of the buildings across in Chicago on the other end. It was like Lakeview. It was like 3 buildings. One of them you couldn't see because it was about 200 feet, couldn't see anything. And they said, well, that's because Earth curve. And then I said, except look at the lights on the other side. You can see those. So what must be blocking it must be the causeway. And then he said, no, well, refraction.
You mean New Orleans?
Anyway.
You can see Chicago on the other side of the skyline than, on the other side of the bridge, and you got bigger problems, I think.
Yeah.
Dude, you can see like the Superdome from super, super far away. When it comes to this area of Pontchartrain, specifically, since we were talking about New Orleans, I wasn't listening. Like you can see, I saw it myself. Like Jason from Secrets of Saturn from Crow 777, in Rose, we went out there and they showed us the Superdome, and it was so far away. He actually has the footage, and you can even see it with binoculars. You should not be able to see it. You shouldn't be able to see it at all, of course.
And so now we have these conflicting narratives, which makes us talk philosophically about what's the underlying truth, even despite what we see, even if it's seen or unseen. if there's this hump of Earth curve in the way, or is it just flat with some sort of optical thing going on over a flat plane? I'd go for the latter.
37 miles or something like that. Just staying on the dock.
That's a long distance, I'll tell you that right now. But if you see the data I posted, it's fun to go through. Jesse Kozlowski, he did a lot of stuff with that. Also, there's a couple of people in here who have cell phones that are capable of taking dual how is it called? Whatever it's called, GPS data, dual frequency GPS data. So if we get their shit to work the same way Jesse's shit worked, then I could show everybody how to do this accurate GPS positioning, and then you guys can make straight lines and see what you can do with that yourself, and that way we don't got to argue about Jesse's data. But his data is pretty sound.
Just has like dots on a picture of Pontchartrain.
Don't worry about the picture so much. Down below, there's it says data points. And if you click full data set, there's like thousands of them. And like I said, just do whatever, have fun with it or whatever. I don't know. I gotta get after.
Okay, well the z-axis does presuppose the globe though, so.
Oh no, the XYZ data is not XY and then Z is elevation. The XYZ is just in 3D space. And I know
how raw this data is, what presuppositions, if any, went into its interpretation, and or this XYZ nonsense, as far as I can tell, kind of appear to be implying some sort of globularity, but I need to see how raw, quote unquote, the raw data really is. But thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Thank you.
47-degree elevation angle. How's that help the globe? 47-degree elevation angle.
That's the camera. That's something else. That's Soundly's. I would skip that one, the 0 one. I think I might have did that too. I might have put that in my data for a second, but just skip that first one, and then you'll see there's like numbers, and it says NB that goes all the way to northbound, and then that's all the data sets for northbound.
Wow, so this data is going to show these exact same measurements every time, and then right, it has to.
Yeah, it's accurate. So there's no error involved, especially with his stuff. Like I said, it's accurate within a centimeter. So if he gets any different data anytime, it'll be, a centimeter off.
So a satellite is up above the Earth, and then it gets XYZ coordinates, but just in free space, not relative to the center of mass.
No, it's relative. Yeah, the origin point is the center of mass. That's what actually the center of of whatever these objects are, satellites or whatever. Their center is the origin point.
Well, wouldn't the z-axis measurements also have to account for that? That though, like you're saying, it's just in free space. Like it's horizontally in free space over top of the globe. The z-axis measurements would go down to the center of mass.
What is it? If it was a globe, I think the z-axis would kind of represent everything parallel to the axes of like the North Pole. So everything parallel to that would be the z-axis.
Yeah, the z-axis is going to have to go down to the center of mass, right? I mean, on the globe. So it's going to always change. It's going to be different on a flat surface measurement or a globular measurement with the z-axis.
So, Kosha, you think this data is raw without any sort of presupposition? Because I'm visualizing this in my head, and when I think of an XYZ axis, I think of a globe centered at 0, 0, with XYZ coordinates branching out from that origin, the center of the supposed Earth. I don't see how any other interpretation is available. Is there another non-circular, non-baked-in globe interpretation that's available for an XYZ coordinate anything?
Yeah, so I mean, this is ECF, which is Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, and it uses a z-axis relative to center of mass. So.
I mean, unless I'm missing something, Mr. Kosho, it appears that this is doing what in logic circles we call begging the question or assuming what must first be proved, at least in the form of this GS84 globe-centered, globe-assuming model. So I'm going to have to go with something that's a bit more neutral, ideally.
Yeah, it is funny they always have to use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate. But anyway, it says right here, I'll take a screenshot. Okay. Click a line in the table above to copy the location as ECF to Earth-centered, Earth-fixed XYZ coordinates and as latitude and longitude into the fields above. You can copy the latitude and longitude field into Google Earth to go to that location.
Interesting.
So longitude
I
and
thought it
latitude
had
and the
nothing to do with
z-axis,
that.
assuming a globe.
Ooh.
So,
But you
Kosho,
know,
this
anyway, so the sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
no, that just a quick question. This Renex logger, this GPS logger program, will that give me a graphical representation of the data? I haven't done anything with it. I might have stepped away. I'm sorry, Elijah. Go ahead, bud.
No, that's okay. But I don't see how this the other guy before Kocho said that he can show 8 inches per mile squared. In Kocho's shown it. I don't see how this is that.
It just keeps getting worse. Check this out. I'm not even on a computer. So that's the reference system in GS. That's the reference stations. So that's a globe. It's a presupposed globe.
See also GPS flight data in the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, this website's funny.
It's just random.
It's all the presupposed globe. I mean, I don't think any of us dispute that you guys have mathematically worked out your claim. Weird. So, Leftlane, are you excited about me doing the test that definitively disproves the globe?
Yes, I am.
Are you going to come on over to the good side whenever it happens?
Well, let's see what you wind up with.
Because it's pretty obvious we're going to be able to shoot the ham radio probably thousands of miles. So when we do that in the frequency that would penetrate the ionosphere, and we shoot it thousands of miles, I mean, that's the death of the globe. It's pretty irrefutable. So if we receive the signal, I mean, would you let the globe go?
No, I mean, talking skip on the radio is pretty well known these days, right?
Skip off what?
The ionosphere.
That's what I'm saying. We're going to send these in this certain frequency that doesn't skip off the ionosphere. So.
Well, there are certain frequencies that you can shoot straight up, you know, like bouncing your signal off the moon. Of course, that'll go straight through, not unlike dropping a rock or throwing a rock straight down at the water, but if you throw it at an angle, it'll skip.
NASA claims that we
Kinda
can
like that.
we can send signals many angles, not just straight up. So.
Well, I think you'll be constrained to operate your radio within the band of frequencies available on the radio, right?
Sure. Okay, are you saying we can't shoot radio waves anyway, but straight up to the moon?
Well, no. I'm just talking about your frequency range. I don't think you can get anything out of low band, what we call low band, that in the around the 30 megahertz range, or like I'm running channel 19's 27.185.
I forgot the actual bandwidth that we need. It's like 440 megahertz. I don't even remember what it is.
Yeah, well, that's UHF, I think, 440. I think. I'm not sure about that, and yeah, I'm not sure how that works.
You can do it with certain qualifications, from my understanding. I looked it up.
Yeah, they require. I mean, you can buy the equipment and you can operate it without the license. You just don't want to get caught with it. And I mean, what are they going to do? Spank you on the hand?
You can take an online test now, though. Ever since COVID, you can actually get your qualifications online anyway. So pretty easy to do that. I would imagine if you just have to memorize things and pass the test.
I don't know if they'll spank you if you start violating FCC things.
Yeah.
It's going to be a sad day for the globe, Lane. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Oh, we're watching for it.
Okay. You guys want to participate?
I would support anybody doing any test of any kind. Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah, all the time. I'll be in like Lordsburg, New Mexico, and I'll hear people in Florida talking to the guy in Lordsburg, and then I'll be in like North Carolina or Eastern Tennessee, and I'll hear the guy from Lordsburg on the radio. And what is that? I don't know, maybe 1,300 miles.
And so the claim is that they're bouncing off the ionosphere, right? These waves. That's how you get these spots. So have we ever got above the ionosphere? Have we ever got above the ionosphere to make sure they actually are bouncing off and not actually going through?
I don't think so.
Huh. So we just got to take their word for it, I guess.
Well, yeah, if the Earth's a globe, then it has to be happening there. So.
Is the other guy still here? The one that said Kosho had show and tell evidence?
Hey, Tony, are you in here?
Kosho ain't got none, bro. Come on.
I have this new approach that just like glitches Globers out. It's really funny.
Me too. You want to know mine?
Yeah, that's it.
I take them to my roof and I give them my binoculars. The sky is a lot weirder than people think, man. And you know what? I've described seeing like clusters of stars as it looks like it's just on a flat backdrop. I saw what I'm affectionately terming Stargate. I saw like a gate or a cluster of stars near the horizon, like right before the sun starts to come in and things get all purplish. Dave calls it the deck of opacity. Right before that happened, because I was looking at the alignment, and then I saw a UFO, and then I followed that UFO's trajectory, and I say UFO because it was going eastward. It went eventually when the sun started coming in past that deck of opacity, so I couldn't see it. But then it came back up, but still going eastward, just in a different heading. So I thought that was interesting. But before that, I was looking straight across horizontally, and I thought, "Fuck, man, the Verrazano Bridge keeps getting in the way." Until I realized, no, it was just a cluster of stars, not the bridge. That was really interesting. I didn't even know you could see stars that close to the horizon. But it looked weird. It didn't look like it. It just looked like a battleship or a connected dots type thing. It didn't look like how I would have imagined it. Anyway, you had to be there.
My thing is like their kryptonite is just kind of twofold. It's all connected though. Like just stating the heliocentric model's actual claims like short circuit them because they have a different version of the heliocentric model that they put forward. So they just freak out. I mean, you'll never get past that point. So that's pretty interesting. And then that's interconnected to the undertone of the philosophy, which is, I was trying this out earlier, it just evolved, but it's like it, ironically, in the pursuit to adhere to the Copernican principle, the philosophical preference that the Earth cannot have a special or unique position, that philosophical motivation has ironically led to a heliocentric model in 2022 that still has to invoke design. So the very philosophical motivation they have for the heliocentric model and all their claims about the universe, ironically, has made them still have to do the very thing that they feared the whole time, which is invoke design. So that's pretty funny. Or like modern times, they'll try to say the multiverse, which is that there's an infinite amount of universes and possibilities, and that's why the Earth looks like it was. And it's as simple as, if it wasn't like that, we wouldn't be here.
Underwear? Sorry.
Pretty funny.
Hot mic in my bad.
Sorry. That was it. But it's just like, I wish that people would really understand their position on it. The best way to debate with the Globers is to just make them argue against their own model, because that's what it's uncomfortable for them, because flat earthers have called it a religion so much that when you start to point out that it like actually sort of is, like they cannot in any way concede to something like that. So they kind of short circuit. But I think I'm just testing it out because I think it's a really good approach to like people that are honest about the conversation. Maybe new to some information, but just honest about it. They'll be like, "What? I had no idea Stephen Hawking said that. I had no idea that that's why we think this." Like that's what an honest person would do.
Yeah. There's another thing that I've realized. Sometimes people are like a deer in the headlights too, and you got to know, maybe I should just stop and segue away from this, because I told this girl that I'm talking to now. I said, what's a quote unquote conspiracy or conspiracy theory that you think is so crazy you wouldn't deal with a guy for believing it. And I had to give her an example because she didn't know what I was getting at. So I was like, for instance, like Oswald killed JFK, something like that. And she's like, oh, okay. I can't even remember what she brought up, but it wasn't even really a thing. And I was trying to get her to say maybe something as crazy as flat Earth, but I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. So I had to come straight out and say, all right, well, I don't even right now, I can't even remember how I approached the conversation, but it was probably the worst ever in my opinion, because usually I just say, well, I think the earth is flat. Any questions? So this time I couldn't even say the words. And she's a believer in the gospel, and it should have been easy, but I don't know. And I says, you know what? Because when I brought it up, I said I had something to say, and it's probably a conspiracy, something that you might think is crazy. So once I said that, she like demanded that I tell her, and she was like, "So, well, no, I want to know." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to." She was trying to rush me, and then I was like, "Okay, fine." I was like, "Well, it has to do with cosmology, and a lot of people believe that I have a belief, but on the other hand, it's most people that have a belief in the current cosmology, and this cosmology is the thing that led me away from led me away from the church. And this is what I tried to explain to her. So I said the cosmology in the Bible is not the one that we're taught about and what we think about when we look at the sky, yada yada yada. And so she says, everyone has their beliefs. Everyone has their beliefs. And I said, no, I don't. Did I claim anything, or did I say the cosmology that they've given us is incorrect, and I can invalidate it? She's like, yeah, but how do you know that? So she's already kind of fighting this vague topic that we're having, and I just saw her get quieter and quieter the more that I tried to explain it. And then I just said, nah, now is not the time. I'm gonna just stop. I'm gonna just try to move off of the conversation, and I did. But it's interesting how it's like, oh, I want to know till you start describing it, and then it's like, oh, you can believe whatever you want. Let's talk about something else. Or oh, just mum's the word. You're not even gonna ask me how. You're not even gonna ask me where I'm coming from. It's just, oh, whatever you think. I don't care. You can think what you want. Just don't want to talk about it. But I thought you did. A lot of people are scared now. It was just as weird as me trying to explain it just now. You too. Thank you. Let me see if you have the one with the pulp.
I mean, dude, that's kind of what like cosmology is philosophical, like largely philosophical. And so they don't call themselves cosmologists. Only some do, right? It's like a little niche. But they pretend that other people with the other labels are scientists, but they're literally just, theoretical cosmologists. That's weird that a bunch of Jesuits brought the world a story, philosophical claim, and most of the world a lot of them thinking that they're atheist and that they hate religion, adhere to that religion or philosophy and regarding like existence and life brought to them by religious people. And when you believe it, it still requires a creator. Ironically, how else could all the coincidences of our position happen all together? Like if you do it statistically speaking, like it still should. They shouldn't all bundle up. All the coincidences shouldn't bundle up. And if they do, then we should see life other places for sure. We should already have seen life other places in theory, you know, because that means that there'd have to be life pretty frequently. So then they've come up with the idea of the multiverse, which is the unfalsifiable, deny the creator till death position, which is just, I will say anything before I say that there's a creator. And that is, you know, there's an infinite amount of possibilities because there's an infinite amount of universes.
I thought it was something interesting. I just jumped back in, had to jump off for a minute, but when they were talking about the laws of thermodynamics did not apply, then they started, and then that means the argument is it's all mathematical, and then you say that the laws of physics do not apply, so then you can't really prove anything through physics. You can't. And all that breaks down at a certain point in the distant past. So what are you talking about then?
Who said the laws of physics don't apply?
Somebody earlier said that the laws of thermodynamics don't apply until a certain point in the, you know, until the universe, a certain expansion point or a certain point in the beginning of the universe. So somebody else earlier said that. So you're saying that laws of thermodynamics do apply?
You're talking about going back to the Big Bang idea?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's above my pay grade.
Yes. As soon as you say the laws of physics break down, then you can't use physics to prove anything past that point. You're done. And math is used to describe physical reality. So how can you even use math?
I mean, when you're talking, I'm thinking, so we're so complex and all these things couldn't be consequential. So it had to be a creator. So that would make me think, boy, this creator is a pretty complex individual. Where did he get his?
It doesn't have to be complex. Well, you've got two options. And even the fact that when atheists start to argue that the universe has always existed, right? It's a typical argument. They're acknowledging something whether they realize it or not. There has to be something prior. So, and you can't have an infinite regress, which is an argument I made earlier. So you have to have something that's uncaused that's always existed. And that would be defined as God. He's always existed. He has no cause that brought him into existence. He's always existed. And he doesn't have to be complex. He can be very simple. Now, his intelligence can be vast, his wisdom can be vast, but he himself be simple. It doesn't have to be complex.
Well, when he said, let there be heavens and earth, think about that on a physiological level. How did that, was that a big bang, maybe? Did it all go, bam, there it is?
Well, it could be. I mean, I don't ascribe to anything right at the moment.
No, it couldn't be though.
I don't know.
Like even
I'm
the
still
heliocentric
talking.
model doesn't say.
We're talking, by the way. It could be, but see, the thing is, I argue either way. If it's a flat Earth and a closed system, something had to bring it into existence, so it couldn't have always existed. And if it's a flat Earth, then there's a huge amount of proof. But even in the heliocentric model, there's proof for it, even with their own paradigm, because they can't get away from it. That's why it always comes back to that. And that's why if I was using the physical scripture, it says they deny the truth and they suppress the truth. It's a suppression of the evidence.
That's pretty crazy, yeah. But even it's kicking that can down the road, which is all the Big Bang does. It doesn't answer what came before. It still doesn't work though. Doesn't even work. Like it doesn't doesn't match observations. Like what the theory has to be doesn't even match what we see at all. Like it can't even explain it. Like not even mathematically.
Well, that's why when you start even saying mathematics describes it, well, how can you? Because mathematics is used to describe reality. So, and if there's nothing there, what is math describing? There's nothing. There's nothing.
But you can describe tons of things with math that aren't true, though, right? But like it's so bad they can't even make the math work. I mean, math is a language; it can describe anything. Like if you can't make it work, then you're not even saying something coherent in the language. So I mean, that's just a side note, because it's that bad. Like, but yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I wasn't trying to interrupt you earlier, by the way. I don't remember why I felt the need to jump.
I was actually agreeing with you. I understood both points that you were making, and I agree with you that. And I was going to make that argument earlier if we could have got there. If you only got two options, and where this place we live in comes from, either through natural causes, unguided, or intelligence. That's the only options you have. And then
And there's no justification for thinking that the laws of thermodynamics wouldn't apply. I mean, they apply to every function of our reality today. Why would I think? Why would that not be a part of the process of anything?
Definitely. What do you think, man? What do you think about how the Big Bang really just kicks the can down the road?
Yeah, I don't know. I generally stay out of that conversation.
But do you agree that it doesn't really answer the question? I guess is kind of the point.
Oh yeah, it's all pure speculation to go back to that.
Well, I mean, if you say,
it's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine that all the things that we see throughout what we call the universe existed in a little pea pod prior to it, the Big Bang, so to speak.
Well, there's also like there was
profoundness. Sorry.
There's the problem of having no volume. How do you have something with no volume?
Well, that's the argument. I actually made an argument for that the other day. Somebody said, well, matter brought it into existence. I said, well, you got to have space to have matter. So, but if space, matter, and time came into existence at the beginning, if there was no space, how could you have matter? But even if you argue energy is ability to do work. What's working? So, I mean, it all starts to fall apart. But even if it's infinite, and I use the word infinitely dense, think about that for a second. If you apply the laws of the Newtonian laws to that, how would it expand? Because it's collapsing in on itself. How would you'd have to have something been able to push it back outward. You know what I mean? It starts to fall apart.
What is it? What is the matter expanding on to, right? What is the space that is occupying if there is nothing and the creation is being created, right? How can create? I don't understand how can you visualize something being a creation being next to something that is nothing. You know what I'm saying? How is the creation all of a sudden going to make the space that does not exist?
Yeah, and if you're just going to say there's a pre-existing designing energy, okay, just say creator, man.
There has to be.
Yeah. Well, that's what the Big Bang claims, is a pre-existing designing energy. So
energy that's spread out so fast, the universe is flat. As a matter of fact, it's crazy because some people argue, well, why would the Earth be flat if everything else is spherical? Well, it's funny that everything that's supposedly spherical, somebody's taking here, everything that's supposedly spherical is on a flat plane. I mean, what are Glovers doing still being Glovers? Like, for real? That's just that's cognitively painful for me to say, yeah, your whole universe is flat. Just look at the alignment. Just Google it. See what that looks like in their cartoon representation. It's like you really.
Well, why do you agree? Why do you agree with that cosmology when you argue against the rest of it?
No, I don't agree with it. I'm saying the idea. First of all, when you look up, all that shit's flat, fam. Like that's what it looks like. Looks flat, like I said earlier. But when you're looking at this alignment of things in the sky, and then you question, oh yeah, me on the earth is a part of that line going diagonally in the sky of celestial objects. I'm a part of that thing. That's cognitively painful to think about because you'd have to think, I don't see how that's possible.
Well, see, for me, that it is not cognitive. I mean, it just completely makes sense to me.
Well, makes sense and seeing something that perceptively makes sense is two different things. I'm talking about seeing something and then trying to reason within what you believe. It's not seeing something that makes sense because it's like, oh yeah, okay, right. I'm looking across horizontally, and on the horizon there's like a whole bunch of things that are lined up. So I can see how I might be lined up with that, like, you know, because it's going across the horizon like a dock with lights or something.
The story that they're saying that is believable and that is logical and rational, right? That there was nothing. Something happened and that nothing somehow expanded, exploded. Something it exploded, and then somehow matter started appearing and selectively creating galaxies, right? Because it's weird that it isn't just one giant galaxy, right? Because why would there be one galaxy here, one galaxy there, when there is no matter, nothing attracting, for it to form in a specific space, right? That doesn't make any sense. If there's nothing there, why do galaxies just selectively decide to form in particular areas? None of that make any sense. What attracted the galaxy to form in that specific area? Why not right next to it? Right? It don't make any sense. It would not expand that way. About it. I mean, nothing would actually make any sense. I don't think we come up with some sort of logical story that most people, that the majority of people are going to believe.
Well, in the heliocentric paradigm, the beginning stages of the universe is mostly energy. As that energy began to so-called cool down, things begin to form like hydrogen and all this stuff. And as things begin to cool, that's when you started getting gases and elements, and then gravitational forces started kicking in to pull all these gases together, and then continue to cool. And that's their argument. That's how they would probably play this out. So
Things will start to cool down. That would imply that there is some change happening, right? But remember, this is a place where there is nothing. There is nothing happening. So where would the change come for the temperature to just drop? Or you understand where would the friction come in?
Where is the energy radiating to if there's nothing to transfer? If there's nothing there, why would anything lose energy?
How are they describing? Like, they describe space.
That's not what you were saying?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But the way they describe space is like when it's convenient, they describe it like Earth, Like things move like in an environment. When it isn't convenient, they want to say, "Oh, that work is hot and it's cold." You know what I'm saying? They want to make it ominous, like, "Oh, you can't really know what's going on, right?" But and it's very weird how they've devised these things called like orbital mechanics, that that somehow they've observed these fucking planets, right? As far as I can tell, these fucking bodies tend to come and they tend to fucking go, bro. You can't really tell what fucking shape they're doing, because once they're out of your vision, you know what the fuck they're doing.
You can't watch it for 12 hours and maybe predict the path of those objects based on what you've seen them do.
The problem is it would only be an assumption, because once the bodies are out of the vision of the observer, right? You can't really, again, if this was a simulation, hypothetically, of course, they would just disappear. So while you guys are making a whole calculation of they supposedly going around, them shit's gonna just disappear, boom, and just appear somewhere else. And your whole mathematical scheme would have been wrong, of course, in this hypothetical.
Well, what would you suggest that they do when they're out of your sight? Would they be doing curly Qs and S shapes, or would it be logical to consider that they may just continue on that same trajectory around until they come up on the other side?
That's the thing about logic. I think that logic and reason, they're good things, right? But they're very flawed things, right? Because if you don't have all the information, you can't possibly make a logical argument, right? I don't know what the sky is doing. I've never been up there. I don't know what these things are doing, or even what they are, right? We have stories, and people say that they're fucking luminous, whatever the fuck, fireball things. Man, I don't trust those stories. It doesn't seem intuitive to me for those things to be some sort of fire bodies. That just doesn't jive. Somehow these lights are like billions of years, and we could somehow still see the light when over here on Earth it's very like difficult to see from very far, because the way your eye works, it just has like a cutoff position. So how is, like, I don't know how are we seeing that light from supposedly billions of miles? We can't even duplicate that here on Earth, bro. We can't duplicate that kind of, you know what I'm saying? We can't even do like a million miles. Right, like, so how is it that we've already decided that yes, light travels 93 million miles? We can't even possibly duplicate that anywhere, bro. It can only be mathematical.
Here's a question. Talk about things doing something when you can't see them. That argument is for uniformity, that physics follow a specific pattern and that you can predict it. But how can you make that assumption without you constantly observing it? If there's no rationality behind existence, then how can you make that claim that things are uniform?
Man, I think it's weird that at this point I don't even know who is it that is making the actual globe claim.
I was actually talking to Left Light was talking earlier. I was talking to him because he was talking about, like, when you don't see something go behind something else and you're predicting what it's going to do, what you think it's going to do when you don't see it. Well, you're assuming uniformity. But how can you do that if there's no reason or logic behind what you're doing, which implies something that, in a sense, ensures that it's going to be reasonable that that's true. If that makes any sense.
I think some people are confusing assertions with like some form of logic or something, right?
Well, I mean, but even the fact that you're saying you're using logic to reason through the universe, why should you use logic if things are random? How do you know?
How can things be random without like this kind of intelligent designer? Even random doesn't make sense, because why wasn't it a different thing? You know, even the randomized function algorithm has to be coded.
The reason they call them laws because they're
Random to us because we have like a point of view, but maybe for something like so quote unquote God, maybe he has a higher point of view. He's able to rationalize it and logically correctly because he could see the whole board.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Like, it could seem random to us, but like in actuality be done with design. But if you're just looking at it from the point of view that atheists have, it's nonsense, because randomization is not independent. It's dependent on, you know, the algorithm or whatever else, that which is being randomized. All this stuff has to come with it. It's like if I said you have a square, right? A square just has 4 corners equal lengths, but the square could be green square, it could be, you know, made of metal, it could be made of wood, it could be whatever, right? All of that stuff is dependent on the square. Like, the square in and of itself is just the 4 angles with equal lengths, but all the other stuff that comes with this physical square that you have is extra. It needs to be provided for from something that isn't what exists. And the same, I don't know if that makes sense to you, but anyways.
I think. Well, yeah, just I think in the same vein as there's like laws of physics and stuff that govern like the physical material world or whatever we'll call it. There's these concepts of these things, right? In the same way that there's laws of language, we call logic, and these are the things that govern how we speak and how things are communicated and how correct ideas and functions like work upon like conditional statements and contingencies and stuff, and how all of this, like, language itself is a transcendent idea, right? So this is how all things are communicated with.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Is language, like me using the English language as a convention, but the ideas behind it are different than the means by which they're communicated. They're not the same. I mean, in a sense, you do need language to communicate the idea, but the idea is not the language. That makes any sense. That's basically information. Information is, you need a medium to carry the information, but the medium is not the information.
Yeah, these higher order sort of principles that govern how we speak. These laws of logic, I guess. It's just all really interesting.
The last few days that we've been on here has taught me one thing. I think some flat earthers are better philosophers than some of the so-called globers and scientists that come onto this Discord, or any Discord. I've noticed that over the last few days.
Yeah, that should be obvious, given that we saw through a deception that's been going for 400 years.
What are we talking about now?
I think we're just talking randomly. I was just saying how I noticed over the last few times I've been on here how it seems like the flat earthers are better philosophers than the so-called scientist people are.
Yeah. What happened with Jay?
Like I said, dude, it shouldn't be a surprise that philosophy, a pursuit of knowledge and truth, is taken of by people who saw through a deception to get to the truth. Makes sense.
No, I know, I agree, and I think there's like when you start pressing them on definition of terms or trying to get them to use logic and reason and push them the logical outcome of their thought process, and they start pulling the ad hominems, you know they've lost. And I think they know they've lost at that point.
So the conversation after I left didn't really progress very far after Elijah came in and started chit-chatting with Jace. Am I right?
It's probably these situations where like the conversations kind of circle back to that topic, but because we were talking about other things.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking, where we were because I had to take a moment and minister to some Mormons who I set an appointment up with, and I'm in contact with them. So.
So now I'm lost. What was the conversation that you was having earlier?
When I was in here, we were essentially talking about, just philosophical fundamentals because Witze was saying what he was saying earlier. If I could paraphrase, he was mentioning the fact that the irony with the devout apologetics that the globalists like to give in defense of their ACP, as I call it, the academic conflict paradigm, it still in principle necessitates a creator, someone deliberately causing the universe to exist as they see it in their cosmic paradigm. And then Andy came in and belligerently demanded, well, you got to have evidence for your God. And so that, of course, that it sparked the God debate. And with the God debate, that it entails a whole bunch of philosophical topics that need to be addressed. And in the end, it eventually transferred from Andy transferring to Jace. Andy kind of like handed the mic to Jace a little bit, and we started addressing him. And I and Sign and Paul and Witsit and Dice Law. Yeah, we started addressing Jace, and eventually he just resulted to every fallacy under the sun, which indicates that we won.
I think I caught the last of that. Where one of the guys resulted to why would we need cameras on the fucking rockets and shit? That kind of tactic, like there's no benefit for that. Like that argument is so fucking ridiculous in its nature, bro. It is so ridiculous.
Yeah, a very, very pitiful value judgment in the attempt to undermine our request that they get some footage to empirically verify what they say they do.
But I mean, when I saw him, when you start talking about truth and reality, and then you started pulling out, well, this is just semantics. And when you asking for a definition of what truth is, and I'm going like, how can you have a discussion without any of that? I mean, you can't have a discussion. Even if you're trying to pin somebody in the corner, you can't, if you don't understand it. But in a sense, any conversation is a word game.
Isn't it crazy how these people that a lot of them are atheists, right? These global believers, a lot of them are atheists, right? When it comes to push come to shove, that we're asking them for definitions and what things actually mean, all of a sudden they want to get real spiritual. They want to get very vague, right? Like those kind of things. Like it's funny how that works.
Very funny how that works. That's exactly the sentence I was saying on Reddit. When the same critique was levied against me in my comments, I'm giving definitions of terms, I'm saying arguments, I'm giving critiques of the alternative position, and what do they say in response to me? You're playing word games, you're playing semantics. Now, I love when people say you're playing semantics. Why? Usually what I say in response is, well, if by semantics you mean the study of meaning, in other words, meaningfulness, and so if I am trying to be meaningful by what I'm saying, then that's sound and justified. If you are not trying to be meaningful in what you are saying, then you don't have an argument. Your position is unjustified.
Andy, I was going to bring in when Andy was going to talk about this doesn't really mean anything to me. I'm going like, really? Do you not understand what you mean? If you're an atheist If you take it to, I knew where you were going. I think you leaped too far too quick. But as an atheist, if there is no truth, as one guy was saying, or if God does not exist, meaning does not exist. And so, in a sense, we can put anything into, we could do anything we want to words and things because there is no true ultimate meaning, or there's no guiding meaning in a sense to life. Then everything becomes meaningless, and doesn't matter what I say, do, or think, or feel. It just all starts to fall apart. And I knew that's where you were going.
In fact, it's really the other way around. If there is no meaning, then there can't be any falsehood or truth, because your statement is either true or it's not true, meaning it's false. It's true or it's false. But if it's meaningless, it's not true, it's not false, it's not even meaningful. It doesn't even rise to the dignity of an error.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
And so the other thing, what I should start saying is that when you start going through the alternative, because if playing semantics, playing word games, playing semantics, saying that which is meaningful and trying to establish what you mean by what you say and what I mean by what I say, if that's not worthwhile or unjustified or detrimental, whatever. So let's consider the alternative, because there's only one alternative. Should we say meaningless things? Would you rather me say things that are meaningless to demonstrate the veracity of my position?
Well, it tells you something too when you try to give definitions or you try to help even guide them to, like me saying truth is whatever corresponds to reality, and they can't agree with that definition. What is that saying? You know, or like me saying truth is a proposition, but my proposition, does it correspond to reality? That's simple, basic. Anybody can get that. And you can't agree with that, then you say there's no absolute truth, and what you're saying is there's no absolute understanding of reality. You know, that's what you're ultimately saying.
We don't know, we can't know, you can't know, there is no truth, all things are relative, but what you're saying is wrong, and we know that to be the case. Absolutely.
In your opinion.
It's a dialectical tension. You cannot be absolutely ignorant and have knowledge. You cannot be in a world where knowledge is impossible and know anything, whether it be true or false.
Well, it's funny. I want to address something I think Left Lane just said, in your opinion. Well, opinions are either true or false.
And those determinations are based on others' opinions. The problem that I saw in the conversation today, and I'm not casting any blame, I'm just giving you an interpretation. And Gregory, I heard you say a lot. What you're saying is, and man, that triggers a response. You're going to get interrupted every time you say that, because they're going to say, "No, that's not what I'm saying." I heard that 100 times in that discussion.
Yeah,
and there's no problem in summing up somebody's argument, right? Just because he doesn't quote the person verbatim doesn't mean he's trying to somehow scheme his way into a win in a debate, right? He's just, I mean, it seems like you guys just do these things on purpose, right? Right? Sure, yes, it might be a little rude or whatever, but you guys understand that he is not trying to be rude. Nobody in these debates is actually trying to be rude, right? It's just we just kind of try to sum it up so the conversation could progress. And so that is very simple.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, Matrix, his dogs can be cats. Is that what you're saying?
No. Left lane.
That's my point.
He's talking with you. I know exactly. I get it. That's why I didn't say it.
Yeah.
That's see what I mean? Like, and now when I brought up, you know, it's a begging the question until somebody says, "What's a tree?" And then you go, that tree. Obviously, two different things are going on. One is a logical fallacy and one is not. So in this case, if someone summarizes what you said and you were the communicator, if you can't agree or disagree that what was summarized is what you said, that's kind of silly. It's not the same as someone straw manning you on purpose. You can also call out a straw man if it happens, but you have to let it happen.
Me trying to understand your assertion is not a straw man. Me seeking understanding is not a straw man.
What usually follows is every time, guys, just notice these patterns. Every time a flat earther is winning or is potentially gonna get the other one, right? They come out with these stupid little like red herrings, right? They do these tactics that we're talking about, but they do it to throw off the entire conversation and just say that because you're summing up what they're trying to say, you're somehow straw manning. Right,
Yeah.
and they never focus on where exactly is the strawman, right? It's like a script that they all do. As soon as you get them, they just resort to just nonsense.
Obscurantism. That's the word. Obscurantism and obfuscation. Instead of making their position clear and defined, they want to obfuscate it. They want to make it unintelligible. They want to make it unseeable, unperceivable. I can't understand it no matter how hard I try. And so I can't critique it.
I've made
and even just rephrase
it time before, and nobody seemed to want to address it.
What?
What was that?
Well, I've made my position here clear within less than 1 minute's worth of speaking time, and nobody wanted to address it.
And there's that also, just this blatant false retelling of history. It's like no.
Yet you assume it's a blatant false retelling of history. You want that to be true.
Okay, what? Maybe we don't remember. Is there any way you can give us a synopsis in far less than a minute?
And also, I don't know what he's talking about.
Light bends downward through a density gradient where the highest density is below, and we measure such a thing to exist at 20 feet above ground level or higher in our atmosphere. That's it.
So with that being said, Doofus, is the light, when not in the denser medium, going toward the denser medium, or is it bending when it is in the denser medium?
It's bending toward the denser medium.
So it's not in the denser medium. It says go to the denser medium and then starts bending.
Light passing through any induced gradient where the highest density is below will bend downward. That's the complete statement. You can try and reword it if you want to change how my argument is actually positioned.
I'm not trying to reword it.
I don't want to be semantical, but is it bending or deviating from straight?
That's a bent path, obviously.
Wait, Doofus, wait. Because it's two things that I'm trying to clear up. I'm trying to understand of ambiguity. Is the light not in the denser medium and then trying to seek the denser medium? Or is it in the denser medium and then begins bending when it is in it?
Okay, there's no ambiguity here. If the direction of the gradient is the direction of a gradient in this case is the direction of the increasing density, in that direction, light will be deflected toward that. It doesn't matter what direction it's going apart from if the light is traveling completely vertically, then it won't deviate. But in any other direction, it will deviate. It doesn't matter if it's going a little bit up or a little bit down. In both of those cases, it will bend toward the denser medium.
Is my question like unintelligible? Is it stupid? Is it unjustified? Like Elijah, Witsit, somebody tell me, like, is my question wrong?
Right, and
somehow?
I answered it. That's the thing, is I answered your question.
No, the thing is you didn't.
I did. You're asking, does it matter if the light is bending slightly, or if the light is already going slightly upward, or if the light is already going slightly downward? In either case, it doesn't matter. The light is still bending toward the denser medium. That answers the question.
Yeah, you can't talk while
So here's the thing, man. Here's the thing.
You get that percentage.
Here's the thing, man. I don't think Doofus really answered Gregory's question, but the thing is, what he's saying is that there's a gradient, so it's not passing from one medium to another. It's all one medium, and he failed to explain that, which is where I think the confusion is stemming from. There is no denser and less dense medium. It's all one medium, and there's a gradient, which is like a continuous measurement throughout that medium. And so it's not, I guess, passing from one medium to the other. It's all one medium, but different values depending on where you are in the medium. Thank you.
Now, the reason I asked the reason I asked my question is that when they explain when Doofus says what he says, and then you try to draw it out and imagine it, it seems as though wherever you are on the ball, on the surface of the ball, and the light is traveling whatever direction, right, that the light travels in a straight line. And so as it goes away from you, you're facing whatever direction you're facing, the laser or the flashlight, whatever, pick your light, is going away from you in the direction that you're facing. And so as it travels in a straight path on the surface of its ball, it's going to go towards the less denser medium. Okay. Now, when I'm imagining this, that and then taking into account what he says, it seems as though the light traveling in a straight path chooses to go toward the denser medium before it is in the denser medium, as opposed to bending when it is in the denser medium.
Why are you trying to add more words to this? This is really simple.
No, okay, what he's not
what
doing,
it's doing is that it's okay. Thanks for the interruption. Thank you.
Let him
Thank
say
you
it
for
really
the
quick.
interruption.
One at a time, boys.
Let me go ahead and clear it up then. Let me go ahead and clear it up. If you're just going to just speak through me, it's fine. Let me go ahead and clear it up. Unless you want to keep speaking through me, let me go ahead and clear it up then.
Yeah, but you didn't understand his question.
All right, so let's go ahead and clear it up. Let me go ahead and clear it up then.
Or do this, my bad. Yeah, Davis, go ahead.
Okay, so it doesn't matter which direction the light is going unless it's straight vertical. The light could be going slightly upward or the light could be going slightly downward. In both cases, the path that the light takes will be deflected downward.
I mean, he's going to keep repeating his assertion, even though I'm trying to. I'm sorry.
That's answering your damn question.
It's okay.
It's really
first off, Doofus.
It definitely is. It doesn't matter if the
he's
Doofus,
smiling.
You're not answering this question. You're not answering this question because I've heard your explanation and I've heard his question, and your explanation is not addressing his question.
Medium before it goes.
Second off, the reason is you both need to clarify. There's only one medium you're talking about here. There's not two. There's one.
That's exactly right. But
downward.
Yeah, what Gregory was saying, it sounds like the light's coming from outside the medium.
Right. So the question that Gregory is asking, you guys aren't actually addressing, because when he says two mediums, you guys should first address and say, no, in our model, we're talking about one medium, not two. But
I didn't hear Gregory say. I didn't hear Gregory say two mediums.
In their model,
go ahead, I'm done.
Hold on. In their model, the sun is not in our medium.
Wait.
Go ahead, Elijah, then Jay afterwards.
That's not what Gregory said.
I'm talking about
Obviously,
one medium.
If all light travels in a straight line and there's a deviation whenever it passes another medium, in this case, we're not talking about another medium, we're talking about density. So your claim is that because of the density, the light is going to tend to bend towards the denser medium, regardless of where it is. So when we're talking about seeing light coming into our eye from another location, like a bridge somewhere in the distance, the light is arriving to your eyeball. So if we're on a ball and the light is coming to us, it can't come straight because it's not a straight path, it's a curved path. Thus, the light coming from that area is going to be going straight and deviating farther away from the ball. So what is necessitating the light going down into the denser medium if it isn't interacting with, the denser part of the medium if it's not interacting with the denser air underneath?
Around the surface of this oblate.
That's what's causing it to bend downward in the first place. The fact that it's organized such that there is a gradient, that the density, the more dense portion is below. That's what's making it bend in the first place.
That's just begging the question.
That's not begging the question either. Thanks.
Sure it is.
I mean, never mind.
Yeah, no,
I mean, we don't even know how Doofus get down, so there's like no need to keep believing the point.
Index optics. Would you say that gradient index optics is begging the question?
No, that's not the point. The point is that you're not addressing what I'm asking you about, how the light is behaving and what direction it's going. But we know how you get down, so there ain't no need to try and have a headache about it.
Right, but I already answered the question. You asked, Does it have to be going into the less dense medium before it bends down toward the more dense medium, or does it have to be going in toward the more dense medium in order to bend downward? The answer to that question was, it's bending downward all of the time. Both cases, the answer is yes, it's bending downward. The only time where it doesn't bend downward is when it's already going either straight down or straight up. I mentioned this several times by now. If you don't think it's an answer to your question, you literally have a problem.
Okay, so just to clarify,
it's begging the question.
Just to clarify, so the light.
Question.
Are you gonna? So my clarifying question is, Doofus, is that I'm facing the direction I'm facing, standing on this oblate spheroid, this pear-shaped Earth, and the light is being pointed in horizontally, just going away from me. Is it going away from me into the less denser medium as it goes straight upon the surface of this ball? I will say a ball. And then the light tries to go toward the denser medium while not in the denser medium, or no?
The direction which the path is deflected is downward in all cases, except for when the light is going straight vertical. This answer will not change the more times you ask this question.
So you don't want to give a really yes or no question to my answer, but
It's the
with what you did say,
it's the answer. It's bending downward. Yes.
Please stop spiraling. Please exercise some self-control.
It's the fucking answer to the question, though.
Okay. So with that answer, which is what I was trying to say, with that answer, I think your answer is no. That
no, it's not. The answer is no. The answer is fucking yes. Don't tell me my answer was no.
So when the light is not in the denser medium, it tries to go toward the denser medium.
It is bending downward. Yes, it is bending toward the more dense medium.
No, don't rephrase the question. When it is not in the denser medium, does it try to go toward the denser medium?
The answer was yes, and I worded the answer exactly how it should be worded. The path that the light is taking through our atmosphere is deflected downward. That will always be the answer.
Okay, so please stop being impatient and realize that there is a confusion here, because I've asked you this question 3 times in the past 30 seconds, and you gave me both yes and no. So make up your mind.
I never gave you fucking no. The answer was yes. No? Light is bending downward toward the more dense medium. At no point in this conversation did I say no. Don't tell me I said no.
Amazing.
Light is always bending towards the more dense medium, but not always downwards. That's why we have inferior mirages.
All right.
Either way, you
so
don't gotta freak out.
That's why when I originally came in here, I specified 20 feet above ground level or higher. That's how I started this conversation.
I know, but when you say it's always bending downwards towards the more dense medium, that's factually false. It's not always going downwards towards the more dense medium.
And that's why I started this conversation with 20 feet above ground level or higher. I was specific with my words. In those conditions, the gradient is stably organized such that the highest density is below.
How do you know that there isn't a medium of higher density?
See, there's no, hold on. There is no higher density. Let me say it like this. If you're 20 feet off the ground and you're shooting a laser horizontally, that laser is going to have to bend to stay within the density that it was when it left the source of the light. Because what do you? That would require, don't stop me! Don't stop me! Don't stop me!
I mean, I've been stopped a few times.
Okay, and you said don't stop you, so now I'm telling you don't stop me.
You guys are funny.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to repeat myself again. So you have a light source that you shot horizontally from your location. Now, if there's no deviation, and if it continues to stay 20 feet above the surface that is curving, then it is curving in a medium that's not changing in density. The only change that happens is when it deviates from 20 feet and goes 30 feet if the ground is curving.
All right. So the way that gradient index optics actually works is it doesn't matter that the light is traveling perpendicular to the direction of the gradient. It will still bend downward. The light that is going through that gradient is not infinitely thin. So the higher portion and the lower portion of that light ray will be refracted and cause it to bend downward. This is, if you go look up gradient index optics, this is how it's actually specified to work. The only direction in which the light will not be deflected is in the direction of the gradient, not perpendicular to the gradient. The direction of the gradient in our atmosphere is vertical.
Did I say perpendicular or did I say parallel?
Right. I'm being very specific. The direction of the gradient is vertical. So when I say the light needs to be going parallel to the direction of the gradient, what I mean is that light would have to be going vertical in order to not be deflected. What you said was if it stays at 20 feet above the surface, that would be going parallel to the ground or something. All right. But that's perpendicular to the direction of the gradient, which gradient index optics says will still allow for deflection.
No, well, if you're shooting it up, then it's going through the gradient. If you're shooting
in the direction of the gradient.
If you're shooting it straight, assuming that there is no curvature, then there is no density change. Why would there be any deflection?
Because as I mentioned just a moment ago, light is not infinitely thin. The higher portion of the light and the lower portion of the light will be going through different densities.
What does the coning have to do with anything? Okay, so you have a beam the beam divergence.
No, I didn't say anything about beam divergence.
You know anything about conical refraction? Okay, so then what are you talking about when you say what you just said, if you're not talking about divergence?
All right. Light
because
rays,
you're talking about the ray not being infinitely narrow.
Thin.
Exactly.
Light rays are not infinitely thin.
Exactly what I just said.
No, it's not about cones or dispersion or anything spreading out or collimation or anything. It doesn't have anything to do with
then it's deviating from its thinness.
Come on, guys.
What it instead has to do with is an individual. What it instead has to do with is an individual light ray is not infinitely thin. It has a wavelength, in fact, and that the thinness and that wavelength are related.
Okay. I mean,
Right?
all of
So
this is like totally non-sequitur. It has nothing to do with the inquiry at all. All I'm saying is, well, if it's traveling horizontal, then it's actually not traveling through any difference, because the only difference you would get is if it was deviated.
Okay, let me try this one more time. The light ray, individual light rays, and this is ignoring divergence or dispersion or collimation or any of those words. Individual light rays are not infinitely thin. They have thickness to them. They will deflect downward even if you're passing them in a direction perpendicular to the direction of the gradient. In fact, when you look up gradient index optics, in fact, when you look up gradient index optics, you'll find that's the direction in which the deflection is the most, not the least.
What do you mean infinitely thin? I don't get that. What does that have to do with the medium?
Light does not have infinite thinness, or it doesn't have zero thickness, I should say.
What does that
mean? It
mean?
has some amount of thickness, which is the reason why things like diffraction occur, because light is not infinitely thin.
Okay, but what does that have to do with
thickness of light is dictated by the aperture.
Okay,
no,
but what is that?
Light doesn't care about what aperture it passes through before it passes through it.
There's no actual ray of light.
Okay, but what does that have to do with what the light is doing along a path?
Because that path is not infinitely thin. So the light ray that's passing perpendicular to the direction of the gradient, light ray passing through the light ray that's passing through that light ray that's passing through the direction.
Like
Jesus fucking Christ!
Elijah,
please,
man, come on, quit doing
Go ahead and not answer your question because you don't want me to fucking answer it.
You're so gay.
It should
All right.
not. It should not be this hostile talk about
Can we
some light
try it
rays.
one
I
more
mean, come
time?
on.
The light ray that's passing in the direction that's perpendicular to the direction of the gradient. Some of it is going through a less dense portion. Some of it is going through a more dense portion because, let me say it again, that light is not infinitely thin. It has a thickness.
And then you also gave the same properties to the medium itself. You know that, right? Like, I don't even know why. And again, none of this makes any sense.
Okay, it doesn't have to be intuitive. That's why I mentioned gradient index optics. You can go look it up and do the experiments that they say that you can do. Light passing
but this
through a
isn't
gradient where the highest density is
what
below
you were
will
saying.
cause the light to bend
Let the man
downward.
finish. We
No
can't
matter
start
what
interrupting each
direction you
other.
pass it through, unless it's in the direction parallel to the direction of the gradient, then it won't change direction.
Yeah, but what you're saying is ineffective to how light will work on a ball with the surface that's deviating from the light. Like, you're still not addressing it. You're not addressing that
The
at
light
all.
doesn't care what surface it's going over.
Right. But how could the light? Okay. So because they're different light rate, like you have one source, and then you have the light going in all directions. So in all of the directions that are down, all of that is never going to reach your eye because it's going to hit the ground first. Then all of the light that's going up is not going to reach you either. The only option is the one that has no difference, the one that is traveling horizontally directly because you have a line of sight.
Right. You're assuming then that the path that the light took to reach you was perfectly straight, which is not necessarily true.
Well, you're the one that needs to justify light going through a medium, right? And you have to justify that it's bending towards the curvature, basically.
Bending with the curvature. Yeah.
That's not how it's stated to. It has nothing to do with the shape of the surface. The light is passing through an optical medium known as our atmosphere.
Yeah. Like if I was to shine a flashlight or a laser on a globe, clearly there would be some obstruction. It's not going to travel around the globe.
Right, and the globe.
You appeal to all of this when talking about how light is behaving around the
follows
surface
the
of the
same
ball.
amount of curvature that the Earth has. They
Do you
say,
have
in
me
fact,
muted?
that the curvature is much less pronounced than the
No, that's
curvature of
just
the
how
Earth.
he is. Or maybe he did do that.
No, to be fair, Gregory, he was responding to Elijah, so.
I mean, he did pause, and I spoke in that pause.
I don't know.
But did he mute you or not is the question.
No, there's no muting.
Who
Did
paused?
he mute me?
No, I was responding to Elijah. What's up?
Okay. Are you not
weren't.
saying all of this because you're trying to argue in defense of the globe and how the light is behaving around the surface of the globe, right?
Oh my God. Again, the light doesn't give a shit what the surface of the Earth is.
I'm not talking about what the light cares about. I'm asking you about why you're saying what you are saying.
Okay. This is the fun part of the whole ordeal. Light bending toward the more dense medium, which, by the way, here's a GIF in the chat of that doing that same thing. Light bending toward the more dense medium in our atmosphere, 20 feet above ground level or higher, such a stable gradient exists. We should observe in those conditions that if the Earth had no curvature, the Earth should appear to us as though it were concave, but we don't see that.
Right. So you are saying all of this in defense of your globe position, explaining how light is behaving around the surface of a ball, correct?
No,
That's why you're
not
saying all
entirely
this.
correct. What I'm describing is the behavior of light through an optical medium. It doesn't give a shit what the surface of the Earth is.
I'm not talking about what the light cares about. Please stop reifying and personifying light. I'm asking you, are you saying these things in defense of your position, yes or no?
I'm describing what light should do. If we had an Earth with no curvature, and we were in stable conditions that exist 20 feet above ground level or higher, we should observe what appears to us as a concave Earth. And we don't see that, do we?
So you're saying all this, all the behavior of light, like you just said, in defense of your position that the Earth is a globe. Yes or no?
I mean, I'm describing reality, and in my case, the Earth is a globe in reality. So I guess, sure, why not?
Okay, thank you, Doofus.
All right, so now, can you address what I actually said?
What did you say?
Right. What do you mean, what did I say? You've been here. You've heard me say it. In fact, you heard me say it in the middle of asking your question, and you heard me say it again after you asked your question, and you heard me say it a third time before all of this.
And so I still don't know what exactly you want me to address. So,
okay, we don't
That's all
observe the
this.
Earth to appear concave to us. Therefore, it must not be flat.
So why do you believe that the apparent concavity of the Earth is a necessary implication of the Earth being flat?
Dude, what conversation were you in? I explained precisely. If we have stable conditions such that the highest density is below, light bends downward, distant objects appear higher. An Earth with no curvature would appear to be concave. What part did I lose you in?
I don't see the connection between those premises and the concluding premise.
Well, you're being very hyperbolic and then at the same time just lacking total specificity when you claim that. That's the only way you can even pretend to be. Oh, yeah? So how much does it bend up? What's the concavity rate?
I don't need a rate. What we need to describe is qualitatively, that's what would happen. If we describe what we see as convexity, very much qualitatively, it's not concavity, is it?
Concavity invokes a rate.
Not necessarily. If it's convex, it's definitely not concave. Do you agree? Yes or no?
I disagree. It necessarily does.
If it's convex, it's necessarily not concave. Do you agree? Yes or no?
No, certainly.
Obviously.
Okay, then.
So I still don't.
Okay,
when you said your argument, I still don't understand how all the premises you set up necessitate or even strongly indicate your conclusion.
All right. So light bending downward makes distant objects appear higher. Is that the part that I lost you on?
Light bending down. The light from the sun, or what?
Like on a globe, if light's going down around the globe, then it would make it look bigger. It is a fancy version of begging the question.
This isn't related to the globe.
Even begging the question, light bending downward makes distant objects appear higher.
Yeah, but there's no man. Look at your gift, bro. Look at your gift. Look at your gift. That's what I mean by no. If there was an obstruction there, that light would never reach the target on the right.
Oh boy.
Oh dear Lord. Okay. So in that GIF, we see the iron, right? In this particular case, the iron is hot. Hopefully we can agree that irons get hot. The air that's farther from the iron is cold. That's more dense air. Hopefully you're also aware of that. And the light is bending toward the more dense portion of that air. You got that much, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I just told you. So just continue and address the point that I made.
Right. You're saying that the light, now following a clearly not straight path, would not be able to make it around an obstruction.
Whoa. You think that
is correct. Duh. No shit.
Doofus,
Why don't you put an obstruction there? Why don't you put an obstruction there and see if it will?
Yeah, dude, let me ask you this question. This is supposed to be analogous to real life, right? So, or representative of real life. So, what is the iron supposed to represent in reality?
The iron is inducing a gradient. You're familiar with the concept of a density gradient, correct?
Okay.
All right.
So
So
the
the
iron
gradient
is the
is
hot air and
representing the atmosphere.
No, that's a horizontal gradient now, because you have hot air closest to the light source and cooler air further away. So this is exactly an example of what you said you wouldn't be doing with the shooting the light vertically up, because in this case, all you've done is made that horizontal.
That's
Okay.
tough.
The
Yeah,
direction that the light is traveling is in perpendicular to the direction of the gradient. So that was not helpful, what you just said.
Doofus,
No,
in real
what
life, right? I'm sorry, go ahead with it.
Yeah, how's what he said not helpful though, because this is in no way going to be what happens in reality. You're going to have this small concentrated portion of heat, and then you're going to have a room temperature far away from it, and then tell us about the change.
All right, over this short of a distance, the gradient has to be severe. In this case, in order to do so, high temperatures will make that severe gradient possible. Right? What's
with
being
the sun,
induced
Doofus,
is
I'm
that
sorry.
the gradient. What's being induced here is a gradient of highest density on one side and lowest density on another side, and it's showing you which direction the light will bend toward, which is the more dense portion of the medium.
So with the sun, Doofus, is it hotter near the sun or hotter near the earth?
I mean, the sun's pretty far away. The atmosphere gets colder as you gain altitude, and it also becomes much, much less dense because the pressure gradient wins in that case. That's why at 20 feet above ground level or higher, the density is organized such that the highest density is below, because the pressure gradient wins over temperature.
This is where I get frustrated, because I'm trying to ask simple questions, and it's like my questions are just like too stupid for you that they don't deserve a direct answer or something. Is it closer when the closer you get to the sun, is it hotter? Or the closer you get to the earth, is it hotter?
That's a complicated answer because both. Because the temperature goes down as you gain altitude, then it goes up again, then it goes down again.
Because
Here,
the
hold on.
heat
I'll get you a
in
graph.
this room in front of the light is causing the light to bend toward the right. So then it's the heat that's causing the light to change direction, right? In this GIF. So
the hot air is affecting the density.
Yeah, but so it's always different, right? So this is a super hot concentration, right? So how is it particularly analogous? I mean, it's not, because the pressure differential between that and the room temperature is extreme and not in any way ever the case.
Okay.
the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying
This
about the
gradient
sun.
had to
Wait.
be induced at a stronger grade was because it had to be
Like every time
something
you begin,
demonstrated
it's like
over
a
a
freight
shorter
train or a
distance.
boulder down a hill.
All right, I'll try that again. The reason why this gradient had to be a higher grade or
When I was so
a
rudely interrupted in
stronger
my
gradient,
lecture
more
by
steeper
Gregory.
change, is because over this short of a distance, it's much easier to demonstrate the effect.
So with the sun, dude, because the
I
sun
posted a
emits
graph
heat,
for you.
correct?
What? I posted a graph for you. There it is.
So the sun emits heat, correct? It's very hot.
The sun emits heat. Yes. Did you check out the graph I posted?
Yes, I'm looking at the graph now. So,
Doofus, if you had to summarize all of this, what would you say the punchline is? Like, what's the main point? What do you really want to share with all of these ideas you have?
Well, I did it a bit ago, but at 20 feet above ground level or higher, the atmosphere has a higher density below than it does above. Light bends downward in such a gradient that we should observe a flat Earth to appear to us as concave, and we don't see that. That's it.
Because the light would be bending down into the ground. Is that what you're saying?
It would be more deflected downward. It wouldn't necessarily have to hit the ground.
And you're equating the way light moves through a medium to the way our eyes see through the medium. You're just equating those and calling those equal.
Our eyes see light.
Right, but if the light's bending out in front of us, why would we see around that curve just because the light is doing that? That just means we'd see a different area of light.
We see light from objects that would ordinarily be obscured if the atmosphere was not present.
Right, but it's the difference between how your vision works through the environment versus light. That was just my question. I wasn't trying to get into a whole thing on it. I was just saying,
Our vision works via light.
You're
That's
equating those. So you're saying that if the Earth was a flat planar surface going out from you, that the light in your viewpoint would hit a medium, bend down and hit the ground, and therefore when we look at it, and we're looking at it as well with our eyes, that it would literally, you would just see the ground or whatever's on the ground. So in your case, if you're trying to say it's bending around a globe, you'd see a landmass, or the fact that we see way too far.
Yeah, everywhere we look, we're walking through an illusion of the Earth wrapping around us.
Well, here's my
be more
question.
specific then, because at 20 feet above ground level, what we should observe is things that are at a consistent altitude should rise up in our eye level more and more as the distance increases, and continue to do so past eye level. That would appear to us as though the surface of the Earth is concave, but we don't see that.
Yeah, so aside from that, because light is still light is the constant, right? In your example, if you're 20 feet above a surface and you have a light, matter of fact, and you shoot a light source horizontally from your location, what happens to the light?
Bends downward in a stable gradient. In this case, at 20 feet above ground level or higher, it's a stable gradient such that the highest density is below.
So you're saying that none of the light is going to go up, but the light is going to go down towards the ground.
No, that's not
so it's
what
going
I'm
to
saying.
lose. So is the light going to lose altitude? You're 20 feet above the ground. You shoot a laser horizontally. Are you saying that the light is going to lose altitude with distance?
No, not necessarily. But we don't observe that here on Earth anyway. What we would do. Well, hold on.
That was the entire point we were just talking
Thanks
about.
for interrupting, but I'll go ahead and finish what I was saying anyway. I said not necessarily, because here on the surface of the Earth, we observe that to not be the case. But if the Earth were flat, we should expect that to be the case.
Yo.
I'm sure
Gio,
that
I also see your point earlier, because he really is equivocating. He's univocally identifying the behavior of light with the way we perceive light.
Right, exactly. The way we
perceive light, yes.
Well, the way that we see through the environment, yeah, or we see the environment, the way we view the world.
Because you're reifying light rays and light waves.
Yeah,
and
and
what we see is
I'm not reifying anything.
What Elijah
just
said,
perceive is light.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. What we perceive is
I'm not
images,
reifying.
buddy.
Okay, tell me I'm reifying again.
Bro,
what
stop
we
yelling,
perceive is light. You're going to tell me again that I'm reifying again. But what we perceive is
you're
light.
reifying light rays and wavelengths of light. That's what you're reifying, and you're telling us it has a path, and thus, due to that path, we perceive what we perceive. That's a leap in logic that I'm not willing to jump with you, my friend.
Okay, well, you can observe in the GIF that I showed you that light does not necessarily take a straight path. In fact, it's predictable that light will bend toward the more dense portion of a medium. So what's the problem?
And that's why I asked those questions earlier. So it's like, are the light rays from the sun traveling in a straight line, or are they curving because of the intense heat of the sun?
The sun is not the primary factor here. The density gradient in our atmosphere is.
Yeah, if he's using density. But I mean, Doofus, what Elijah said a minute ago about if you're 20 feet above and you're shooting a laser out, that is exactly connected to what you were, because when I originally asked you, what is the punchline? What's the main point of what you're sharing with us here? And you were saying that if the Earth was a flat planar Earth, that it would actually look concave because the light's essentially bending down into the ground. That's exactly what he said. If you're 20 feet up, the lasers, would be hitting the ground at some point based on your theory. He was addressing that directly, I thought, and then it maybe just seemed like you didn't directly respond to that.
I was trying to. I think I got laughed over.
I think.
Yeah, I think I tried to last time and I got laughed over. So let me try it one more time.
Dude, man, you don't have to scream and yell and stuff, dude. You can have your time to speak. You don't have to get all angry. We can just have a good conversation. Go ahead.
You have to force his way through everyone.
So I tried to do it last time. I think I got laughed over the last time I did it. So let me try it one more time. If the Earth were flat, there had no curvature overall, we would expect it to lose altitude as it was going from a horizontal reference aimed outward at 20 feet, so on and so forth. But we don't see that here on the surface of the Earth. That might tell you something.
Because that's
we literally
curving.
do see, we see things.
Yeah, but your immediate
rise
claim. No,
towards our eye level.
It's a red herring. It's a red herring. It's a red herring.
If it's a red herring,
Because
then it's not mine.
Your initial point was to tell us that light bends towards the dense medium. Ultimately, you're saying that light is traveling around the ball as a consequence of whatever light's doing. Doesn't have anything to do with the ball. That's just what light does. But because we live on a ball, this is the way we perceive things. Because if it was flat, we would perceive concavity. That's the summary of the conversation in a nutshell.
Oh my God.
No, not really. I'm not saying it's going around the ball, say at the same radius of curvature as the Earth. What I'm actually saying is that the light rays have a curvature radius, but that curvature radius is much less than the curvature of the Earth.
All right, you guys. So we didn't hear anything that happened the last 15 seconds. So I think Elijah, were you finishing your point?
Yeah, I was trying, but then Gregory was saying something. What were you saying, Gregory?
What you just said, I get it now. Because he has this conception of how light would behave around the ball. If you flatten out that ball, then the way he thinks light behaves would concave the Earth. If it were flat,
right? It's not about what I think.
But that's a red herring because it's moving the scrutiny and the criticism away from the reality, making a mockery of it, saying if it was flat, it would look like this, and it's not actually addressing how the hell you're gonna say light bends towards a denser medium when it's obviously moving away.
But wait. We have to agree on one.
Left lane fixing.
Why when I was in the middle of summarizing again?
Well, I mean, we got glasses.
Left lane fix your microphone.
We got glasses. We have. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead.
You sound a little better then.
Yeah. The thickness of my glasses, right? So when I put my glasses on,
yeah.
The things in my view seem further up. Okay, so what?
Further.
Okay. Take your glasses and move them up and down in front of your eyeballs, and what does it do to things? It makes everything move around.
I just said.
So it's.
Y'all have like
vertical.
Yeah. So, but you said
just described.
But the point that I'm. Yeah. Yeah. But I want to address the point that you said based on what you think that light does. It's not what we think light does. Everybody knows that refraction happens.
Yeah. Especially when you have two different mediums, glass and the air itself.
If light bends towards the denser medium, and you're going over a horizontal Earth with a gradient coming up from that, so you're saying that it would all have to go to concavity, which is a ray. It's extreme. When in fact it constantly fluctuates based on the atmos, but we have a consistent density layer that is the most dense part of the atmos, is right by the surface, and so in the distance things optically rise towards eye level because of perspective combined with the atmos, but never all the way to it, because as you go higher, of course, you're still going above what you're looking down at.
Exactly, and the really dense layer, the really thick and dense and unique layers will cause mirages and refraction. But it's not just, I would not say it's just universally bending it down. So, I mean, Doofus, are you trying to claim that, like, you know, the way when you throw a football, you throw a football and there's an arc to it. So you're just claiming that since there's more density towards the ground, and of course you would say the Earth is a globe, so that's going to add to it. But I guess that's really what you're arguing for, because the light would just shoot off into space, but you're trying to make a reason as to why it's warping around a globe and making a planar Earth somehow.
Right. And Gregory said, "What's the justification for that?"
I thought I was being addressed.
Well, the justification for what he's saying, that's what we want.
Yeah, over a planar Earth, the density level would be, if you want to claim this closer to the ground, that doesn't mean the light's going to bend into the ground. This means it's just going to stay at parallel ground level.
Yeah, you were saying it's going to bend up,
that's
right?
how light behaves in a density gradient.
I'm still trying to figure out how is the light bending down and then making everything appear up.
like rise up. His whole example with the whole fire thing was exactly what he said we wouldn't be doing with the perpendicular, like yada 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 yada. Like basically, he's saying, well, because the gradient goes vertical, we're not shooting vertical, we're shooting horizontally. Well, if you're shooting horizontally, then there is no density change. It's only going to be a change if you're shooting diagonally up or down, or in any direction that's going to deviate from your horizontal. So when you give us that example, when you gave us the example of the light deviation with the hot air and then the cold air in front of it, well, that's doing exactly what you said we wouldn't be doing, which is shooting directly through the gradient.
All right, so now I have to address three people at once. All right, so Eli, for you, if you actually look into gradient index optics, light passing.
I'm not asking about gradient index
to the direction
optics.
of the. Thank you
That's
for the
what you keep
interruption.
responding with.
Light passing through the perpendicular
I'm not
direction
asking
to the
about
gradient direction.
Well, Elijah, to
will
be fair,
be
he can only
deflected.
respond how he can respond. So I mean, he's got to express
Yeah,
himself.
but his example goes
Let's do
against
it for a
his
third
example
fucking
goes
time.
against Geo.
Yeah,
His
but the
example
etiquette,
goes
the etiquette. Just
against
let him finish.
his
Do
argument.
I get to answer, or
Yes,
I just keep
but
talking?
the etiquette. Just let him finish.
Oh yeah, I was just saying we should let him finish, and then you can respond.
Oh, for all right, whatever. For 1,000 times, sure.
All right. If you
ahead,
had
Doofus.
paid careful attention to the words I actually used the first time, what I said was the light, when traveling parallel to the direction of the gradient, would not change direction, but would definitely change the direction. In fact, it would change the most when traveling perpendicular to the direction of the gradient.
Wait a minute. I heard
So
that.
what I need to say then is, in the example of the iron, the light is traveling perpendicular to the direction of the gradient. So with that example does actually follow what I said should happen.
Can y'all clip the previous 30 seconds? I could have sworn I heard him say it's not bending and then said it is bending.
Well, Elijah, do you have a direct response to
I
that?
said
I think he
perpendicular
was-
and parallel.
All right,
Those are two
Jesus.
different words.
My
Yeah, I think he was addressing-
my response is the same response I gave him when he said it the last 10 times.
Yeah, he may just not address it. I don't know if he's able to or not.
Okay, but I did address it. You guys keep doing this. This is the fun tactic you guys like. So let's try this one more time. In the example of the iron, the direction of the gradient is away from the surface of the iron. Okay? Now the laser light is passing perpendicular to that direction. So we should experience the most deflection. That's what gradient index optics says should happen. And that's what that's showing.
I got it. I understand.
So that's why I'm asking about the sun, because is it hotter near? I'm trying to ask you to get understanding. Is it hotter near the sun, the source of the hotter near the earth?
Do you remember that graph that I gave you? How it's hotter near the surface, then it's colder, then it's hotter again, then it's colder?
Well, Gregor, I feel like your question is asking because it's hotter closer to the sun that maybe the atmosphere would be more dense at a higher altitude instead of what we observe.
I'm trying to make sense of this. Like, he's given this GIF, which shows this high concentration of heat near the source of the light. So is that supposed to be parallel? Is that supposed to be representative of reality? But then you're telling me, well, in reality, it's closer near the sun, it's hotter near the sun, and it's also hotter near the earth. And then the further away you go from the earth, it gets a little colder. You know, further away you go away from the earth, it's hotter. You go away further, it gets a little colder. The closer you get to the sun, it's hotter. So I'm like, what the hell?
Right. If you paid attention to the graph that I gave you, if you look at both parts of the graph simultaneously, that will give you the density at each respective altitude. The density in that graph is always decreasing as you gain altitude.
Yeah, I kind of equate the iron GIF as like the surface of the road in the summertime.
Yeah, but it doesn't go one way. I mean, when we see like long distance time lapse, it wavers up and down depending on. Yeah. So it doesn't just do one thing. It wavers depending on the environment.
This is one of the.
It seems like Doofus is trying to claim it's doing one parabolic curve.
Well,
that's
see,
going into the. That's
this is one of the three things that I wanted to address
basically his
earlier.
way of trying to isolate a one particular concept to come up with his own theory that this is why light is bending around.
Not my own theory. This is one of the three things that I wanted to address earlier, which is you're saying that it should vary in the conditions that I specified. What I actually specified in the beginning of this conversation was at 20 feet above ground level or higher, the gradient is stable such that the highest density is below. In those conditions, light always bends downward.
And what are you using for your for density? What does that mean to you?
What does density mean to me? Well,
when it comes to the air over the earth, yeah.
Right, for a particular gas at a particular pressure, colder increases the density. I'm sure you're aware of that. Cold air is more dense than hot air at the same pressure. At varying pressures, obviously, that also varies the density. So less pressure is less dense than more pressure, obviously. When you combine those two, you're actually doing something with something known as the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT, right? So when you look at the values measured in our atmosphere of temperature and pressure, you find that the pressure wins at 20 feet above ground level or higher, and that's what makes it less dense as you gain altitude.
All right, let's just go with all that for the moment. So the Earth in its horizontal level planar geometry, whatever density of the way you defined it would be above the water, let's say, if you're, looking out over water, could change, of course, depending on some changes, but there would also be times in which that would be quite consistent. So if it is consistent over a planar Earth and we just see exactly what we're looking at, that's exactly would fit into even your theory, because you're claiming that it will bend towards a more dense medium. But if the density is quite similar at a particular altitude or elevation above the Earth, why would we expect it to do anything but see what we see directly, which is what we just
right. You're asking me, shouldn't the light just go straight? And the answer is no.
Yeah, if you, in a sense, I mean, I'm not saying it always does, because I think, well, first of all, I don't think light bends at all. I think that the medium can refract light. Light is always straight, but it only gets refracted in the medium. Just like the prism, like in Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon album cover, it's like the prism where the one, comes in and then it fractures out and splits out a rainbow spectrum. Yeah, the spectra. So, but nonetheless, we can just call it as it travels through the medium in that sense. I don't see it as light bending at all. The light is straight. It's just being refracted through the prism of the ether.
Right. So it follows a path that is not straight.
Well, when we see something that's exactly where it is, 50 miles, 100 miles, whatever the distance may be, the old C2 far claim, way beyond a geometric horizon. So when we see that and we're just seeing whatever it is, the skyline or whatever it may be, and if it's really clear, of course, there's times where it can be wavery and different things like that, magnification, all kinds of stuff. But if I'm just talking about an observation that's pretty clear. Why, in your viewpoint, would it not just be the same density across the whole thing, even going with your theory, and that the light would not be bending down to make it concave? You're just going straight because it's the same density, straight all the way through.
Right. As I said before, the gradient being a gradient and the light not being infinitely thin, parts of that light are going to go through less dense and more dense portions of the medium. It is going to change direction.
But the density is not uniform over distance.
Okay, I don't see how that helps you.
Because, well, you're talking about a uniform curving.
The gradient is always organized in the same way, especially at 20 feet above ground level or higher, such that the highest density is
down, up, but not horizontally, genius. You're advocating for there to be a difference. That would be what would necessitate the movement. But in that movement, yeah, it's not uniform across laterally or horizontally.
You haven't looked up gradient index optics yet, I take it. I've only mentioned it 5 times by now.
You're talking about the gradient being different as you go up, but you're also saying that the gradient is different with distance as you go forward. That's what your example. That's what your example of the iron is. There's hotter air towards the light source and colder air away from the light source. That's your example. Genius.
No, in my example, the direction of the gradient is away from the surface of the iron, and the light passes in a direction perpendicular to the direction of the gradient. If you had looked up gradient index optics, you will find that light passing perpendicular to the direction of a gradient will always experience the most deflection, not the least.
How he thinks this way.
I don't know either.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing is begging the question of a sphere Earth.
Begging the question.
Hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. A sphere is begging the question of a spherical Earth with an atmosphere that has a density layer that's bending along with the curve, so that he can somehow equate all of our observations that we actually have, and somehow that's how it's working on a sphere that doesn't exist.
It wasn't an assumption.
It doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the surface that the light is passing over. Light passing through a gradient, where the highest density is below, will bend downward. It has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Right, and then the next logical step to that is you have a spherical Earth with the atmosphere, the way that they describe it in the mainstream type heliocentric model, and around that sphere you would have density going from the ground all the way out, and therefore at the closest layer of the sphere is the most dense. Now you have your light. Now you're shooting your light. If the light just went straight forever, it would shoot off into space. So what you're saying is that because the density is close to that sphere, that this otherwise straight light is now bending and warping perfectly around the spherical reification.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the light has to bend around the surface of the Earth perfectly. What I'm saying, and I've said this several times in this conversation as well, that the curvature of the light path is much less than the curvature of the surface of the Earth. I'm not saying that light has to follow perfectly around the surface of the Earth.
Okay, then tell us how you think light is working on your spherical Earth. Go ahead.
It's taking a path that is deflected slightly downward.
Because the density is clung to the Earth around a sphere.
It doesn't care what the surface shape is. The gradient direction.
Say yes.
What you believe, bro.
I'm just asking what you think. You should just say yes.
Direction is. Thank you for interrupting me.
You believe it. You believe it. It's all good.
The because is wrong.
Without interruption. The direction of the gradient is oriented vertically. That means that the highest density is below. The light will bend downward. It will take a path that is deflected downward.
Why are you avoiding this question?
That's
Doofus,
wrong.
You believe you live on a ball,
so if
right?
I have a culminating, okay, so that's my question, because if I have a culminating light source and I'm 20 feet above, it's just so fucking surf. What?
Collimating, not culminating.
Did I say culminating?
Yeah.
Gregory, did I say culminating?
I don't know.
It's all good.
I think I said collimated light source. Anyway, you had a collimated light source like a laser, a coherent light source versus incoherent, which is what we're talking about. Light scattered through the atmosphere, two totally different fucking things. Then, for whatever reason, the laser, like in our laser tests, are bending around the curvature of the Earth for some reason. Your answer is because it tends to bend towards the denser medium. Well, my answer to that is that culminated light source would never touch the denser medium. At best, it would travel horizontally at 20 feet in the same density, or it would veer off into the sky away from the curving Earth, making it go towards the lighter density.
Right.
I don't understand your justification for saying that it's going towards the denser.
All right. So I showed you an instance of where light is going toward a denser medium. Thanks.
No.
Yeah, but
no,
your example, your example has the density gradient going laterally versus vertically.
And
Okay. You want me to go ahead and post
it's
the
going
video then?
toward the
'Cause
less
he does it
denser
both ways.
medium because the more denser medium is near the heat.
No.
No.
That's
No,
not how
no?
air works.
Do I have that backwards?
Yeah.
Hot air is less
Cold
dense
air
as
is more
when a
dense than
balloon
hot
goes
air at the
up.
same pressure.
Hot air in a balloon goes up. It's less dense.
Right, but there's also examples of it bending the other way, if you want to call it bending. Like I said, I don't think light's actually bending. I think it is. It's just refracting through the medium. But there's a lot of you guys seen the ones with lasers over long distance where the light actually bends up away from the Earth.
Yeah, see, that's the fun thing.
And we see
if
in the
you
time
assume
lapse
the
like
surface of the Earth
Bay.
is flat, then to you it appears that the light is bending upward.
Well, like on Skunk Bay, like the time lapse where you see the entire, like essentially the entire horizon and the skyline and the water line is all bending and like wavering. It's like warping and bending up and down. But yeah, there is some variation, but the core geometry is what's important.
Elijah, you're hot micing, but
sorry.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, that video.
I mean, I don't know why Doofus. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, Doofus, I don't know why you won't just say yes to when I was asking you all those questions. Like, because the last step of it, if I were you and you're going with this theory, why don't you just go ahead and just say, yeah, well, if the Earth is a sphere and it's denser at the bottom, that's why it's curving around. Because essentially that is what you're saying. Because you think the Earth is a sphere and you think that you're trying to describe how we see something that is so widely variant from anything even remotely connected to a geometric horizon.
Okay, let me try this one more time. The light doesn't care what the shape of the Earth is.
That's not the point. That's your problem. That's your problem right there.
If you take any light and any
It's a red
induced
herring.
gradient, I'll do this as many times as it takes for me to get
But you're
interrupted.
claiming the gradient
I'll do this
changes
as many
because of
times as it
curvature
takes for me
of
to
the
get
Earth.
interrupted. There we go. Let's try this again. If you take any light and any induced gradient, you can find through that induced gradient that the light went toward the more dense portion of that induced gradient. It doesn't matter how you induce it or in which direction you induce it. It always goes towards the more dense portion of the medium. And the surfaces don't matter.
He's dodging this question. I don't know why. I don't get it. I don't get it. He's dodging the question.
I'm telling you what the light is doing.
It is.
Yeah, you're a Brooklyn Dodger, that's for sure.
I don't get
Right.
it. It's like, why are you dodging the question? I don't understand.
About is what the light is doing. We can
I'm gonna
then
start calling you Babe Ruth.
what we know about what the light is doing. Then we can make other conclusions about what we observe.
Right. So if the density medium is level and planar over a planar Earth, then we wouldn't expect any bending, quote unquote, at all, and we would just see what we see at the elevation level.
That's not true, because if we induce a density gradient, even a planar one, the light will still bend if it's traveling in a direction perpendicular to the direction of the gradient.
Right. Where's the perpendicular in your example though? But where's the perpendicular? Where's the perpendicular in your example? Fuck the pretend idea that it would be concave.
Okay. In the example, you're talking about the hot iron. That iron,
so
the direction
is
of the gradient, the direction of the gradient is away from the surface of the iron. Okay.
Okay.
You got the vector, right? All right. So
further away
if
from the laser,
direction of the gradient is away from the surface of the iron, and the light is traveling parallel to the surface of the iron, if those two vectors, you imagine them right in your head, you got the one facing away from the iron and you got the other one passing parallel to the surface of the iron. Those two are perpendicular, right?
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay.
So
that being that, so like
refraction to occur.
Okay. So good. So if there was an obstruction there, though, that light would never get there.
Oh Jesus.
Well, you're saying, "Oh Jesus," but what's wrong with what I'm saying?
Right. If I blocked the light, it wouldn't get there.
Not if you block the light source. If there was an obstruction along the path, like I don't know, for example, Earth curve, it would never reach.
Okay.
You have a direct line of sight. You still have a line of sight between the laser and that right board or whatever that is that you have there. There's a direct line of sight. What I'm saying is, if that line of sight were obstructed, that light wouldn't bend around the obstruction to hit that thing. You know why? Because light doesn't bend, it deviates from straight. So if it's going in a straight line, the only thing that it can do is change its angle of incidence.
The light doesn't bend, but it only deviates from straight.
Right,
Okay,
because
so
if I have one line, and then I deviate from that one line, guess what? I now have a fucking angle, not a fucking curve.
Okay,
Yes,
so
exactly.
if the light that is going through that gradient is taking a path that is not straight, what makes you think that it cannot go around an obstruction?
Well, all you got to do is show me by getting a GIF doing the same thing and have the path of light from the original source to the new origin of light because of this heat thing. All you need to do is put an obstruction in between and it should still reach, because that's exactly what you're saying is happening with the Earth. There's an obstruction in the way of the light, but it's still reaching the observer. So do that.
Right, like you
Right,
should be
so
able to recreate that.
asking you a simple
should be able to
logical
make it, you should
question.
be able to,
If the light is following a
what you're
bent
trying to
path,
do is be able to see around corners, essentially, and you should be able to create that on a small scale, like he's saying.
right? I can give you another example with a candle, a cardboard box, and a piece of plexiglass. It's easy. What I need to assert ahead of time or come to some sort of common ground on first is this logical question. If the light is following a path that is not straight, why can it not go around an obstruction?
Because we've never seen that ever.
Well, you're asking about
That's
a
not evidence.
possibility.
Let's have an
Wait.
example. That's
Do
not
you mean
evidence.
can? Do you mean? Oh my God. Do you mean can, or do you mean why does it not do that?
What? Why can it not go around an obstruction? Why is it not
Okay, that
capable
question
of
is
going around an obstruction when it's following a not straight path?
so
Well, because
like
I
with
don't think
light
it is
when it's in the
following
medium. When the light when it's in the medium, like Gio's example earlier with the light going into the prism, when the light enters the prism, the lights that come out of the prism, they don't start curving, they just travel in another straight line.
Exactly, in a spectra of deviated directions. Exactly, it doesn't bend around anything. It's just it's essentially like it's like a fractal. It's like fractaling outwards and creating a spectrum. What he's trying to
Another
claim
straight
he's doing is
line.
bending. Yeah, he's trying to get this this whole bending
It's
curve.
trying to curve. The more specifically, it's trying to curve, or supposedly around the curvature of the Earth, supposedly.
Something that's actually straight and planar. Yes, exactly. They're just trying to apply the curve.
For what seems like the seventh time,
thing is this, right?
for
I was before you do this. I was before you do this. I was before you do this clearly because I was trying to interrupt Gio. So I was before you do this because I was interrupting Gio before you started talking.
For the seventh time, I have to reiterate something because you
I can. I'm not going to relent. So moderators are going to have to mute us both or mute him because I was first.
Okay, we can both be muted then.
Dude,
Let's
Doofus,
go
just-
have
just-
that conversation.
No, you never step back.
Doofus keeps on
really moves the conversation forward.
Doofus keeps on getting the benefit of being retarded, so he gets to keep going because we know he won't.
Come on, Elijah.
Word retarded.
Well, all I'm saying is I'm not going to relent, man, because we did that for him all night.
So since you guys are addressing me, so I should be able to respond to it, right?
If I'm
the one being addressed, if somebody's talking to me, maybe I should get a chance to respond. Right?
I don't know. So anyway, what they're advocating for when they say light curves, that's not even the claim. The claim really is, if you really look into all of this, is a bunch of line segments that, if you plotted them, create a curve. That's what you're arguing for, but you can't justify it. If you can justify it, do so by putting an obstruction in between the light source and the line of sight to the second position. Let's see that light bending around that. Let's see it.
You were so eager to break in here. What I did was I actually posted for you in the chat an example of that. There you go. Now, to address the other thing, it seems for the seventh time I must reiterate, I am not saying the light bends around following the curvature of the Earth. Nowhere have I said that.
I mean, honestly, bro, if I had to summarize the entire punchline of the last hour of you presenting this, that would be it.
You would be misinterpreting what I'm saying then.
Your whole thing is that Earth is a sphere and the light's bending around it to make the planar observations be explainable.
You're curving around the surface of the Earth.
What I'm saying is that 20 feet above ground level or higher, light bends downward. Now, the amount, if you want to get specific, is much less than the curvature of the Earth. That's been my point since the beginning of this whole conversation.
Doofus, is the light curving? Is the light curving?
Parabola, but it's a parabola nonetheless.
No, it's not even a
This is
parabola.
what it really comes down to, Doofus. Is the light curving?
The light is following a path that is not straight. You could say that it follows a curve. Yes. I hear that you were laughing in the middle of my answer. Thank you. So the light is following a path
like
that is
NASA,
not straight.
never a straight
You could
answer.
plot that out, and let's try this again.
No,
The
let's try
light
this
is
again.
following a path that. Let's try this again.
Let's try
the
this
light
again.
is following a path, and Jesus fucking Christ. The light is following a path.
Doofus, I think you
that
already
is-
said your point, but did you want to say it again?
I did want to say it without somebody laughing and giggling over top of it. That would be wonderful. All right. Now, the path is not straight. If you plot it out, it follows a curve.
So the light is curving.
If you want to say it that way, I want to say it that way too. Let's go for it.
Okay. So why didn't you just say yes to the close-ended question?
Because I'm trying
That's
to
why
be
I
specific.
laughed.
Because you guys like
And
to
what do
say
you think the
things that I
shape of
don't
the Earth
say.
is? Hold on, let me just ask a couple quick questions. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I think the Earth is spherical because that's how we observe it.
And what is the shape of the density gradient around that sphere?
Spherical. What do you mean?
So what is your light in your theory doing? Is it bending around a sphere?
It is following a path that is curved to less of a degree than the curvature of the Earth.
I think you phrase it like that. Why don't you just say
so
yes?
you're saying it's not 8 inches per mile squared, what you're claiming. Now you're claiming
it's
there's
not
just
8
one
inches per
bending
mile
of light, and it's just one thing. It's just like there's just one vector.
It's a much less steep curvature than the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so it's like a slightly different, parabolic arc than the actual spherical
It's
Earth.
not parabolic.
I'm just using that word for the shape of it, just for the idea of the shape of that.
Right, but it'd
Okay.
be circular, not parabolic.
So, to some degree, although not 8 inches per mile squared, you think that light, because the density gradient is going with the sphere and the sphere Earth, that the light is thus doing some level of curvature around the sphere, correct?
That's not due to the shape of the gradient, though. The gradient the direction of the gradient is the reason why it's changing direction.
So you're also just to interrupt and completely just derail the point that's being had right now. You dropped this video like it was like, Jesus dropping bread on the Israelites or something. Check this out, fam. This is the same example you gave before. So you have a gradient because you have the heat in one area, and then across from that heat, you have the thing in another area. Okay, so unlike looking across into a less dense medium, if it were curving, if you were looking horizontally, you should be looking into less dense air because of the nature of the curved earth and the curved air along with it.
Right. Yep.
That's not what your example is, fam.
Okay, that's not correct. The direction of the gradient is away from the surface of the Earth. What I'm saying is the light passes perpendicular to that would experience the most refraction, not the least.
Okay. All right. I don't understand. Like, why do you not just say yes? The light is curving around the surface of the Earth through this curving atmosphere. Why don't you just say yes?
Right.
To that?
Exactly, Gregory.
I don't get it.
You tried to lead into it. It's like, just say it. Just put your chips on the table.
That's because it's not precisely what I'm actually describing. It's my actual position. If I want to describe my own position rather than have you guys describe it for me, is that the gradient direction is the most... The thing, let me go ahead and finish saying my actual position instead of you guys stating my position for me.
Dude, you
My
can have your
actual
time to speak.
position
You're
is
all
that
good,
the
man.
direction of the gradient is the important factor. The direction of the gradient in any given location is away from the surface of the Earth. That's the way that the density is decreasing in.
Okay, yes. I don't know why you won't just concede with us steel, man. I don't get it.
Because
Yes,
it's
that's what I
not
was saying
required,
earlier,
because
that
that's not my position. My
on a
position has to
spherical
do with
Earth.
light through a gradient. It has nothing to do with the shape of anything.
But it
Wow,
does.
dude.
You're saying that the light, the Earth
Compartmentalization is strong with this one.
is spherical. You're saying the Earth we live on is spherical, and you're saying that the density gradient around that Earth, the sphere, right,
Oh,
very
God,
close to
dude.
the sphere, it's the most dense, and then it goes out more and more as you go out away from the sphere. So
So
your
how
actual
about
entire medium and gradient is warped and bent in your world, and then you have to describe a reason as to why you think the light and our vision is somehow creating that reality for you.
would it kill you to address my actual position instead of restating my position using different words?
Well, I'm
Well,
just
you
gonna
don't
say,
have a position. We've
That's your opinion.
we've been
Here,
born.
let's go ahead and post this.
We've been born into this world where claims were already made. Your claim is either that the claims that have been made are true and you can justify them or someone can justify them, or as we've seen, it's obviously false what they're claiming. Like you don't have a claim.
All right. So instead of actually addressing my position, you'll just say I don't have a position. Thanks. That's
Well,
great.
Doofus,
We're really
you said
moving
your
the
position
conversation
like
forward into
17,000
really
times now.
adult territory here by not addressing what I said.
All right.
I mean, because Doofus, we know what you said, bro.
Yeah,
Well, you're not addressing what I said. So
right, you just said no to my position, that I don't have a position. Your opinion is more important than my position.
What you just said though, because I responded to your position and then all you did is say, let me say it again.
Right, because you keep saying my position using different words than what I'm using. Why?
Okay.
No, I'm asking you how the hell light moving towards a less dense area all of a sudden decides that it's going to continue to bend in the same area, which you keep calling denser. None of these things, because if it's still 20 feet, it's in the same density. But you're saying it's curving towards the ground. And so if that's the case, the light would never reach the observer because it would hit the floor.
All right, so it seems I need to point out for the 5th time that you haven't looked up gradient index optics yet again. If you observe through that article on gradient index optics, the direction which light is expected to refract the most is perpendicular to the direction of the gradient. If light is moving in a horizontal fashion through a gradient that's in a vertical orientation, that's where the most refraction should occur, not the least.
Yeah, so with that being said, that means the light is bending around the surface of your ball.
To a lesser
Curving
degree
around the
than the
surface of your
curvature of the
ball.
surface of the Earth. It's very
No,
specific.
but
yes, to a lesser
first of
degree.
all,
Yes,
if you're going
you can change my position for me. I don't know how many times I've come here and my position has been changed for me 5 fucking times, right?
over me. You
Here
can't
we are
talk over
bickering
me.
again.
You said what you had to say, and I'm just going to repeat what I said. Okay.
Right. That's not conversation.
If you're at 20, and if you're at 20 feet, which was your example, and you had a light source and you shot it straight out, you're not telling me why it would go towards a dense medium. And the only reason I'm saying that is because if it's traveling around the globe, since the globe is curving and since the light is curving with it, then there would be no density difference in that sense because it's staying the same altitude.
All right, let's replay a little bit of something here. You told me that I had not explained why the light would be bending downward in a density gradient with the highest density below, with the light traveling along the same altitude. However, I recall about an hour ago, what I said was,
didn't.
light is not.
I didn't.
However, I recall
Never asked you that.
what I said. However, I recall what I said an hour ago was.
Well, he's going to straw man what I said.
Hello.
I didn't ask you that shit.
Hello.
I didn't ask you that shit.
We'll try this again.
Hold on, dude.
So So if we have a modern, like, seriously, how is he going to tell me what I said? I never asked him that. That he repositioned to answer that as if I had any questions about an index, fucking gradient, refraction, whatever.
Yeah.
No, I never asked anything about that.
Real quick, it's okay if Eli interrupts. It's fine here if Eli interrupts me, correct?
No, you're just telling me I said something I didn't. I never asked you that, fam. I don't give a
Let's
fuck
rewind
about
the
that.
stream then. Let's rewind the motherfucking stream because you definitely asked me, how is it possible for light to bend?
Hold on for a second. Why don't you just start over with a new point? Let's just start afresh. No one will interrupt you. Try to make it concise. Let's try to move it forward. Let's get to the next step here. Go ahead.
Okay, I was being concise. Again, we can rewind the stream. You asked me, or you had said that I had not explained how it's possible for light going at the same altitude in a gradient that it would be the same density all along. You said all that. You said I never explained it. However, an hour ago, what I actually said was light is not infinitely thin. It has thickness. Some of that light will be in a less dense portion. Some of that light will be in a more dense portion, and it will bend downward. I said that.
How is that sequitur? I said, how is that sequitur? Please
What
explain.
does that have to do? Go ahead.
How is that sequitur? Please explain.
That's a whole nother ball of yarn. But
how is that sequitur is a nonsense question?
No, it's not a nonsense question. If a fifth grader is asking you, then you best do your best to explain it because it's unclear.
All right. That would have been a better way to put it. What I said was that there is, even in a planar condition, if the light was traveling along a single density or perpendicular to the direction of the gradient, that's where the refraction should be the most. And as I've said that, I think 7 or 8 times now, it's in the article that I've explained to you to go look at that you won't go to look at.
Well, why don't you screenshot that part and then give the diagram, the corresponding diagram?
Yeah,
and then give an example in reality.
Okay, the iron is already an example.
No, the iron is not an example because there's no obstruction between the iron, the light and the path that it's traveling. There's no obstruction, then. So I'm not asking whether light deviates because of different heats and this, that, and the third. I didn't ask about that. That's what you think I'm asking. No, I'm asking you, how does light arrive to you? No, I never asked you that. You kept saying that. But my thing was,
okay, I'll go rewind the stream. You guys can go chat amongst yourselves.
So why don't you go do that?
Jesus fucking Christ.
So go do it.
God, this guy's so dramatic. What is
I'm an atheist too. It's amazing how he's calling on Lord.
Wow. He's
I don't get it. I don't understand.
Gregor, that was so funny, dude.
Like, why won't he just say yes to the question? Why?
It's hard to say, like, yeah, light bends around a ball. They just can't.
Like, why don't you just say yes? That's what you saying in all these words.
Yeah.
Right, and then he was double speaking the whole time. He's gonna say that he's not talking about beam divergence. Well, if you're talking about infinitely narrow rays, you're talking about a hypothetical concept that Andrew Thomas Young explains very clearly in his paper. Now, that's why, because I've read some of it, portions of it, at some point, a lot, maybe 80% of it, I realized when he's talking about infinitely narrow rays, he's just talking about a light beam that doesn't diverge. So when I said that, he said, no, I'm not saying that. But you're saying a little bit of the beam goes down, a little bit of the beam goes up, and a little bit of the beam goes straight. So I'm like, okay, so it's going in all directions. But if there's some beam that's going down, isn't it going to go down into the obstruction? And the one that's going straight is never going to reach you because there's no line of sight. And the one that's going up, obviously, is not going to reach you. So what's necessitating the light that's not going to you because you have the earth in the way for option 1, and then you have the light deviating from the curving surface, which is option B, and option C is just ridiculous. How do you justify which portion of the light is actually bending? He's not answering that. He's just talking about how light deviates.
Curving around
Which
the surface of the
no
ball.
one asked him about that.
Curving around the surface of the ball, curving through the curving atmosphere to our eyes.
Right, and then on a globe Earth, when we see things like level and at an elevation in a planar geometry, they then have to somehow describe that the light is then, in that case, it happens to just be bending perfectly right at 8 inches per mile squared, all the way those long distances consistently.
And then they want to pretend that that's not the case. They want to pretend that that's not the case, but they definitely are using terrestrial refraction, standard refraction. From Andrew Thomas Young. Where else would they pull any data from? Who else has done anything for them to pull information from? They just have this vague idea of, well, someone somewhere said that light bends. Well, first of all, the only claims made are the ones from Andrew Thomas Young, who first does it over a plane and then says, okay, we're going to make geometric considerations for the curving Earth, and then we're going to do that. We're going to take the data that we did with a plane, and then we're going to plot it around a globe and tell you what's up.
Yeah, and add a radius. Just plug a radius.
So that's what you're doing. So you're plugging in a new radius, 7/6R. So why is he saying that that's not the case? Well, I don't get it.
I would just love if the director of NASA would just break it down, because I don't hear these arguments from them.
Well, that was clearly what Doofus was saying. Like I was saying, like that would be the punchline. But he wouldn't actually say that. He just kept kind of drilling these other things that were.
Just kept he kept responding with this asinine response. The light doesn't care whether it's traveling over a curved surface or not. Like what, bro? Like, we're not talking about what the light cares about.
But they don't have any. They don't have any. They don't listen. All of their papers on refraction with the actual air is for naught. As a matter of fact, if I got to get this information from India, because they just did it. The military just did a test saying, yeah, there's no model for refraction. As far as incoherent light, which would be the illumination of your room, that light versus a laser beam that we can see, just the illumination of a room, the refraction of that can't be in any way put into data that is predictable in any way.
Yeah, there is a difference between this focused beam versus just light, just omnidirectionally, spreading out.
So it's very annoying. Like, see, because every time we speak to these people, it's gonna be someone like that, and then real people go, "Oh, you know what? I don't even care that much," and then they stay slaves. This is very annoying. I don't think it's healthy for us to be doing this, man. That's my opinion. I can't force anybody to, but y'all know my stance. That's my stance. It's ridiculous what he just did just then. And he was double speaking like it twice. Gregory, you heard him say one time 2 different things. He said it wasn't bending, it was bending, or some shit like that.
I heard that.
But he did that so many times before then, and I kept saying, bro, you're double speaking.
Yeah, I mean, your point is right. I mean, that this kind of behavior does make this topic, the subject matter, repugnant to those who are much less knowledgeable and much less determined to seek the truth. Like, this the shit I got to put up with just to get some physics questions answered. Never mind. It ain't that serious to me.
Well, I mean, there's a couple different things I see going on. I mean, there's like the information he was sharing in and of itself, and then there's like his conduct and like all the interruptions,
yes,
like yelling and all the rest of that, which is its own kind of category. But it's not ideal, like in terms of that. But the idea is he's sharing, he's free to share his ideas.
Nah, fam. First of all, I was in front of everybody because I was waiting like mad long for them to come open this shit. Then I was standing behind Black Dude, but I didn't want to stand behind Black Dude. No, I was behind Black Dude. You was behind them. Sorry. I box in real life. Y'all niggas got me fucked up.
Well, I think there could be like different shows, like different settings. Like, yeah, for somebody who's somewhat new to discovering all this, that could be overwhelming or beyond what they want to take on as trying to get to the bottom of in some cases.
Elijah, I do this.
I mean, as far as I know, Doofus, he's he's one of the most devout like globe believers that I'm aware of, and that thing is his thing. Like that, I've probably heard that from him like so many times because he's always putting it in chat stuff. And yeah, there is an argument to be made for like just not hanging around with people that are just keep repeating stuff that's false. Like there's something to be said for that. At this point, I mean, this platform is an open platform, and we can have different live streams to do different kinds of things as we want, but yeah, I do hear what you're saying on if that's what you're kind of alluding to, Elijah, like just to kind of have someone like basically kind of running tactics in a sense.
You don't say, G. I couldn't tell.
But then it's like, but he's also a human being that should be free to share his viewpoint to some degree as well.
Certainly.
Not 70 times in the face of refutation.
Or 70 times 7.
Thank you. You know, like not 70 times. Like that's just unreasonable.
Yeah, I was just trying to kind of get like to the punchline of it. Like, what was
You did. Like when you came in, you helped it along because he was really trying to keep it stagnant, and you helped. And then still he kept looping us. Thank you very much. He kept looping us around and around.
That was what Gio acknowledged when he said, "What's the punchline?" That's what I said in the first place. You wind back the tape.
Now he's actually somewhere trying to find where I said I gave a shit about what he was talking about. Because every time I said what I said, obviously I was talking about how the hell you're gonna have a light with a curving surface going straight. When is it gonna go to the denser medium if it's not even interacting with it whatsoever? It's interacting with less dense. Like why would it be bending? And all he would say is, you don't know what this is. And so that was his point. I never fucking asked him to explain in which cases light would deviate from straight. And it's an angle of incidence. Like you can't have an angle if you don't have two straight lines. So how the fuck you have curving and angles?
Right.
Nowhere in there.
Not curving. And so when Gio said, "What's your point?" that's equivalent to when I was asking him, is the light when not in the denser medium prejudicially trying to go toward the denser medium so that it can curve around the ball?
Right, because even that's what I was trying to get to. Like, even just to continue that actual point is that, yeah, like what he's claiming that light is what he's calling bending, based on density and what things he described, pressure and all of that. So I was even saying, okay, let's just go with that for the moment. Then bringing it to like the Earth, which is obviously part of his whole point is with all this. If you then have a planar Earth with a medium gradient going out, even if that changes, it just is what it is. It's going through that medium. He then has the only way it goes to a globe is if he's going to claim that the density is clung to the globe and that it follows the globe, the shape of the globe, and that's why that's his explanation for it. But he didn't really in any way invalidate that it could work over a planar surface, even with the theory of.
I cannot imagine it. I'm like, what? I don't get it.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like, all right, dude, it's curving around your sphere. Like, what's the kicker here? What are we supposed to? Because, like, is he trying to prove Earth is a sphere? That was his whole goal, right? Like, he's
that's what I asked him, didn't I? But what he's saying doesn't work is exactly what Andrew Thomas Young's papers is predicated on, using a plane. And then they use that data that they use from reality to plot around the ball. So what the fuck is he talking about?
To add,
to
add an index that is based partly the way he's describing it. Yeah, to add an index with a radius value. Yeah. It's crazy.
So there's that. It's like when they say, oh, a flat Earth model would never work, and then I post the thing that says most models, the flat Earth, for most models, a flat Earth model. What did it say? Something. Nah, let me pull this shit up right now. I need to pull this up. Let me pull it up. Hold up. Pull it over.
Pull it up.
I just re-screenshot it. Yeah. What? Where's your flat Earth model? And then somewhere in the PDF, I'm not sure, but I know it's not page 13, so this get fucked up a little bit. A model frequently used is that of a flat Earth that's non-rotating. From NASA.
Well, yeah, that's because
there's your model.
when people say the flat Earth doesn't work, they're talking about in its entirety to explain everything. They're not talking about when they're trying to model flight or something over a stationary flat Earth because it simplifies the math.
Yeah, but the thing is, practically we deal with everything that we use the flat Earth model for.
Except for when it
comes when it comes to things on a planetary scale or anything beyond what we as minute beings here on this little rock, we can't experience that. We have to be told that.
So wait, Andy, let me understand you. So like the question is, where's your model? And then NASA says, well, here it is. And so
NASA didn't develop the globe model. Sorry.
No. Oh, I'm really gonna try. I'm gonna try.
Well, they actually did have a key role to play in it. Absolutely.
They have done science and they have contributed to our understanding and sent up telescopes and stuff, but they themselves are not the ones who developed the model.
Well, there's three government groups that are involved in it. It would be the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. They're the ones that actually officially release like the WGS 84 and so on, and also the altitude surveys, and then also the NOAA and NASA. Those three are the core ones that have played the role in the. Well, I mean, the globe model, obviously, previous to some of those existing, we could go back in terms of some of the philosophy or ideas on it in early times. But in terms of developing like what you probably believe the Earth is now, in terms of the size and the oblateness and all that, it would be those three.
Now let me try again with my minor.
The data from NASA, the intelligence agency from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency part of it, and then NOAA, which essentially is the controller of the altitude elevation levels at those high altitudes. They control, enforce that, as it were.
Okay, let me try again with my little minor point. The globalists say to the flat earthers, where's your model? Flat earthers say, look at what NASA says, flat non-rotating stationary Earth.
Cool. Can we have a conversation about why Eli said that he didn't say a thing that he definitely said?
Well, Doofus, I think actually just go, if you want to go back to that, I mean, I don't know, it's a hard U-turn back to all that, but I mean, I think it would have been easy just to move on and just like, you could just say what the point was. It doesn't really matter whether you think he said it or not, because that gets into a, he said, she said.
Well, let him do it. He spent really long doing this. I do the same exact thing. I don't want to not give him the opportunity to do this.
Yeah, he's back. All right, Doofus, what'd you find there?
Okay.
Press play. Share your screen. Do what you gotta do. Share your screen. Do what you gotta do. I want to hear it.
Right, it's right there in the chat. So when I had
no, what do you mean?
Don't say no, because you're an adult and you can play a file too.
I'm just trying
to find. Don't say no because you're an adult and you can play a file too.
All right, Doofus.
Okay, let's
keep it chill. Well, Doofus, if you shared your screen or if somebody did, I mean, I could do it or someone could, but I could play it on the actual live stream so people could hear it as well.
The problem,
I don't understand the
problem
reluctance to
is,
elucidate his point. I don't get it.
all right, let's go through it then. You could ask me, right? All right. So the
Your
reason
point,
why
you
I
wanted to
can't
present
just
it, I
share
guess.
my screen. All right, I'll try it anyway. Here we go. The reason why I can't share my screen and have you guys listen to the audio is because YouTube is not allowing me to record the audio. What I had to do was I had to go down to my basement computer, play the audio, and record it on a separate device. Here is the file. You can play it. Now,
but
the point of the conversation was he told me that I'm not explaining why light, when traveling along the same density layer, should bend downward, which was a lie because an hour prior to that recording that I just gave you, I said light's not infinitely thin. Everybody here remembers that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I
nowhere
heard
in
you
this
say that, but I
conversation,
didn't really hear much more detail on that theory, but I did hear that you say that, yeah.
right, but nowhere in this conversation is it not explained to you why.
What? I don't understand that sentence.
Nowhere in this conversation was it left out an explanation as to why light should bend downward at a consistent altitude through a vertically
It was not
oriented
left out of the
density
conversation.
gradient.
Okay.
Yeah. And then to say that Eli never said it, and then I got muted for it. What the fuck?
That's back. I'm back.
No, dude, you
That
got
was a
muted. You
flake-
got muted.
that
For
was
like
a-
20, you got muted for 20 seconds because you were screaming and you guys were talking at the same time, Doofus.
That was
right.
That was
so
a
then mute
flagrant
him
clipping.
instead of me, right?
You got muted for
That
20
was a-
seconds, dude. It was just to get the conversation back going. I mean, I don't know why you're bringing that up.
Yeah, well, that was a very flagrant clipping because remember, I didn't ask you about how light deviates. I asked you.
Oh my god, dude.
I asked you if you shot a laser across the way, how would it enter a different medium if it's traveling along the same density? But you
Okay, so
clipped that part out,
here's that
didn't
question.
you, buddy?
Yeah, that's exactly what's in the audio file that I put up there. That
No,
very
the
question.
last part that I just said you clipped out, and you never attempted to answer that whatsoever. Not the full question.
So
you just
how
answering.
about somebody else plays back that thing that I uploaded? Is the question
Okay,
in
right.
there or not?
That's what we said. Is the question in there? That's cherry picking, fam. Is the question in the middle of everything you were actually trying to say?
Is the
'Cause you
question in the
clipped it,
audio file that I
fam.
uploaded? Yes or no?
It's obviously clipping what I was saying because I was saying more. Because every time I said it, I said way more than what you clipped. I said it like 10. Fam, Gio, can you play the clip? Oh, I can play the clip. Don't worry about it.
Doofus, tell me again, why can't you share your screen?
Right, the
Because
audio
he's a
won't
CIA
take it
agent.
to you.
Doesn't matter. Oh,
Doofus,
well,
what you say?
if it's not gonna make it, then I can't do it either. Can I?
Eli, do you want me
Well,
to?
it depends, because if
I
you're using
can,
VLC, then
I
it
can-
would.
Hold on, Doofus. Eli, yeah, if you want to share it, I can watch your stream for the live stream, so it could be played for the live stream as well if you want to do it.
Oh yeah, why not? Sure.
I just
Oh, that's how that works?
wanted you to give me the go ahead that I can put it on the live stream since it is your screen.
Yeah,
This
no
whole
problem.
thing is weird because I pulled it from the same live stream that you guys are going to stream it to, so it's
All
going to
right,
be like stream
play it.
section.
Well, he'll play it so that everyone can hear it. All right, it's sharing now, and the audio is sharing as well, so it should be good.
Okay. Damn it, where did it go? I just downloaded it. So what's the haps?
You just said, what's the haps?
Yep, it should just open. All right, whatever.
Goddamn technology.
If you sent me a virus for information, I'm broke.
An audio file is a virus. Yep.
Oh, there it goes.
Well, I mean, if you know what Kaza was, an audio sharing, picture sharing application, that's exactly what they did. They hid viruses in what you would think is movies, what you would think is. So basically, you have to see how large the file is, which I didn't check, because I mean, let's be honest, I don't have anything to hide.
I don't think
Viruses
you
can
can do
be
it on
really,
MP3s.
really small.
I think MP3s can't really carry viruses. So I think.
Not a
Well, they can, but they just can't be executed. So
all right, it
in the
looks like
case
it's sharing. So if you want to play it, yeah, it's on the live stream. It should,
All right.
should be sharing the audio too, so we can all listen.
So now the major portion of what I was saying isn't in this. So maybe I'll have to go ahead and find that, unless you can give me the timestamp for this, and then I go back and get the full rant.
Paragraph.
But anyway, I'll press play now.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I'm turned up. I don't hear it.
No, nothing.
No.
Nothing.
Yeah, see, this is the reason why I didn't want to do the screen share. Thank you.
Because that's what happened if you shared your screen.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. Let me say it verbatim then. The fuck? Why do I have to keep downloading? I'm so technology illiterate.
Illiterate.
Is this just the recording of something Elijah said, Doofus?
Yeah, I'm gonna read. I'm just gonna say it as it's being said in the audio. And if you're at 20 feet, which is your example, and you had a light source and you shot it straight out, you're not telling me why it would go toward the dense medium, and you cut it out right there.
That's the question. And yes, I am telling you why it would go toward the dense medium.
If the rest of that was if it's traveling along the same density line.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm addressing.
So if it's in
every single time
density
I've
that it's
addressed it,
going
I've
to be
addressed it
in,
that
why would it
context.
move towards? But you're not though.
Yeah, because light is not infinitely thin. Some of the light ray is in less dense portion of the medium, and some of the light ray is in more dense portion of the medium, so it will refract downward.
Well, we spoke about this while you were gone, so whatever. You would definitely
well, then don't tell me that I didn't explain it.
Yeah, but you explained something I never asked.
That's the fucking audio recording.
No, because you're saying that if you, first of all, your example is the opposite anyway. So you can't be answering what I'm asking. Yes, it is.
No, the light is traveling in a direction perpendicular to the gradient.
You dead ass posted a video. You dead ass posted two video. You posted a GIF and you posted the video. But focusing on the video, you have. Correct me if I'm wrong, but laterally you have a heat gradient or density gradient because the heat is closest to the light source, and then away from the light source is colder.
That's not how that's oriented. The direction of the gradient is away from the face of the iron.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the video.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, there's no iron in the video. There's a candle and cardboard and other stuff. Exactly.
Yeah, in the second video, the direction of the gradient is the direction of the decreasing density would be upward.
That's very weird. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No,
I
it's
just
not.
posted a screenshot from that video with it indicating where everything was.
So
I'll go find the screenshot again.
So let me ask you a question, everybody. If it's cold above and hot below, in which orientation is the density gradient?
You have to also know the pressure.
Excuse me. What'd you say, Gregory?
Upward.
Anybody else?
Depends on pressure.
Yeah, depends on the pressure.
Fam, the temperature.
temperature and pressure are important in this scenario.
We're not. Listen, what's important in this scenario is what is the variables that we were talking about. So we're talking about dense, and so we're talking about dense and less dense.
Right.
Pay
right.
attention.
So density.
So listen. Don't listen. Stop. Listen. Stop. Because
he's not
you're
wrong.
saying things. Yeah, but there's no reason for him to say it because I asked what was the orientation of the gradient. I didn't need a fucking lesson, which is what's wrong with Doofus.
Right. You have to know what the pressure is doing too. And if we're talking about the temperature,
listen, fam, I'm not asking that. And so 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes from now,
Elijah,
it's pertinent to the damn scenario.
No, that's I didn't. No, in this scenario, I just gave the scenario. So in the scenario I gave, where is the orientation? What is the orientation? Like, what's so hard about that?
Also, you can't just go off of the temperature gradient.
Right. If we're talking about the atmosphere, if it's warmer,
we're talking about your video. We're talking about your video. We're talking about your video. So again, if you have so again, let me ask my question because you're not going to tell me what I asked. So if you have a higher temperature on the ground and a lower temperature above the ground, what is the orientation of the gradient?
That's not what's in the video, though.
Well, hold on, but that
that's my fucking point. Exactly.
That is a good point.
Exactly.
So what's actually present in the video?
What's in the video? That's my point.
Okay, let me go ahead and do this a fourth time. What's in the video is the higher temperatures above, the colder temperatures below, because what they're inducing is a stronger gradient so that they can show this over a shorter distance where an obstruction gets in the way of something and then refraction brings it back into view, the thing that you asked for. Remember asking for that?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
I didn't answer your last question.
Do we have to go back to the live stream again?
I didn't answer your last question.
Amazing.
So that wasn't an answer to your last question. You don't have to be a retard and force me to be answering something I wasn't answering.
Back to the retard again.
I'm telling you that I didn't just answer your last question. So whatever I said wasn't an answer to the last thing you just said.
Yeah, I mean, Doofus,
Okay,
hold on, Doofus. I'm not trying to call you out, but I will just say it's a little bit of a he said, she said kind of semantical thing. I mean, like, can we stick to the actual information of what's actually trying to be claimed here rather than trying to say, oh, you know.
So he
the reason that you said this or you meant that.
He also double spoke because initially he said when I said, okay, there's a higher. So when he said there's a higher, I said there's a higher temperature towards the ground and a lower temperature towards the above. He said that's not what I'm showing in the video, while saying we're creating that effect. There, ergo, double speaking. We're making the effect much more pronounced so that we can see it. So that's you double speaking, sir.
All right, and I can explain why it's not double speaking. In this particular scenario, the reason why this video was posted was because you asked me, don't say that you didn't ask me, but you asked me whether or not we could have a scenario where refraction is occurring, where an obstruction is blocking a direct line of sight, and refraction allows us to see the thing around that obstruction.
Okay,
this video shows exactly that effect occurring, the thing that you asked for. In addition,
the problem with that is
the gradient that's induced. In addition, the gradient that is induced is in a stronger, I'll say again, stronger magnitude in the same direction as we see in our atmosphere. The reason why the temperature had to be higher above and colder below is part of that induction, because we're in an area where the pressure does not decrease fast enough. In the atmosphere, the pressure decreases much more significantly over much larger altitudes. Did you get all of that?
What is in dispute? Say it concisely and cogently.
Yeah, I mean,
the problem is this, and I'm not feeling like repeating myself. So I mean, he's begging the question on top of everything else now.
Not
so now
begging
he's saying,
the fucking question.
So now he's saying. So now he's saying, okay, because I have this light source, and because I have this heat, I'm not doing what you exampled with the higher temperature below versus the colder temperature above. However, that's exactly the environment that we're creating when we're showing you that light refracts around objects.
Okay, I'll say
So
this.
that's problem. That's
I'll say it a little bit more slowly
problem
with
number
smaller
one.
words this time.
That's problem number one. And he's gonna say, I'm gonna say it more slowly, as if I didn't just summarize exactly what he said. He can't just say that's correct so that I can move on to the next point.
No, it's not correct.
He's just gonna do what he's doing. What's not
Right, but it's
correct
not
about what I just said? So you said it.
What's incorrect?
You said it.
What's incorrect is
Yeah, and Gio did say it was gonna be a
what
he
is
said, she said.
incorrect is. Do I get to tell you what was incorrect, or are you just going to keep talking? What was incorrect was that I described at 20 feet above ground level or higher the organization of our atmosphere such that the density is the highest below. The temperature and pressure equally are important in determining what direction that density gradient is. Here in this example, we have to induce a stronger density gradient. And the way that it is easiest to do that, because pressure is very difficult to maintain stably in any given location, we instead modify the temperature gradient such that we get a stronger density gradient. In the same direction, listen very carefully, in the same direction as what we experience in our atmosphere at 20 feet above ground level or higher.
That's it?
Except, yeah, I don't see that happening. You have a candle fucking 5 centimeters away from this thing, and you're talking about that's the same as the atmosphere. That's fucking insane.
Okay, that's not the words I used, is it?
What I didn't repeat what you said. Based on what you said, I'm giving a response.
Right, that's a misunderstanding of what I said. What I actually said was the density gradient we see in our atmosphere is in one orientation. The highest density is below. In this example, that same orientation is displayed here. It's just stronger. That's what I said.
Everything you just said is non sequitur to what I just said.
Well, that's because you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. That's the reason why I had to say it again.
No, that's not true, because my point is, well, you just used a lighter or a candle to create this effect. And you have no way of saying, well, the reason that this effect happened is because this air right here in this little vacuum of area, right? This area here where you can see this thing is much colder than this area where the candle is, which is only 5 centimeters away from this target.
Did you miss the cardboard box?
What? Oh, wow. Yeah, sure. No, there was that as well.
Okay, the cardboard box is funneling the hot air toward the plexiglass. The plexiglass is retaining the warm air underneath of it. The cold air is below that. Did you see the diagram I posted?
Very interesting.
Real quick.
It's got the word warm on it, and it's also got the word cool on it.
Can you hear me?
What's up?
Can he hear anything? I doubt it.
I was just gonna ask you real quick. Is your profile icon a prior of the Ori from season 9 of SG1?
I would believe so. Multiple seasons, I thought. I don't know if it's
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I just saw this very shot last night.
Yeah, he's the X-Files cigarette man.
So Doofus, was your entire point with all this, was it just to kind of share some how you think light and density works in that sense, or did it have something to do with the globe Earth?
Well, see, it's not about what I think light does, because this is something you can see happening. That it's just what light does. It's not what I think it does.
Okay, let's just say you got through all of your information, completely, and it was all finished up. So now what?
Well, we have to come to some sort of common ground at some point during this conversation. Do we agree that light bends toward the more dense medium or not?
Well, I don't know if we're going to get agreements in terms of that at the moment between, it depends on who you're talking about, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, we're all just our own people that are going to have our own viewpoints anyways. But how is everything you said related to the Earth? If it's not related to the Earth, that's cool. If it's just related to light and mediums and stuff, that's understandable. But was it relating to the Earth somehow? Or what you think the Earth is? Or was there like a debate point you were trying to lead with?
Well, it's part of a premise for another argument. If I want to do that too, I can. But I want to get down to, why doesn't it matter what light is doing? Why doesn't it matter what reality has for the behavior of light?
So you're more
Why do we all
interested,
get to have our own
interested
viewpoint?
in indoctrinating people into your viewpoint of what light does, and then somehow at some point lead them to your globe idea?
There's the fun part about all this. It's not indoctrination if you can independently reproduce the effect that I'm describing.
I mean, light does matter.
Light lives matter.
Right, but it's not indoctrination if you can reproduce what I'm describing, right?
Agree that light.
Doofus, did you say it doesn't matter what light does?
No, I said
it's not indoctrination if you can reproduce it.
No, I'm
Well, I was using the word indoctrination in terms of him just drilling it and being angry and getting flustered and then forcing us to see it his way or whatever. But nonetheless, I mean, if he was just trying to get that out, I was just trying to figure out if he had a point that it related to, like, was he trying to prove a globe Earth and all this? That was what I was trying to get to.
Right, but it's not just my way. It's what light does in reality.
Okay, so then how does that connect to a globe versus a planar Earth?
Yeah.
Right. If we acknowledge that light bends downward toward more dense medium in our atmosphere, especially true at 20 feet above ground level because measurements, then the Earth, if it had no curvature, should appear to us as if we were concave, but we don't see that.
Like any sense at all.
That does not make sense on any level to me either. In
No,
terms
that's
of that,
exactly what
that
would happen.
conclusion is.
How about we go through it then?
That's just in my viewpoint. This is not like a criticism on you. It's like a torqued idea. Like, it's not an idea that is correlated with what would even happen, even under the precedents that you set forth.
Okay, the only precedent I used was that light bends toward the more dense medium. And
Oh,
if
yeah,
we
that
can't
was
come to
really
an
your
agreement
original
on
argument,
that-
actually. Now that I think about it, yeah, it was, you were trying to falsify a flat planar Earth by basically saying that because light does all these things and bends in the medium the way you said it does, that it would be essentially, now I'm remembering from earlier, where it would essentially be looking down into the ground, and then the Earth would quote unquote look concave. Is your conclusion?
Right, it's not. I was more specific with how I worded it, but okay.
I
if
mean,
you
do
want
you
to
really
go
stand by that though? Is that where you're at? Like, does that sound solid logic, like solid logic to you?
Everything at your altitude, as it goes further off into the distance, would be at your eye level absent refraction. In the atmosphere, at 20 feet above ground level or higher, the light would bend downward, causing distant objects to appear higher. So not at your eye level anymore. It would be above your eye level and increasing with increasing distance.
I wonder if your colleagues would say that.
That wouldn't happen, man.
Yes. Especially Andrew Thomas Jones.
That's
I don't think it's
definitely not happening in the Black Swan.
I don't think that is what's happening. However, the
exactly
point,
what's happening in the Black Swan, Jim.
it's not the way you described it. I would not agree with, but I will say that
what part?
The distance we can see and where the horizon constellates has to do with how far you can see and the environmental conditions, to the point to where sometimes you'll see things obscuring, like the water level will look to be obscuring like the city skyline, for example, when things like that occur. And that's because essentially you are seeing closer, the land level and the density gradient. It's like a bifocal lens, like the land level that's closest to the land, that part's being magnified. So it brings that up in a sense. It doesn't bring it up above eye level. It just brings it up in its position. And then how that matches with the geometry of the planar Earth behind it will depend on how far you can see and the magnification conditions, which is why even like in the oil rigs, off of Santa Barbara, where sometimes the water level, it looks like it's kind of cutting off the legs, as it were, or obscuring the legs. And then other times you can see extended. So that is a part of kind of the way you're describing it. Actually does happen in a sense. Like, I don't think it's the light bending down into the Earth, but there is a way in which we see, like, we don't see as far. And if you want to say the light's hitting the Earth, and that's why the horizon is there, because it's the meeting points of the Earth and the sky, you could say that, although I don't. That's not quite how it's working, but it is sort of parallel to part of the way you're describing it.
Yeah, it's not what he's saying, dude.
Right. So here in the live stream 1 text, you were talking about this.
Yeah, that
What's interesting
exactly.
what's interesting is that bottom picture.
See how it's more magnified?
The originator
water is
of
more
this,
magnified on the bottom one. You can see, looks like a magnifying glass has been put on it. Whereas the one on the top, this is no magnifying glass on the water.
It's not necessarily.
let me go ahead and finish what I was saying. So the originator of this, BMLSB69, he says that the bottom picture is what he observes almost all of the time. That it very, very rarely you see what's in the top picture. It's not just some of the times where you see the water's in the way. You see it almost the entire time you're there, except for very rare conditions.
Yeah, when you can see further and it's more dry. Yep.
In that particular case, it wasn't more dry. It was a bit smokier, I would say.
By definition, you're seeing further because you're seeing more. You're seeing the actual real horizon as it extends out in the planar geometry.
Well, that's your assumption.
It's always
you're basing
the
that
real
off
horizon.
that assumption off of the fact that you think light goes straight.
If I could just ask a question, what about the geometric horizon, which is at the height?
We never see the geometric horizon.
1.22 miles. You know, I mean,
Isn't that amazing that that's where it's come to? Like there's no geometric horizon anymore, Jin. So there's no physical curve of the ball, but you can think of it as a ball.
Yeah, on
That's
a
not what he
planet
said,
with an atmosphere, you will never see the geometric horizon, and that has always been the position of people arguing against flat earthers.
Right, late 18th century survey texts always described some amount of refraction was occurring. This is not news.
So when did you ever observe or empirically?
To the point where I'm going to miss oil rigs with my weapon. I don't care what you say. You shouldn't be able to see it. If I see it, I hit it. Done. Refraction is not going to help you. Silly.
I mean, Doofus, so with that being said, when was the curve ever empirically sensed?
Well, I mean, I gave you an example of how...
We could just calculate it. That's all they can do.
All right, let me go ahead and finish. As I went through, I can qualitatively give you that the Earth cannot be flat. But since you don't like that argument, we can go to geodetic surveys where they take three azimuths between three distant locations and come up with a sum that's more than 180 degrees.
I can do you one better. I can show you a video right now that does this geodetic surveying with the 3 points on the ocean, and it's level. I can just post it right now, and it will show you right up. Do you want that? Do you want it? I don't think you want it, do you? Do you want it?
Don't do it on the ocean, Jin.
Jin, if you're going to give him some medicine, you got to be the right doctor and give him the medicine whether you want it or not.
Geodetic surveying does not occur on the ocean, Jin.
No, they used a similar equipment. Let me post it for you.
No.
Oh, open your mouth.
Absolutely not.
They are, and it's coming. All right.
Yo, you think geodetic surveying proves the Earth's a sphere, bro?
I haven't really heard good arguments against it.
Interesting.
Were you listening?
Are you aware that it's all calculated, not measured?
We've heard arguments.
No, these are measurements here I posted.
Not good arguments against it. There are
really.
arguments. Because you guys
How about those curved plumb lines? How about
so
that?
this is your home run argument?
Well, I mean, if we want to talk about measurements that were taken, we can talk about measurements that were taken.
Okay,
how'd
you make the measurements?
How do you?
Yeah. You said it wasn't
You
calculation.
get three distant locations that all have the ability to see each other, ideally, because that's how you're going to find out what their azimuths are with a precision instrument. When you have such elevated locations that can see each other, all three of them, you can then find the azimuth between each of those other 2 points at each point. Do this at all three locations and come up with a sum between those internal angles, and it's more than 180 degrees.
So whenever you take the angle, you understand that the thing you're looking at in the distance has changed angular size and shrank, and the top of it's gone down, right?
Okay, that doesn't change its left to right position.
Okay, so we're 100% solid up and down. It matches the flat Earth.
No. I mean, we can do drop observations if you want to later, but this is an observation regarding azimuths, not drop.
Okay, so we have the same altitude of all three locations.
They don't have to be the same altitude.
Interesting.
Geometrically, if you have the direction of plumb or vertical at each of the three locations were parallel, if their altitudes were different, you'd still get exactly 180 degrees.
Wait, sorry, I missed that.
Okay. If the direction of plumb or vertical was in the same direction at all three locations, or they were parallel with one another, you'd get exactly 180 degrees, even if they were at different altitudes.
What if you just curve the plumb lines? Then what?
You don't have to. Your instrument is sitting in one spot.
But that's what they do. They curve the plumb lines.
No.
Yes.
No. The instrument
Yes,
at its
they are
location
theoretically
has
curved.
one direction of plumb. There's no curved line there.
No, it's theoretically curved, and then they add that to it and say, "Oh, look, they add to more than 180." But we don't observe that.
No, the curving of the plumb line, as you're describing it, has to do with the uneven distribution of mass, say like the Sahelian experiment. But we're not dealing with that here. We're just dealing with plumb in total.
Plumb in total. Yeah, so you're
Right,
just
it's
measuring
just
it
a
left
single
to right.
direction.
Yeah. So you're measuring it left to right. You don't have to assume spherical geometry to work it out, though.
No, because the angles add up to more than 180 degrees regardless.
And you do them at different altitudes.
Yeah.
You could do it all at the same altitude. It wouldn't matter.
Right, but yeah,
So
being
when
at
you-
different altitudes also doesn't matter.
But when you establish the local plumb, you do what he says, though, right? I mean, you assume
do
they're
it
not
at
actually
each
parallel.
individual location. Each location has its own plumb that you take.
Yeah, the
Okay,
instrument where it's at is measuring the direction of down. And then you're taking your angle measurements in a plane perpendicular to that direction. There's no curved plumb line in that instance.
Okay. So when you look at exactly what is the observation, for example?
All right, so these are three theodolites set up at the three locations. Each of the three locations, are elevated such that you can have line of sight to each of them from each of them. So all three of them can see the other two. And the theodolite is measuring azimuths between those other two locations at each of the three locations. That's it.
So line of sight, you just draw like a straight line out to what you're seeing.
I mean, the angle you're measuring in is in a plane that is perpendicular to the plumb direction.
So it's just line of sight is a straight horizontal line from the observer
Not
to the.
necessarily horizontal. No.
No, not necessarily
What?
horizontal. The line of sight doesn't have to be horizontal.
Oh, so the line of sight is curving.
No.
No. The line of sight can be straight, but the angle is not between the two lines of sight. The angle is in the plane that is perpendicular to the direction of plumb.
Right. So perpendicular to vertical is what?
No, it's the
A horizontal reference plane.
The angle from the perpendicular plane to plumb. He's not saying that the angle he's taking is the perpendicular to plumb. He's taking the angle from the
Well, hold on.
perpendicular.
No, I'm speaking specifically about azimuths. Azimuths all lie in a plane perpendicular to plumb.
So just the direction. Okay.
Yeah, just north, south, east, west.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
An azimuth.
You have to treat the Earth like it's flat. Okay,
Coplanar.
continue.
No, you don't have to treat it like it's flat.
Coplanar.
Well, you just said you were.
No, he didn't.
No.
Yes, he did.
The direction of plumb is taken. The angles that are measured in a plane that's perpendicular to that direction of plumb. The objects are not in that plane, and they don't have to be.
Okay. And so then you look at these things in line of sight that isn't horizontal with the assumed plane horizontal perpendicular to the plumb, but it's actually not horizontal either. And then that is what happens. What are you talking about?
No, the plane in which the azimuths are measured are in a plane that is perpendicular to plumb. The direction at which I'm looking is not necessarily horizontal. That doesn't change where the plane is that I'm measuring the angles in.
So what he's doing is he's measuring the angles between two of the objects from one object at each point, right? So he's just getting an angle between the two objects. That angle is in the perpendicular plane to plumb, but you're not necessarily, you're just pointed in the direction of the object. You don't need to necessarily be pointed straight at the object.
Well, in the case of the theodolite, the scope is pointed directly at the object.
Right, but
the plane in which the angles are measured
doesn't have anything to do with the vertical angle.
Right. The azimuths do not change with vertical deflection.
Okay, and so you're saying that we can see too far?
No.
Well,
I'm not saying that
in
either.
a different way.
Nothing to do with
Yeah,
that,
you kind of
Austin.
are. Though.
I'm not.
Okay, summarize
In this thing that we're describing 3 points that are all at high altitude, such that they are able to see each other.
Okay, how
it's
far
not
away?
seeing too far. It's just seeing what we see.
And how far away is it?
Let's see. We got a couple of these that are a couple hundred kilometers apart.
How much?
A couple hundred kilometers.
Okay, that's a lot, right? And so, is it the actual position of what we're looking at when we see it from 200 kilometers away?
Left to right, yes. Up and down, no, probably not. Actually, definitely not.
So it never moves left to right.
No. Not within the precision of the instrument, anyway. We're going to see something in the distance, right? And we're going to look through the scope. Over the span of even just 10 seconds, any averaging occurring there will even out. There's absolutely no way that left to right will be changed over that length of 10 seconds to any degree with the precision of the instrument.
In order for you to work out this math, you have to use spherical geometry, my dude. And
you actually just add 3 numbers together, and it's greater than 180.
Right. The observed angles.
Yeah, so how'd you get your numbers, buddy? If you think that the numbers have nothing to do with
measurements, you literally just go take measurements between 2 objects at 3 different points.
No, he's getting impatient.
Right, Austin?
You make 200
and then you add the numbers together. You don't need to assume a sphere. You don't need to assume a plane. You're just taking measurements and adding the goddamn numbers together.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Wow. So you set up a theodolite, and then you establish local plumb. Then you look out using line of sight, which is directly from you to what you're observing. 200 kilometers. And we shouldn't see it that far to our right.
What?
Or left.
That doesn't mean anything.
That's what you're saying.
No. We see it where we
What are
see
y'all
it.
talking about?
And then the angles measured between those is a sum that is more than 180 degrees.
Okay, now we're talking about how you measured the angles.
Okay, that's easy. And the theodolite, as you're pointing to each object, has 2 angular measurements, one for the up and down of the scope and one for the left to right. The one number we're interested in is the number for the left to right. We don't care about the one that's up and down.
Okay. And what's your home run? Formulate
those
it as
numbers add
some
up to
type
more
of
than
summary.
180 degrees. That's
yeah,
it.
like, well, exactly what? When did this happen? You're saying it happens all the time, every time we do it.
Say that again?
You're saying this happens all the time.
I'm saying that's every single time they've measured it.
There should be tons of times then that they measure that.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, the example I posted here is from the late 19th century.
Why do we have to go back that far? Why don't they do
We
that
don't,
now?
but
don't have
back
to.
that
I mean-
far shows that NASA has nothing to do with the measurement of the Earth. And it's
Right.
funny
Do you think that geodetic
that people in the late
doesn't-
18th century knew that the Earth wasn't fucking flat. And you
Really?
guys are
So
just
they made
idiots.
observations we can't make today, though.
You can make them today. You just haven't tried. What's it?
Well, you're just claiming that they're real, and if you have to go back to
Go
like a
go
couple
make them.
papers that
Go get a
exist in the
theodolite
1800s.
and make these measurements. What's it? It's not hard.
Right. Larry Scott did that. He came in here. He presented that sort of stuff too.
Oh yeah, he went and made 200-kilometer observations from very high elevations and showed that when he established a local plumb, assuming a perpendicular plane over which he uses line of sight, that he proved that the Earth is a sphere.
Right. You're using the word "prove," which is interesting because pseudoscientists like to do that.
So this doesn't prove. This doesn't
Yeah,
prove.
that's
the
a
Earth's
thing
a sphere.
that only pseudoscientists say.
So this doesn't prove that the Earth's a sphere.
It is
Right, using
evidence.
the word
It is
prove
evidence as
is
a
not-
measurement of the sphericity of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So, but
just a
if it's
measurement.
not, but if it's not a sphere, then how else could it happen?
Right. There's no.
Good question.
If you're
Witzer.
using
Why
the
don't you
word
try to figure
"prove"
that out?
improperly, it doesn't change what the shape of the Earth
So you
is.
do
In
think
fact, it
it's
doesn't
you
change the
think it's
measurements
proof.
either.
So you do think it's proof.
So yeah, why is the measurements of the Earth telling us that it's a sphere? What's it?
They don't. Literally, all
But
measurements
they
ever.
do.
Literally.
You've never made one. You just pretend that you have.
Andy, have you?
Right. Like, what the fuck?
No, I'm just
But
asking.
no,
Andy,
I'm
have
not
you?
the one
Hold on, hold
claiming
on.
to have measured it. Witsit
No.
had said he does experiments that prove that the Earth is flat. When he doesn't, he just thinks long distance photography proves that the Earth is flat, or that fucking star trails going in a circle
I
with the
didn't hear
Georgia
him say
Guidestones
any of
proves
those
that the
things.
Earth is flat.
I
This
didn't
is a
hear it.
defense tactic. This
I didn't-
smug
That is a
hubris.
strange defense because he didn't say any of that stuff, at least not in these.
He didn't say it in this conversation, but he said it
All right.
in the past.
All right. Then my question to
I
you
said
is,
what? I said I did experiments on the Earth that proved that the Earth was flat, but all I did was misinterpret long distance observations.
Yep.
What experiments have I claimed that I did?
I already stated what you said you've done, or at least you stated in the past that you've done, and I don't know why you need me to restate that. I'm not.
Well, yeah, I've never
Right,
said the word
long-distance photography
experiment
analysis.
because measurement is not actually a science question, nor is an observation an experiment. You're not really manipulating any variables. You're just doing the first step, is observing. But yeah, there's a physical geometric necessity with the sphere claim of a certain size. And when you go around the world and you look at all these places over large bodies of water, you see way too far on clearer days. Just objectively what happens in the real world.
In other words,
Part of
once
the-
again, you
part of the
confuse your
claim-
categories. An experiment is not a measurement, and vice versa.
Well, part of the claim of a spherical Earth includes that we have an atmosphere. You can't forget that part.
But on the clearer days, I see way too far. So,
Right. Those are the days that you say are clearer. Yes.
well, they are clear. That's why I can see further. Just like when it's not as clear, I can't see as far.
Did you take a measurement to see if it's actually too far, or are you just assuming that it is?
Oh no, we know where the
you're just
locations are.
assuming
You
then. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
I
so
got
we
you.
don't know that we don't know where they are. Okay, we don't know known
No,
distances.
you're asserting that we see too far. How did you determine that it is too far?
Yeah, so they should be the locations that you can see in the distance on clear days should be physically obstructed by large amounts of Earth curvature.
And you're
Right,
doing
if you assume that
observations
there's
over
no
water
atmosphere.
because those observations are extremely refracted, and we understand that. What's it? Doing observations over the water are the worst possible ways to determine the shape.
Taking the question fallacy.
Actually,
It's
I've
not.
seen mountain ranges that are out in the distance as well. But of course, yeah, water's good because there's no topographical obstruction. And when you go out there and it's clearer outside, you can see really far. Sometimes you can see the stuff in the distance really clear.
And stuff is still obstructed by that water, though. What's it? That's a big problem for you guys.
Well, on a flat Earth, there would be a little bit of physical obstruction bottom up.
There would be
because
obstruction
there's
over water on the flat Earth?
there. Yeah, well, yeah,
That
because
doesn't
there's
make any sense.
there's water there and it's moving and it swells up as it moves in the body of water, the container, fluid dynamics.
Like a hump.
No, not like a hump. It just kind of waves around, so it doesn't just sit there at a certain area. It goes up and down optically because it's moving. It is also physical water there. So if there's a boat in water, if the boat is in the water, of course the water's going to block some of the boat you can see, right?
Yeah,
Is
I don't
that
know why.
Earth curvature?
Yeah, I know they were choosing to laugh at that, which seems strange because yeah, of course that would be the case. You're going to have the ground level of the swells and the waves and.
Right. The problem is the amount of obstruction.
Okay, well now that's the point. The problem is the lack of the obstruction that's supposed to be there. The amount that's supposed to be there, it isn't there.
Any
On clear
obstruction is a
days.
problem. Any obstruction is a problem for you on the flat Earth because there shouldn't be any obstruction on a flat Earth.
That isn't true.
Yes,
We
it
just
is.
discussed
It is
that.
not.
It sure fucking is.
It is not. Justify it.
So I guess tides wouldn't exist on a flat Earth. Tides
Like there's nothing else on the surface of the Earth obstructing our view of anything.
Or like if
Justify
the
your.
Earth was flat, you should be able to see through mountains. What are you even talking about?
Yeah, and that's
What the
exactly
hell?
what happens.
Obstruction of objects over water where we don't see half of a fucking mountain is a problem.
Okay, well, we can see numerous different things happen over water when it comes to the way the Atmos works. You can use a little toy boat and show that on certain days it'll levitate and look like it's way off the water and all these different things it does optically, and the water will move up and down. We can take time lapse of the water, actually. It's pretty easy to do that. You just press a button, it's just time lapse, and you can show that the water's horizon constantly moves up and down, up and down, up and down. It's an optical effect. And of course, there's water. So you have swelling and waves and movement because of fluid dynamics. So this is what we actually observe on the clearer days. You can see over those bodies of water way too far.
But the obstruction would still be there.
What?
It just whistled past the point.
Yo.
Not really. I mean, I can describe exactly why the water being having a high specific heat, why it should be different temperature than the air above it, and why we should expect to see different effects over a surface of water. Andy was alluding to that. But I could just show you this one picture here. From
you
this
are
location,
just whistling
you never
past the
see
fact
whole
that we see the mountain at all is a problem for your ball.
That's not true. If
It very
something's
much is
high
true.
up off the ground, then you should be able to see it on a curved surface.
But only to a certain
Not
point.
around the
actually,
curvature of the
because
surface.
Earth-
is completely
That's why we
obstructed by the
can't
curve of
see
the
half
Earth.
the mountain. It is only to a certain point. We only see half of fucking Mount Rainier in that image.
Oh, yeah, but I actually
It's actually not
assure
even
you
half.
that if you go out there and take the picture every single day, you'll see different amounts of the mountain.
And never the whole thing.
You're not going to
Yeah,
see
so-
the whole thing on a flat Earth.
You
How
never
do
even get to
understand
see
that?
half of the thing. From that
Yeah,
location,
so
you will
Doofus, since
never
you see
half
different
of that
amounts of the
mountain.
mountain, is the Earth shrinking and growing?
No, the Earth's not shrinking. What the fuck, dude?
Okay, so then the horizon, the thing obstructing the mountain, is not a tangent point on your ball.
Atmosphere. The atmosphere is
That's
fucking
not how
affecting what
that
you can
works,
see,
dude.
And we've said that dozens of times.
Okay.
Probably
Right.
Yeah, so
thousands
it
of
creates
times.
this hard
You probably
boundary,
heard
then
that
it moves
thousands
up
of
and
times,
down.
and you just choose to ignore the fact that we understand that the atmosphere changes.
Okay, and we have already refuted your ridiculous claim you've been cycling for years that on a flat Earth you'd be able to see across the whole Earth. You'd be able to see the very bottom of the mountain, and if you can't
Depending
see
on
every single...
the angular size of the object that you're looking at, you should be able to see a hell of a lot more of it than you do.
No, that's not true.
not true.
Just
Sure
refuse to let
is.
go of
It
your
is.
misconception of our position. You just
Think
have to
about it.
hold
So
on to the
if-
straw man.
So when you have obstruction in the atmos, it blocks
not a
how
straw
far you
man.
can see, right? So the most dense part of the atmos is the lowest part, right over the water. Okay, you're looking through that thickest part, and as you increase distance, you're increasing the amount of obstruction proportionate to that. So then you're trying to look at things changing angular size in the distance that is literally coming in on itself from the top and bottom. And you're looking to the most dense area over water that also kind of optically moves up. And you're saying that we should be able to see the bottom on a flat Earth. That is not accurate.
Okay, so the thing that we see that's in the way is not the atmosphere. The fact that the atmosphere is more dense has nothing to do with it. What we see that's in the way is the surface of the Earth, not the atmosphere.
Yeah, so you believe.
That's what you
No, we
believe,
see it.
correct? No,
I
bro.
trust my senses. The surface of the Earth is in the way.
Okay, so you
So you
trust your
believe.
senses as it's going up and down throughout the day to think that's actually where it is?
I think that the atmosphere is causing some amount of distortion. Yes, the amount of
Hey,
distortion on the average case is very little if we are at 20 feet above ground level or higher, as I mentioned prior.
It creates a ton of fluctuation because I actually make the observations. I actually did them, bro. You can
It's
just
not
go
the
in the
atmosphere
world.
itself that's blocking what you can see, though. It's actually allowing you to see more than you would be able to, except for when it fades into the distance because the light just turns blue.
Scattering.
And we were talking about this because you appealed to the geodetic survey.
Yeah, we got off of that topic for some reason.
And he totally ignored the fact that we can measure the shape of the Earth with geodetic surveying.
No, you can't. You have to go all the way over here to the 1800s, pretend some people back then did
People
it.
continue
And
to do it today. You can go do it yourself.
Then
Did
who
you
did it
ignore
today?
that?
Can you-
Yes, you did. You just
Right,
said
who
long
actually-
distance photography. Blah blah blah.
Site? No,
You can
you
ignore
brought
everything
up,
that proves that the Earth is a globe.
No,
That's what you
you
said.
brought that up. You brought
No,
up
the first person to
the
say we see too
accusation.
far was you, Witsit.
No, he brought up the accusation that I claim I can do all these experiments and I just misinterpret. That's how the subject got brought up.
No, you said we see
Yes.
too far, and then you said we do all these observations.
Always with
And what
this. You said, he said, you said, he said. Man.
Right. But the first thing that brought up the conversation was Witsit said, what you're saying is we see too far in my direction.
Oh, that was
That's what
that
he
was
thought
that was
I
a
said,
joke.
but
Though.
that's not what I said.
But the subject of it came up in depth specifically when he's like, "Oh, Austin acts like he makes experiments." Blah, blah, blah. So I corrected.
That was
him
after you
saying
mentioned we see too far, Witsit.
what made the diversion happen was I corrected him, saying, "No, I make observations. That's not science." And then this started. So okay, thanks for playing. Geodetic
Anyway, go
surveying
back to
is a
geodetic
joke.
surveying.
It's a joke. You have a spherical assumption that you refuse to
You don't need
acknowledge.
to make any assumptions.
Literally, to make the observation in the first
You
place, you
don't
have to.
need to make any assumptions.
Okay, well,
measurement,
when you
man.
make the observation on a flat Earth or on a spherical Earth, they would be different, wouldn't they? And not
Yes,
just
they
because of your
would.
degree.
Yes, they would.
No,
That's
just
the
in
problem,
general.
is that when you make the observation on a flat Earth, it should equal 180-degree triangle. But when you make the observation in reality, it does not add up to a 180-degree triangle. It adds up to a greater than 180-degree triangle, which would not happen if the Earth was flat.
Well, it could happen on a flat Earth, but the direction of up would have to be a different direction for everybody, which would be weird.
What? So you and I are
The
standing on a
reason why
plane.
it comes out to more than 180 degrees is because plumb is not parallel.
You and I
in different
are standing
locations.
on a plane, and so up for me is like I'm pointing my finger upward, and so what's up for you?
Right, it's the opposite direction of down. The reason these
Right.
instruments
So
know
how
what
is up a
direction
different direction for everyone on a plane? What the fuck?
It wouldn't.
What I
It's just,
said was,
it's the
hold on a
problem.
second. Hold on. What I said was, you could make it work on a plane. However, the direction of up would have to be different for everybody, which would be weird. That's
That
what I
doesn't
said.
make sense. Were you and I standing on a plane,
That's
up
why
is the
I said
opposite
it would be
direction from
weird.
down.
That's why I
That's
say.
specifically why I said it would be weird.
Yeah, I mean,
So
he's
what
not
is the point of
arguing
you
would
saying
be.
that?
But you're the one creating the straw man, though. So
The
why
fuck
are you
like-
saying that's
like I'm
It
weird?
wasn't
stupid.
strong, man. That's the only. It was just saying what's the only way it could work on flat. That's the only way it could work on flat. But anyone will argue for that, and he's not entering that.
What does
So
he even
that's
mean
just
by
wrong.
that? Every up would be different for everyone. That's what you guys say on the globe.
He said.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I said
that's
it,
a
and I said
requirement
it would be
for-
weird.
So
Obviously,
how are you
from that,
making?
you can understand that it's nobody's position.
How are you making a spherical excess, quote unquote, work on a planar flat Earth surface, and adding up? Well, they're not even real angles to begin with.
Geo, you just
You
don't
wanna
make any
call it
assumptions.
adding
You
up.
just make measurements and add up
Right.
the
So I
fucking
guess I'm
angles.
just being
You don't
completely
need to make an
interrupted. Let me just finish what I was saying. So, are you trying to claim that that a spherical excess measurement would add up to more than 180 degrees on a flat Earth, were the words you use, and then somehow the ups are all different? Explain what you mean by any of that.
Okay. The observation is the three azimuths, or the azimuths, two things from three locations, those internal angles. The way that it would end up working on a flat plane is if the direction of up was different for everybody. And I said that
How could
would
that
be
be the
weird.
case on a flat
And the
plane?
reason why I
What the
said
fuck
that would
is-
be
what?
weird specifically is because nobody has that position, and I didn't assume anybody would think that I meant that somebody held that position. Because I said that would be weird, right?
Sure.
So why did you say it? Like, that's not an implication of everyone standing on a flat plane, and no one said it.
Dude.
Azimuth to what?
It would be an implication. It would be an
Azimuth
implication
to
if
what?
the
Is that a real
azimuth-
question?
Yeah, it would be an implication.
Maybe you can be more rational. Doofus is kind of going wild right now. So what is
I
he
think-
talking about? In what way are you taking a flat Earth and making a spherical excess triangle add up to more than 180
That's the
degrees?
problem, Gio. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in
Hang on.
reality.
I'm not asking whether it works or not. If he wants to just rescind it, that's fine. But I'm just asking what he meant by that. Is he actually talking about a model in which a triangle would have more than 180 degrees on a flat Earth? Because of course that's the opposite. 3 points are coplanar that are 180 degrees with real angles. So how is he saying he's making that work? Can he describe that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you can do it.
As I said, it
you seem to
could
agree
work
with
on a flat plane if the direction of up was different for everybody. I said it would be weird. Specifically, I said that because nobody here holds that position, and I assumed the throwaway comment would be thrown away. But you guys want to keep talking about it for some fucking reason.
Oh, okay, so it's just
So
like
why did you say it in the first place if it's such a throwaway?
I said
You
it would
wasted
be
time.
weird. Jesus Christ, dude.
Because,
it sounds like you're giving
let me try.
It's not possible. That's why I was
Yes,
asking you.
all he's saying.
I was just saying, like, imagine you're creating a video game and you're just describing this because you know what I mean. It doesn't. You said it as like an example of a thing that could exist, and I'm just trying to break that down and ask. If you're just joking,
he said it as though it's an implication of a
He was
flat Earth.
describing the globe Earth. He just said flat Earth at the end.
This
is why I'm confused.
Because the
Can I try to
globe is
address
what
it?
makes the ups different for everybody, and they have to curve the surface to do that.
I
Can
can't
I
believe that
try
I
to address
confused
it?
this many adults.
The surface could be still flat, and the direction of up could be different for everybody. That's what he's saying.
Okay,
Yeah, but the
explain that.
reason.
How does that
Can I
exist?
try?
How does a flat Earth have different ups? There's only one up. It's two coplanar points.
Right.
It's two coplanar.
Like I
points.
Say
said,
anybody had that position. He's just saying that if to make these measurements and have an excess of 180 degrees in a triangle, up would have to be in a different direction for the three positions.
But then
That's
they
all
wouldn't-
he's
That
saying.
doesn't make any fucking sense.
Right. It doesn't.
Exactly. That's
how
the
it would have
point.
to-
That
it
is the
doesn't make
point.
any
You
Okay,
say
hold on.
right.
I might know what he's talking about now. Okay, is he talking about if you have a flat surface and you are on it, that you would like if you got three guys that are all standing with their devices, that they would angle themselves back? Is that what he's saying? That they would all
no, they
angle?
measurably have a direction that things fall in, or plumb, as it were, would have to be in a different direction for
They
those three
change their
locations.
plums. That's what I'm saying. Like if they change their plums.
No, they don't have control over which direction things fall in.
Okay, so can I try?
Yeah, it's
the only way.
pointless.
Yeah, the only way.
The more than 180 apply here. Like I don't understand.
The only way. Can I try to?
The reason why
the thing is, a flat plane with 3 points on it are by definition coplanar and equal up to 180 degrees. So there's no way to make that more than 180 on a plane unless you maybe turn it into a sphere. But then you don't even have real angles. You just have these lines that are not even true angles.
Right. No,
However,
Gio,
I
it has
do
to do with
agree-
the measurement you're taking
Let
and not that.
me just finish what I'm saying. I do agree, though, if we want to call it a spherical triangle, you should use a different name. If we want to call it that, yes, I agree that if you put three lines on a sphere, then that would occur.
No, Gio, it has to do with the way that you're taking the measurement. When you take the measurement, the direction of up matters because you're taking your measurement on a plane that is perpendicular
to
plumb. So if your plumb was different in those three different locations, it would change the angular measurement between the azimuthal measurement between the two other points.
Okay, and that's fine. That's what I was originally asking him. He didn't. It's all he would have had to say is like, "Oh no, all I meant is that if you're on a planar surface, that you would angle those people and essentially change their plums to be at an angle." Yeah, okay, if you want to claim that, but that's not even doing the spherical excess, anyways. But I guess now, if that's what he meant, it would have been ideal if he just said that originally.
The reason why the measurements come out to more than 180 degrees as a sum is because up is not in the same direction for those three locations.
Or
That's the
so
reason.
you would claim, or so you believe.
But so Gio, if you just drew a triangle, you could draw a planar triangle between those 3 points, and that triangle would still have measurements of 180 degrees.
What the fuck is the point in saying this? I don't understand the point.
Well, it's
the measurements
better
disprove
explain the whole idea.
He's confusing the sarcasm of the joke. We get the sarcasm. We get that it was some stupid shit that you said to
It
try to
wasn't.
be funny. We don't understand the point of you saying it.
Okay.
It wasn't sarcasm.
The reason why I said it, and I'll say it again, is because the measurements, the sums of those three angles are greater than 180 degrees. And the only reason that happens is because plumb is not in a direction that is the same for all of those three locations.
All right, let me ask you. I understand the concept, and I think most people do here. So let me ask you this then. I agree that there are claims of spherical excess being measured. I'm understanding of that. I'm aware of the in the history and the claims of it. Have you ever done it? First of all, is one question, and then secondly, if not, are you just believing it? Is that where you're at with it? Because it wouldn't be coming from knowledge; it would be coming from belief. Is that correct?
The measurement itself, I have not performed, as in the azimuths between three distant locations.
Okay,
What
so
instead I have done.
and I'm not trying to call you out or anything. I'm just saying currently you're believing that that's what they that what they claim to be measurements are true, and you're in a belief at the moment. I'm not trying to call you out for it. I'm just saying that's where you're at with it, right?
Everything's a belief. Chief.
The instrumentation that they used, the information that has given to me, and all of that's all public knowledge.
And
So
it's convincing
they put
to you that
there
it's the
so
case to make the Earth a sphere for you.
Okay, anyway, they put all that out there for anybody to come along and falsify if they wanted to do that. And that's for any of these 8 billion people here on this earth to do. They could.
And also to potentially, Doofus, to potentially destabilize them.
What's interesting about, let's try this again. What's interesting is that earlier in this conversation, what's interesting in this conversation earlier, well, I did describe measurements that I did take, and we didn't get to finish that.
What measurements did you take?
Regarding the atmosphere and the way the light would have to bend through it.
They could have lied to you and you wouldn't know because you haven't done it yourself.
The atmosphere cannot lie to me. That would be weird.
But do you understand that you have to assume spherical geometry? I've said that 3 times.
The problem with it is that you don't have to assume.
It doesn't.
How do you solve for? How do you solve?
You measure.
How do you solve for spherical?
You measure the azimuths between 3 points, and you find that there is an excess of 180 degrees.
Is there really?
Dude, my man. Dude, how do you solve for spherical excess?
Yeah, that's on after the fact. The angles, the sum is greater than 180 degrees before they get to that stage.
So what does that change whenever you when you do that?
Huh?
What changes whenever you solve for spherical excess?
Well, you can see in the diagram there, it only changes by half an arc second.
Interesting. So we have some modern measurements of this then for sure, right?
I mean, if you want to, you can use GPS to do it, but you guys don't like that.
Well, that GPS uses
The latest hoax. The latest hoax was done 120 years ago. We just have to believe it.
Central Earth.
You can do it with GPS today. You guys just don't like it.
Right at that time in the late 1800s, where they really started pushing the globe before they did the genocide of World War I and part of the end of their Great Reset. They were pushing these spherical excess claims.
Yeah. So it's like, why is it not done?
The U.S.
recently?
did theirs, but the one across what, Africa and Europe, that was done in the late 18th century, not the late 19th century.
Wow. So
that was the beginning of the reset.
Wow.
Yeah. So no one's done it recently. When you said you can use GPS if you want to, you do realize, of course, GPS it assumes spherical geometry.
The devices that commonly report coordinates back to you yes, they do. In essence, the coordinates they report it back to you in is an ellipsoid, and the coordinates that is calculated from is in Cartesian coordinates. You can actually go get a receiver that reports those Cartesian coordinates directly to you, so you don't have to go through that step.
How do you prove those surveys were done like 200 years ago? Like we weren't even alive.
Right. The
Well, why they're
documentation
not
is
done
present
again,
for somebody to falsify if any of these 8 billion people on this earth wanted to go reproduce it.
How would we possibly reproduce it? Just for example, how would we possibly do that?
Just go measure spherical excess. Just go.
Right. They just
get a
they show you
theodolite.
where they were, what equipment they used, and in what direction they were looking.
But are we
Someone
talking
needs to
about
start
the
explaining
physical
what the geodetic
measurement?
survey is, because I
Yeah,
don't
go
even know what
replicate
that
the
is.
physical measurement.
Are we talking about the physical measurement of the Earth? Is this what we're
Yes.
talking about?
Yes.
Well,
Go.
okay, so technically,
Anybody can go replicate this.
okay, we get that. But wouldn't technically, I'm just saying technically, wouldn't you physically have to measure the entirety of the Earth?
No.
No, you wouldn't
No,
have to
I
do
mean,
that.
if you find out
replicate a singular measurement. No.
Right. If you find out that the continent you're on is shaped like a ball and it's part of a ball,
Irving.
I mean, that's a pretty good clue. You could probably go find another continent and find out the same thing occurs.
As opposed to just like a giant lumpy flat land, how would I be able to differentiate between like some sort of lumpy flat land and, or living on a sphere?
Well, that's the beauty of this particular measurement system. The angles that are being measured are all taken in a plane that's perpendicular to plumb. And as I mentioned several times now, if plumb was parallel at all three locations, then you would get exactly 180 degrees, and we don't get that.
You just excluded about 8 billion people that aren't able to do those measurements over different continents, like you claimed they would.
No, you just get a theodolite.
So I have a theodolite in my hand. Now what do I do?
Well, I mean, you got to lug the damn thing up there. These particular measurements were taken on mountain peaks. That's the reason why they're such long distances, 200 kilometers or so, is because they had to be done on the tops of mountains.
Okay, so I have a theodolite in my hand. Now what do I do? Say a cogent answer.
Okay, go
Right.
take azimuthal
You go to the top
measurements.
of these mountains and you measure some azimuths. What do you mean? What's the confusing part?
This is something I was going to bring up.
How do you
before.
not understand this? How do you not understand you have to use spherical math? Do I actually have to break it down? Are you playing dumb?
You don't need to. You just take measurements with it. You don't need to do spherical math. You just take measurements.
You're wrong.
No, it's what it says right here.
Well, that's
you're
what
just
that's not what
observing
it
some
says right
angles.
here. That's not what it says right here.
What does it say right here?
Well, it says something far different than what you're saying.
The problem is almost 8 billion people are more laymen and won't be able to do these measurements you claim they can do.
So is he saying that you're able to derive?
Because it's just a theodolite. It has a manual.
Are you
Go back to
able to
Witzig.
derive
Go back to
curvature?
Witzig.
Are you saying you're able to derive curvature from one like theodolite site? That's all you need to derive curvature for the entire Earth?
No,
three
because
different
this particular
locations.
set of measurements that I posted is showing sets of 3 locations and the azimuths between them.
Okay, let's see if we can get some common ground here. So the angles taken between any 3 points on the surface of the Earth by the theodolite are, strictly speaking, spherical angles, and their sum must exceed 180 degrees. And the lines bounding them are not the chords as they should be, but the tangents to the Earth. This excess is inappreciable in common cases, but in the larger triangles, it becomes necessary to allow for it and to diminish each of the angles. Diminish each of the angles of the difference between the sum of the angles of a spherical triangle and the sum of the angles of a plane triangle. Minus good. Sorry. Okay, so it becomes necessary to allow for it and to diminish each of the angles of the observed triangle by 1/3 of the spherical excess. In other words, the spherical excess is represented by the difference between the sum of the angles of a spherical triangle and the sum of the angles of a plane triangle.
Yeah.
Right. So it's talking about when
That's
you
the
actually
overage
want to
of
figure
180.
out. Once you
That's
want to figure
it's
out
the overage over 180 degrees that they're trying to account for.
Right.
Yeah, they're
So you have
basically
to have a
telling you
spherical triangle, right?
because the Earth is spherical, you have to subtract those excess angles out.
They're saying you have to
How
have
big the
you
Earth
have to
is,
subtract
where
the
you take
difference from
these-
the observed angles You have the observed angles, and then you see the difference between a spherical triangle.
Correct. Yeah. Yes. You subtract out the excess that you measured. Yes.
You subtract out the excess that you measured.
Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't say that we have to get the difference with what is observed and then a spherical one. It says that, but it's not saying that.
No, it's actually the other way around. We take the difference between what's observed and a planar one, because the one that's observed is not a planar one.
Okay.
Yeah, that was legit funny though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just think this is funny because it's like, if this is so objective, like what you're saying, then it should be easily repeatable, and we should have numerous times that this has been done.
It was done 15
The one that I
times on
pulled,
the freaking.
yeah, the one that I pulled is not the only one that exists. You understand that, correct?
Pretty much, actually. Every time I've asked for years, all you guys have is a couple that are claimed hundreds of years ago.
I mean, that's the one that I have on my phone because I don't keep like
that's all any of
100
you guys
copies
have
of the
for
same
years.
thing. Right.
No, you
but I
guys
don't
don't
keep
have
on
that.
my phone 100 copies of the same thing. Why would that
You
make
don't
sense?
have that. You don't actually have that. That doesn't actually exist. You just say things like that. But you guys just have a couple claimed measurements way back in the day. It's super funny. And then you guys resort back to GPS, which uses a fixed stationary geocentric Earth, and it assumes spherical trigonometry.
Okay, you skipped the part where I said you can get a receiver that skips that step for you, so you can get those Cartesian coordinates directly, right?
You can get your Cartesian coordinates directly relative to what? Yeah. Where's the central point?
Center of the Earth.
Okay, thanks for playing.
And they use the distance, the claim.
What do you mean, thanks for playing?
Of the satellites as well. That
just
calculate timing using the speed of light. It's just a ball of yarn, just a mess.
Just use GPS. You skip that whole step, or just use GPS. We're all good.
I mean, the center of the
Earth.
Like
I mentioned, though, Godric, in case you weren't paying attention, GPS receivers exist such that you can get the Cartesian coordinates directly. They don't report your latitude, longitude, and altitude above a reference if you ask it not to. You can ask for the Cartesian coordinates.
You said it goes to the center of the Earth.
Right, which the typical coordinates you get from a GPS receiver don't do. You understand that, right?
So you're literally assuming a radius in this model you're claiming. The model of the GPS is what I meant.
No. If you get the Cartesian coordinates, the surface of the Earth is not included. Your coordinate is in 3 linear distance components known X, Y, and Z. That's it.
Where's the Z go?
Assumed surface.
Of a distance of a satellite you can't verify.
It's not from the distance to the satellite. It's a coordinate.
Why you guys always have to assume a plane, Earth, everything? Jeez,
it's not assuming a planar Earth either. It's a 3-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system.
Okay, what's the Z and the Y and the X then? There's not
a
horizontal there?
Linear directions, perpendicular at... Let's try this again. They're all linear directions, perpendicular at the center of the Earth.
Wow. Actually, they're just treated linear and horizontal, and then you make up stories.
Not horizontal.
Yes.
The word horizontal never entered my conversation. Why did it enter yours?
Because you want to run away from that's what it actually is.
It isn't. Look up ECEF Cartesian coordinates. Nowhere is any of those three axes horizontal. Horizontal's never used in those coordinate systems.
Do you know what the actual axes they use are? I think that's what they're trying to ask. What is the Z axis? What is the Y axis?
Yeah, explain it to us how there's no horizontal involved.
Looks like the Z axis goes through the North Pole and the South Pole. The Y axis is orthogonal and to the X and the Z, and the coordinate system rotates with the Earth, obviously. And the X-axis passes through the equator and the prime meridian.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So we don't have to assume the ball at all to do this.
No, these are three-dimensional coordinates for the globe. That is what it is saying.
Right.
Okay.
It is assuming
coordinate system itself-
assuming a globe because the Earth is a globe, Austin.
Wow, very fascinating.
Coordinate system
That sums
itself.
it up. It's assuming it because it is.
No, that
Yeah, it's probably definitely
it's not
spinning and
This is
revolving.
why I keep
coordinate system
saying the
itself.
same critique against these people that I do. They keep taking their position
the
for
third time.
granted.
They said
They
that an
never
hour ago.
scrutinize it.
All right,
Everything they
I'll say
appeal
I'll
to
say the third
takes their
time. Here we
globe
go.
for granted.
Coordinate system itself does not assume or does not include the surface of the Earth in it. Your coordinate in that system has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
So then why are you appealing to it to argue in defense of your globe?
Because the
Right, 'cause if
three-dimensional
you look
coordinate
at
doesn't
your
make
positions-
any sense.
Right, if you look at your positions in that coordinate system as you move around on the surface of the Earth, you trace out a path along the surface of something roughly spherical.
What?
What do you mean, what?
So what you just said again.
Right,
The
if you look at
surface
your
of the Earth is not added
ECEF,
in the GPS
Cartesian
system.
coordinates. If you look at your ECEF, Cartesian coordinates from any GPS receiver capable of giving you those coordinates, as you move across the surface of the Earth, those coordinates will trace out a path in that three-dimensional coordinate system that is following roughly a spherical surface.
Hmm.
Wow, bro, the Earth's a ball, bro. I haven't even thought about
It
these
is.
measurements I never even thought about these claimed measurements using optical linear line of sight from hundreds of years ago, and then the presupposition
Why
that
don't
the
you
Earth
just go
is a
do it
sphere.
yourself? What's it?
Austin, it assumes a globe because it's a globe, okay?
You don't need to make
It doesn't
any
assume a
assumption-
globe either.
You don't need
Jesus
to make
Christ.
assumptions to take a measurement.
Interesting.
All right.
So are we looking at any celestial objects during these measurements?
No, not for geodetic surveying. I mean,
Yeah.
unless you want to say that this particular geodetic survey used the celestial objects to determine latitude and longitude, which is a fun conversation in and of itself, but they don't have to.
Can someone please explain this geodetic survey? What is it? What is the process?
Okay, you got a theodolite. You take that up to these 3 locations, and you measure azimuths to the other 2 locations from each of those 3 locations.
What is an azimuth?
An azimuth is a direction in a plane that is perpendicular to plumb.
What does perpendicular to plumb mean?
So here you go. If you're looking at the horizon, say at just a spot on the horizon, and you look to the right a certain distance, the degrees that represent where you look to the right, you've changed your azimuth that much.
Okay. Roughly,
It's just
because
I just
the azimuth
posted
or
it
the
in
horizon doesn't necessarily have to be horizontal or at your horizontal reference.
Gregory,
Well, I asked if you use a celestial object, and you said no. So where are you getting your? How are you establishing your vertical?
Plumb. You hang a plumb line, or have a pendulum or something.
You know what plumb is?
hold on a second. I'm gonna post this again, Gregory, because Dave posted a bunch of stuff.
Do I know what plumb is? Yeah, it's you establish a
Gregory, that
local
one's the
plumb.
azimuth. Sorry. go ahead.
Assuming the Earth is flat, you drop a plumb. It goes vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
From your location, yes. You don't need to care. You don't care about the fact that there may or may not be a shared horizontal plane between the 3 points. You don't. It doesn't matter when
It doesn't
you take
enter
this
into it.
measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how are you getting them relative to one another, right?
You're just measuring them.
So you're
You
measuring
make
the
a measurement
angle.
at one place, then you go somewhere else and you make another measurement, and then you go somewhere else and you make another measurement. That's it.
from your vertical.
The vertical edges at each of the 3 locations. Obviously, the instrument, you're carrying it with you, or they're installed in all 3 of those points at the same time, which I'm not sure exactly how they did it. I think they had to move them around.
So this would be easily
10 years to
repeatable
do it.
and would have tons of reproducibility.
Well, we don't need to do it anymore because we have better ways of measuring the surface of the Earth.
No, you don't.
Like GPS.
Which assumes that the Earth is a sphere, though. A stationary sphere. A geocentric sphere.
No.
Are you riffing on the fact that
You
it has
said,
to be Earth-centered?
No, I'm just saying it is funny that everything you do does have to be Earth-centered.
Well, yeah, because we're on the Earth.
And that's just the only way you can do
Obviously,
it.
the most convenient coordinate system to use when we're on the Earth is something that is centered on the Earth.
That's how you can do anything. Yeah, that's right.
Well, when we have colonies on Mars, they will use Mars as the center. They will use Mars as the center of their coordinate system.
Whoa, we should shut the server down, bro. I didn't think about that.
Holy cow!
How much is that costing?
Yeah.
I mean, why would anybody here on Earth use a sun-centered coordinate system for finding another location on Earth from the Earth?
You can't use it to do anything. You use geocentric coordinates to predict eclipses. You can't. You always assume the Earth is stationary.
All right, let's try this one more time, Witsit. Why would anybody on the surface of the Earth trying to get to another point on the surface of the Earth use a sun-centered coordinate system to do that?
You keep asking the question as though he argued that.
There's
You keep
no
asking
reason,
that
right?
question again and again as though he argued that, and he didn't.
Right. Like all I said
Right,
was
there's literally no reason for GPS to be anything other than Earth-centered, correct?
Well, that's the only. Yeah, that's what everything is. That's the only way anything works.
No, it's not anything because
everything.
No, because the way that the guy in the car that you guys don't like so much, he's not tracked on an Earth-centered coordinate system.
Yeah, they don't like that guy.
When we have colonies on Mars, they will have GPS satellites circling Mars, and the people on Mars will use the Martian GPS system, which will
To really
be
keep repeating this, like we're so dull-minded.
Yeah, like they're
we don't
teaching
get
me.
that.
Like they talk to me like I'm so
Like, what the
simple
fuck?
and
How
slow
soon will this
that they have to.
Because even in a heliocentric system, you don't use the heliocentric coordinate system for locations on Earth if you're
You
going
just
to
keep
another
saying
location on
it.
Earth, because it
You
makes
keep repeating that
absolutely
to
no
us.
sense, even in a heliocentric system, to ever
You
do
just
something
keep-
other than have an Earth-centered coordinate system.
You just
We just
keep
have to
saying
get
it.
the condescending time in.
Because
like,
there's
like we
no
don't
reason
understand
for
this. Like we
Witsit
were
to
arguing the
say
opposite of what they're
that it's
saying.
Gregor, do you
Right,
have
there's
to
no
talk at
reason
the
for
same time?
Witsit to bring up that GPS is Earth-centered because, duh, obviously it should be.
Okay, so
watch
why are you going on with this condescending?
Because
lecture?
the way you guys are condescending to us.
No, I
Yeah.
actually just made a point, which is like
It's
everything.
stupid. That's why he's being condescending.
I get that you think the point's stupid, but I'm not making that specific point as an argument. I'm saying just side note, like as everything has to be. It wasn't my argument, and everyone knows it. I literally said that you have to use an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed system. Of course, stationary Earth for everything, geocentric Earth for everything. You
On
do.
Earth, yes, we use everything on Earth as a
Yes,
geocentric
very
fucking
good,
coordinate
Andy.
system. But there are things outside of the Earth where we stop using the geocentric coordinate system because
Mhm.
it doesn't work anymore.
I mean, I'm saying you
Works
don't
out
even use the
convenience anyway.
heliocentric coordinate system to predict eclipses.
Say that again?
You don't even use the heliocentric coordinate system to predict eclipses.
Yes, actually.
No, you literally don't.
Yeah, the orbital plane from the orbital plane of the moon with respect to the ecliptic is a heliocentric transform.
Hey, my man, you literally have to have geocentric coordinate system.
Okay,
You didn't
let me
know
say
that?
it
You
again.
take declination.
Let's see if you can address it this time.
factor
The
in
orbital
moon
plane of the
declination.
moon with respect to the ecliptic is literally a heliocentric coordinate system.
You transform it, though. You don't even know how it works. You literally don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, can you address what I said and just saying, instead of just saying, I don't know, can you address what I said?
Yeah, you have to transform it from the geocentric coordinate system. I just did address what you said.
No, you use the orbital plane of the moon with respect to the ecliptic. The ecliptic is not geocentric.
Okay, so when I cite NASA showing that you have to do it in geocentric coordinate systems, and then you use a transform to make it a heliocentric, you start to count for heliocentric claims afterwards, you're going to admit you were wrong, right?
Right, like Doofus, an ecliptic, like let's say it's like a planar stationary Earth. Like an ecliptic would just be the plane of the sun moving above the plane of the Earth. So the moon being tilted 5 degrees to that is why we see the moon sometimes like the lit up part, like the crescent, is facing down, kind of like down and to the right. Then other times it looks like it's going up and to the right. That's because like in that idea, like they're at slightly different altitudes, and the moon is tilted 5 degrees to the sun. So you were saying that that's heliocentric. It ultimately could be both, because in the heliocentric model, they're just reversing that, and they're making the Earth a sphere, and then the moon, and then the ecliptic is the actual Earth's path around the sun in that model. But it isn't at its root heliocentric. You can see it as that, like you can transform that, but the original conception and what the ecliptic is would be the sun and moon above the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you make the readings.
Hold on.
You actually make the readings like that. That's how you use a geocentric coordinate system to predict eclipses with declination angles to the moon. So that's just objectively how you do it.
Exactly, and that's all on an XYZ axis.
That comes
also
afterwards.
within a geocentric zodiac, essentially a 360-degree circle.
All right, hold on. Before we get too far away from it, Geo, I would like to see, for a flat stationary Earth, a visualization of where the ecliptic is. Where does that fit?
That'd be cool to see. It would just be the plane. Well, if the this is somewhat even assuming that these things are physical or even at any distance, but even just to go on that, if the sun changes altitude, then the ecliptic would change altitude with it. So it would be like a pyramidal shape or an inverted pyramidal shape. If it's just one plane, then it would just be the plane of the sun. But I mean, essentially, it's just like the sun is moving around above us. Whatever the plane of that circuit would be the ecliptic, and then the moon is going up there as well. So it would just be tilted 5 degrees. So that's why sometimes it's a little bit above the sun, sometimes a little bit below it. So yeah, that would be the ecliptic on a geocentric system like that. And that's just going back to, I mean, that's almost.
I need to see that, though.
Humanity. I mean, that's going back to the roots of the understanding of it all.
And it's not even
I need
physical
to actually see on a flat stationary Earth where the ecliptic would actually end up being. As you say, it's the plane of the sun. Well, then it wouldn't be called the ecliptic anymore.
That's the plane of the sun's circuit above the Earth.
Well, that's above the Earth then, right?
Wouldn't it be the zenith, like
so what you got,
line that traces
what
out
they
the
did-
zenith to the sun?
What they
around
did in
Earth?
the heliocentric idea, the one they just inverted that, and so they, instead of the sun above the Earth, they made the sun away from the Earth. They made the Earth a ball, and then they put the moon going around the Earth. So now the ecliptic is the actual plane that the Earth is going around the sun. So they literally inverted that. So instead of the sun's plane above the Earth, now it's the Earth's plane around the sun. And then they tilted the moon 5 degrees to that, and then that's how they claim to get the 3 spheres lining up, for eclipses and things like that.
I don't think flat Earth can lay claim to the geocentric Ptolemaic system. I don't think you can.
What?
Oh well.
Right, because that'd be a spherical Earth. But the ecliptic, like right now,
Ptolemy was
of course,
not originally
assuming a globe, I
spherical.
can tell you exactly where the ecliptic crosses the surface of the Earth. What's interesting is that on a flat Earth, there would be no such construct.
What are you referring to?
Right, the ecliptic, I can tell you at any given time of the year where it crosses the surface of the Earth.
Based on what?
Based on the globe model. I can tell you where the ecliptic crosses the surface of the Earth. I can't do that with a flat model, though.
No, you can do it with a geocentric model, though, right?
I can.
That would really be only
not
something
really.
that would exist on a globe model. Yeah, that wouldn't exist on a planar Earth, because the ecliptic of the sun, the plane of the sun, would not intersect with the Earth ever. unless it's at an angle and you want to say it's like going all the way, you know, somewhere out in Antarctica or something. But I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the essentially it's like the subsolar point of the sun in your model.
The sun's not a physical object's parent location. Magnetic holography.
How did you decide that?
I would agree.
Because that's what the data shows.
Well, no. How
Magnetic
did you decide that?
holography.
Celestial plasma.
No, but how did you decide these things?
I just said that.
It just
Yeah, I know you said it.
The holography is totally part of it, dude. Austin, you're absolutely spot on with that. Yeah, like the way rainbows and the sun and the moon all constellate, like we're basically all within like our
There's
own
that-
constellation of a holographic system.
What's the light
There's that use of constellate again.
reasoning? How does that make sense to say the sun doesn't exist?
What? Who said that? We said it's an apparent location. We said it's a hologram, effectively, like a magnetic holography based on the polarization of light.
Yeah. So how did you decide that that's what it is?
Whoa.
What's the reasoning? What is
That's
it?
what all the data shows.
Well, no,
Right.
but
But you made it worse by saying magnetic and then polarization together, because those don't really go together.
well, they're big words, so we put them together.
I'll say electromagnetic. I'm not using the bathroom. Electromagnetic, the polarization of light.
Yeah, light is not magnetic. Richard.
Oh my God. Do we have a polarization in the Atmos?
Is the sunlight slightly polarized? Actually, yeah, very slightly.
We have polarization in the Atmos, yeah. Well, that's what you can create a hologram with polarization.
It's the polarization station.
Yeah, bro. Catch up, guys. That's what the data shows
Okay.
too. Longitudinal
When I said
readings over the
very
course of a year.
slightly polarized, you realize that I meant so slight that it's basically imperceptible where you are.
Yeah. When you make claims about how it's a physical object, you know how far away and big it is. Yeah, I know.
No, I mean measurably. The polarization is so slight.
No,
If you
it
want,
itself is
you
an
can
effect of
actually-
polarization.
You can actually take a polarizer and look at the sun and then rotate the polarizer to see how polarized the sunlight is. It's basically nothing.
I mean, essentially, that's what's happening during eclipses. There's a polarization effect occurring.
Right, but like I said, you can take a polarizer, hold it up to the sun, I guess even during an eclipse if you really want to, and rotate the polarizer. What happens? Fucking nothing.
Oh, you know what magnetic holography is? Well, you can use polarization lenses to give you an example of how easily a hologram can occur.
Right, and then the end result of that is polarized light, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so when you hold up a polarizer to the sun, what happens?
Sometimes it's like you can see another little sun.
No.
Yeah, when you say
Yeah.
a polarizer, doofus, there's not just one. I mean, there's all kinds of different materials, lenses, plastics. There's all kinds. So it depends on what you're referring to. Because if you're talking about that type of polarization, but he's actually talking about magnetic and holography, a couple of things a bit kind of beyond that level of it.
Right, using polarization.
Okay.
The end result is polarized light.
Well, in a magnetic field, yeah, you can get polarization of light. You didn't know that?
Right, so when you take a polarizer and you point it up at the sun,
Are you
this is
trolling at
happening
this
right
point,
now.
doofus?
This right now, this is happening.
Are you? Yeah, I know. Are you just trolling? Is this it? Is this just the final?
Well, if it's supposed to be magnetic holography, it's supposed to be some polarized light. I mean, I should be able to take a polarizer.
It sounds like you're
and
interested in what
see
he's
that it's
talking about. so
polarized
maybe
light
just
coming
ask
from
him
the
and then-
sun or an eclipse or something. But if I can't take a polarizer and observe the polarization of that light, then maybe the claim that it's magnetic holography and the end result of polarized light, maybe that claim is false.
No.
No. That's your
Yeah, I don't
guess.
know. Yeah, so you don't actually know what's in between us and the sun.
But the atmosphere is.
Well, you just made a claim as to how
That's
we can
right.
see it.
We can see it. We see a parent sun. Yeah,
Well, how do you know that?
How do we know that? How do I know that we see the sun apparently?
No, how do you know you see an apparent sun?
How's she getting louder?
Because that's what we see. That's what your model claims too. Actually, you claim that. Yeah, listen. Actually, you do. You claim that during sunset, the sun's actually already on the other side of the Earth. It's just refracted up.
Yeah, of course.
That doesn't make the sun an apparent location. That
Not
makes
on
it's apparent
Well, that
location. It's an apparent.
and not
that's
on
not
the
the
other
point,
side
though.
either.
Yeah, actually, on the
Slightly
other side.
refracted.
No, on the other side,
No.
actually. Yes,
No.
Behind the curve.
behind the curve.
When the sun is directly overhead, there is no refraction.
Right.
Okay,
that would be
so that's the
parallel
only
to the
time we see
direction of
the
the gradient.
actual. The only time we see the actual position, in your opinion, is directly above us. Okay, that's cool. Non sequitur, though. My point is actually that you guys claim that the sun is at times just perceived as an apparent location as well. So,
Not
you
not
want
the
to make
sun as an apparent location. The sun is not an apparent location. It is in an apparent location.
yeah. Okay, so like you didn't see the actual sun. You don't see the actual sun.
You're still seeing the actual sun. You're just not seeing it in the location that it is in.
The
Does that
apparent
make-
location is not the actual location. So say
Correct.
however you want to say it. We're not seeing.
Well, no, because the way you say it is wrong. You just make it's something you just made up.
Chill, Winston.
Right.
So
No, you just don't get it.
It would,
How do you
it would be
just don't
incorrect
get it,
to
man.
say we don't see the actual sun. We do see the actual sun. We just see it in a slightly different spot than where it is
Dude, are you
geometrically.
apparent? Oh yeah, are you apparently seeing the actual sun? Or are you actually seeing the apparent
This
sun?
is just word games.
You're
Yeah,
Well, the point
actually
is that,
seeing the real sun in an
The word
apparent
games.
location. How is that hard to understand?
It just sounds like you guys can't get your story straight.
No, we
at
can't.
all.
No,
the
Wits,
story's
you
fine.
You're lucky I'm eating
Witsit
ice
makes
cream.
shit up, saying that the sun is in an apparent location.
Yeah,
Well, dude,
where
he's,
that doesn't
he's free to say
mean
whatever.
anything.
It's the
Free
real
to have
sun,
his
though.
viewpoint on it. You can
Just
ask more
good.
about
He's
it.
free to be wrong. People are free
Well,
to be wrong.
It sounds like you guys are actually interested in asking about it, but then you're just like needing to attack it before you've even heard the rest of what he was even saying.
Well,
I'm waiting for the data.
I'd like to hear.
What's it said according to all the data? I want to hear the data.
Yeah,
yeah,
if you
that's
take
right.
longitudinal readings of like declination and azimuth, if you take like azimuth and declination readings of the sun around the course of an entire year, all along a specific longitude, then you combine all the data and then render it. It shows you like this toroid, just like magnetic field, which over a flat surface, you know. And
no, it doesn't.
Where is this data?
Yes. I'll drop a
Yeah,
little video.
I
For
know
you
what
guys.
video
You
he's
guys are
referring to.
super
Oh.
excited. You guys are excited.
Right, no. Witsit, when you do that along a specific line of latitude,
Longitude.
this is what you get. No. Longitude doesn't make sense in this case.
Oh, well, I said longitude.
When you do that along a specific line of latitude, because it's the same for every line of latitude or for every longitude on that line of latitude. That's why it doesn't make any sense to say line of longitude. When you do that, you get this. You get hyperbolas. You don't get a toroid.
Okay. You actually get a toroid.
No, I posted you the data. It's actually hyperbolas.
That's this on a flat Earth.
It's what we measure in reality.
All right, I'll just post the video for you, man. You can take it or leave it, bro.
I know.
what
I've
do you
already
want me-
seen the video.
The
I'm trying to
evidence
tell you.
shows. The evidence shows that we just seen a apparent location, and we do live within a magnetic field, and we can replicate the way that looks, and it's pretty simple. You guys make claims about it that you have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm simply saying it could be this, and you're just saying, "Nuh-uh." That's all there is to this conversation.
No, because it's from a faulty premise. We don't measure it on a toroid. We don't measure the results being a toroid. Nothing about a toroid is involved here. The actual measurements taken from Dresden in this specific example show hyperbolas, not a toroid.
Dude, I'll just link you the video, man. I don't. You can watch it and look at their data if you want to, or don't, bro. I don't care.
Austin, what do you think of this shape, the one I just put in the chat? Do you think that there's this effect going on where you like the two
What is that supposed to
Parallel planes
represent?
with a toroidal field.
What is that supposed to represent? The path of the sun?
What? But yeah, that's definitely on the
asking me?
Earth. We're cut right through the middle of that.
Is that the path the sun takes? What is it? I don't know what it is.
Are you? Who are you asking?
So what's a path? So you're saying
Geo.
a physical
I'm
object
asking
goes.
Geo what that
Am I being
what
punked
that
right
means.
now or something?
Those are sundogs, Brenda. There's
I mean,
I posted two things. The first one is it's a little plastic dome with light like reflecting off it, and then someone snapped a picture of that. Then the three on the bottom are actual real celestial, effects.
yeah, I know those are caustics. Yeah, those are well understood. I'm asking what the blue thing below those are.
Well
Oh, this
understood.
one is just like the interior of a toroidal field. On
Huh?
that one.
That's not a toroid.
Oh, he said the interior.
That's not the interior.
It's a
Yeah, it doesn't
portion of
close.
the interior of a toroidal field.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
if
a
you
portion
complete
of
it,
it-
if you
portion of
complete it,
that's
but otherwise it's
essentially-
not.
It's a portion of it that's frozen where you get two planar fields, but then that also would have the rest
That
of the
wouldn't be a
entire
toroid.
spherical toroidal field. But that's just one part of it.
But what is it supposed to represent? The path of the sun?
No, I just posted it because it's cool to think like in terms of the Earth being a planar stationary surface surrounded by the field, whatever that field is, celestial sphere, etc. And if that being a toroidal field would be, and if that's vortexing with centripetal and centrifugal forces, and then the center of it would be the center, we would be the dielectric inertial plane in the center of that. And so that just shows one kind of part of those coordinate systems from the inside. So if you imagine like a huge planar Earth put within that.
Brenda, before you respond, keep in mind he's not a Ken Wheeler fan. He said so.
But he just
hold
repeated
on.
Ken
Talking about me?
Wheeler's lines.
I
about
haven't
this
said anything to the positive or negative or even
Yeah, but
related.
you
to
just repeated his lines about this.
All right. Well, Doofus just made a false statement for some reason.
But Gio, you just
It's
repeated
okay.
his narrative. You just repeated his narrative.
If you're saying that Ken Wheeler and I have some similar things that we've been saying, that's I hear you, but I didn't get any of that from any of his content.
You
But
repeated it word for
the
word.
centrifugal and centripetal, right? The centrifugal and centripetal of a magnetic field. The only people who describe it that way are Ken Wheeler fans. There's nobody else that does that.
Oh, that's not true. No, that's a very ancient understanding. That's
No,
way
it's
before
not.
any Ken Wheeler, any modern person has even lived.
No,
This
it
is as
isn't.
ancient as mankind itself.
Nobody had any idea of magnetic fields before the 19th century.
So what if it was from Ken Willis? So what?
Like what I just posted, that pulsating, that also is vortexing to the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio. So slightly spin that, and the vortex is happening. That's the water cycle. That is the entire energy system pulsating. So
That's
yeah,
not
that has
the
nothing to do with
water
Ken
cycle.
Wheeler. This is just fields. These are electric fields. The human aura, the ether itself, all creates these vortexual fields.
There's no ether,
Electricity. This is what electricity is ultimately moving.
This is not what electricity
Field actually moves around the wire. Is what it's not a transfer of electrons. It's actually the field being transferred through the wire.
That's
through
not
these
how
fields.
electricity works.
You know,
Brenda,
Brenda,
cells show this. There's
not how
endless
electricity
validation of this, and it's a very ancient universal pattern and structure.
It's not ancient. Nobody knew about electric fields.
She's just gonna
But
keep
Brenda,
repeating.
Brenda, just
antithesis of what he's
proclaiming
saying.
what you believe, just proclaiming what you believe doesn't do anything for the conversation.
No, I'm
That's-
just saying
Like,
that's
all
what
she's
Geo
doing
is
is
saying.
in the very antithesis of
Saying
what
it doesn't
Gio's
exist
saying.
and completely negating it with a hand wave dismissal
hand
doesn't really
waving
make it a very interesting thing to listen to.
People didn't
that's
know
what Gio's
about
trying to do.
electromagnetic fields 1,000 years ago. People didn't know about it until maybe a couple hundred years ago. That's it.
According to the history you believe.
Yeah, no,
If that's your belief, then that's your
nobody
belief,
knew
but
about it.
I don't think that's our true history. What you're saying at all.
Well, Jesus,
Oh,
so you
so
just
history is
have a
fake.
made-up history.
What history are
No,
you
well,
using
yours
then?
is made up too.
No,
You don't
it isn't.
acknowledge that. You know, there
Oh my
was a
God,
point in
everybody's
this
history is
conversation
fake, what are we
that was
doing?
interesting a little bit ago where Doofus was asking Witsit if he would possibly consider whether the idea he was talking about would be true or not true. And, you know, then he went along to say, yeah, this is an idea, this is a possibility, but you're not willing to say what you're talking about is merely a possibility as well. You can't prove it, and you know it.
No, because claims are being made that are false. So claims that
Yeah, but
people-
you're assuming that we adhere to the
Why do you get to
mainstream
interrupt-
acceptance
why are
of
you
history in the same
interrupting
way
me?
you do.
Would you
Just don't
stop
assume everyone has your
interrupting me?
same respect for the way that these things are
Interrupting me.
presented.
Yeah, let's let Brenda does
Yeah.
if she's gonna speak.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Yeah.
But-
So what
but
the fuck
Brenda,
is
if
up
you
with
could
that, Gio?
hold on, if you could, what's up? All right, were you?
Brenda, you were interrupting Gio the entire time that Gio was speaking. So stop complaining about being interrupted, please.
Okay, John.
That's probably the case, but Dave was also interrupting her a little bit there as well. But
Every time she comes into
I
this room,
was.
it's
I
never
admit
a
it. I'm sorry.
conversation.
yeah, she really is just wants to put everyone down. We were having an interesting conversation. What were we on?
I'm still confused about
Toroidal
the geodetic
fields.
survey.
Toroidal fields and how ancient they are.
I'm
The
still
concept's
confused
ancient.
about.
It doesn't have like Ken Wheeler's not the one to invent that idea. It's
Can I
just
hear?
ridiculous.
Can y'all
to
hear
even
me?
assert that.
All right, the
Sorry.
specific terminology regarding centrifugal and centripetal and dielectric, all of that is a Ken Wheelerism.
That's not though.
That's not an argument. Like, even if it was from Ken Wheeler, to say that sentence doesn't refute him.
Well, that would sort of
Or
be
anyone.
Right,
that
it
would be
doesn't
like
describe
saying-
anything is the
well,
point.
hold on, that would be like saying that like everyone who plays guitar just instantly is Jimi Hendrix. It's like everyone's different.
It's a genetic fallacy.
Because
It comes from Ken
Wheeler
Wheeler, therefore it's false or worthless.
Because any person, whether it's Ken Wheeler or anyone, is talking about a particular thing. Now, they may be the originator of something if they are in that particular scenario. But if they're not, then they're either hearing it from someone or they're just tapping into or tuning into the same thing. I mean, looking at a lot of like ancient cultures, it's incredible to see a lot of the technology that it's like they all seem to develop a lot of things like independently of each other. So these things are all available to be tapped into.
Pizzles and plumb bobs? Like, what's special about that?
It would be like saying Eric Dubay invented flat Earth. Like the ancients never thought of that. It's all Eric Dubay thing.
Yeah, it's like a fallacy like that. Yeah, because yeah, I mean, nothing I'm referring to has anything to do with Ken Wheeler at all. So not from my viewpoint. I mean, he may have similar ideas or have said certain things.
Well, probably
Can I explain why it's a problem yet?
Circa fucking die slow because he says that shit all the time too, right?
Right.
It's a Ken
So
Wheeler fan.
the reason why it's a
Yeah, there's
problem.
certain people that know certain truths. Dies low.
These are all vain retorts.
And
Not
then, you know,
arguments.
Ken Wheeler got all this
the
stuff.
real thing then? Do I get a chance
And let
to?
me say this: all these ancient cultures and societies, like who had their cosmologies on multiple layers and levels through all of the depths of humanity. It's all a toroidal structure. There's a flat Earth, whether you want to call it a planar Earth, a flat Earth, a dielectric plane, any word you'd want to use. It's a plane of existence. They have that planar surface, and then they have the essentially like a some sort of a domed top to it of some sort, and then some sort of a domed bottom to it, to where the whole thing is a sphere, and we're on a plane within that. That is a toroidal field, and that's what all these ancient cosmologies are. Like you look at the Norse with like the Great World Tree, and then the branches of the tree go up around. It's an exact toroidal field. It's the same pattern like during solar eclipses. We see the toroidal field around. It creates that toroidal field around the black area during the eclipse. So I mean, these are universal patterns that are just built into nature.
Okay, so now that's a fun topic and all, but the reason why I say Ken Wheelerism and why it doesn't really describe anything, if I wanted to use a toroidal field, its centrifugal, its centripetal, and the dielectric properties of it to describe something that occurs in reality,
yes.
For instance, a toroidal inductor, what would I use to describe that? Where's the centrifugal, the centripetal, and the dielectric in a toroid inductor?
That's a good question.
This is why I say Ken Wheeler doesn't describe anything. There's nothing to it. It's empty words.
What are you? Yeah, why don't you try to ask it again, because it wasn't really clear. So what you said, a toroidal inductor? What's that? What are you referring to?
It's an inductor in the shape of a toroid. It ideally, you understand that an inductor in that shape would be emitting some sort of field that would be in the shape of a toroid.
Like a
what I want to know is where's the centrifugal, where's the centripetal, and where's the dielectric in that?
I got you. Well, I would say the dielectric is the plane at the center of the field, which is it's actually the meeting place of two fields. So there's a bifield within the singular field. So there's actually a toroid on the one on the top and the bottom that meet at the plane. The dielectric plane is the center, which is the non-conducting point of the field. The centripetal and centrifugal flux lines are then creating a vortex of energy within the surroundings of the grounded dielectric plane. And that dynamic is what creates the specific way in which it interacts with the ether and essentially creates the energy that we would refer to as, depends on what context we're referring to, what, like in terms of the either like electric field, and then even like the field of our heart, our body, our auras, all of that, as well as toroidal. Those are on all different levels. But yeah, so those centripetal and centrifugal flux lines are in a dynamic interplay in a vortex going through the center, through the dielectric plane, and then to the bottom, and then cycling through. And the centripetal and centrifugal lines are the flux lines of that whole vortex.
Right. I heard the word vestibular back there somewhere, but I think you might have slipped it in by accident or I misheard it. But you said the dielectric plane is like we look at it like a donut, if we chop, or a bagel, in fact. We chop a bagel in half, we do it laterally, right?
Yeah. That's yep.
So you're saying the dielectric is there.
Yeah, it's the place where you put the cream cheese.
And it's not
Right.
like in the sense that you would imagine it, because I think Ken Wheeler says that that magnetism is the dielectric. So it's, you know, like
yeah, this is where the confusion starts.
Plane. Right. But I think that's what he's talking about, because he even told me that, you know, Faraday has a quote where magnetism is the dielectric, and I asked him to, you know, show me where in any of Faraday's work it did say that. And he just like kind of stopped commenting back to me, and he didn't show me. But I was like interested in hearing him, but he didn't want to, you know, follow up. But he does say that it's the magnetism in the, you know, magnetic plane there that's the dielectric in that system.
Well, the thing about a toroidal inductor is there's no plane to be interacting with. It's all just going around and around and around. There's no plane anywhere. It doesn't help.
Are you talking about a circuit when you say inductor? You'd have to describe what you're actually talking about.
He's talking about like an
that's an inductor is a part of a circuit.
I posted a Rodin coil. Did you see that up there? Those are pretty cool. Those use a similar. There's also Tesla coils as well. Yeah, there's a lot of
Tesla
different.
coils is a big inductor. Couple of big inductors.
You see the field splitting there, and the.
Do you know what an inductor is, Gio?
See, and that one shows how there's two fields actually meeting at the center.
Yeah, it's not how an inductor works.
Austin, are you still there? Well, if not him. Gio, you still there? What's going on?
Why doesn't anybody?
It's time to
want
hydrate
coffee,
anyway.
Larry?
My check.
You're
Yeah,
still
you're
there.
here.
Okay,
Yeah, we've got
Are you still there?
natural Marklevan currents and such. You know, we're just out in space, and those are inductors, particle accelerators, and inductors.
Yeah, so Duke
Sign.
was saying that there isn't a plane just because you're using copper wire wrapped in a particular way. Well, there is. There's the plane with the field in that scenario. Now, in the idea that the entire Earth is a massive toroidal field, then yes, the Earth, the physical Earth, is the actual plane. So in that way, you'd have the actual electrical field of the Earth, but that's then overlaid with the actual Earth itself, which perhaps is why the Earth is what it is, because it is the dielectric inertial plane, which is suspended below waters above, and then the land coming up out of the waters, and then the ethereal medium between the two.
Right.
But in something like an inductor in a circuit, the dielectric inertial plane part would be in the field. It doesn't have to be physically represented. It's just it's part of the actual field, and that's in that case. Like
Where?
Well, you could use a ferrocell. There's different ways to see it. There's different ways to measure it.
Right, that doesn't show a plane. That shows the flux lines.
Yeah, which intersect at a central point through the center of it, the plane.
Not in a toroid. They don't intersect. They specifically shouldn't.
They come right beside each other, brother.
What?
Yep.
I just came back. Are you denying the dielectric plane? I make this
I
weird.
just want to know where it is. Where is it?
Austin, would you mind sending me some content to help me begin understanding electromagnetism? Because every time it's mentioned, my head spins.
Well, that's because the people that are talking about it don't know what they're talking about.
That doesn't work. Yeah.
Wow. You think that magnetism is virtual photons being exchanged? I'm sure.
I never had that thought in my life.
Well, that's the mainstream claim within atomism, so I guess you reject.
Cool. Maybe I've never come across that claim before. What's it that? So that means I could not have thought it, unless I just made it up.
Well, I said I'm sure. I didn't actually say that you
What?
did.
What are you? What are you saying that magnetism actually does now? I mean, or like,
No,
are
it's just,
you trying to use
I
it
was
for gravity
curious
or?
what of Ken Wheeler's words would be something that we could, pin down on an actual physical object, like an inductor toroid. And I don't think we actually really got anywhere.
Austin, could you send me some content to help me?
Yeah, for sure. I'll try and find some good stuff.
Thanks.
Yeah, dude, you can just look up a video and see the inertial plane, right? Like you can just put like film over a magnet and see it.
Yeah, that's not an inertial plane. That's flux lines.
It's a plane. It's a plane.
Yeah, the ferrocell itself is a plane. It's not showing you a plane. It's showing you the flux lines.
There's a plane through the middle of it.
No, there.
You didn't
on
know
a
that?
toroid magnet? Of course not.
The pressure is being mediated from both sides of the magnet, and there's a plane through the middle of the magnet.
Okay,
You
show
didn't know
that.
Yeah, they show
You
that.
haven't seen that?
Right. A ferrocell, for anybody else who is actually curious, all that it has in it is iron filings. It's suspended in a liquid, and then it's pressed between two plates of glass.
This actually isn't a ferrocell. This is a film that you hold over the magnet. You want to see a video, man? I got you, bro. Don't even worry.
See the one I just posted, Doofus? See the lower left? That shows it.
Yeah, that's not a.
Center point of a toroidal field. It's just a universal.
Right, that's not a ferrocell. What the hell?
But what does all that mean, though?
The one in the lower left.
Yeah.
Yes.
What does it
What is
mean,
that?
though? Well,
Yeah,
he's
what does
saying
it
there's no
mean?
plane, so we're having to prove like just basic objectivity for whatever reason, I guess. So we're gonna do that. You guys say there's no
Right, a
plane. I guess
ferrocell
just
doesn't
the
show
word
you a
plane
It shows
scares you.
flux lines.
Just like scares you. Planes scare you. You see the plane based on the energy, the pressure being mediated from both sides. But I'll get you a little. You can probably do this yourself. You just put a little film over the magnet, but just.
Yeah,
I
that's
said
another
that as
way.
a joke, but after a while engaging in some of these debates and listening to some folks, people really do have an intellectual aversion or allergy to some terms.
No.
It's not an allergy to terms. A ferrocell doesn't show you a plane. It shows you flux lines.
That meet at a plane.
No,
It's non-conductive, which is why it's the center point of the field.
it's not about non-conductivity because they're iron filings. They have to at least conduct some amount, which is how they get magnetic in the first place.
So on a globe Earth, it would be a plane as well. Like you would have a globe and then you would have a toroidal field if you're going to add a toroidal field to a globe, which is pretty much what they do. I mean, this is even the mainstream globe's perspective of what the Earth is a toroidal field. So it's strange that any of you guys are denying it, Doofus especially, because that is actually how they describe, how they show it. And so what the dielectric inertial plane part of it would be like the equator. Like if you slice through the globe in the middle, that would be that part of the field in that model, which would be at the equator. And of course, even in the globe model, there's definitely a
I'm pretty sure the term dielectric inertial plane doesn't actually mean anything in mainstream science, so that's why we're rejecting it.
So is there
oh shit. Of course, this isn't about like, is mainstream science saying something that we're not? Well, then I guess we must be wrong because mainstream science
the problem
says
is
this.
it doesn't
So you're right.
mean anything.
That's not the way the
It
conversation
has
should
no
go.
meaning.
Well, that's
Well, it has no
also
meaning to you. It has no meaning to you.
Do you know what? Do you know what the words mean?
Yeah, I know what each of those words mean individually.
Okay,
yes.
we could go through them if needed, but so they are words. So why were you saying they're not words that people use?
Well, the phrase dielectric inertial plane doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't corroborate with your mainstream.
When you string those words together, they mean some kind of woo non-scientific term.
This is like the logical positivists in the early 20th century. They just want to strip the alternative position from any meaning.
It means exactly what those three words together would mean, which is what we would expect any three words together. So first, dielectric. Do you know just the general? I'm not trying to like quiz you. I mean, I can say
there's a couple different definitions of dielectric. Sometimes it means a non-conductor.
Yes, let's go with non-conductive insulation. Yeah, let's go with, okay, I agree. Inertial.
Inertial reference frame or something that has to do with momentum usually.
Well, just the word inertial.
Inertia is momentum.
Well, hold on, just the word inertial.
Inertial is a fucking adjective. So
right, inertia is
momentum.
Yeah, restriction to change in motion.
Yeah, it's a description of the plane.
No.
So inertial would be something that is at inertial would be something that's at rest. It's non-moving.
Oh no, it's a description of momentum.
So what is
not necessarily no? That's not true.
It's non-conductive. And we have the word plane. So the last part I would say is what is the Earth? Because it's exactly it's measured and is planar. It's dielectric and it's inertial. So those three words together.
All three of those things are fucking wrong.
I'm laughing because the mainstream says they're wrong, so I'm laughing.
Earth is
it's just that he tried so hard to tie that back.
The actual soil and rocks are dielectric, meaning
there are a lot of rocks that are conductive.
That's why it's the ground.
That's why we have magnetic materials in the Earth, is because of their conductivity.
Right, but the ground itself,
a huge portion of the Earth.
What
is
about
magnetic.
the dirt? What about the dirt?
A lot of it is magnetic.
The dirt
a
is?
lot of it has iron in it. That's why we are able to find the iron all over the place.
Yeah, but the dirt, is the dirt magnetic?
Depends on the dirt.
There is some dirt with
there's iron in the dirt.
If there's iron in the dirt, if there's iron in the dirt, it's magnetic.
Interesting.
Or if there's zircaloy alloy in the dirt, it's probably magnetic.
Yeah, there are all those things for sure. Lodestone, there's all kinds of. But I'm talking about the Earth itself being dielectric, meaning non-conductive, because it's the ground, which is why we ground things. In the electrical systems, is because
we actually ground things because the ground is relatively conductive compared to the air.
That's kind of not working to your advantage.
To ground, it's required as a non-conductive medium to absorb the electrical field.
No, we ground things because the Earth is generally conductive.
The Earth is not electric.
That's the reason why the electric potential is going to the ground.
I mean, the Earth actually is electrically conductive. To my understanding, that's what earthquakes are, and so on. So I'm not saying electricity doesn't flow through the Earth, and also earthquakes and all of that are all electrical. However, what I'm referring to, like in a local area, let's say in a house or a building or something like that, that is when it works as a non-conductive medium to absorb.
That's even worse.
Of electricity that's used in houses and in electrical systems. Because if you don't have that ground, you can get shocked. It'll conduce to you rather than dissipating into the ground.
Right, it'll conduct through you to the ground. The ground is conductive.
Yeah.
It's not. It's just a dissipating medium in that scenario.
Okay, if it were not conductive, why would we connect electrical wires to it?
To ground the field.
It's not about a field. It's about conductivity.
That's why we put Like in your house, in everyone's house, there's literally. I mean, if you're
I
if
literally
you're
work as an
properly
electrician.
grounded,
I understand.
okay, well, thanks for interrupting, but you could say your piece next as well. But yeah, I mean, in any electrical housing, there's either a pole or an actual wire. Usually, it's a wire connected to a pole that is
Copper.
Sunk deep into the ground, and of course, there's all kinds of different sizes. And so, yes, that's exactly what it's doing. Is it's receiving the electrical field and then dissipating it
through
which
conduction.
is what the ground is. That's why it's called ground and electrical field, and it is the actual ground, which is the negative side of the electric field, the sky being the positive, the ground being the negative.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a conductor in the ground to conduct
What is
electricity
it?
through the ground.
Is above my head.
What does all that mean, though? What is it?
To make something conduct through the ground, you need to run cables underground, which is why we run cables. Can't do that without the cable.
That's why the big old copper thing is in the ground, because that's where the electricity is being conducted to, because the ground is also conductive.
But those wires that we run under the ground are electrically insulated from the ground, because it turns out the ground is actually a really good conductor generally. It's not as good as a copper wire, but it's still a pretty damn good conductor, especially if it's wet.
Yeah, the necessity.
There's all
to
kinds
insulate.
of different spectrums and layers and levels to all of this. Absolutely, the Earth is there's a way in which the Earth is a conductor in a lot of ways. Like when we stand on the Earth, like when you put your feet on the actual soil, you actually ground into the Earth, and then you complete the field between the ether and the Earth, and you get all of these fields from the Earth that you don't get if you don't actually touch your feet to it. So yeah, that's the way in which it is. It's a conductor for that. It's a conductor in like earthquakes and things like that. But what I was referring to is being a non-conductive. It's a dielectric medium, meaning that it has some level of conductance within certain materials of it. But as a medium itself, the Earth itself is. That's why it's the ground, because it does receive that electrical field and dissipates it.
To conduct it.
But that's not conduction.
It is conduction.
Yeah, add it to any circuit and it won't connect.
Because you're shorting it to ground. Yeah, because the circuit is also connected to ground.
Okay, the Earth is treated as non-conductive.
It's conducting through the ground. That's the problem with it.
And then dissipates, right? Because the Earth doesn't hold the conduction, doesn't actually conduct. It's non-conductive.
That's how it's getting away, is it's conducting.
It dissipates through conduction.
and then what happens after dissipates?
You still have a voltage drop because conduction is occurring.
Oh, so it goes on forever.
It just keeps going as long as you're connected to ground, yes.
So the Earth just keeps conducting.
Yeah, like even in your model, are you saying that the Earth, like if you just plug a wire with some voltage and whatever you want into the Earth, that it's just going to carry the voltage forever? Is that what you're saying? I mean, the electrons would just keep hopping forever, or would they fade away pretty quickly?
Fuck.
In
your model, I'm even using your model, like your electrons popping.
Well, it doesn't conduct electricity. You're just wrong. It absorbs it, like absorbs and dissipates. Like absorbs and neutralizes
away from my house.
The what?
You're saying it doesn't conduct electricity, but it does conduct away from my house.
It absorbs and dissipates.
Through what process?
And neutralizes.
How?
If you want to say it's just literally movement, and you want to say that
how does electricity move?
Yeah, you're saying that's conduction. We're saying it's not actually. It all it does is absorb it. So there's the process of it moving, but then it dissipates and disappears, bro. That's the whole point, dude. It absorbs and neutralizes the charge.
You're trying so hard not to say the ground conducts.
But does it absorb and neutralize the charge?
That doesn't mean anything.
It conducts it away from your house.
Electricity.
It's not a conductor of electricity, though.
But it is, though.
It is.
Oh, it's a conductor. That's what you're saying.
Yes,
it does some
it is
conduction,
a
yes.
conductor. It conducts electricity.
Well, if you want to say it is for a very, very short little time, then you could say that, I suppose. Like, for example, when lightning hits a tree and it fires through it, you could say the tree is being a conductor. And then if that lightning goes into the ground and causes a huge, even though, of course, it's dissipating as well, but you could say for like, even if you have an electrical circuit that has ground, of course, the field of the electricity is going into the earth to some degree. So if you want to call it conducting that little tiny amount, but as a whole, the medium is not going to not going to continue that conduction, which is why if you want to carry that field and you want to actually have a conductor, you need to run a wire or something underground. You can't just do it with the earth itself because it just dissipates away, and that's why we use it as a ground in electrical circuitry.
So it conducts away from.
So what is the resistance? Like, I'm hearing what Geo is saying, what Witsit is saying, and then Doofus and Andy just smugly resisted. I don't understand, like, why.
I think they're kind of
here's where it becomes interesting.
You're kind of being excessively contrarian instead of having an interesting convo. So I mean, yeah, just share your thoughts. Like, what do you think?
All right, so we have a voltage, right? Let's say it's 60 volts above zero, whatever your zero happens to be. Then that 60 volts, we connect that to where your house is grounded, right? That big old piece of metal you shoved into the ground. The voltage drops because the electricity is being conducted to the ground. And the only way for it to go anywhere and continue to cause a voltage drop, because it does continue to do so, is for that electricity to be conducted away from the house. That's the only way.
Okay, so it's transferred over, right? It's redirected, transferred. So sure, it has to actually make the motion, but our point remains over and over. You're talking past. It's overall not conductive. It's non-conductive. I just gave you a screenshot. Dude. I just gave you a screenshot explaining what you're trying to do. You're trying to argue that the absorption and neutralization that dissipates it means it is conductive. But you know what we're talking about, which is that it doesn't sustain or conduct it. It
does sustain the circuit. Yes. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, part of you could like another phrase for conduct is to carry on. It's like it's carrying on. Is it carrying it on, or is it blocking, resisting, and dissipating it?
Well, resisting. Okay, there's some amount of resistance. Sure. There's also plenty of conductance.
Conduction is generally referred to in a circuit as the part of the actual quick movement of the field,
and the ground is generally part of the circuit in a lot of cases.
But it's not in I'm just saying, even in electrical engineering, like they don't use conduction for a ground or for the earth.
It's for safety.
Yeah. Okay. So that was just kind of a waste of time because like in your
why
little.
are you talking about this?
Well, because it's like obvious
obviously
that the Earth doesn't
some conduction is occurring because there's a voltage drop, and that voltage drop does not disappear. It doesn't disappear. It keeps being a voltage drop until you fix the problem. So it's not like it is conductive for a while and then it's not conductive anymore. That's not true. That's false.
I think the word would be more pedantic. That's the word.
Doofus, do you know about the 100 volts per meter? Richard Feynman
the
and
electric
others?
potential, yeah, sure.
Okay, so you know how at a meter it's 100 volts and then 2 meters, etc. It keeps going up by 100 volts. And at the ground, it's 0, right?
Okay.
So that shows it right there. Like above the ground is a potential.
You're measuring it from
the ground is not a conductor because it's the 0.
Geo, you're measuring it from
the ground is not going to have an electrical
voltage there. You're not going to get voltage, whereas you do at a meter, 2 meter, 3, 4. You don't get voltage at the ground, which is why it's the non-conductive ground.
All right, let's try this again. The ground is at the same electrical potential as the ground. Thanks, Geo. However,
let's try this again.
That does not mean that there is no charge around. It just means that the ground is at the same potential as the ground. Obviously, it is.
I mean, Doofus, what are you trying to do? Cast a spell? Let's try this again. Like, damn, my sentence is not making him agree with me.
For some reason, when I say things, it doesn't seem to get addressed.
We have addressed it. You've actually addressed it.
There's no reason.
Is your conception of it being addressed that we just accept what you say as law? Like that, if you said it and that's what the mainstream says, so
Well,
you must be right.
You
Is that
don't address
is that what
Not
you're
about the
expecting?
mainstream. Don't bring in that's about the mainstream because that's bullshit.
You
The
actually agreed
electrical
with us.
potential
Whatever
between
source
2
you
points.
have has to be right because you said it. That's the way
Let's
you're
go ahead
putting
and
it.
just keep talking. All right. So
What are we?
it's not about
Let's hear
the
what Howard has to say
mainstream.
because you've been
It's
talking
not
a lot.
about
and
the.
I have to too. Let's let Howard say.
Thank you for doing it again.
Dude,
It's not
I was
about
just
what
saying
the
that, hold on, bro.
mainstream.
I was just saying you and I have been talking a lot. Let's let Howard go. Go ahead, Howard.
I would just wonder if we're trying to rewrite how electricity works, or what are we trying to do?
No, see, look, dude, they're talking past each other, right? Because, like, in the sense that the energy is transferred to the earth, it quote unquote conducts, but it doesn't conduct as in continuing and sustaining the electricity or a circuit. So it's both conductive and non-conductive.
If you short to ground, you will have a voltage drop until you disconnect the ground. It does sustain current.
Because it is completing the circuit. If it wasn't completing a circuit, you wouldn't have the voltage drop.
Jesus.
Well, no, just because it goes from wherever you bring it to the earth doesn't mean that the earth starts conducting electricity as in
It
sustaining
wouldn't be any voltage drop if it wasn't conducting.
Right, like lightning is a perfect example. Like the Earth obviously doesn't transmit lightning very far. I mean, I don't think you could even get electrocuted. Like technically, if lightning struck like 5 feet from you on the ground, I mean, I guess it'd probably give you some kind of buzz, but you wouldn't probably even get shocked. Whereas if you were like, well, I guess it depends on what your situation is, but it's crazy to think that that's happened and people have died that way. I actually know someone who died that way. He was like a teacher at one of the schools. So yeah, he like
awful.
Yeah.
Did it hit him directly?
Yeah.
Did it hit his entire body? Like, was his entire body just instantaneously, cooked and singed, or did it strike a particular point on his body?
Well, he was like on a ladder, so yeah. And then I'm not sure exactly the details, but yeah, it struck him and instantly killed him, as far as I know. But anyways, my point is with the fields part of it is that when electricity strikes, it's obviously a huge amount of current. Like my thought, like if you have the 100 volts per meter, the thing is we usually don't experience, I mean, we have weather and there's movements of air and all of that, which is connected to the field, but we don't necessarily get a connection of all that current in that potent of a way. But during lightning, all that current gets actualized and potentized. And then it obviously it's like it short circuits between the sky and the ground in a sense, or between the cloud level, and that energy instantly goes to the ground. It's like attracted to it, or you could even say the ground is attracted to it, but either way, and then it instantly dissipates once it hits the ground. So that by definition shows that it's not going to be a conductor of that field, because it instantly gets it gets equalized.
Okay. Except when we connect a voltage to the ground and we observe a voltage drop and it doesn't stop being a voltage drop until we disconnect the ground.
I'm curious, Doofus, are you just an enthusiast or did you go to university?
You keep on having energy introduced to the earth while it's connected, so it keeps dissipating. And you think that somehow is addressing what we're saying, which is that it cannot conduct and sustain electricity. You think that somehow if you say, well, it can constantly be transferred to the earth, therefore it can, then we're just going to have to move on.
Right, but it's conducting. That's why the voltage drop is still occurring.
If that makes you feel better about how I just objectively laid out that you're intentionally misrepresenting the actual point, fair enough.
Yeah, and I'm not
I'm
sure
not
you mean by
misrepresenting
voltage
anything.
drop.
In fact, I'm being very specific. If a voltage drop is occurring, conduction is occurring. There's no point at which a voltage drop can occur with no conduction.
But the voltage drops because it's being transferred to the earth and is absorbing and neutralizing the charge. As soon as you remove the ground, then it's gone, because it doesn't actually just conduct and sustain electricity. It can only receive it, absorb it, neutralize it. It is technically conductive and non-conductive, because in the hyper, literal, pedantic sense that you're presenting it, it does have to conduct a transfer or move to the Earth. So how has that not been thoroughly addressed at this point?
Yeah, when you say it's both conductive and non-conductive, that's a problem.
Okay, well, it
It's
doesn't. I
it's
can't.
conductive only in the short bursts. The short
It's not.
bursts
It
of-
maintains. You can hook up
Only
that
when you're
voltage
constantly
drop.
introducing stuff to it, buddy.
Yeah. The voltage is definitely continually going through. It's maintaining current.
Okay.
Get it. It's because you're adding. You're creating a field in that sense. If you keep adding it to the Earth in that scenario, I don't know why you do that, but if you did try to do that, it would just keep absorbing it, just like a punching bag keeps absorbing the punches.
Right. It's conducting away from the house. Yeah.
It
Oh
just
my
keeps
goodness.
receiving it. If you keep punching it, the punching bag, it doesn't mean that the bag is like conducting punches. It just means that it keeps receiving punches and then it keeps bouncing back.
Yeah. Where's all that electricity go? Why is there still a drop when I
It
maintain the
dissipates
connection?
into the dielectric field of the ground.
The dielectric field.
Yeah, and of course we have like we can get like negative charges on the surface of the Earth.
I mean,
So,
Doofus,
anyway.
you reacted with a little bit of contempt when he mentioned the dielectric. I myself don't really understand what electricity and magnetism and dielectricity are, but why do you react with repugnance or disdain?
All right. A dielectric is a form of insulator, something restricting the spark from forming in a gap. It's just an insulator. But here on Earth, we definitely have voltage that can go into the ground, cause a voltage drop. Conductivity can maintain over a long period of time. It's just ridiculous.
Jo, what's it? Any rebuttals?
I was literally typing a text message.
Yeah, I spaced out for a second.
Oh yeah, and a dielectric material itself can't be a field. It's just a material.
Dielectric is synonymous with electrostatics, but both the term dielectric and magnetism has been confined and misidentified and limited by the mainstream approach. And that's why they say insane things like magnetic fields are actually just the exchange of virtual photons. But I don't have, nor does Geo have, nor do many people here have, some like devotion to materialistic atomism and the claims within your subatomic pseudoscience. Therefore, we happen to know that it's just all the same thing. And dielectricity, or the magnetism, is the dielectric field, So like when you have magnetism and dielectricity or electrostatics moving together coherently in the same direction, that is when you have electricity as a hybrid moving together, right, coherently. But modern atomism has tried to divide these things up, limit them, misidentify and misdefine them, effectively mystifying them. Misidentify, misdefine, and mystify.
I can't really find a motive for why one would be devoted to materialistic atomism. I mean, why the devotion to Epicurus or Democritus? I don't understand.
Orbiting spheres on the big scale, orbiting spheres on the small scale. They gotta go micro and macro with it.
Right, and it doesn't necessarily have to be about spheres.
Orbiting balls and balls popping onto other balls as the electrons.
Just bombarding balls, like just chaotically bumping and bombarding everywhere.
See, that's the interesting thing, because if we're talking about dielectric and atomism and all that stuff together, I would really love to hear somebody describe how a CRT TV works.
It is kind of a fetish. You're right. It's a fetish for balls.
Yeah.
It's just atomism in general is, yeah.
Anybody
You're
got any
asking
clues
us how the
about
TV
CRT
works?
TV?
Your home run is that it uses electrons, receiving an electron. That's your home run.
Yeah, electrons. That's pretty much part of how atomism, you say, doesn't works.
I'm more willing to rock with the guy that discovered the quote unquote electrons initial like initial assessment, which is that it's just
see,
a terminal end of a dielectric line of induction.
We keep talking about this dielectric field. A field is an area of effect of something like magnetism or electricity, but dielectric means an insulator, non-conductive. How could that have a field?
But my man, I just explained that really dielectric is being used improperly defined as being interchangeable with electrostatic. So can you have an electrostatic field?
I would think that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Electrostatic, but
it's
dielectric,
potential
dielectric field doesn't mean anything to me. I can't
Okay,
imagine a
electrostatic
field of insulator.
Well, I was using that
electrostatic
referring
field do
to
that?
the Earth part of it. I would just say real quick, I would say that like the dielectric section of a toroidal field could be seen as a field. It's like a field within a field, meaning it's the dielectric plane part of the larger field. But that in and of itself becomes its own field. And it in the case of the Earth being that, then when you're dissipating something into the Earth, then you're not only dissipating it into the rocks and the soil, but you're also dissipating it into the like larger system of the Earth spread out as well.
Are you talking
Say field
about
again.
the inertial plane?
Well, you guys claim, like, if you guys don't even know what you claim, like, you claim electrons are all simultaneously at different locations at the same time, but we would never know the radius of any particular location until we choose to measure it.
Electrons are
You wanna-
omnipresent?
Yeah, I'll give you a illustration. This is like modern quote-unquote science.
Are you talking about a probability cloud, electron cloud?
Yeah, it's just telling those different places at the same time, bro. It's just the only way that we know where it's at is because we chose to measure it.
Right. It's not stated to be in all of those places simultaneously.
Yeah, in theory, actually, it could be.
Place.
In theory, it could be because we only know it's there once we choose to measure it. That's what modern quantum interpretation is. Yeah, trust
No,
me, I
it
get it.
says that when we measure it, we have changed it.
So when you measure it, that's just when you know what the radius is, but only once you choose to measure it. Right?
No, that's not what I said.
That's what quantum says because of all the different fluctuations that happen. You know what I'm saying?
No.
If you're not
When you
understanding
measure
the
it, you
point, is
change
that
it.
we're challenging your definition of electron. So, like when I say electrostatic, you have this idea in your mind. And whenever we say dielectric, you have this idea in your mind. And when we say magnetism, you have this idea in your mind. But all three of those ideas in your mind that the mainstream has taught you is not how we are utilizing the terms. We're using them properly.
Okay. That's why I asked earlier about toroidal inductor, a toroid inductor, and where these things are that you say there are.
Yeah, so like when you look at ferrocells, you see the movement of a magnet, right?
Well, it's a toroid inductor in this case.
Okay, so what shape is its magnetic field?
Depends on the specific toroid used. They would use, well, it'd be loops around a. Well,
yeah, it's
I guess you could
basically like
choose
looped
to have
copper
no
wire.
ferrite in it, but it would be loops around another circle.
You're talking about Marco Rodin coil?
I actually posted one of those earlier. What's up, Ron?
Did you? Hey, what's up? Dude, I found this. I just took a picture. I was eating a tangerine yesterday, and it's a perfect toroid. I'll send you a pic. It's like, it's impossibly perfect. It's like, holy shit. Like,
Nice.
if you didn't know this stuff, and it's like, why does it look like this? It's not like an orange shape. It's a flattened toroidal. It's incredible.
So you don't see where the magnetic field would be in one of those, is what you're saying?
It would be in loops around a circle.
Hey, Gio, look at 18 minutes past the hour. I sent you a message.
Why is the loops around the circle like? Why is it confusing now? What is it? What is it that I'm missing? I must not be understanding your contention here. You don't know?
Well,
You
I
don't
want to
know
know
what
where
it
the
looks like? I'm
dielectric plane is.
right through the middle.
Right, but
Basically,
we don't
what
see
you
a
got,
plane there.
it's a neutral
What?
zone. Call it a neutral zone. It's between the north and the south. If you slice it right down the middle, you have, let's say you had a coin, right? And you take 2 coins, and then in between the 2 coins is a neutral zone. That's the inertial plane between north and south. That's a
Right, but
neutral zone.
there's no neutrality there. There's a
Okay, but
magnetic
there's no
field
magnetism
moving
there
all
at
the way
the
around.
no, it returns. That zone, if you put a Gauss meter to the center, right between north and south, that's the weakest lines of flux.
No, no. The entire
Yes.
purpose of the toroid is that the magnetic field's all pointing the same direction, right there in the middle.
Yo.
Try and pick something up from the edge of a magnet like that. Go between north and south and see how much power the middle has. Take a bar magnet, go from the middle, and see how much you can lift. It's next to nothing.
It's not the middle of a bar magnet. What?
The
The
center
middle of
of
a
a
bar magnet has the
bar
flux
magnet.
lines all moving along north and south.
Try and lift something from the middle, but not from the poles, but from the center. There's
Right,
almost
it
no
will
magnet.
move to the ends because the flux is moving there, or is it
Right.
just pointed in a direction there?
Okay. Do you see the picture I dropped? And there's also a short screen recording right there above it.
Okay.
Okay, so you agree with that? You see the plane that's there?
You don't see the plane, you see the flux lines.
Well, you see the gap in between. That's the inertial plane.
That's not a gap. That's where all the iron is collecting.
Turn it 90 degrees, right? And it's a horizontal plane.
It's not. Oh, God. Because that's where all the iron is.
Why is that zone? Why is it shown like that? Like, why is it
Because
accumulating?
that's where the iron is.
Okay,
Those
but why
fields
is
create
it
a plane. Yeah, those fields when they meet create a plane, and that plane is its own dielectric field where that meets. What I would refer to it as its own subset, its own field within a field.
Right, but
yeah,
I
that
can't
creates a
see
plane
that anywhere.
when those. Yeah, this one shows it too. The one Ron just posted as well. Yeah,
Right, but I can't see
shows
that
the dual
here in
toroidal.
reality.
That's like the bitoroid with 2 of them, and then the larger one as well.
Okay, but I don't see that here in reality.
We absolutely do.
Dude,
100
how do you
million
understand
percent.
it? They accelerate to the like magnets don't attract. It's not magnetic attracting. Like they accelerate to the null pressure between them, right? And then you have the pressure mediation of the magnetic field creating what's in between it as they come together, and it is an inertial plane. You can see it right there. I went and got it for you. It's right there.
Right, that's where all the iron is. It's not an inertial plane. That's where the flux is pointing.
See the one I just posted as well? That shows breakdown. Yeah,
How
these
do
are
you know?
universal, man. They're in everywhere. They're in nature. They're in animals, plants, water, vortex structures, weather.
There's
like
no plane in a vortex.
hurricanes.
What the fuck, dude?
Hurricanes. They're all also tornadoes.
I don't know what his aversion is to what you guys are saying. I don't understand it.
Right, where's the plane in a vortex? Where is that
It's
plane?
on the ground.
Where they meet
Okay,
in
so
the
not the vortex.
middle.
That's why it takes houses out.
It's on the ground, right? And the funnel converges at that point. The funnel cloud where it touches the ground. The ground is the plane.
So the plane has nothing to do with the vortex then.
The Earth is literally the plane, dude.
So not the vortex then, correct?
Vortex is above the plane.
It's
You
where the
get it?
in that
so
case, it's where
the
it
plane
meets
is not the
plane.
vortex, correct?
It's where it meets it. Yeah, it's where it meets.
Yeah, stop screaming, man. Calm down. It's
All right. But yeah, so we're going to talk about the thing that's not the vortex. Okay, so
yeah.
now this
It's a
plane
product.
that
It's
is
a
not the
byproduct of
vortex. Where does it
byproduct
come
of
from?
the vortex.
No, because it's not
Yes,
the vortex, clearly.
but it comes from it.
In
Where?
the case of a
I don't see it.
case
It's
of a
not part of the
tornado,
vortex, is it?
in the
Wow.
case of the tornado, it's creating a wind vortex on the ground, almost like a vacuum cleaner or like a lawnmower. You know what I mean? It's just literally, and that's on the ground. So in that, like that last one I just posted that shows the structure of the centripetal and centrifugal and the vortex and then the dielectric planes. But in terms of like a tornado, yeah, the plane is the actual point at which the tip of the tornado, the tip of that field, right at the center, is meeting the earth and then creating that vortex upon the ground. So it's meeting the plane at that
The
point.
tornado is the vortex, not where it meets the ground.
That's exactly what he said. You have a vortex and a plane. The plane is the plane. Okay, where do tornadoes happen mostly? Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, on the Great Plains, right? Not just that they're planes, but I mean the Earth literally is a plane. Not just those particular states. The entire Earth's surface is a plane surface.
Yeah.
Do you see the pictures? Do you see them? Did I go out? Or...
Yeah, no, I see them. Those are, I like.
Yeah, Doofus, do you see how, like, dude, do you see the points that meet right there? You see where the points meet? That's the point we're talking about, man. If you had pressure from a vortex pushed from both sides, you would have an area in between them, with all the pressure being needed towards each other.
And what does that cause? That's what causes electricity or magnetism or tornadoes on.
Oh, well, that's what caused it. We were just talking about how magnetic fields have an inertial plane, and it seems to be, for some reason, unbeknownst to myself, Glovers impulsively feel the need to contend that.
So this explains magnetic fields.
It's just a basic objective recollection of the behavior and manifestation of magnetic fields that for some odd reason Glovers feel the impulsive need to contend. I think we all know why.
There's not really a reason for them to, even just to stay on their heliocentric situation, because they can still constitute it within that. But yeah, for some reason, a lot of them are just like deny these basic structures of nature.
Dude, and the lifting capacity of a tornado, if you've seen it lift like train boxcars and things, that's not just wind. The wind alone is not lifting those cars and trucks.
I always wondered that.
Yeah, because it's significantly more than wind lift. So you got
what else
you have
is
a
lifting it instead of wind?
right? It's electromagnetism. You have a thunderstorm, and what does it have? It's an electrical charge, and then you have the earth beneath it. So it's not just a wind current that's doing all the lifting. There's magnetism.
So we're gonna lift wooden crates with electricity. Okay, go.
No, the wind. I'm saying it's not just wind. You're going to lift things.
Oh,
that
you
weigh
actually can lift
10
wood with
tons.
electrostatics, though. So.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to interrupt, guys, but can we get an unmute for Branch?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just about to ask. Thank you, Caloric. I was just about to advocate for him. Request to Geo to do that.
Do you guys see this little depiction? Geo you just cut a horizontal plane to the middle of it, and that's where we live.
Right, you have to add the plane.
No, it's based on, you can look at magnetic fields under ferrocell cells. The pressure mediates towards that central point between them.
All right. I'll mention
can
this one
look
more
at it.
time. Where the iron accumulates is not a dielectric plane because the iron accumulates there because there's a magnetic field.
Right. Pushing between the two forces. The
It's
result
not two forces,
in
it's one force.
Hey guys,
uh,
I hate to interrupt too, but I did promise Nate I'll give him a shout out. I'm sorry, I just had to do that. It was
okay.
a promise. It was a promise.
So all that energy moving in that rotation, that sustainable movement, that autonomous field, right? Once it has the modality of autonomy within the field, okay, then the pressure mediation causes that central area through it, based on the movement of the energy around it, to result in an inertial plane.
Right, you keep
Very
saying
simple.
that, but where the iron accumulates is not an inertial plane.
No, it's just basic fundamentals. You're saying it's not, but just saying it's not doesn't mean anything.
Right, and just saying it is doesn't mean anything. What you
But that's
observe
not what
is
I'm
the iron
doing.
filings are collecting. What you're observing is the iron files are collecting in a particular location. And the reason why they're collecting
Ask
there
yourself
is because
why.
there's a magnetic field. The reason why they accumulate
why?
there is not because the pressure is being pushed in one direction and another direction from either side, because they're
regardless.
aligning with the magnetic field.
Okay, but regardless, okay, that they're aligning with the field. So why is it a horizontal line across the center of the magnet? That's our point. Irregardless of what we can disagree on things, but it's aligning in a particular way, right? In a plane across the center. No one's disputing that.
It's not a plane though. That's the
Yes, it
problem.
is. It's absolutely
If you move that ferrocell or whatever that is further
We're
and
talking
closer.
from the edge. Look at it, tilt it 90 degrees, look at it from the edge, and it's a plane right down the center.
All right, let's try this one more time. If you move that
there's no need to try
ferrocell,
one more
that
time.
plane-
You've made your point clear. People have made their positions clear about this issue.
What? I didn't
Just
get to
repeating
finish
the
it,
same
is
thing
the
back
thing.
and forth at one
The
another.
thing is, I didn't get to finish what I was saying, did I?
No, you said it like 7,000 times, both sides.
No, I didn't get to say it yet. How do you know I'm going to say it again?
You said a lot of things, Doofus, but obviously if you need to summarize it, go ahead.
All right, let me try this one more time. If you move that ferrocell or that plate in a direction, 1 second, please. If you move that in a direction that is not parallel to the side of that
Matrix,
magnet,
you're hot micing.
Matrix Media, hot mic.
Oh shit, my
yeah, you're loud. Thank you. If you move that ferrocell or that plate in a direction that's not parallel to that same side of that magnet, what you'll observe is that the iron starts moving in a different direction that's not in line with that plane, because it's not a plane.
Okay. So
How can it
that's not a
move
plane.
away from the plane and there be no plane? That's to be a
Right.
plane away from the
What
away
you
from the
what
plane.
you presume is the plane, what's cutting through the center there, is not actually a plane. That's what I'm trying to illustrate here.
It literally is. We're looking at it though. It's clearly a plane.
Right. You change the orientation of the plate, and then that place where you think was the plane is no longer where it is anymore.
You mean the film?
That place where you saw the iron accumulating, it's not running along what you thought was a plane.
It literally is. So there we can see it right there. It's right there. I just took a
That's
picture of
where
it. There's a
the
video of it.
antithesis, the conflict. I don't get it. Like, why is why?
It's weird. Well, I know why. Because it makes too much sense to them on a deeper level that if the Earth were a plane, then it would look exactly like what we see here, because we know we have a magnetic field on the Earth. So they feel the need to dismiss it and get rid of it.
Because of the implications.
Yeah,
The
like
ramifications.
they feel that it is too close to home, basically.
the amount of racialization required. Yes.
But anyway, I thought, I mean, just pretty. Most people would just say, "Oh, that's pretty crazy." I didn't.
Right,
know
not
you'd
this
see
like
that.
abhorrent like revulsion.
Yeah.
So you're saying on a deeper level that if they were to accept this, then there's just such like an implicate design that this is what it is in terms of a plane and the field like this.
Yeah, like the resonance of the idea clicks like too close to home for them, I think.
Or in other words, what's it? Suppression of the truth and unrighteousness, natural
you're-
revelation, special
Or
revelation.
you're just wrong.
Yeah, or I'm just wrong.
Hey, what's the claim anyways? I just got here.
That there's a plane in magnetic field.
Well, do you
That was
want
the
to
very
know?
last point after a
You
whole
can
bunch of other
define a
points.
plane in any object. It doesn't matter.
Did you
As
want to
long
know
as it's
something?
meaningful.
There's a certain area about 7.6 miles down that you can't penetrate with a drill, and the Russians tried to bore through this layer, and there was this impenetrable barrier where the drill would spin, but it wouldn't churn up any flakes. It wasn't churning up any stone. They couldn't make any progress. So that's the plane, the inertial plane.
We actually have
between-
a deeper hole than that now.
Well, the flip side. Let's say you have a north and a south, like two circular magnets. So basically, the flip side, the underside of us. So between those two magnets is this plane, this inertial plane, where nothing seems to penetrate. And then if you lay it out, we have a north pole in the center, but we don't have a south pole. So if you take a compass down south, there's no magnetic south. Your compass just drifts around aimlessly. You can't pull a south magnetic pole, right? The needle doesn't pull to the south.
Hey,
It
Ron.
only works in the north.
Hey, how come nothing? When you said that a second, I'm just trying to understand why would nothing penetrate the inertial plane?
There's something strong there, man. I don't know that we can penetrate the barrier with and I think, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking CERN is a giant coil, like a giant magnetic coil that they're trying to open a portal. They're
Well,
trying to
There
if
are
they
a
could
lot
create
of giant magnetic coils on
Hold on,
CERN.
let me
and
finish my thought, dude. You're cutting into my thought. I got like 2 words in. I'm thinking they're making a giant coil and they're going to pull things through a wormhole portal between there. And that's why they had that demonic tunnel, the Goddard tunnel. They had their ceremony. It was satanic. I think when they activate this coil, it opens a magnetic field and allows things to be sucked through the flip side to this side, like spirits, not solid entities, but spirits and stuff.
Yeah, I think they've been doing that for a long time. That's how they get like disease organisms and GMO, genetically modified things.
What else can you
It's like an interdimensional transfer.
You know how people say the
transfer the
underworld, like the underworld, that might be like the flip side. Like maybe the flip side or the underworld is like hell, and then on this side, that's their portal in between. Because if you've seen that ceremony for the
Somebody's
Goddard tunnel,
talking too much
all the
Stranger
elites,
Things.
they had this weird ceremony where it was like really satanic, and they're dancing around, and this
Yeah, I saw that.
it was very ritualistic and disgusting. And everybody who's like a billionaire class and all the elites were there. It's like, what the fuck?
Hey, so what's some of the cool stuff they can bring over? 'Cause you said
Telling
it's
us what
bringing over
they're
disease.
doing. I think they're telling us what they're doing, and if these demonic entities give them knowledge. That,
Yeah,
like they're
demonstrably with the demonstration of their ceremony.
So
well,
they
not
do know
necessarily,
things.
but like they're opening the pit. They're trying to. Maybe they're trying to open it, but I don't know if they have succeeded.
What officially is the purpose of CERN? This Large Hadron Collider, supposedly?
They're supposed to
They
summon
tell us
demons,
it's
diseases.
a particle. They made up this ridiculous story that it's a particle collider, but I don't buy that for a second.
It's conduct research.
Channeling.
What are they
Like,
researching, though?
if you wanted to accelerate a particle, why wouldn't you use like a
trying to
linear
figure out-
accelerator, like a rail gun?
trying to
Why
figure
would
out
you
how
go
much
in
money
circles?
they can get.
You can accelerate it a lot faster if you just make it go in a circle.
No, if you go in a straight line, you could accelerate faster.
They go 99% of speed. They send mass as like 99% of speed of light.
Why don't they do
I mean,
the same with the railgun?
there are linear accelerators.
Why don't they do it with a railgun? Why doesn't the military use a circle and then spit it out the side? Because it just a straight line is a faster. You can accelerate faster in a straight motion. That
Do you hear
whole
what he's
idea.
saying? It's already going 99.9 whatever the speed is.
No, I don't buy that
He's asking
story.
why
dude.
the Navy doesn't make circular rail guns. Because
That's
when
a
you're dealing
comfort
with
story,
large,
dude.
massive objects, you're dealing with a lot more energy than when you're dealing with particles.
When you build something that big, you need a cover story. You could tell the people the stupidest shit, like, yeah, we're going to land on the moon. China's landing on the backside of the moon, and people believe it, but they just need a story to bite. They need something, a cover story. So that's the cover story for spending all these hundreds of billions of dollars of material and manpower, all this shit, building this device. So that's what they tell people they're doing. Oh, we're doing it for science. It's a particle collider.
Yeah, like what good is that for the human race?
It enhances our understanding of how the universe works.
What in particular about how the universe works?
What have they discovered? I mean, what has come out of there? Nothing.
A bunch of stuff.
Yeah, a bunch of
Somebody
stuff.
who clearly didn't look at the stuff that they've published.
Sign, bring him closer to the microphone.
Yeah, Sign, your mic is super, super low.
I think what's come out of it is demonic entities. If you've seen the statue, there's a statue of Sheba the Destroyer.
Yes.
Went over that, yeah.
Yeah, published papers are demonic entities. Got it.
They want to bring the destroyers through the pit.
Hold up. Shiva's
Yeah.
not.
The way that I see it is the way that I see it is that the CERN is the bastion of.
No,
of
no,
hope
hold
for
on,
these-
hold
for these
on, hold on.
atomistic-
They're
Hold up, real quick.
Calm down. Good God. My God.
Sign, go ahead. Hold on, Branch. You can go next. Just go ahead. So go ahead, Sign. I think your mic.
Well, I was just gonna say that I think a lot of this stuff with the CERN. The funny thing is now, is the story is that they're trying to basically, they've already admitted that the Large Hadron Collider, known as CERN, is already obsolete. They want to build like another, faster, bigger one. So the whole thing is just
what?
It's
Yeah, they need that.
This
They
is
just
the
need a
current
couple
story. Is
hundred
like they're like it's already the Large Hadron
billion
Collider.
dollars.
CERN is
not
50
good enough.
years
They need
old.
a whole nother one. It needs to be
CERN
bigger. It needs to be faster.
Yo,
They
guys,
need to
Sign is
smash
still
the
talking.
particles harder, faster, and stronger. This is like, again, like CERN is the bastion of hope for these atomists. It's like their beacon of light in this materialistic paradigm, and what we get from it is nothing. It's all steeped in occultism. It's all garbage trash. There's nothing ever happens from it. They tell, oh, we found the Higgs boson. None of it amounts to anything, and it's all just trash. And they're already telling you they just need to build a bigger and better one. Again, it's just this endless story of nonsense.
Also,
It
is
was the bastion of anything.
Come on.
It
was Branch.
This is according
Yeah,
to you.
Branch. Well said.
No, I was just mad that people were talking smack about one of my gods, but it's all good now.
What?
You know, emails came from CERN. So next time you send an email, you say thank you to CERN.
Didn't Al Gore invent
the email?
It was actually DARPA, the DARPA net.
Yeah, emails was a pretty simple early on.
Simple.
Oh yeah, it's just sending
Oh,
packets
yeah.
from one server to another.
Store and forward is not exactly simple.
But someone who, one thing at a time, like, what is CERN for? What is the Large Hadron Collider for? What is its
Dude, we need
purpose?
to, when we need to find out answers in the universe, we need to just smash and bang things together like little children and kids. This is what we do. That's
what I said when I first heard about it.
Right,
Like,
the
you just
bigger
smash
they
things
are,
together.
the bigger they are, the faster
particle
you can get.
accelerator.
But
That's what
that's
CERN
not what they're doing.
CERN
That's-
isn't the only
All right,
thing built of its type. It's just, I think it's the biggest one we have. But you know, there are particle accelerators all over the world. You know.
Yeah.
So what's the
what do you
point
think
of
they're
that? What is
doing?
the benefit in doing that?
And what do you think they're doing, Nate?
They're accelerating particles, Jim,
By doing what?
by using very strong magnets to accelerate these particles to the speed of light, and then colliding them into each other to see if they are underlying elementary particles that make up these larger particles. And
So
this gives us a better idea of what the early universe was like.
But it's not
And
even.
how matter
Are
is
They're using
a
electromagnetism
Wow,
to
that
discover
is
the
a leap.
secrets of gravity.
That's
No,
a
no,
leap.
it's not about gravity. It's just
Where do you get from the
I
idea of
doubt
smashing
you
something
guys
to
heard a single
deep
word I
outer
said.
space stories? How did you get there?
Because these particles can't exist in isolation normally unless so you have to put the incredibly high energies into them in order to make them exist for nanoseconds
right. I mean,
in isolation.
the first step of understanding ourselves is to understand what the fuck we're made out of, right? And
Exactly.
So
doesn't
claiming to charge up a
Incredibly
bunch of
high
magnets.
energies for inside of Earth's, atmosphere, but normal energies, right, for outside and like in the, outside of the insulative nature of pressurized gases, right? So I mean,
Just add light years and you got a story.
wait, hold on. What?
What?
I'm sorry, Grim. I fail to see about what that's got to do with a.
well, because it's basically the high energetic environment of CERN is it's very much unlike anything we have in Earth's atmosphere, but outside of Earth's atmosphere, we do have that environment. So there is a chance that some
What
of
do
the
you mean
things that
that?
are
What do you
happening
mean
in
that
CERN
environment?
might be happening naturally out in the wild, but just not so visibly locally on Earth, obviously because of this insulator of atmosphere.
Yeah, particles in space collide, right? It does happen out in the
But
wild.
particles collide here naturally as well. It's just in order for us to, have controlled observations, we need to build these structures where we can control the rate of acceleration.
Yeah.
We can
I
control what's.
agree.
Camera.
I agree.
You know
Yeah,
what?
Are these
that's what I'm
particles
saying.
subatomic particles?
Listen, like it's like this, right? Let's say if we think we've got the smallest part possible, ever, right? The best way to figure out if it's really small is to hit two of them together and see if they split apart. If
No.
they do, then there's something else.
Somebody said it a second ago about recreating the conditions of the early universe, where things like
Yeah, where are you making that leap? That's such a
Well,
leap.
that is part of the research that they're doing. That is part of the purpose of the research is to understand what happened at the early stages of the Big Bang.
Oh my gosh.
But that
Gio, what's
cosmogony
wrong?
is the primeval atom. So there's only one atom involved, not
But
two atoms smacking
No,
together.
there are many atoms. There are many atoms, bro. You are made of trillions of atoms. To say that, it's one atom.
They call it, their doctrine is the primeval atom that exploded.
The prime.
Atum. They stole that from Atum.
Yeah,
I
somebody
understand.
messed
Go on. The atom is the
Atom.
hijack of Atum.
back then there was no atoms. This is what they're trying to recreate, the conditions that existed. Like back then, there was no ability for atoms to form because
Say that
Gregory,
existed as
Gregory,
if it's
just
a positive claim. Like they don't know that is what it was. That's the whole point of this. I think.
Yeah, it's just a
Gregory.
story. It's
Gregory,
literally
just
a
to get
story.
clarity.
They're charging up magnets and then making up stories.
Yeah, Gregory,
Chloe's trying to talk to me.
I just want to ask you, Gregory, when you talk about the primeval atom, are you saying that's what our Big Bang is? Everything was just one atom and
That's what George Lemaitre called it. And then some other academic colleague ridiculed it, calling the Big Bang.
Yeah, to say it was an atom, which you know what I mean. Like that's kind of a leap in of itself, being that you didn't have it couldn't. You didn't have the conditions for an atom.
Wait, Grim, do you think you'll have to refresh my memory. Do you think atoms exist or not?
Not in the materialistic sense that we usually have been taught. And then I went into a line of questioning to try and understand this position. And then what I ended up learning from them is that, if I can finish this sentence, what I ended up learning from them is that these are oscillations in fields. And rather than these oscillations occurring in the ether, it's supposedly occurring in a multitude of fields that occupy all space.
All right, Graham, want to give you the actual answer now? I don't know. I don't know, Gregory, but every question that's posed is not to you, Gregory. So
I
it
don't
was.
think he heard
No,
my
Kalor
name.
was trying to talk to me. What are you talking about?
No, he just didn't hear
No,
me.
no.
It sounds.
Yeah,
That's why I
Geo.
didn't. Never
You,
mind.
you might have Geo muted or something. Go ahead, Grim. I'm curious what your answer is.
Well, I mean, in the sense that etherically, I mean, I use the word atom all the time, right? But when I'm talking about atoms, I'm talking about it from another axiom, basically like a standing wave, situation. Like I think that's like basically almost what Gregory is saying, to be
Yeah,
honest.
that's what I just said earlier.
Yeah. So, actually, somehow Gregory took my answer right out of my mouth almost, even though he wasn't being addressed. That was good. Good answer. I agree. Pretty much.
Yeah, that's what they explained to me. Because I mean, it's not like I see. It's not like any of us see atoms with the naked eye, and then I'm not in the laboratory, so it's like, has anyone ever observed this quote unquote atom? And then I asked the question, what state of matter is this atom supposedly? Because when I was growing up, they taught me that it was just this really 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 small billiard ball like thing flying around.
Yeah, they have been observed though.
Yeah,
Well, they're observed with like
this one was observed with Snoop Dogg.
Sorry, is somebody talking?
Go ahead.
Oh, that was Gio, huh? They weren't coming in clearly, Gio. Anyway, I think they observe them with the, what do they call it? That little pin, needle, and electron thingy, where they just run the needle over the area, and they kind of read the bouncing back, electricity, so they can read back, in the field what
Are you
they're looking
talking
at.
about? Are you talking about the
So,
stuff they do in
it's not
Scientology?
like an image. It's not like a photo of this thing. It's actually it's like scanning it with electricity, and so that when they scan it, you end up seeing what you can't determine, or is it a standing wave or is it an actual physical particle? And so
Like
they
a
say here's an
transmission
image of it.
microscope or something?
Right. Thank you.
He's
That's what-
poorly describing a scanning electron microscope.
electron microscope. Yeah.
Okay.
So wait,
Well, I was
Graham,
describing the mechanism of the electron microscope because I wanted you to know that I understood what I was talking about, yet I only forgot the word for it.
yeah, it's clear you understand with great detail what you're talking about. Do you sorry, yes or no question, yes or no answer only, Graham. Yes or no only. Do you personally think atoms are real? Do atoms and particles exist? Yes.
Well, yes, in the sense
Okay.
of that
All right.
axiom.
Yes.
From that axiom.
Yes.
it's
Period.
saying,
Yes.
wait.
Period. Yes. Period. Got it. We can move on.
Wait, Grim. So
I don't know why that was interesting or significant at all, but I mean, if you really just want to, have a conversation to feed your own, bias, then
No, I just
that's
wanted
how
a yes or no answer. That's all. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
No.
Appreciate it.
Well, so yeah, Grim, you do believe in this, I'll just call it the mainstream, atomism, like that atoms exist in the way that they claim they do.
No, absolutely not. That's
All
what
right,
I'm
well, you
saying.
just said
I'm
you
so
just said
confused
yes.
now. I'm so
Because
confused.
I only used the word because I just told you I come from an axiom that they are standing waves. So therefore, they don't exist in the way that I believe, the standard narrative believes them. I mean, I thought that was by default my answer.
I
So
mean,
if
he
they're
did say
standing waves,
that. Yeah, I
then
mean,
they
that's
have to be
fair. He can
particles.
use the word atom in a different sense.
Yeah, so I'm just using it colloquially so that we can talk about that little blob of fuzziness that we're looking at.
Sure, but yeah.
So
sure.
you don't, Grim. So you don't think that everything's made up of atoms?
Well,
you think everything's made up of something else?
I mean, you can't say yes or no. It's not a superposition of answers. Get it?
A standing wave is how particle physics
Stop
describes
redshifting the goalpost.
Good.
particles. So
Yeah, what the hell does comedy come from?
It's
So I
everywhere,
mean,
man.
Grim, what do you think we are fundamentally made of? Like, what are the building blocks of your body? Like what do you think it is?
I mean, electromagnetism and whatever substrate, etheric substrate that is compressed into and expresses itself as the matter that we are calling atoms.
What is the unit? What is the unit? What is the unit?
Body is made of cells,
What-
right? It's not atoms.
If
It's
you're
cells.
saying that there's some
The cells are made up of. All right, thank you, Jobs Mike. Go ahead.
molecules.
And the molecules are then made of. All right, drops Mike again. You know what I'm saying? Like, just break it down, dude. And then in our own standard narrative model, right? All 99.9% of all the space in between the atoms is electromagnetism, is empty space.
That's
But what
There would
about
not
like
have-
that
you
is
know,
So what
true.
I'm
That
saying,
is true.
we're made
That's
mostly of
Grim?
magnetism just by the standard
Yeah,
narrative.
but Grim, what about like for example on our periodic table of elements? You know, each element, you know, they have a different combination of protons, neutrons, and electrons, and neutrons with a neutral charge, which has nothing to do with electromagnetism. Like,
Check it out.
I mean, how does that factor into your
Well, I wouldn't say
worldview?
it has nothing to do with electromagnetism because the Navy is now scaling Maxwell's field equations down to the nanoscale and beyond by changing tensor settings and stuff like that. So
No,
it's not
I
as
said
if this is an unreachable. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is there's also another model of the atom. It's called the SAM model, the structured atom model. Very interesting. A lot of no need for protons. I mean neutrons. Excuse me. And it's just the positive and the negatives balancing out. And the structured atom. I don't know a whole shitload about it to just be able to do a class right now over it or whatever. But I know that if you do look into it, though, you'll find some. You'll
Yeah,
find
I
some
mean, I know
predictions
what the
that are
SAMS
involved
model
in it.
is, and the SAMS model is not going to explain to you what the difference is between a carbon atom and a helium atom. You know, other different types of atomic models don't coincide with the periodic table. Number one, number two,
What
there's
model
so many
does, Calor?
different types of models of atoms. You know, there's a plum pudding model, there's the vortex model. There's so many, but the only one that matches up with the periodic table of elements, the periodic table of isotopes, whatever, is the atomic model we use today. You know, whether it's
Which
the
is
Bohr
what?
model or
well,
the
you know what?
quantum.
A lot of these models too,
You
though.
gotta
You know,
imagine though
a
the
lot of these
reasons why those
models. Hold
models.
on, Graham.
Hold on, let me get one. I'm having a conversation, man. Just 1 second. So it seems like we're not really focused on how much energy has been put into um uh protecting or trying to to build on this atomic model rather than the SAM model. Like not a lot of energy has been put into trying to work out the SAM model as compared to all the energy trying to work. So it would seem like this one has developed a lot more, even though you have a lot of fucked up holes in your model as well. So, but you'll work on those and continue. But you find one little hole in the model here that you don't understand and you throw it out and you stop working on it altogether. And that's a confirmation of, I mean, that's a kind of like a bias issue in my opinion, because there is some predictability that is found to be even more predictable in the SAM model than in the standard model for certain situations.
Okay,
So I don't know.
don't
if
disagree with
I
that.
don't know if one is right or
I
wrong.
100% agree with you. For certain situations, the structured atom model is going to give you better predictability, but that's only for certain situations. It needs to
Which ones?
answer questions for everything. And
not
the
even-
main things it needs to work with is the periodic table of elements.
Can I
If
get
whatever
one
atomic
thing
model
out?
you have can't give you the predictions we get when using the periodic table, then it's bunk, bro. Why use it? Why give energy to it?
Well, what I understand about the SAM model is, though, those predictions that are involved are there. It just predicts that there are more elements than have either predicted by the regular periodic table or ever discovered.
All right, Graham.
something more
Let me
elements.
get one thing out. Hey, here's the deal, right? If we're gonna say there's a totally different model to follow about what an atom is and what it's made out of, then you're literally saying everything CERN's done is bullshit. Then, because the whole model behind what CERN does is based on the understanding of these particles.
Yep,
No,
we're
man.
on to him. We're on to him,
Well, I
Branch.
mean, that's not too hard to
We're on
say,
with you.
right? Because all throughout history, that's always been true. Every scientist, every before the 20th century, every single one
But
has been found to
Graham.
be incorrect about their like the world was. You know what I mean? Like we have these huge
Grim,
arguments.
here's the thing.
about
Here's the
science.
thing, Grim. Here's
As
the
it
thing.
turns out, Branch, science is a liar sometimes.
You kind of throw me off, man, with you. I
All
don't
right,
know
all
where
right.
you're going.
Branch, you have got to like chill.
All right. But okay, let me
Branch, it's all
get
summed
this
up as-
out and I'll chill.
It's
Let me
all
get this
summed
out.
up as science is a liar sometimes. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. Like Grim has this point of view where he does believe in shit, but there's not a whole bunch of people lying, right? But in order for that to be true, and his model of what an atom is and all that crap behind it, or what the unit is of the smallest particle that makes us up, right? That equates to CERN being a complete lie.
Okay, can you guys, so we can go back to not repeating everything?
Do you mind if I say something here about that? I'm not saying that it's a lie.
I hope you would, because I literally asked you a question.
Throughout history, Branch, we've always been wrong. I didn't say lie. You threw that into the mix to give me some sort of a paranoia type of complex or whatever, right? But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just being wrong. But everyone agreed, but they were all wrong anyway. And then history has proven that time and time again. Everyone can agree, and they can all still be wrong.
Right.
So
you guys both
here
said
we are
that.
again.
Hey,
Right.
Kosha, can we finish this conversation?
Why would I expect us to be absolutely correct? Is all I'm saying, because there's never been a time we have been. Thank you.
All right, so Graham, I get that, right? But I wasn't trying to say that. I wasn't trying to put you down in any way, whatever, right? But like, I was just trying to say that if there was a completely different model of the unit of mass that we're made out of, that's not the atom, then it literally equates to a whole bunch of lies being fed to us.
Again,
And
that's a
you're
leap
not
right
answering
there.
that,
And
bro.
lie, a misunderstanding isn't necessarily a lie. A lie has
Yeah, even
intent.
if it is a lie,
It's like a,
Well, a lie has
or
intent.
what?
it's a misappropriated model.
Right, exactly. That's a better way to say it. It's just a misinterpretation of your reality.
Okay.
But let's say it is a lie. So
Riddled
what?
with lies.
Therefore,
Kosho, is what
Oh,
you
yeah,
gonna
who do I
say?
go
Is
after
what
for
you gonna
this lie? I'm
say
just telling
break this
somebody right now.
conversation?
It's different than what you've said 3 times. You guys just
Is
said the
it
same thing
in
back and
line
forth
with
for
the
2 or 3 times.
conversation, though?
So no, the question is what
Go ahead.
Nate and Grim said about the SAM model having some predictions that actually turn out better than the other model. I'm curious about what
It's
what
got
are those
nothing to
predictions.
do with the conversation at hand.
Yeah, I think I prefaced with I'm not fully, versed on the model to give a class. You know what I mean?
Okay, well,
So
did you guys
put me to
say
work,
that?
I'd have to go and start researching. Yeah, because I've seen the videos from See the Pattern on YouTube, and he, I forget his name, but he's a pretty smart character, and he does a lot of evaluations of different, ideas. Like I think I've given you videos from him before, like on the Lagrange's push gravity and stuff like that. So I mean, that's See the Pattern, and yeah, I don't think he adheres to these things. He just he looks at them and evaluates certain things,
I just find it hard to believe that that this has better predictability in some ways than the other model of the atom.
Oh, you should check it out.
I think it was Nate saying
Well,
that.
I'm saying,
Nate,
that's why I'm asking you guys.
Nate was saying that, not Grim. It was Nate. It was actually
They
admitting
both
that there's
said it.
instances.
Grim said it,
Well,
and
no,
then Nate agreed
we
with him.
agree. We agree there are in some situations, right? Now, I
But
think
Nate said it, so does he know which situations?
I don't know if either one of us do, but
Why
he
do I
might.
know one?
What
Sorry,
is it?
man, I was busy typing. What?
What situations is it better? Does it explain better?
I would
the structured atom.
The SAM model. I know when it comes to like low energy nuclear reactions, it's good at explaining that at a higher precision than our, quantum model of the atom. But that's like very isolated cases. When you try and now take this and put it to, chemistry, physics, basically in nuclear physics, particle physics, it doesn't match up with most things. It's just very specific situations. It's like
Well, maybe it's revolutionary in the way that some of those other things need to redefine their way of dealing with it. Like there's a periodic table I just posted.
It's like ideas people have of alternative theories of general relativity of gravity. They answer certain questions, but they don't replace the whole theory or the whole idea. They don't work with other forms of physics, like for example, modified Newtonian gravity or whatever. It doesn't mesh well with electromagnetics, but it does give us kind of better predictions and answers than this current idea we have of dark matter. But that's a very specific situation. It doesn't mesh well with other fields of physics.
I think it's an interesting parallel that dark matter composes like 99 or whatever, 90 some percent of the universe, they say, as a placeholder, right? Just, whatever it is. But then they do the same with the atom. Now most of it's completely empty. I'm wondering if the etheric field might be the answer, like the structured atom might be indicating as a base for, both.
Are you saying, Nate, then that one theory is more accurate than the other theory?
Yeah, so that's such a straw man. What I'm saying is, in very
No. I just
It wasn't a
asked.
straw man
It
argument.
was
It was a question. No, that's not what I'm saying. All right. It wasn't a straw man, then fine, but no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in very isolated, specific situations, these alternative theories might give us better answers, more accurate answers than the current prevailing theories. But that's an isolated situation. When you now take these alternative theories and try to combine them with other fields of physics, right? Like the example I gave, modified Newtonian gravity, it does give us a better accurate picture of how dark, of what dark matter, it replaces dark matter really well when it comes to modeling galaxies and, their rotational velocities and whatnot. But it only works there. When you try and take that and try and put it together with special relativity and electromagnetics, it doesn't work. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
there's no way
So
we're going to
depending
throw
on
away
what
dark
you're trying
matter
to
to replace
examine.
it.
Okay, so depending on what you're trying to examine, you apply a different theory to different fields. Would that be correct?
It's super
That's not
elaborate
correct.
ontological
Because
doctrine.
dark matter,
So then
because
why
this is the
can't
thing,
you
that
apply the
not
same
only
one to all of them?
What do you mean?
Well,
Like
you
I
know
told
what?
you, we can't. So dark matter, not only does dark matter help us understand why, galaxies rotate the way they do, but I can take dark matter and make it work with other fields of physics.
Wait, why did you guys work
It's
dark
not
matter?
that we just take dark matter as a placeholder for that and it doesn't fit in with anything else. You see what I'm saying?
Well, if the same theory is more accurate in low energy situations, which I think you said that it's like more accurate there, right?
Not only that, it makes
but it's less accurate when we're talking about dark matter and dark energy. Well, then why then doesn't the theory for dark matter and dark energy apply to the lower?
But
energy
maybe
as
because
well?
dark energy and dark matter don't exist.
Oh my god!
Can I answer this, Benzo?
It's because dark energy and dark matter
Benzo,
can't be
can I
proven
answer
to even
this?
exist. So if we're treating them like they actually exist, and then we're basing.
Hey,
Hold on.
Hey, Branch, let him finish, and then you can go. Okay, let Grim finish.
Yeah, I thought we were having this. Yeah, because if it doesn't work with dark matter and dark energy, so what? That shit doesn't exist anyway. That's just some made up shit because it has to be.
Yeah, I was just using that as an example.
Our gravitational theory alone must be right. There's no electricity.
My point, Benzo, was look.
So it doesn't need to work well with dark energy and dark matter.
Grim, shut the fuck up, man.
Dude, you're always screaming, dude. I can't even tell when you're serious or
Can
not.
anybody else talk but you guys?
All right, Grim.
Yeah, this is out of control. Branch, go ahead.
Okay, so Benzo,
Grown
I
ass
just wanna
man
say-
asking my children.
Going off the rails. All right, Branch, you're up. Go.
All right, so basically the deal is this, right? We do whatever. Fuck it, Grim. Go ahead. I don't give a fuck.
All that
all-
stuff is
no
just
one was
to
talking.
yield up the
Branch, no one
microphone.
was talking.
Go ahead, bro.
No, he lost it. He lost it. Go ahead, Gregory.
Wait, do you guys remember what my question was? Because it seems like you guys are
What
answering
was your question,
dark
Kosho?
matter.
I
No, it was
answered it,
based on what
Kosho.
these two guys said about this specific theory, not anything to do with dark matter, but this specific.
Yeah, I answered the question, Kosho. Didn't you hear me?
No, you
At
said,
lower
you said something
frequencies.
general. You said something general about all
The way you said no.
opposing theories.
No, I said,
No.
like you asked for an example where
Yeah.
the SAM model is more accurate. And I said, I think when it comes to low energy nuclear reactions, that was the example I gave. Don't quote me on that. I'm saying all of this off of memory, but
Don't
I
quote
think,
me.
yeah, don't quote me.
So,
Don't hold me
so
to that, man.
you were thinking that
Well,
the SAM model didn't have like explanations or predictions for all of the elements. It does actually, and the isotopes and extra elements that aren't discovered at this time. So it's not that it's
Well,
missing
explain it to me.
anything. It just has more in it.
Show me.
It's not missing anything but protons.
Show me the money.
Yeah,
I just
explain
gave
it
a
to me, Grim. Explain me how the SAM model gives us different isotopes
link.
in the
I dropped the
absence
link.
of.
I dropped the
You
link,
dropped
dude.
the
I
link.
can't explain it
Drop the
to
link.
you. I just see the periodic table here with
Pick it
all the
up.
elements on it, and their
But
isotopes
explain
in
it
the
to me,
SAM
bro.
model.
Explain
I
the
can't.
link you dropped.
I can't, dude. I can't.
That's
It's
why, like,
Why not?
I can't explain it to you without
heavy water,
damaging the
with the
conversation.
fucking extra neutron.
Has an extra neutron, exactly. But according to Grimm and his SAM model, neutrons don't exist. So how
Right.
do we get heavy water? That's my question. How do we
Just
get different isotopes if neutrons
Well,
don't exist?
well, look at the SAM model because all they do is just
But
balance
explain
out.
it to me, Grim.
They
I don't
balance out.
understand.
Never
Up
mind. Dude.
more electrons and
I
protons
don't know.
into the nucleus.
I mean, if we're gonna have a conversation, someone needs to start explaining something. Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, I don't understand this
It's
stuff.
literally
I'm
there's
just going
more
off memory.
protons and neutrons in the nucleus, or protons and electrons in the nucleus, which is not reality.
Yeah, like
Right,
imagine
so
having
I-
electrons inside your nucleus. That's so weird.
Look, well, in the SAM, the nucleus has a fixed structure consisting of protons kept together by inner electrons. So it's balanced out by their inner electrons.
Yeah,
Right?
and
So
and,
there's no
and, and,
need
and
for a
that's how the SAM model
nucleus.
explains neutral charge.
Right.
I get
the
that.
neutron is no longer a fundamental particle, but it's a proton electron pair. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So
That's
So
fine.
that's
I
how.
understand all of that.
How does
Well,
thermal fission work?
that structure follows the principle of spherically dense packing, right?
How does thermal fission work in this model? No answer?
But
Yeah,
there
I
it
mean,
goes again. This
give me
this
I
smug,
know
like,
off the top of my
prove
head, like
yourself.
I'm the inventor of the SAM model, and
Yeah,
that
you're right.
you're somehow debunking the SAM model because I
I'm
don't know
I'm
something
just
off the top of
asking.
my
I'm
head.
just asking a
I
question.
know, but the way you said, "Oh, you
It's
don't
a
know," okay,
question.
like you took a win from that. That's
It's a
weird.
question. Do you have an
Like, there
answer
is
for that or not?
some hostility about this. I don't understand.
Does the SAM model have explanations for how nuclear physics works, like
Yes,
fission?
low energy nuclear reactions, the LENRs. Those are just some of the many explanations that SAM provides for previously unexplained observations.
You know what low energy nuclear reactions are, Chris?
I don't think fission is a low energy nuclear reaction.
That's
I don't know.
close.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not at
speculating.
all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
He asked about nuclear reactions.
It's thermal
fission.
fission. Thermal fission.
Yeah, I was gonna
I asked this question because of the way y'all sound when you talk about this. Like, caloric, are you a university graduate? Are you professional with any of this?
Fissionable
I might
isotopes.
be, but that doesn't matter, Greg.
Oh, okay.
What
Listen,
matters
guys.
is I don't understand how the
You know that
SAM
link I
model
dropped
gives
you?
us different isotopes, and I'm hoping Grim can explain it to us. That's
Well, I'm
all.
just reading from that link that I had just gave everybody already, and I told you to read, right? So all those questions that you're asking, the reason for the asymmetric breakup of fissionable isotopes is revealed, as well as a potential breakthrough explaining low energy nuclear reactions.
But Nate,
These are all things that are claimed to have been resolved with this model.
But Nate and Andy, you both we all know and appreciate Grimm, and we understand he's one of the kings of alternative theories for like everything. So that doesn't mean that he has to be an expert in all of these alternative theories. He's just very interested in them. So
He's
that's all.
enthusiastic. That's excellent.
Yeah.
Well, cause I just read about
Thank
it.
you, by the way.
I was trying to see if you guys were. I mean, you said there was that had nuclear, like a low energy nuclear reactions, but that doesn't make sense because, without the neutron, I don't even. I just don't know what that implies. So I was looking it up, and actually, it doesn't. I don't see how it could possibly explain anything better by being an alternative model, because the way it replaces the neutron is by combining an electron and a proton in the nucleus, which is basically, I mean, that's other than the positron, or no, what is it? No, the neutrino. That's basically the mass of a neutron, anyways.
Both.
So it just says they're held together electrostatically instead of a nuclear force. So it's basically
That means something to y'all. It don't mean anything
Right,
to me.
you're talking about two
head.
helium atoms making hydrogen.
No. So if you have a proton and a neutron, right? They're claiming that they have a proton and another proton that's combined with an electron, and but electrostatically somehow. But in reality, a neutron has the same mass of when a neutron decays, it decays into a proton, an electron, and a neutrino. So
Yeah. I meant to say two heliums becoming hydrogen. Isn't that
basically a neutron without calling it a neutron for some reason.
Yeah, Kosher, you and
It
I
no longer
on.
has 3 hadrons; it has 4.
It's the shit that occurs in the sun, which makes helium into neutrons. Like helium itself has no. Helium is the only atom that has no neutron.
Yeah, so Kosher, just to give you some clarity, I totally agree with you that this whole idea that the neutral charge of a nucleus that is explained by a SAM's model is wrong. Because in SAM's model, like you said, it says it's some sort of weird proton electron pair, and I agree with you. That's wrong because that in no way explains how we get different isotopes. It doesn't explain fusion or fission. What it does give a good prediction for is low energy nuclear reactions, which is basically cold fusion. But at the end of the day, cold fusion isn't a real thing. It's a hypothesized idea. There's no such thing in reality as cold fusion. But if you were to express this idea mathematically, you would get a more accurate picture with the SAM model.
Not yet.
I mean, that has no bearing in the real world because we can't have nuclear reactions at room temperature, which is what cold fusion is. It's not possible. So I mean,
Theo, do you understand what he just said?
Well, not yet, but yeah. I mean, what he's saying is true, but people for decades have been working on this idea.
But in this model, it's an idea. In this model, it's not a nuclear reaction though. It's a completely electrostatics. Because
I agree with you.
Well, then I don't get it. Then
all I was saying is that this model gives us a better prediction mathematically for low energy nuclear reactions. But at the end of the day, low energy nuclear reactions or cold fusion is not a real thing. You cannot have nuclear reactions at room temperature. It's just it's an idea that, like Chronic said, people might be working on. I don't know, but it's an idea. It's not a real thing, So at the end of the day, yes, it gives us better predictions for this, but it doesn't mean much.
But that doesn't make
it doesn't add validity to the model.
You said it makes better predictions for something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think this research is also pointless because.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's pointless. It doesn't give us anything. It doesn't add anything to. It doesn't make the SAM model more real.
So, what model is the truth right now?
We usually
There
go
is
with
no
quantum
truth.
physics, the quantum physics model, and the liquid drop model of a nucleus.
Gregor meant to say the most widely accepted model in the mainstream.
There is no one model, right? We're talking about multiple different models working together to find out.
Wait. I'm getting a cacophony of answers together. Someone tell me what is the predominant model
I will say this. I will say that there is this notion of finding a unifying model. One that
standard model in quantum mechanics.
One that unifies quantum physics with the outer world.
Just say the standard model.
And
Standard
we're
model,
not going to find that shit for another, I would say, 400 years.
Standard model, Gregory. That's
it's called the standard model.
The standard model.
Or the Rutherford model. Rutherford.
Dirac model, I thought.
It's a full moon model right now. I see the moon right out my window.
Is it rotating?
It is plasmally, luminescently, crystallizationally vibrating.
Speaking of the moon, shouldn't there be something weird happening tonight with the moon?
It was red earlier.
Yeah, crystals are getting charged tonight. Did you say, Nate, that the SAM model gives better predictions for
Why is that
stuff
funny?
that doesn't exist?
Yeah, that's what I was confused about.
Yes, Banzo, that's exactly my.
Okay, so we have one model that gives better predictions for stuff that doesn't exist, and we have another model that gives us predictions for stuff that we can't prove that exists. So we've got two models that predicts things for stuff that don't exist. Okay,
Oh.
that's
Standard model quantum mechanics is the best predictive
My
model.
ears just
You know what?
reality.
Though? The funny thing is, man. So all these models work better than any model I've seen on the flat Earth.
that's just crazy.
Same,
Models-
man.
That's what you said, Nate. That's exactly what you said.
No, that's not what I said. Half of what I said. Yes, the SAM model gives us predictions for things which aren't real.
Which aren't real. Yeah, exactly right. And the other model gives us predictions for stuff that doesn't exist too, like
No, it
dark
gives
matter
us-
and dark energy.
That part I never said. That's something you say.
Bandit, are you talking about the standard model?
You know what, Gregory? I've got no idea what model I'm talking about, to be quite honest with you, buddy.
Standard model has made the most accurate predictions in all science.
That's the bandsaw model.
No idea.
No, but Banso, you're giggling like a little kid now, man. You're basically trying to say that he's right and you're wrong, and this is your way to admit that he's right.
I just heard that stuff doesn't exist that we can predict with one model and another model. That's all I pretty much heard.
Just
All
like a
right.
woman. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
All right then.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah, just
really
like
was
again.
hoping Grim had answers, but I mean, I understand.
Oh.
Doesn't.
So, with that being said, so the standard model of particle physics is a theory describing 3 or 4 known fundamental forces in the universe and classifying all known elementary particles.
We're talking about
This
the
little
known
article says the standard model of
Does it say
physics is a
4?
theory of elementary particles which are either
no, Gregory. That's not what we're
fermions
talking about.
or bosons. It also explains 3 or 4 basic forces of nature, the 4 fundamental forces: gravity, electromagnetism, the weak force, the strong force. Gravity
What are you reading,
is the
Greg?
one model does not explain.
Why is he just verbatim reading?
He's
out loud?
trying to understand this because he asked everybody in here, and instead of the people are fucking saying weird shit.
Yeah,
What?
you got
Yeah,
these
we give-
giraffes that are reaching at the top of all these trees, while a little bunny rabbit like me is just resenting them.
Exactly.
Look,
Oh,
Gregory, we're specifically talking about the nuclear
There's
model
trouble
of an
in the
atom.
forest, and it started with the
And
trees.
now Grandma's singing, and it's annoying.
So is your voice in your face, but I don't say something to you every
You
time
never
I have to
see my
hear it or
face.
see it.
Yeah, I mean, Gregory, do you have questions on the standard model? I'm sure
I
they
have a
do.
lot of questions. The standard
go
model, the
ahead,
sand
go
model, the blue model, the black model, the up
The
down
same
model.
model you can throw away.
What are your
It makes
questions?
predictions for shit that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So
Play on
Also
the
the
video I
SAM
just
model and the
student
standard
model.
model are like modeling
Oh.
totally different.
Okay, let me ask about the official one first, because this has never been explained to me. The standard model of the atom, correct? Have we empirically sensed this?
How have we?
Have we?
That goes back to what you guys
And
were
how
talking
have
about.
we?
about
that you said
Yeah,
CERN.
the answer is
Sense?
yes, we have.
No, but
How
that's
did we do this?
it goes back to what you were asking about with CERN.
We've actually
It all
we've
comes through.
actually
It all comes through.
identified.
It all comes through a proprietary computer network.
What? Okay, so how did we observe this atom?
They don't. It's all just models and devices that they claim are doing things, but
I think kosher is the answer.
Yeah, I was trying to say it to you, dude. Yeah, dude, that's what when you were asking about what's the purpose of these particle accelerators. A lot of the a lot of these subatomic particles were discovered in these events, like through these events. So like things like the the muons and the tau electron and all this type of stuff, like really these very what do you call them? Like they don't exist for very long in reality, so they decay very quickly. That's why they have to
just stop
create these
existing?
events. Well, no, they decay extreme. Like even the neutron, for example, when it's outside the nucleus, I think it decays. It's got a half-life of like 10 minutes or something like that.
The decay meaning like it stops existing, like it's
No,
erased
no,
from
it
existence.
decays into other particles.
10 minutes, Coach.
Like the neutron will decay into a proton and a neutron, and a proton, an electron, and neutrino,
and some energy.
Right.
And so did anyone seen an atom with their eyes or what?
We detect it with sensitive instrumentation and machinery. It's too small to see.
But these properties, though, like that's why these are models, is because they modeled these, particles with these properties, and these, they have charge, and some have whatever, and we know that these properties are true because they've actually, engineered, things like the nuclear bomb with these understandings. So,
I mean, we're not even seeing the atom. What we're seeing is the electrons and the probability factor of the electrons.
What's the difference?
Because that's kind of like saying, we're only seeing the shell, which is 99% of the makeup of the actual atom. The true mass of the atom comes from the middle, which is nothing compared to what we're looking at.
I still don't understand what the difference between an atom and an electron is, because you said there's a difference.
Atoms contain electrons within them. So I'm sure you've seen the basic structure of an atom, right? In high school, a little electron orbiting a nucleus.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what Barron's is trying to explain. But the modern day interpretation is that the electron doesn't have a fixed position. It's more like a cloud, like a probability cloud around a dense nucleus.
Yeah, Gregory, if you trust the information and images and empirical data that instruments like a scanning tunneling microscope, electron microscope, can observe, then yeah, we've seen atoms. But if you don't trust that instrument, then of course you can be a
No, it's
skeptic.
the interpretation of what you've seen, right? You could clearly as easily say you've seen a standing wave.
Yeah, sure, you could say that. Yeah,
Okay.
or you've seen a pixie dust fairy instead of an atom. Yeah, of course.
No.
Yeah, but the point Chronic
There's no pixie dust fairy computing theory, dude.
What? Of course, I can derive one in 5 minutes, and then it's a competing theory.
Oh,
all right,
I'm sure
I'll do so then. Anyway, sorry.
And it'll be
it's
the competing theory, just because you said it in 5 minutes, and everybody agrees that that's a competing theory.
Well, I guess the nice thing about Chronic's theory is that you can go prove this. What he's basically trying to say is this, yeah? We can see fucking atoms. And they have seen them. Right? If you really want to see them, go find your way into these laboratories somehow and get a fucking first eye view on this shit.
I think the whole point just got skipped right on you, dude. Like a rock on a pond.
Branch, you missed the point though. Even if you walk into that lab and you look through the microscope with your eyes, you could be seeing your eyes are tricked, or you're not really seeing what you think you're seeing.
You're seeing it on a computer screen.
At that level, there's no microscope. It purely is going to be computer screens.
It's a computer screen.
Right, it is.
So what you could be seeing the molecules of the glass, right? Like, who knows what the fuck you're actually looking at?
That's what I'm trying to ask this question. How do we know that the machine...
What Gio's trying to say is, because it's on the computer screen, it's not valid. Is that what you're trying to say?
Gio's trying to say? Is that,
No,
is that
Brain.
it, Gio?
Yeah, I don't know why you're just randomly saying things that I didn't say.
No,
That's not what I'm saying. I am just
I'm gonna
stating
have to
the
smoke
fact
some
that
weed for this.
it's on a computer screen. Like you're not looking at it with your eyeball.
Right, but by you stating that fact, you're trying to say that because it's on a screen and you can't see it with your eyes, it doesn't exist.
Well, I
No,
didn't say it's
what he-
something that doesn't
dude,
exist. You can't verify it though. There's a party in between. So it's not primary. It's not a primary observation.
So unless we create some magnificent telescope that's
we all
only,
agree that there's a structure
it's
there.
only
Okay,
using
that's what we agree on.
lenses, you will
Sorry
never
about that.
agree with a picture of a.
Damn, Branch has got to say what he's
You
got to
will
say.
never agree with a picture.
I'm sorry about this. I'm apologizing for man. He's our friend.
I mean, wow.
What were you saying though, Gregory?
I was trying to ask
He
the
wins the
question:
prize.
how do
Branch
we
wins
know
the
that
prize.
these machines are seeing what I'm being told they see?
Yes.
Good question.
We have no way to prove it. They have no way. We have no way to disprove it or prove it. So it's just the unknown. You have to trust that their machine is giving you a truthful image. But I don't trust
Well,
their
it is, in my opinion, I agree that it is giving us a truthful image, but our interpretation of how that structure is formed is then leaped upon. We don't know. Is it a condensed ether? It's standing in a compressed wave, stuck in that position, or is it an actual solid particle? That is what is to be determined through that
No.
observation.
Here's
They
the
don't know,
actual. The problem is actually this,
but
right?
they claim.
Yeah,
they claim.
let's say.
Okay, never mind. Branch, you go ahead and tell it for me. Go ahead.
Okay, let's say they did give you all the data that was used to create that image and all the source code of all the programs they used to massage that data and make it see what it
Massage
actually
the data.
shows. Even still, would you be able to use that data to figure out whether this shit was fake or not? You don't have the know-how.
Branch, I think that you're misunderstanding the entire conversation, not just part of it. We're not.
I'm
we're not
completely
arguing that
understanding
there's a
it.
structure
I'm completely
there.
understanding it.
God.
You're trying to say that these
Put a
pictures.
muzzle on their dog, okay?
You're trying to
I'm
say
not
these
crazy.
pictures of atoms are
No,
fake.
Branch. There's multiple levels of disagreement here within the group anyway. So on one side, someone like Gio says that we're just looking at a computer screen. It could be anything. It could be tricking us and not real at all. We don't see
I
it
didn't
with our
say
own.
those things.
No,
Dude.
no. Okay, you
Words in my
said we
mouth.
don't.
You both have tried to do that. I didn't say those things.
You said we don't see it with our own eyes, so we can't trust what the instrument is showing us, right?
I didn't say that. No, I never said those words. What I said
Rewind
is
the
that,
live stream.
What I
Yeah,
said
Branch
specifically is that
editorialized that.
it's not a primary observation were the words I used. It's a secondary, tertiary level.
So it could be anything.
And
I didn't. Well, you guys are saying those other things, and we can talk more about those things. I just when someone says that I said something, if I didn't say it.
Well, I mean, I recall you saying we don't. You said not with our eyes or something. But anyway, okay, maybe I was incorrect.
It's not a primary observation. You may have read into all those things, which I may even agree with.
It's not adequate.
But
it's
that's
not trustworthy.
Okay, there we go.
I think
Thanks for the
you
correction. I
said-
got it.
Yeah, I think you said something along those lines.
Okay.
So,
Your point.
so
Your
if-
point is still. Your
if
point is
we
still
were-
true. Okay?
yeah,
Your point is
if
still
we
right.
were
We all have different angles that we're coming at, and Branch is not catching them.
So yeah, if I could just finish the thought. So yeah, I stand corrected. So there's a point from Gio, and then there's a competing point from someone like Grimm in the same conversation that does believe that the instruments are showing us something in reality, but Grimm's interpretation is different from the mainstream interpretation. That's the difference. Yeah, and then Branch is just pooping all over the whole conversation.
Yeah, that's exactly it in a
No offense,
nutshell.
Branch. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, whether they could, there's a possibility. I'm not saying what they are or are not, but yes, I mean, they could be doing something, real to reality, and then basically getting some way to transfer that into a computer screen, structure. However, what I was saying is that it isn't a primary observation. Like, unless you built the entire machine and knew every single part of it inside and out, and even at that, you still may not know exactly what's even happening at that level of whatever you're charging up and whatever you're doing.
Yeah,
Grim said something earlier, which led me to my next question, which was Especially with the standard model, because one model at a time. With the standard model, what are the properties of an atom and/or its subatomic particles? Is it a solid, liquid, gas, plasma? Am I
Well,
missing something?
that's sort of moving to a separate thing. Well, Chronic. So when you've seen these things on computer screens, in what level is it convincing you?
I don't do atomic physics whatsoever, so
So
I've
you
not
haven't seen
personally
any of these.
No, in like a lab setting on a screen with a microscope. No, that's
So you're coming from just 100% belief because it's mainstream science, and you assume that they did it all correctly.
basically basically. Yep.
Just okay.
There we go. Now, the reason I say that it is relevant is because if I don't have any idea what the properties of an atom are, how do I know what to look for? How do I recognize it if I do see it?
Well, Gregory,
Right, and then
the
if you
properties
do
that
see
you're
something,
talking
you
about are
assume that it
emergent
has
properties.
certain properties, and
It's
you
cacophony of two persons again.
you buy it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Andy and Grim talking at the same time.
Yep. Sorry.
I mean, Andy's.
My
I'll
bad.
let you go. Andy, you can go into it, but you're basically going to differentiate between classical physics and quantum physics. But you go ahead, Andy.
So when you ask the question, is it solid, liquid, gas? That doesn't make sense at the level of an atom. Atoms themselves do not have those properties. It is an emergent property of an atom. Now, an atom can have a property like momentum or charge or spin or
lattice structure with other atoms in particular states.
But what is the thing doing that? What is it?
It said, "What is it?"
I mean, it's a quantum wave. It's a quantum wave that we see as a particle.
It's the electrons that are doing this.
Let's take, for example, the atomic structure, the very simple atomic structure, okay? The property of protons and electrons, they both have charge, and this sort of defines, the relationship that they share in the atom. So the electron is attracted to the positive. The positively charged proton, and the protons. The bigger the atom, the more protons there are in the center of the atom, and they're going to be repelling each other. And so the neutrons kind of act as buffers in the nucleus, and So this is the basic structure of them. That they're not going to be in a state of matter like you were asking before, because of the fact that states of matter are describing, how atoms are behaving with each other.
How old is the standard model, atom model? Just for the record, because I don't know. I'm trying to compare the age of the SAM model to the standard model and seeing if maybe we're being a little prejudgmental on the SAM model because it's been around for so much time.
Prejudgmental, not prejudice.
Right. Like, I mean, we haven't had enough people working on it to iron out maybe all the defects, because there aren't, from what I'm seeing, there aren't initially a lot of defects.
Well,
and
first
a lot of predictability is involved in the SAM model.
The SAM model is probably never going to be adopted unless we have some experimental evidence that shows that it is more accurate than other models.
Well, no, they have done that already. That has already been successfully ventured. That on the lower energy nuclear reactions, it shows more predictability than the standard model so far. And then I'm not very apt about the SAM model, to speak on it that much. But just from watching the videos that I've linked, and then of course he leaves in the description box all of the stuff you need to go and further your research from see the pattern. So, I mean, if we take the time and look at that, and I bet tomorrow, if we all have looked at it by then, we could have a much better discussion. Or if we, did one of those things where we all watch the video together.
Somebody's urine hot micing?
Did you say?
I heard a urine or liquid being poured into another body of liquid.
I was turning on my sink and closing it off real quick. Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, "Oh shit, who's talking? What's going on?" It was me.
Is it possible, just because you guys are admitting that that it might be that it's supposedly it's got more predictability in some aspects, but is it possible that maybe it just doesn't? Because
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm not that's why I keep saying I don't know enough about it to find all the flaws, you know? So, I mean, it's possible, and it's probable. You know what I mean? Like in some aspects, that's always the case that nothing has ever been, you know what I mean? We've never in history, like I've said 100 times, have been completely right about anything so far.
Well, I just don't see
So
how you make a
an
fission bomb.
atom and its subatomic particles are not microscopic billiard ball like things, but oscillations, waves, correct?
Honestly, the best way to think about them is consider their properties, and don't, there's no need to think about them as objects with this sort of physicality like a ball or something. Like I said, with the neutron and the proton and electron, just consider the properties it has and how it's going to behave with anything else in the environment.
Of course, it's got physicality.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. This properties, okay, but properties of what thing? Because things have properties.
Like an electron, you consider its charge.
But what is this thing you call an electron with its properties?
Well, like I said, consider its charge. And this is going to be the most relevant aspect of an electron.
Charge, spin, momentum.
It's like saying don't focus on your wings, just focus on your legs.
Well, no, but in
what
the
really
standard
matters
model,
about an electron is how happy it is, right? Like, if it's chilling in a shell
How
with
happy it is.
7 other electrons, it's gonna be happy as fuck.
and
If
this
it's only chilling by itself, it's not gonna be happy, and it's gonna want to go and find a better. That's how science works, bro.
Are these guys answering your questions in the
in the standard model, Gregory, these particles don't have sizes. They're described as points. So they don't actually have a size. So that's what I'm saying about describing its like you can describe its mass, you can describe its charge. There's probably a picture that has all the subatomic particles and then all of each of their properties on there. That's just the best way to describe them.
Yeah, I was just
with that being said, I have a critique.
I was just trying to say, Coach, I was just trying to say that the properties are completely dependent on the electrons, right? Like if you look at every element on Earth, its properties are dependent on how many electrons it has.
And protons.
Well, they're usually in sync. That's
except for what's not.
So these subatomic particles comprising the atom, they have no extension in space?
No, they do. They interact through fields.
But I was just told that they have no dimensions.
Oh, they interact through fields.
But what is interacting if it has no dimensions?
Oh, field interactions. That's how everything interacts in real life, except for you can't tell because we don't see things on a quantum scale.
But I've been told just now that they're not really a physical.
Right. The particle itself doesn't really have any meaningful dimensions, except for when you're talking about it interacting with other particles. When you talk about
but
it,
what's interacting if it has no extension in space? If it has no existence
the
and
fields,
properties?
the fields that it interacts with.
But what is interacting with the fields if it has no extension in space? This is not making sense. This is ontologically absurd.
The subatomic particles are made up of matter that interact with fields. They are made of matter.
It's made of matter. What state is the matter?
It doesn't matter.
Question is nonsensical.
It doesn't matter.
The question is nonsensical.
I was trying to be funny, all right? I did it.
Got me.
That wasn't cool.
I was always under the impression that the standard model kind of had a little ad hocery in it anyway, because this new probability cloud issue, instead of the electrons moving around in this thing in this orbit.
Probability cloud. Is it not a
cloud
reification fallacy of probability?
Predicts the
I know, right?
molecules.
This is exactly my point. So, and I was thinking that it was interesting that this model was so correct until they had this, a result, the observational result in an experiment that showed that if that were true, then these electrons have to be moving faster than the speed of light, and that would break down their other theories. So that there has to now be a probability cloud instead. So model patched up.
Graham, can you please
but it's
back
not
up?
really.
Can you back up what you just said?
Because quantum physics doesn't really jive with our classical understanding of how the universe works. Sorry.
I mean, when I hear quantum mechanics being talked about, I'm hearing some obvious ontological blunders here. But then
that's because
quantum mechanics is getting special privileges.
Doesn't make sense with your classical understanding of reality, because it behaves in weird ways, like an electron not really existing in a single location.
Yeah, we can't just assert these things that are prima facie absurd and then just ridicule the critiques.
What we have observed. This information is based off of what we have observed. It is not just prima facie, postulation of what we want this to be. It's based off of observation, Gregory.
No.
Okay, so God, here I can see what's going to happen here, but let's go back up a moment. When we were talking about the electron, let's pick the electron for instance, and so I'm asking what are the properties of this electron. Then I was told you can't really think about it as a state of matter. It's it's a point. It doesn't really have dimensions.
States of matter are an emergent property of the matter.
All things that don't exist in reality, right? A point, no dimensions.
Okay, so Gregory, I've been trying to clear this up for a while now, but people could.
Go ahead.
I'm telling you that in the standard model, it's not that there's not a claim on what size these particles are or whatever. There's no point in describing them as having a size because that's not a relevant aspect of their behavior, right? So you can describe their properties. They consider their sizes to be points because there's no reason to make any other claim about them.
But when you talk about the behavior of the thing in question, and you talk about the properties of the thing in question, I'm still not being told what the thing itself is.
Yeah, well,
what is the
any
thing with its
subatomic
properties
particle,
and behavior?
any of these subatomic particles that we're talking about.
Okay, there's this thing we call an electron. Okay, listen. There's this thing we call an electron, and it has a behavior or behaviors, and it has these properties. But what is the thing with this property and this behavior and this label?
It's an electron.
It's got a negative charge.
It's a packet of energy that has those properties.
An electron.
It's got a negative
electron
charge.
is an electron. Like, what is an electron? It's an electron. That's
It's a packet of energy that has the properties of negative charge, 1/2 spin, and whatever momentum it happens to be in the state that you found it in, because that depends on what atom it's connected to or not connected to, what other various fields it's interacting with.
So but energy is a property of a thing. It's the ability to express power. So what is the thing with the ability to express power?
So when we describe things, we describe the properties of those things.
I think energy is a property of matter. I mean, without matter, where did you get your energy, right?
Because there's this thing that we call an electron, and it supposedly has properties and it has behaviors, and then I'm told that it is energy, but energy is a property of a thing. So what is the thing with the property of energy?
So you want me to describe something without describing it? Is that what you're asking?
No, I understand. That's a good question, dude. I mean, if he wants to admit it or not.
So I still don't know what the electron itself is. What is this thing that's called an electron with its properties, with its function?
It's an elementary.
Gregory, how are we arguing so fervently?
Well, maybe to advance the discussion, we could. Now, to my knowledge, wasn't there some experiment or whatever? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just asking a question here. But wasn't there's some like famous experiment that like, depending on how the particle was observed or whatever, like behaved differently? Does this apply to this?
You mean the double slit?
Yeah, was that the double slit? Is that what that was? How does this? So, like in the atom, let me just because I'm unfamiliar and I'm unaware of how this is justified in the atomistic heliocentric Big Bang random. How is that like experiment justified?
So in the double slit experiment, it's not
The
based on
concluding interpretation.
It's not based off of observation. It's based off of measurement. So if you in the
Probability.
double slit experiment, you have two slits, and before you pass a photon or an electron or any other elementary particle through these two slits, you don't know which slit it's going to go through first. And if you don't measure it as it goes through the slits, it'll form a interference pattern. However, if you measure which slit it goes through before it goes, or as it's going through the slit, it'll make two bars. It'll just show you the two slits. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So how is that explained in like your paradigm? So what does that mean? So
It's explained.
The results of that experiment. Are you saying that like there's some implication of like an observer?
Two different explanations.
No, it's explained by the interaction causes a collapse of the quantum wave.
And for the electron, and for the electron, what's the explanation? Because there's two.
It's the same explanation.
Yeah,
Wave
but I
function
think
collapses and its properties are defined.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think he wants to know
I was told him here the other day. I was told him.
Heliocentrism, some shit like that. Is that it, son?
This has nothing to do with heliocentrism.
Yeah, but I think that's his question.
My
That's what we
God.
all struggle with through.
Yeah, quantum mechanics is about quantum mechanics. It's not about how the Earth moves around the sun.
And that's the answer we should have given fine instead of trying to answer a nonsensical question.
I mean, the interesting question to ask is, what caused the wave function to collapse?
The interaction with the outside world, which you know, I mean, the way that I think about it is because it's there's no once it's interacting with something, or the more things it interacts with, you don't have any room for uncertainty of its properties, because there's now consequences with other outside.
Kosho, you were
interaction,
when I got in right before you, Blanche. Sorry, dude.
I know,
Kosho,
but I'm talking to Kosho, my man.
You were in here, Kosho, when I was talking about the double slit experiment and the similarities between the electron and the photon for the results of the double slit experiment. And remember that or no? Was that you that was in here? Yeah. Okay. And remember the slack I was getting? All the ballers were like, "No, it's not the same. There's not the same results. It's not." And da 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 da. Right. So now they're all on board. Like they just learned something. Now they're coming back.
I learned this about 3 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think I was there for that.
It's like
Yeah, no one was there. No one remembers that.
Right?
No one remembers it, Grim. I'm sorry. Man.
So really, Grim, you disrupted the conversation me and Coach were having to fucking let that shit out.
Absolutely. Well, you talk about fucking beetle farts sometimes.
Sorry, you didn't have bloggers that knew what they were talking about here.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Anyways, that was the profound nature, because they had known that it had happened with light, and so they were like, "Oh, well, light must, be a wave in some medium," and that's their assumption, like 100 years ago. And then it became really bizarre when they tested it with things like electrons, and the same result happened.
Everything has a wave function associated with it. You have a wave function.
Right, but the collapse of a wave function, right?
Oh, yeah.
To
You
say
wave at me and I wave back.
To say, Grim, stop. To say that the collapse of a wave function is purely because of interaction. Now, identify what the fuck interaction means. Because there's obviously no physical matter interacting with this object. So
what is interacting? What things are interacting?
It is literally hitting a film which measures which slit it's passing through. That is the interaction. It is not the observation. It is not an observer. It is the interaction with something that takes a measurement.
Okay, so then it's a physical thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's not just like the thing knows that it's being measured and then it changes its behavior. Some other information is involved. Okay, that's what we were asking for. Like, what is the information that is being given, and how does that thing receive and comply with that information in any way? These are the
And
questions.
furthermore, like if it is a material entity, a physical thing, right, a concrete entity, then it by definition necessarily has extension in space. It cannot not have extension in space.
Of course it does, yeah.
True. Yeah.
And we described that extension in space as the interaction as with other matter through fields.
But interaction itself is not a concreta. Interaction is what something does, not a thing itself.
The interact. Okay, so
And this is what I'm telling you. This is the way. This
categorically erroneous.
No, but this is the way
It's
they
like
have to be
here's a
thought about.
description
Man.
of all the behaviors, but no actual explanation for why the behaviors.
Yeah, because I've been told the interaction, but an interaction is not a concrete entity. It's an abstract thing. It's an action.
No, it's an action. So it's one thing hitting another thing.
Right. So interaction to then tell me the interaction as though it's a thing in itself. No, it's what things do.
No,
so what are
it
the
is
things
what the thing
interacting?
does. We describe the size of objects through their interactions with those other things.
Right. So one question is this: you guys said it's a very thin film it passes through. That's the interaction point, right? Or observation point.
That's one way to do it. Yeah.
They've also done experiment with photons, right? Using photons to observe the electrons.
Done it with bacteria.
They've done it with bacteria.
I don't know if they've done it with photons or not. You could do that.
They've done it with buckyballs and all that.
Technically, buckyballs is an alpha particle.
Are
you talking about
you guys are asking different questions though. What I'm asking is the observation point, right? When we talk about a double slit experiment of electrons, right? The observation point you said was a thin film of, I don't know, some type of probably graphene,
some kind of photosensitive film. Yeah, usually.
Right. That you would use as the observation point. What I'm saying is, I don't think that all double slit experiments are done that way.
No, they're not all done the same way.
Right. Some of them were done using photons.
Photons, they were done first using photons. That's right.
Right. So at that point,
he's asking about the way that it's measured, which slit it passes through.
No, what I'm trying to say is your reasoning behind the reason why observing it causes collapse in the wave function was because it hits a barrier. And what I'm saying is that there've been experiments where there've been no barriers.
No, but that's the point. Is if there's no barriers, if there's no interactions, there's no observers, there's no observation, then there's the wave function doesn't collapse.
And
so
refraction pattern.
It does collapse. Like I said, they've measured it in other ways. They've done it using photons, and they've still seen it collapse.
Right. So when it interacts with the photons, that causes a collapse of the wave function.
But I think Branch is trying to say that they've shot it through the slits. No one observed it, but there was still a collapse. Is that what you're saying, Branch?
Nothing like that. I think that you guys are trying to grasp on reasons as to why the wave function collapsed, which are not even scientifically plausible.
No one knows why it collapses. It just does.
Right, and for you people in this room to give me
makes perfect sense.
No,
makes perfect sense why it collapses.
Debated things in science is why it collapses.
Because it's because interacting with other particles, so its properties are going to have consequences when it does that. So its properties, the more outside world it interacts with, the less random its properties can be, or less unknown its properties can be. They have to be decided because they're having actual consequences with other things.
Yeah, but why are the consequences of these interactions always a collapse of the quantum state?
I just told you. That's why. It's because
you just said.
So take for example, use what's it called, like a entangled particle in its spin, right? So when you're what was the other one called, the delayed choice one? When you have two things and so what?
Delayed choice.
Yeah, the delayed choice one, yeah. Or imagine something to do with the charge or something like that, like the polarization of the charge. So if it's
if its wave function is not collapsed and its properties could be, not yet defined, or a position, for example, is not yet defined, but when it starts interacting with other matter, right? Its properties, like its position, is going to have to be defined, in that interaction. So it's gonna have consequences, and so its wave function is gonna, ultimately be collapsed. That's how I understand it. There's no way you can.
Can't make any definitive statements about it, but when we interact with it and measure it, it's going to collapse so that we can make definitive statements about it.
But even I'm not even saying what we interacting with it. I'm saying what interacts with anything.
Yeah. So that's why you're saying it happens. It happens because when it interacts with anything, it automatically gains some sense of individuality, some sense of concreteness. We can make absolute statements about its position, momentum, whatnot. But my question is, why does this happen? We know this is what happens. I'm not
what I said, though.
But what is
I'm saying that when it's isolated, it's got none of its properties have no consequence to anything because it's not interacting with anything. So its properties have the it can be in this state or that state. But once it's interacting with something, once other things come into it comes into proximity of some other outside world or some other matter, its properties are going to interact with that material's properties, and so its properties are going to have to be defined because there's going to be consequences to that interaction, which is going to
interaction. There's no physical interaction.
Yeah, there is interaction. What are you talking about?
Interaction between what?
Between two.
What you are explaining is, Kosho. All you're explaining is what happens and why we then end up giving this particle certain properties. I agree with you. If it interacts with something, it's going to have an effect. There's going to be some consequences, and we can measure those consequences, right? When you interact with a photon, you can measure its momentum, its wavelength. Those are the consequences of the interaction. But the question is, why does the wave function collapse? And no one knows that. No one knows why.
When you say why, are you asking about purpose?
No.
Teleology?
No, I'm asking what is the underlying mechanism that
caused it to happen?
Explains why wave function does happen. We don't have that. The closest thing we have to that is the Schrodinger equation, but that just gives us probabilistic values. Once we actually do the actual measurement, we throw that equation away. We don't know why this happens.
Okay, you're asking about what causes the effect. Okay.
I mean,
what is the mechanism?
I don't see why this makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Like if you have like a a qubit, for example, it's like frozen, it's cold, there's no way to interact with it in any way whatsoever. And it's got the ability to be in different quantum states. That's fine, but that's only because the fact that it's in different quantum states is not going to create some weird reality where there's like 2 or 3 different realities, right? But if you had it interact with something and it's still in a quantum wave function, it hasn't collapsed yet, right? And it's interacting with some other object, you now have multiple consequences, of that interaction happening at the same time, which doesn't really make sense. So it makes sense that it would collapse for that reason. Like the more things it interacts with, the more coherent reality has to be. Otherwise, you're going to have different lines of reality. It seems contradictory for it to not collapse.
I think people should work on the shape of the Earth before delving into quantum mechanics.
Okay. Atoms. What you were just talking about, Kosho. Remind me, because I got a little lost. What effect and what cause were you talking about just now?
Well, wave functions collapsing. So there's something called, like Nate said, the Schrodinger equation, which basically only gives you probabilities of, the position and the momentum, right? So it's like you're only gonna have probabilities of these properties, right? Until you actually actually measure it, and then those properties can be defined, and you can't define like both of them at the same time. So it's like that's usually what's described. So like what is it, like position and momentum, for example, can't be described at the same time. The more position that you have, the less momentum you're going to have, right? But the equation will describe the probability of where its momentum, what its momentum is going to be, and what its position is going to be.
The wave function. What is waving?
Nothing. So the wave function is a probabilistic, basically, field of the potential states that the particle can have.
A cloud of probability.
Yeah, it's a it's a number that it's a field that describes the potential possible states of the particle.
A field that describes. What do you mean the field that describes?
It basically just says like there's a good chance this particle is going to be here or there at this specific point in time.
What is informing you about the probability of the location of what?
That's what it's trying to tell you. Is like if you ask someone, hey, where do you think this particle is going to be? The wave function will tell you, look, the probability of it being at this point is this probability.
What is telling you this?
It's treating. What do you mean? What's telling you this?
I'm being told that there's this cloud of probability.
Give us the wave function.
Say again.
Schrodinger's equation, which is based off of quantum physics, gives us the wave function.
I don't think that's what he meant. What did you mean by what's giving us this?
I'm confused. I'm getting a whole lot of different answers, and it's been with a lot of confidence, but it's not making sense. Okay,
Right,
so
and I think the problem is describing a particle as a wave or a particle, right?
Well, the initial question I asked Kosha was wave function. What is waving?
That doesn't make any sense. That question
It doesn't.
make any sense.
I mean, every time in my human experience, when something is waving, there's a thing waving.
Right,
No,
but that's not what a wave function describes.
Okay, so if I mean,
Wave
explain it.
function
I
is
mean,
a
so my question
probability
is,
field.
okay, I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. I don't know how that makes sense to you, but
It's basically an equation that describes all the spaces in physical space that the particle could exist.
okay, this particle is waving.
No,
Okay, so
it is not a
I'm
classical
asking you
wave.
about wave function, and then you zip
and I
over
am
to
describing
probability.
a wave function. It is a mathematical description of the probability that a particle is in a particular location.
Okay, so there's this particle that might be here or there. What is the particle?
It could be an electron, it could be a photon, it could be a neutron, an electron, it could be an entire atom.
What is, for instance, an electron?
A particle that has a certain mass and a negative charge and a spin of 1/2.
This particle has extension in space, correct?
Through field interactions, yes.
What does that mean? It has extension in space through field interactions?
Just like everything else, objects interact through fields.
Okay, that's what it does, but so what is the thing doing it?
Just like before, describe things by describing the properties of those things. So when I describe the properties of an electron, I am describing the electron. That is what an electron is.
But the properties you described is that they're interacting, which is what the thing is doing, and that it's energy, but energy is the ability to express power. What is the thing that has the ability to express power?
And that was not the only part of the electron that I described, was it?
Again, with the hostility. So if
It's
you wish
because
to continue with
you're
me
being
for whatever reason,
deliberately dense, Gregory, and it's obnoxious.
No, I don't think
no,
so.
just because I don't
That's how it
accept for
feels.
gospel
That's
the
how it feels.
doctrines of the
It
atheist
feels
academics
it
doesn't
feels
mean
like
I'm
you're
being
being
obnoxious
deliberately dense.
and
It feels
deliberately
like you're
dense.
trying to not understand.
No, I'm not trying to not understand. I'm trying to understand.
You
Okay,
see
but
this
you
gift
are
then,
so
Koshu?
irritated and cut to the heart that I dare not believe and take your say so
Well,
for what the academics are saying that you ridicule me for it.
You see this gift I
Now,
posted?
Maybe it's the lack of substance and explanation, Andy.
An
It's the
electron,
problem.
an electron is a fundamental particle. It's a brute fact.
okay, so again, the
Particle of
properties
what?
of this particle that I've been told about, for instance, the electron, begs the question about what is the thing with these properties. So someone please explain to me or link it or show a
I
picture
posted
that
a
lists
gift.
all
The brute
properties
fact.
of an electron or any of these subatomic particles.
Yeah, it's just a brute fact. It just is.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Basically, what happened is we tried to throw two electrons together, right? And they weren't having it. They just said, they just said fuck off to each other and went their own ways.
Anyways, this is the properties of all the subatomic particles, the electrons, the one with the E. I did post a GIF before just to kind of describe to you what's meant. But when we're talking about the wave function, it's just the wave function it's a description of the properties. Okay, and the reason why it's a wave function is because like the best you're gonna get is a probability, unless you measure a specific thing. That's why this GIF shows you that if you measure the position to an exact point of wherever it is, you're going to have a greater uncertainty of where the momentum is, or what the value of the momentum is.
Well, he's asking why they have those properties.
No, I'm not asking why they have those properties.
I thought
What are?
But like I said, the properties are
is-
down here in this
It's a
bar
it's a
chart.
very straightforward GIF, Kosho. Extremely straightforward. If it's hard to comprehend, I don't know what more Kosho could do to help.
So one way to think of it is that things are described as they interact with other things. However, there is a bottom. That's the elementary particles. They're fundamental, right? They aren't explained in terms of any other things. That's the bottom of our knowledge of how things are, right? So they're just fundamental.
Whether or not you choose to believe that this is a proper description of reality is inconsequential to the explanation that Andy has been giving for hours and Kosho has been giving. Like, it's pretty straightforward whether or not you actually you believe it's reality or not.
Okay, so I was just told by Brenda that it's a brute fact. That's, again, another reification of an abstract entity. A brute fact is not a concrete entity. It's an abstract thing. A message with meaning.
No, brute facts are abstractions.
And furthermore, there's no such thing as a brute fact. All facts are interpreted.
No, that's not true. Brute facts are just
It is true. There's no
Brute
uninterpreted fact. If you know it to be a fact, you interpreted something to be a fact.
Kosho, check your DMs, please. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
It'll take them roughly 6 to 8 months.
Hey man, fuck you.
And even at that, you may just never get through.
He said
I think
6 to 8 months.
Being generous there, 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, I've heard
So
Kosho's backlog on DMs is.
Well, I don't think it's that he has so many. It's just that he never looks at them. I don't.
Well, if he never looks at them, then that necessarily means that they back up over a long period of time, right?
But I'm talking like doesn't look at them at all. Like they'll literally sit there.
Like right now,
I haven't even written you that many in our entire Discord career, but it's been this very, very consistent pattern that you seem to either whatever I have sent you, you've either like literally never responded or
no, I have a problem. Okay,
you've never even seen them. That's the thing. Like I know for various reasons, I know for a fact you haven't even seen them.
The problem is that you're DMing Kosho.
Like he has a thing where he's just like, yeah, he just doesn't do DMs.
Oh, because it gets like daunting a little bit. After so much time.
Delete all the old ones.
But anyways, I'll look at it right now. Trying to.
Appreciate it, man.
now the last thing I was told about what an electron is, I've been told that it's a brute fact, but that's a reification of fact.
Was it? I mean, what I told you before. I'm not saying this I'm saying this because this is why I understand it. That picture I posted with the standard model, it just has the properties, and understanding those properties, you can see how they'll interact with each other, like the things like charge, the consequences of the mass and this sort of stuff. So, I mean, that's the best way to understand them is what their properties are and what those properties. How those properties behave when they interact. So things like charge are going to have consequences in the electromagnetic field. So
Now, the reason I ask this question, because I know that every day in my human experience, when I talk about the properties of something, like for instance, in my room right now, I got this wooden stick. So the thing is a stick of wood, and its property is solidity. Its property is light brownness. Its property is a little bit smooth, a little bit rough. It has a certain length, has a certain diameter because it's cylindrical, etc., etc. All those properties of the thing, the physica,
Right.
the
So
physics.
that's why I described the properties of an electron to describe that an electron. It has some mass and it has some spin and it has charge. Those are the things that it has that describe it. Those are the only
Okay, so
we can't really go deeper than that.
So is it like a solid? Is it like a liquid? Is it like a gas? What is it like?
That question, solids, liquids, and gases. That objects that have those properties because as an emergent property from the collection of atoms that they're made of, not just a singular elementary particle.
Okay, so what is it like? What is this thing like?
It's, you know what? He's like an asshole at a party, right? He's super negative all the time.
Me?
No, he's okay. So whenever he's saying that the particles they're not going to have these relationships like this, the states of matter, because those are literally relationships between, like if you have a collection of atoms, how are those atoms behaving? This is what states of matter are, going to be telling you. So these things on their own aren't going to be like that. So like I said, the only way to describe them is those aren't the only properties, by the way.
There's more
position.
properties. Those are the easiest to understand properties.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, but you can also do the position, the momentum. You can describe it.
Asserted. It's just asserted model characteristics.
No, these are the things that we can describe them by, and the things that the consequences of which we can see the results of.
Yeah, but if you had to prove this to someone, how would you do it? And when I say prove, I mean like to establish something as true, to establish these things as real, as true, as existing. What would you do to do that?
I would put a rock in a water, and I would show them that this magical rock is going to give them energy for a whole year because there's a nuclear reaction going on. And if they didn't believe me, I would make it happen. So there's consequences to these, like I said, to these properties. I mean, there's consequences to things like neutrons, which has the property of not having charge, which allows it to, for fission reactions, or for it to create fission reactions.
All right, so we're both standing in a room, and you have infinite resources, whatever machines, money, whatever you want. We're standing in a room. What would you manifest to prove this to me, that it exists? Because I know that you haven't seen it, so I know you're believing it. But if you had to try to imagine to prove it, then how would you actually do that?
Create a nuclear reactor, just create some energy, and you'd be like, hey, that's not really that impressive. And I'd be okay, well, I'll also create a photoelectric effect. Okay, well, that's not. I do a whole bunch of stuff like that.
I didn't. That wasn't. I'm sorry. That was. I'm not being obnoxious when I say this. That wasn't really intelligible. Could you say that again?
I said I would create a fission reactor, a nuclear energy reactor. So I would create energy by this fission reaction, and I would describe how the fission reaction is happening, and then it's happening because the neutrons are bombarding these nucleus of these uranium atoms, and it's able to do this because it has the property of not having any charge at all, whereas the nucleus of the atom and the electron in the atom both have charge. So and their charges are kind of dictating how those atoms are behaving with one another. So the neutron can bypass all that, and I would show that by creating energy.
And what would it? And then what would you, when you're finished, what would it be? Would it be on a computer screen? Is it a printout? Is it a?
It would be a hot tub. Be like, why is this hot tub hot? Because I'm fucking controlling it with this fucking nuclear reactor.
Oh shit! You're gonna light up the party with.
I make pizza and make all sorts of shit. You're like, how are you doing that? I'm like,
so heat is the answer. Heat.
Energy, yeah. Energy with sure, heat.
The real answer
That's
is
the proof that atoms exist. Is that you make a reactor that makes heat, and that's
so experiments. That's what you do. Is you do experiments.
I know, but I'm asking, what does it look like to me? That's what I'm saying. Like, is it a computer screen printout? Like, is it a what is the actual proof other than claiming the machine is doing that? He was saying heat.
So what we would do to try to figure out if an electron is real or not is we would try to measure the properties of that electron, and that's what was originally done. Was a physicist tried to measure the properties of the emissions of a cathode ray tube.
Yeah, I would probably build in our theoretical room, Geo. I'd probably build a simple cloud chamber. I don't know why Kosho took so long explaining different things. But
cloud chambers are cool too.
Yeah.
You could just say cloud chamber in 2 seconds and then be done.
You'll have to work on that at the next Globe Earth Society meeting. Get Kosho up to speed.
Yeah, we're working on his conciseness.
But I said I said it concise, but he said it was unintelligible.
Well, I mean, having a hot rock and a hot tub doesn't really do you.
So yeah, nuclear fission reaction.
Just say cloud chamber, Kosho.
All right, so what does the cloud chamber provide then? We're standing in the room, you have the chamber, then what?
We see these little particles interacting with the cloud chamber.
We got to be careful with our language though, Andy. We see the
results of the interactions of what we believe to be electron.
There you go.
Okay.
And
it takes belief.
Everything takes belief. Everything that we consider knowledge takes belief.
Not unless you're that one guy. That one guy who had
get our epistemological terminology correct.
Don't know anything.
Slick.
Yeah, no. Oh, was it Slick? There was that one guy who was just like, I have no beliefs. That's a belief, you dummy.
We really need to stop stigmatizing belief, theory, proposition, because
I agree
with the epistemological terminology. Again, people need to appreciate this. You either believe something or you don't, and the belief is either true or false. And when you claim to know something, you claim to have a justified true belief. You believe something that is true, and you have a justification to believe that it's true, to suppose that it's true.
That's right. Yeah. I agree with that.
Yep. Yeah, that's also something.
So when people say belief is the enemy of knowing, it is not.
Yeah, well,
knowing is believing. Yeah.
I would dare not strawman you again, Gio, but that would be a good example of Dang it! What did you say earlier? I don't want to straw man about if you have to look at a screen for it or you can't see it with your own eyes. I forget.
That's what I was asking with the one that he was saying. Yeah, like what standing in the room and you're showing me the thing. Am I looking at little lights? Am I looking at something colliding within behind a piece of glass? Am I looking at a computer screen?
Probably that one.
Particular one.
Probably colliding behind a piece of glass.
Yeah, I forget the terminology you used earlier though. Was like, dang it! You used some specific terminology that was
not a primary observation.
Yes, there you go. There you go. So this would be a good example of a primary observation with your own eyeballs. That's sort of pretty close to being undeniable. But anyways, I digress.
And what
well, deniability? You got deniability, and then you have, a justification for rejecting it as something, whatever. Anyone can deny anything. There's nothing undeniable.
Sure. Socrates.
So wait, Chronic, you said there's an experiment Geo can do, and he can see the outcome within his eyes.
A cloud chamber. They put these things in like museums now that you can see what we believe are, to our best understanding, to be these cosmic ray particles that are interacting with these tanks.
Okay.
You can't
with your own
see the
eyeball.
particle. All you see is a trajectory of something. Yeah, through
through a direct observation made by you, though, right?
Yeah. So you see a condensation trail in the chamber.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it a condensation trail, but
that's exactly that's exactly what the explanation says.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. But Bandy, my point. I understand what you're saying. I have a only really tiny point that I was trying to make is that this is done through a direct observations using your eyeballs. That's all. I'm not claiming to say we 1,000% know with absolute truth what is causing that. It's a direct observation with your.
So there's nothing chronic where with our own eyeballs that we can actually see like one of these things, like an atom at all. Like, because we can get like a microscope, like we can get it like a really powerful microscope and just say it's like 100 times or 1,000,000 times magnification, and we can put something underneath it and we can zoom in it, and I can put my eyeball over the little scope and I can see something at 1,000,000 times magnification, but I still can't see the atom. But if that image then goes through a computer, right, and the computer magnifies it some more, does whatever it does to that image, it can now put it onto a screen, okay, which I can now see something. So why can't I just make a better, like what is that computer doing that lens can't do? What is the computer
interpreting data?
Interpreting, exactly. What is that computer interpreting?
Take for instance,
projecting onto a screen.
Take a transistor for example, right? You're not going to see that, and you're not going to see that happen. But there's consequences to a transistor and a single charge going through that transistor. It's not going to be something you're seeing. But if you wanted to see that, you could have a computer interpret that data and then present something to you so that you can physically see it, or you can look at the results of the measurement or whatever. So it depends on how you want to interpret the data. But if you need to visually see it, then
so then how have we programmed that computer to interpret what it is picking up, to interpret it as an image on a screen? Like, what have we said to the computer to say, we want you to interpret this data a particular way so we can see it a particular way?
At a first principle, we are smart enough as humans to develop, very, very sensitive, precise things like detectors that can detect specific, interactions, stuff like that. And then that the result of whatever signals the detector is registering, is reading, can feed that to a computer to tell us to give us results on the signals and data that it's receiving. That's all.
With that being said, that's why I asked my earlier question. How do they know the detector is detecting what they believe it's detecting or wanted to detect?
This is what I'm getting to. Like, how
Mm-hmm.
have we programmed that computer, Gregory, to interpret that
Well, one.
information?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the
One.
same way we know what a microscope
Because
Uh,
we've.
Yeah, we know what a microscope is, Brenda, right? It's a bunch of lenses, and now I can go out to the olive tree and I can pick a leaf off it and I can put it underneath the microscope and I can zoom in and I can see stuff a lot more clearly, right?
Yeah.
But I can't do the same thing, right, with an atom. I get my little test tube, I wave it above my head, I put the cork on it, and now I go put it underneath the microscope. So the microscope zooms in on it, I can't see it. So now what it does, it takes that image into a computer, interprets what it is seeing, and then projects something onto a screen, which we have told it how to interpret that data a particular way.
You can literally visualize atoms and stuff.
No, you can't. You don't know what they look like. You got no idea what they look like.
I mean,
You
you
can't
can
see them.
imagine a model,
Yeah.
Bandsaw, just Google pictures of atoms.
but you're not
Mm-hmm.
imagining something that you've empirically observed.
It's not imagined. It's an image.
Okay. But
Pictures.
anyway.
Mwah. But I'm mwah. Fucking hell, I'm damn tired.
Moyak.
I'm sorry, Ben. So I'm not going to tell you. But okay, Ben. So I was talking to you. Sorry, I confused you. Mwah. But Mr. Bansal, a transistor, for example, is very simple. It's going to be, did it receive enough charge? Did it not receive enough charge? Right? There's going to be one of two results, and if it gets either one, it's gonna have that information stored, and it can present that to you. And this could be the case for any particle and any property that you're talking about, whatever consequence that has. Like you're doing some sort of test like that in the computer or whatever it is with your experiment, and you're collecting the data, and depending on what the data that you collected was, you present it in whatever meaningful way.
So we have.
All a transistor is, Kosho, is a switch. That's all
Right.
a transistor is. It's a switch. It's an on and off switch. That's all a transistor is.
Right. So it's
Okay.
either going to be on or off, right?
Okay, exactly. Okay, so now, it's on or off. How has that explained to me how that data is interpreted, right, from what's underneath the microscope into the computer and now onto a screen? Like, you haven't made it any clearer.
That's what I'm saying to you. So that's the way computers work, first of all. But let's pretend like that's the information you were trying to, have displayed to you to see which bits were on and which were off, and you can have it presented to you in whatever way is meaningful. Whether it's with like colors, like if they're on, there'll be blue or red. You know what I mean? So you can have that with numbers, whatever way is meaningful to you.
Bandsaw, have you ever heard seen those internet cameras where like you can see Times Square or places like that?
What do you mean, like the webcams you're talking about?
Yeah. Have you ever seen that?
Oh, yeah, occasionally, yeah. Yeah.
So do you think that you are actually seeing like Times Square?
With a little bit of a delay. Sure.
Yeah. Even though it's thousands of miles away, at least for me, it's 1,500 miles away, going through many, many computers, many, many miles of cabling, right?
Yeah, the beautiful
to-
thing about your analogy, though, Brenda, right? I can now, right? If I have access to a live cam, right, I can say, "Hey, Gregory, can you go to Times Square and wave to me?" And Gregory goes, "Sure, Bandsaw, I'm off to Times Square." And he'll stand in the middle of Times Square and he'll wave to me, right? And I can verify it quite easily. And I go, "Yep, there's Gregory." He's about 6'2". He's a solid looking, good looking fellow, type of thing. Yep, there's
you.
Gregory, right? And I can confirm it quite easily. But I don't have an atom in my test tube to compare it with the atom on the screen to compare it with.
Yeah,
Like,
you do.
this is what
Yeah.
I'm saying. No, I don't.
Yes,
You
you
have a
can.
lot of atoms in your test tube.
Fine. Right? So you can do it. People have
Which
done
is
it.
the idea. That's the a priori theory.
People have built animations using individual atoms.
Huh?
Yeah, we talked about this earlier, Brenda.
Animations, exactly.
Yeah, an animation with individual atoms.
Uh-huh.
They
I
build
posted it earlier.
Yeah,
Oh, little CGI movies?
We posted it earlier, yeah, in the chat.
Yeah. So you're gonna say that that's not real?
Are you serious? Are you really going to confuse the difference between a CGI depiction of one's imagination with a concrete real
I
thing?
mean, you can say it's CGI. That doesn't make that true.
Yeah, it's not CGI, man. This is just.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess kind of it was generated using computers, but also atoms.
So
Well, again, these atoms, that's your a priori theory, and you keep conflating the a priori theory with the concrete data that we see.
There's no such thing as an a priori theory. Correct.
So there's only a posteriori theories, Brenda? Are you really going to do this?
Posteriori theories either. You're using big words incorrectly.
Okay.
Just
What's the no, Brenda, because you tried to press me about this earlier, and you keep doing this with this belligerent bigotry zealotry. So let's go. What's my error?
It's me correcting a pretentious twat.
What's my error?
Somebody to think he's smarter than them.
What's my error?
No, don't talk about yourself that way. It's all right. We can all aim for good conversation.
That's
okay.
It's a 5-minute making of the Atom Boy.
It's not. It is an interesting making of video, but it's if you expect it to like convince anyone who's already a
So,
priori
would you
skeptical,
would you say you have firsthand?
then a priori skeptical, it's not going to convince anyone.
Would you
It
say
is a
you
cool
have
video though.
Would you say you have the idea of primary knowledge, secondary knowledge, and tertiary? Primary would be something that you got directly yourself, either direct measurement, observation, experiment, whatever it may be. Secondary would be something that essentially someone told you about, and you may have higher level lowers of trust depending on who's saying it and who's doing it. And then tertiary would be 3 levels deep. So someone who's transferring something to you, then obviously you could even go more if you talk about things on the internet that could have more layers. But in terms of this topic, do you think that you have primary or secondary or tertiary or beyond in terms of the knowledge of this?
If I answer, can I ask you a similar question that you promised to answer as well?
I'll pinky swear you.
All right, pinky swear. On like particle physics, quantum mechanics stuff, lab experimentation, secondary. My question back to you is now the same exact question. You have primary, secondary, or tertiary, or even deeper experience with flat Earth experimentation.
Okay, but did you answer it or I
said secondary.
He said secondary.
Secondary.
Oh, you said secondary. Okay.
Yeah.
She just said primary, dude.
Well, I mean, I'm a truth teller, but
I will make this
Kosho,
point.
I mean, if he's not lying, he can't say primary, right? I mean, are you going to say primary, Kosho, for yourself?
Yeah.
Really? What do you have?
Primary.
That's primary.
Fucking pinky swear to me, man.
Yeah, you did pinky swear, Joe.
Yeah. Okay, so yours is you just said secondary. Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's your question? Because I mean, you said something about a flat Earth.
We repeated it back to you.
Repeated the question back to you, but for flat Earth experimentation.
Well, what do you mean by experimentation? Like with an independent variable?
That's a category error.
Yeah. What are you?
Any experimentation?
Just any experiment at
about
all?
the flat Earth.
Sexual.
Well, flat Earth is not an issue of experimentation.
But it
Again,
is.
Gregory, every question is not aimed at you. Just fall back a little bit.
Well, okay, fine.
Well, I would say it's a portion of primary and secondary.
Okay.
But I would say primary would be like the core of it for me. Secondary, of course, there's a lot of things that are going on that we're not all, not all able to be there in person, whether it's various different things that have been done.
Okay.
So there's certain, in terms of like the Earth being a stationary plane. Yeah, because I mean, for example, like I haven't been to every region. I have been to the Southern Hemisphere, but I haven't been to every single continent and so on. So, I mean, there's going to be definitely some that, like, I mean, you could even say like, does Australia exist? Ultimately, that's secondary for me because I haven't primarily been there. So, I mean, in that sense, there's always going to be some category of secondary. Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Which is valid and fine because all of us have information that's been revealed to us.
Of course, no one ever said having either primary, secondary, whatever invalidates anything.
But for me, I mean, the core for me of understanding the Earth being stationary and planar, I don't really necessarily use the term flat Earth, but I understand that term can be used.
You know what I meant? Yeah, you know
But
what I meant.
I mean, for the planar geometry and the stationary, I would say that the core of that for me is primary.
Okay, so that's fine. So the source for the majority or a large fraction of items and evidences and planar stationary Earth evidences and links and sources and everything that you've ever posted in Discord comes directly from you as the primary. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you mean by the majority of it is primary? Because that's pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Well, I don't think I said that. You said that. In terms of posting things on Discord, that's kind of a separate question because the first one was my understanding of the Earth having a planar and stationary, structure to it. That is a separate thing in terms of things that are posted. I mean, certainly I have a lot of things, images and all kinds of data that is not primary that I would be posting.
Yeah, so that was more of my question. Of course, the first answer that you gave, of course, anyone's own understanding of anything can be considered primary. Obviously, it's your own understanding that you own. OWN, you own that
A posteriori data, empirical sense
yeah.
data. Yeah.
So it was more of my secondary question about the all the evidences and the information and things that suggest a flat, planar, stationary Earth.
But it's not just my understanding. I hear you on that, but it's not just my understanding in terms of like some mental idea. It's the actual direct observation of the Earth itself, like how the actual Earth presents itself, meaning there's that whole part of the primary.
Sure.
Like
okay,
the Earth
I think I
itself,
understand.
which is more than, like if I was to say, oh, I understand how an engine in a car works or something like that, I can have like a mental understanding of carburetors and all that. But on another level, if I was actually like building one or observing one directly, then that would be, a direct primary knowledge source for that engine working the way that it does rather than just a concept.
Yeah, of course. So you
I get it.
understand something that you have empirical sense experience of.
Right.
And we all understand one of the two things, rather understand something that we don't have empirical sense experience of, or an understanding of something that we have empirical sense experience of.
Yeah. However, with that being said, like the idea of the entire Earth being stationary and planar in terms of water being level, the tides, of course, but water being level. I mean, in a human body, I think it'd be impossible to experience that whole thing simultaneously. So we're only on a section of it at any one time, as it is. Like we've all only been on one tiny part of it at any one time. And I could get into interesting ideas in terms of like out of body experiences and like expansive states of consciousness to experience the whole thing, but that's not necessarily like in a physical human body type of level. So I'm just saying in a physical human body, other than going up to high altitude, which you're still not going to see the whole thing. So on that level, it's still a like a piece, a understanding of how the parts fit into the whole.
Well, Chronic. So I would say the percentage of truths that Geo uses to say that the Earth is flat or not a globe, that's probably about the same percentage of truths that you haven't found yourself either. So basically, what you're asking Geo is, out of all your truths, what percentage of them have you actually seen for yourself? And my argument would be that his percentage is going to be about the same as yours.
I mean, I would certainly disagree with that, but I mean, we don't have to go into specifics. But anyway, yeah, I think no, I agree. Generally, I agree with you, Branch, that vast majority of resources and links and evidences and sources and all that stuff that people are posting all the time in these communities are at the very highest level secondary, if not way deeper tertiary.
I agree, but
yeah.
would you say that with the belief in the globe model and all of that, do you have any primary knowledge, like primarily derived knowledge of the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, for myself, yeah, definitely.
What would those be that are primary, that it's an actual globe?
Primary meaning coming from me directly, my observations, my all of that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but I guess I'm also asking in a way that is like provable or verifiable. Because I mean, if you were to say, "Oh, the sun sets," oh, I imagine it's 93 million miles away. I mean, is that really primary observation? You know, but I don't know. Just go for it in whatever way. Like,
well, I mean, I wasn't
that
going
would
to
be
say
an
that,
empirical
but
experience.
primary experience or knowledge, or in any way that is the globe Earth.
Well, the answer is obviously yes. I mean, the answer is yes for all of us. But like more specifically, I think you know my profession. Like, I mean, elevation angles to stars, South Celestial Pole, rotation of stars around the South Celestial Pole. It's all of this is primary directly from me. So, yeah.
But are those interpretations on the effects, or are you actually observing that effect, and can you validate it?
It's a primary observation by your own definition a minute ago.
That's true. It is a primary observation, but it's not necessarily like, is it primary knowledge? Like, do you have like a truth verification or like a knowledge verification of it?
We've discussed this before. Science doesn't prove. I'm on the side. Brenda would disagree because she's a little extremist on this point. But we've had this discussion that I will not say science proves things. So
Science proves everything, dude.
We cannot have 100% absolute knowledge of like.
I have 100% absolute knowledge of lots
Well,
of things.
we're getting some categories confused. But first of all, Gio is asking about. He's now asking about the interpretation of your empirical experience and the justification of it.
No, it's not.
And
No,
then,
I think it's
the
not.
thing is
You're
we-
straw manning a little bit, Gregory. But go ahead.
We
Andy.
can
no.
ask him the
Gio was
exact
asking you. You know, do you have any primary knowledge? Right. He's asking about, do you have any empirical
Yeah.
experience of it? Yes.
Yeah, my
we all
answer
do.
is yes. Yeah.
And so then you say, then you give your interpretation of your empirical sense experience. Everyone has one. I'm not saying that derisively.
Sure.
Everyone interprets everything.
Gio's
so-
interpretation of his primary sense experience is flat Earth, and our interpretation of our primary experiences is that the Earth is a globe.
Right. So right.
Yeah.
So that's what Gio was just asking you about.
So how are you experiencing that? Because for example, like in terms of like water boiling, let's say the temperature that water boils at sea level, we could all sit in a room, or we could, that could be a primary observation validating that level of heat caused the water to boil. Now you could get into interpretations. Why is it happening? Is it atoms? Is it fairy dust? Whatever. You could get into all the possible explanations. Electrical. Yeah, but what you're actually observing is that the water boils in that sense. So same with the Earth idea, like. Instead of an interpretation, do you have any direct experience of it directly? Because, for example, like the stars are moving. I would say that's the primary observation. Stars are moving, the Earth is stationary. And I think we would all ultimately agree with that. But then
No, I would not.
Incorrect. Come on.
Primary observation of stars moving. You guys are somehow coming to an interpretation of why the stars are moving because Earth is moving. And that would be more like an interpretation.
We're obviously not going to let you,
rather than the direct experience of it. Would you?
We're clearly we're not going to let you moonwalk past that extreme straw man. But
a moonwalk.
I mean, he just said it so nonchalant and passing, like it wouldn't catch our brains. Come on, Gio. We've had this conversation before. Your interpretation is different than ours. Period.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, so this idea of a primary knowledge or primary experience of something, I'm saying, is there anything primary that the Earth is for sure a globe, not just an observation of something different, like stationary Earth moving stars, and then basically just making an interpretation on that?
What do you mean by for sure?
The
Like
answer
an
is no.
explanation.
There is no direct evidence.
No, there's the inertial forces.
There's indirect evidence. There's no direct evidence.
There is direct evidence.
Yeah, inertial forces are
That's-
kind of.
It's whether or not you believe those type of evidences is your own prerogative.
No. Show me the Earth spinning. Show me like the
Okay.
Earth being an actual ball. Like go up in space and show me it as a ball. Show me
Okay.
direct.
Hundreds of astronauts.
firsthand
Empirical
evidence,
data.
not
Show me
something that you
gravity
have
in
to
a fucking
infer or
lab.
deduce from something else.
Show me water sticking to a spinning basketball.
Sure, if you do that, you can do
Sounded
that.
like Denmark a little bit in percentage.
No, but
and
you're
that's
saying
not a
there's
compliment.
direct evidence. Direct means you're actually seeing that thing with your senses, or like you're experiencing it somehow with your senses. You're not deducing it. There's no intellect required. It's a truism.
Yeah, but the crux. I mean, where this started from, you might have came in late, but it started from Geo asking about primary versus secondary versus tertiary
Yeah, and I'm agreeing
information
with
that
it.
you're.
There's no primary. There's only secondary or otherwise.
Incorrect.
It's not incorrect.
I disagree.
It's primary.
Well, but like, see, percentage, like the thing where this could go is like, what if he says, "Oh, okay, I see a pendulum processing, therefore the Earth is rotating." Is that a primary knowledge
No,
or
it's
primary
not.
experience?
Okay,
Primary
percentage.
experience there is that the pendulum is
Okay.
processing.
All right. If
Right. The primary
if someone
experience is that the thing is processing, but there's an explanation put upon it. That's what I'm saying. Is there anything that's primary with the thing? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. If these so-called supposedly these so-called astronauts are real humans that are really in this reality that go up very, very, very high in altitude and they see with their own eyes a spherical shaped Earth, is that a primary or not a primary observation?
Would be primary for them if it were true.
Okay. All right. So we're not in disagreement. We're in agreement.
So
Now you see what's happening here.
Of course, I've never been in space personally.
You're never
course,
gonna
dude.
see a sphere.
Okay, so now can you prove that
No
what
matter
they're
how
saying
high you
is
get.
true?
Can you did you ask me if I can prove anything in science? If
Can you
science is
prove
going to
that
prove
what
anything?
they're saying is true? That their testimony is true?
That might be a question for Brenda. She's a little more extreme than me about science proving things.
So you have no primary evidence.
Well, yeah, I
That's
mean,
not
if we want to talk about pure math, yeah, let's talk about.
Well, okay, look. What's happening here is that there's two different contrary positions, and these two different contrary positions have two different standards for what they use to count as evidence. One position has one standard, another position has another standard.
You just
And so
described
with that, they
all
have
of
two
this.
different-
You described the entire history of this debate in less than a
Yes.
sentence. Gregory.
So,
Yeah.
so
what's
we
happening,
need to we need that's what needs to
Gregory,
be
that's not what's
discussed.
happening. Because they're not.
No, it is
different,
what's
like,
happening,
standards.
'cause-
we're talking about the same standard now. What constitutes primary, secondary? That's objective. So
No.
in Foucault's
you're
apparatus,
misunderstanding.
the primary evidence, the primary kind of experience there.
Percentage,
is
you're
that
misunderstanding.
seeing
You don't
this thing
understand.
process.
No, you don't understand. For instance, someone mentioned the pendulum.
Yeah.
Chronic will count that. He will count that as primary empirical experience
Would you,
data.
Chronic?
Primary.
I don't know if he would. I was the one that brought that up.
What a direct observation of a pendulum processing a Foucault.
Would you call a Foucault pendulum a primary knowledge validation of the Earth spinning? Is that the question?
Those words are a little weird. Say that one more time. Primary
source of
knowledge
evidence.
validation. Huh? A primary source of evidence? Yeah,
direct
if I'm directly measuring that
Yeah,
processing
see?
Foucault pendulum, yes.
So you wouldn't say it's direct evidence of the pendulum processing. You would say it's direct evidence of Earth spinning.
It's direct.
Pendulum processing is direct evidence of the Earth rotating.
Yeah.
Sure, that makes it second order.
Yeah.
The Earth rotating being the second order to the direct
No,
evidence that it's processing.
Okay, I see
Therefore,
now
it's
where
secondary.
I see where your gap is in your brain there.
There's no
That's-
gap, man.
There
You're deducing
is.
it from the
Percentage, no,
position of the
percentage. When we're talking,
You're
primary,
conflating
secondary,
deductivism.
We're talking
Yeah.
about other people. Like, are we getting this knowledge from other people, or are we deriving it from our own experiences?
Yes. Again, yes. That's where the conversation started. If you want to take it that other route, that's fine. But the conversation came from one's own lived experience in
Yeah.
experimentation and things like that, and whether
Okay.
they are gaining the understanding or the knowledge or the information or data themselves versus getting
feel you,
it
I
from
feel you. But that's why-
conspiracy YouTube videos.
Yeah, I was going a different route, and that's why I didn't say first hand and second hand and third hand.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said
So you're going down
primary,
like
secondary, tertiary.
Yes,
you
you're
know?
going down the deductivism, empiricism, like pathways, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So would you agree then that seeing the pendulum process is not primary evidence of Earth rotating? That you have to deduce
What do you
it
mean?
from
I
the
need a
precession?
little bit more of an. What do you mean?
Well,
by
it's more
primary
inductive.
evidence? Yeah.
That's inductive, not deductive.
You're not directly experiencing or observing the Earth rotating. You're actually directly observing the pendulum process.
An
Correct?
effect of the Earth rotation. Yeah.
Yeah. As
The
an effect, yeah.
but the interpretation's baked in already for you, right?
No,
You
no,
say
no,
yes,
no.
perspective, yes.
The interpretation's not baked in. No, no, no.
Well,
It's
just this one sentence, and then go
Sure,
after
go
me,
ahead,
Chronic.
go ahead.
That this was my point just a couple seconds ago. You see, Chronic will count that as adequate evidence in the deductive argument to justify the concluding premise that the Earth is spinning. Percentage
there's no
and
problem with
geo and your
There's no
percentage
problem
and
with that, but I
geo
don't
and
think he'll
new
say it's
perspective
direct
would say that's not an adequate inductive argument.
Yeah,
The
there
point is,
seems
it's not
to be
direct
two
evidence,
things
it's
that
indirect
Yeah.
evidence of Earth's rotating, because you're not
To
actually
begin with.
observing Earth rotate. That's the
Sure,
point.
but sure, but our paradigm.
and then on top of that, the interpretation has to be, is debatable. So it's not only secondary, but it's also debatable whether that interpretation is even the correct one.
We're on the same page. It sounds like so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the question remains: what direct evidence is there?
So no, but I mean, I think an even better question. I mean, maybe you would disagree, but let's consider all possible causes that would result in that Foucault pendulum processing, and then let's consider all those possible explanations, and see which one comports best with reality.
I think
And we go further. No,
This
we
is
go
true.
further. We go further, and we combine our empirical results and our understanding of what our best understanding is of what may be causing that. We combine that type of study of the Foucault pendulum with this mountain, literally Everest mountain of all these other evidences, and all of that combined
Sure.
equals welcome to Globe Earth.
But you have a problem with step one, which is all the possible causes. How are you going to know about possible causes that you don't know about?
Well, it's a
Sure, there's unknowns everywhere. Sure, okay.
Yeah, so
all
why would
known
you-
possibilities.
Why
you
would
mean.
you pigeonhole it to those things?
That's all you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well,
instead,
that's how
we
that's
could
direct
start.
evidence.
Well, we
Instead
could,
of
we could start
try to-
talking
hold up.
about.
Instead of choosing the best possible option from the ones from only the ones that we know about, the ones that we can think of, from the indirect evidence, how about we just come up with direct evidence? Let's see the Earth spinning.
How many
Let's
hundreds
see
of
the Earth
astronauts
being a globe from way out in space?
How many hundreds of astronauts? Now it depends on
Again,
what you believe,
that's
or if you
testimony.
think you think they're cabal shills that are part of the Illuminati. Like we won't get past that wall.
Well, even
You could
beyond
with a good
before that,
video.
though, before that, though,
A good single
on, wait.
video.
They are
would-
though.
would do it.
Okay.
That's it.
Could I add something? It's not even so much as like the suspicion that goes along with denying what you think might be the case, but the quality versus quantity idea here, because the direct experience does have a quality that's far beyond any secondary or tertiary experience. And your
Concerning empirical knowledge.
claim of, the quantity of evidences that welcome to Globe Earth means for you is not at all comparable to the quality of the direct primary experience. So it's just a matter of prioritizing. And maybe
that's
you
your
have a different
opinion.
standard.
I disagree with. Yeah.
You have
I
a different
disagree.
standard.
Come on, you can't
That's
disagree
fine.
You
with
say
that, Connor.
perspective? Right, exactly.
Well, he's saying the mountain of evidence for Globe Earth
Oh,
is not
the
good
amount.
quality.
Yeah, but you
No,
agree
he
with the
said he
principle
claimed
that-
it's not good quality. I disagree. I think it is good quality.
Sure, but you
That's
agree
all.
with the principle that first-hand experiences or what have you, direct
Yes,
evidence has a higher
we're on
confidence
this,
level.
We're on
right?
the same page. You think astronauts are paid shills that are fake. I don't. I believe
Why
that they
follow what
went
I
into
said?
space.
Just 'cause
Why-
you
wait,
believe them,
what
that's
I just
still
said was trying to get away from that straw man and just
But
say, look,
percentages
there's a
brought it right
quality
back.
difference. Oh,
Percentages
there's
brought it
a
right back.
quality difference. There's a quality difference between primary and secondary and tertiary.
Even if you agree, even if you believe the astronauts, it's not direct evidence. That's still indirect evidence.
Huh?
through
Yeah,
them.
that's not primary.
Sure,
That's not
All
okay,
empirical.
second-hand
okay, sure,
evidence is
sure,
indirect
sure.
evidence.
Have pictures.
I mean,
the pictures are.
But he's saying, Kosho, what he's saying is we didn't go up and take the pictures ourselves. Okay, take your little W, I guess. I don't.
No, you don't
We
even
can
have
still
to,
add
as
it
long
to
as
the
you have a
mountain
good,
of evidence.
verifiable,
You should take your W, I guess.
Geodetic survey. I mean, it's a mountain. Like I said, it would be hours to go to dig through this mountain.
For us, the priority, but we just have to disagree or agree that at least you can understand that priority for us is that the primary experience is a mountain compared to the molehill of secondary, tertiary that could pile up as high as you want. It's never going to equal the mountain of primary experience that we have. Yeah.
Check out this thing. I just made a primary GIF of the Earth spinning. I made it.
Nice CGI, bro.
It's not CGI. This is actually.
And you know, the
really
last
good.
sentence that Perspective just said concerning the justification for any given individual about an empirical knowledge claim.
What about it?
Good
job. The last sentence he said, meaning primary knowledge has the highest quality of veracity or truth value when any given person makes an empirical knowledge claim.
I can agree with that. That's why I said we're not entirely on different pages. I can agree with that. However, even someone in this primary case will still is still impossible, even though they have primary evidences, whatever, from their own lived experience, is not going to be able to prove 100% with absolute knowledge anything science-based.
Why do you say that?
I'm on the side that says science doesn't prove things. Proofs are for math equations and pure math.
Well, why do you say that?
Science gives evidences and concludes, likelihoods and probabilities of this cause explaining this effect. Not at a 100.
Between proof, absolute proof, and proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Sure.
Well, yeah, because the scientific method is inductive as opposed to the deductive.
Sure. If you talk to someone like Brenda, she understands what I'm saying, but she lives more in the regime of for all intents and purposes, we will say colloquially, Earth is round, sky is blue, etc.
Why are we going to talk about
okay, I see
cavemen?
what you mean.
How do those go together? I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, I just two things that came off the top of the head, Gio.
How do those go together?
Snow is cold. I don't know.
Is definitely primary.
Why
round red solid
in math?
Wait, sky's not blue at night though, Gio. Anyway,
why are you throwing Brenda under the bus?
No, I think she would agree with me if she was here.
So you're saying that absolute proofs are only in math, right?
What in
logic?
In logical, like.
So when you say proof,
math and
do you
logic,
mean necessary
what if my brain's
conclusions?
in a vat and it's all this is 100% a solipsistic kind of world that we've each created or something like that, or that I've created. And can I still say that even though in this, world of mine, in this kind of conception that I have of reality, that the math is, accurate, 1 + 1 = 2, can I still say that in reality, that's true?
The hell is that?
Skeptical. You're hot micing skeptical.
Do you get my point? Or do I need to repeat it?
Megatron just entered the room.
Basically, like, if this is my solipsistic world, is the absolute proof in the solipsistic world true in reality? Is math actually absolute proof?
But the proofs in math and logic are based on the axioms, so it's already understood that there's not absolute. It's not that it's absolute. It's absolute in the frame of logic and math, but it's because they're based after axioms.
You mean assumed?
I think we understand this. We're kind of like repeating the same thing over and over again. You have these abstract things in reality: math, logic, language, and then you have the scientific method, which is inductive, and so it doesn't necessarily try to get a necessary conclusion unlike a deductive argument.
It doesn't meet
That's
the
not really what I'm going
it doesn't
for. I'm
meet
going
the
for
same.
the claim that proof is only exists in math. You hear that repeated time and time again in this like realm.
Well, that's false.
So if that's the case, then even if it's a solipsism, that proof, since it's 100%, it would still overrule that.
It's not 100% though.
But it's not 100%, man.
It's
That's what I'm
not,
saying.
because the thing is, a lot of these mathematical proofs that lend themselves to describe phenomena in physics, they do have negative answers. They have multiple answers to these equations, and we just choose to throw away some of them.
Well, just
So then
because answers
absolute
are
proof
given
doesn't
doesn't mean
exist
the
anywhere,
answers are
not even in
all.
math.
Just because an answer is given doesn't mean there's a difference between an answer that is given versus an answer that is a necessary conclusion, which is what I think what is meant by proof in here.
So
But
proof,
science,
you guys,
that's what I'm saying. Science doesn't result in that in any case.
yeah,
There's never an end all be all.
Coach, you guys are talking out both sides of your mouth. You guys are saying science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't, you can't have 100% proofs in science.
That's right.
You say that you can in math, but now you're saying it's not 100% in math.
No,
So
no.
math doesn't prove things either.
I think it's.
not
I think
absolutely.
I think the word proof has to be defined so we understand what we're talking about. And the reason it exists in math and logic is because you have a framework for which you can actually have proofs. It says like math is based after the base axioms, so is logic, right?
Yeah, and the framework's based on the choice to make those axioms a globe model.
Yeah, but without those axioms could turn out to not be true for whatever reason. Then the whole thing's thrown out the window.
Well, okay. So here's another confusion. We're confusing what is versus how we know what is. Okay. So when we're talking about proof, in principle, when we're talking about proof, it sounds, with the way it's been used so far, is that we're talking about necessary conclusions.
Well, I think the coach is actually just saying that the framework of these base axioms are assumptions, but that they could be false assumptions. But right now, science.
I'm not saying they're assumptions.
Right, but besides the fact that they could be false or could be true as far as we know, like besides the fact about how far we know, in principle, if it is an axiom that is true, and if you have a sequence of premises to justify a concluding premise necessarily, that's a deductive argument to show that the concluding premise is necessary. In other words, proving that the concluding premise is true.
Yeah, but that's in logic, and like I said, that's a different thing than what science does. And science doesn't have any end-all, be-all conclusions, because any conclusion in science leaves the door open for further investigation and new information. So
right, proof is in the realm of logic. It's in the realm of argumentation. So you give an argument to demonstrate that the conclusion is necessary.
Okay,
Well,
so
actually, what Coach was doing, I think it's making it open for the interpretation to be wrong, and that's fine. But that's the reason that we have problems with other people saying, like Brenda or whoever, that says that 100% this is what it is, and that's obviously not what you're saying. So good on you.
Yeah. So for the record, math, logic, and science don't absolutely prove things. Correct?
In the sense that they don't do anything themselves, yeah.
Go ahead, Coach.
Proofs exist in math and logic, but like I said, those are based off of the frameworks in either case, which are based after the axioms in either case, and then with those axioms, you can indeed prove things.
But not absolutely, right?
No, in that framework,
in
yeah.
that frame with that assumption, that axiom in the work.
Kosha, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
No.
Well,
he's not.
I think that he's also saying that the framework could be a different framework that you base your conclusions on, and it would be a different system altogether, right?
There's different logical frameworks. Like there's the three main axioms in logic, but there's different logic frameworks that you can use.
Yeah, but notice, Kosha, I didn't say mathematical proof. I didn't say a noun. I said absolute proof. Like they don't absolutely prove things. None of those three, math, logic, and science, don't absolutely prove, as in 100% anything. You agree, right?
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't say it like that because, like I said,
I know you wouldn't.
That's because that's taking it out of context. But
Wait, what are you two
would-
debating?
you
What
would
is the
agree
point right
that you-
now?
Oh, wait. If we're talking base axioms, I have to add that if we decided that the base axioms of our sensory direct experience would be the starting point for our side of the argument, obviously, and we'd have to build that from that framework, which doesn't seem illogical in any way.
Kosho, Nate wanted you to read about incompleteness theorem in the text chat.
Well,
There's
it
a
Run over my
About
point.
incompleteness theorem, yeah.
Well, it basically says that in mathematics, it's pretty much impossible to find a complete and consistent set of axioms that are. So it's impossible, even in mathematics.
Why do they say that?
I could read the whole Wikipedia page.
You could just read the wiki, I
basically.
guess, Greg.
Well, this is what it's saying, that according to Hilbert and whatnot, he is stating to find a complete and consistent set of axioms for all mathematics is impossible. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
not in disagreement with what Kosho and I are saying. Strictly speaking, yeah.
So what is the point of debate right now? It's
I'm
getting
not
lost.
sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
My
Anyways,
point
Kosho,
is that
it's
whenever
sorry,
anyone
go.
says, science doesn't prove things, math proves things. It's like, or science doesn't 100% prove things. Sorry, that's a bad.
Right. I mean, Chronic.
Whenever they do that, they're wrong.
This is purely.
wrong.
Usually people aren't saying that though.
According to this, they are wrong. But math doesn't prove things because
Jesus
it's
Christ.
complete.
So, but people,
Okay.
if I say what I'll say, if somebody says it differently, it's fine. But what I
No,
say
there
is
are proofs in
proofs
math,
don't
but
exist in
math doesn't
science.
prove things.
They exist in math and logic. That doesn't mean that's not the same thing.
Okay, so again,
prove things absolutely. That's saying that proofs exist in that realm.
So again, there's a verbal dispute about what is meant by proof. So when Percentage gave his rendition of someone saying that, I would ask the question, what do you mean by proof?
Greg, there's no dispute. We're on
Right,
the same
proof
page.
of
There's a
concept.
difference
We all
between
came to the same page.
A mathematical proof.
We're disagreeing about what is proof. That's what I hear.
No, we're not. I agree with what Kosho said completely right there. He just doesn't want to air the absolute part. He wants to stick with the axioms in math and what a mathematical proof is. But at the same time, math doesn't absolutely prove anything because not 100% proves because it's impossible.
Sure.
So Kosha, why do you say that?
I said that
just repeat
several
himself.
times because they're based around the axioms. Without those axioms, they're not based in a permanent absolute reality. They're based in the realm of those axioms, which are assumed to be.
Help me if you gave an example of a mathematical proof.
So are you critiquing whatever axioms you have in mind as being unjustified?
No, basically, Gregory, it was just as an aside. I mentioned it just to say that the Globers and anyone else you hear saying that, there's no 100% proof in science. 100% proof or absolute proof only exists in math. They're wrong. It doesn't exist in math either. That's the point.
There's a really specific word you just said there, and it starts with an A. But, anyways.
Yeah, that's why I said 100% or absolute. I'm being upfront with that.
Yeah.
So,
Euler's theorem is
with
a
that
good
being
example,
said-
Graham. You could read about Euler's theorem. Kosha, one more note. The DM is a group DM, by the way. Maybe
Oh
that's
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll read it. Yeah, I got 2 red things. Okay, I'll see it.
Okay, so with what has been said just now, okay, I understand Percentage's point. Now, with what Kosho just said, I want to ask him, why does he say that? Because it sounds that when you say that, you are refraining from accepting anything as you're refraining from accepting these axioms as absolutely true because you critique them for whatever reason as being unjustified. Am I correct?
They're unjustified.
Say again.
An axiom is not something that, I mean, at least not in the way I use them. They're not claimed to be the absolute truth of what is. They're used because they seem to be what's true, and this is necessary to use them. So if they seem to be
They're
as
like
true and they show themselves as true, then you use them. But there's no absolute guarantee that they are, right?
Yeah, they're
Well, that's an
possibilities that
axiom
we
you
just
just
take as
said.
true because it provides a good foundation. It could be absolutely false, but you could create a system in which you say that this thing is true just for kind of cohesiveness. Like if I was to create kind of this this scoring rubric where every correct answer I make it like every kind of it's a true or false or something like that, and someone says it's true and I count it as false for whatever reason, just because I want to get like a reciprocal grade or something, then I could create like a rubric like that under the axiom that true is false and false is true. You understand? It need not be true as long as it provides a solid kind of footing for whatever your intention is.
So, okay, with that being said, so there's two different senses in which, and two different ways in which axioms are being used. The word axiom and the way the axiom is used. You have someone who stipulates, no, well, you have someone who asserts a supposition as axiomatic being true, and truth is absolute, versus someone who is asserting this axiom for practical purposes, but as far as they know themselves, they don't know it to be true.
Yeah, you don't need to know it to be true. You just claim that it's true, and you work with that as your system. Under that would be kind of like the criterion for that algorithm or whatever you call it. The question is now, though, if there isn't 100% proof, and there's these varying levels of proof based off of whatever criteria you've postulated, right? Whatever axioms you have, whatever set of axioms you have, then why can't you prove things in science? Why can't you have axioms in science? Maybe it'll be less kind of confidence level of like less level of proof, but why couldn't you have a proof in science?
Because according to Karl Popper, that's the whole point of what Karl Popper, he was fucking a weirdo. He wasn't even a scientist. He was like a scientist philosopher. He was fucking trying to put these things together. But the point of what his whole argument is that it's not science if it can't be tested, if it can't be falsified. So if you're claiming that it's an axiom, or you're claiming that it's a fact and that's end all be all, he claims that that's actually pseudoscience.
Specify what you mean by science.
Science means just the what do you call that? The method to try and attain truth or get as close. The way I define it differently than probably the way it's defined, but I say it's the method for us collectively to approach the objective truth.
That's rather vague.
It's not vague.
What's the method?
Objective truth. That's just very.
Science requires experimentation to show cause and effect.
That's what I thought. Okay, so the causation and query method is called the scientific method.
That's too specific because it's not true anymore.
Yeah? Where have you done science where it didn't
It's
have
too
cause and
specific.
effect
It's not true anymore. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, you just left out a bunch of stuff in the
Give me an example of science without cause and effect.
Okay, there's what do you call that? Zoology.
See, I thought so.
What do
You
mean?
say
That's still cause and effect. You mean like
really? You're just
observing where birds go, and and kind of surmising that they'll fly south because it gets too cold or something. Even
well,
though
no, wait. Pause.
That's still cause and effect. It's flying south because it got too cold.
Wait, pause. When you're talking about the causation and query method, the scientific method, you're trying to do an experiment to ascertain knowledge of cause and effect of natural phenomena, as opposed to zoology, whatever other quote-unquote science, in other words, an area of knowledge or a study discipline. See, two different senses that the word science is being used. That's why I asked the question. Okay.
And that's why I said that was too specific. The description was given because zoology obviously is science.
Right, science in the sense of a field of study. Okay.
No, it's science. I mean,
aspect of
Well,
zoology?
again, this is the problem.
Hold
See,
on. What
we're not.
aspect of zoology doesn't have cause and effect? Again, like what science doesn't have cause and effect? Zoology has cause and effect. You might not be doing an active experiment yourself. You might be observing it, and what have you, but there's still cause and effect.
Well, not all fields of study is trying to study cause and effect.
Sometimes you just classify.
Greg, like by all means, humor me. What science is there that doesn't have cause and effect?
Logic,
How's that science?
philosophy. Again, and this is why I keep saying what I'm saying. You're missing it. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying to clarify the ambiguity. One person like Kosho is using the word science, field of study. Okay, not all fields of study of knowledge is concerning itself with cause and effect, like philosophy. Now you're talking
Why
about.
would that just be knowledge?
Sorry?
What's the difference between science and knowledge?
It depends on what sense you mean knowledge. It depends on what sense you mean science. If you mean science in the very basic etymological sense, right? Scientia, knowledge, it's one of the same.
No, I didn't mean.
If you mean in the sense of.
In
How
the
sorry?
real world, science versus knowledge, in terms of like the colloquial usage that we have, the nouns, science and knowledge. What's the difference between them?
It depends what someone means by science. It's science. That's my point right now. The word science is used in many different senses. People are not catching this.
I feel like you know what I mean, but you're, purposely.
No, I don't know what you mean. I need you to specify
Alright,
what
so
you mean by
colloquially,
science.
when they bring up science, someone is doing science, a scientist, the science. What are they referring to? Are they referring to knowledge alone?
More than likely,
Learning
they're
things?
referring to the scientific method, the causation inquiry method. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. That's a particular method of inquiry to
Yeah,
get a
that's what we were talking about.
particular.
And then you mentioned that, science exists without cause and effect, and I asked you for an example, and I think you, at that point, were going to the conflationary other definition of science, which is like the etymological
Right.
definition or what have you. But that's not what we were
Right,
talking
but-
about,
Right. So that's why I don't call it science. It's ambiguous. It's vague. I call it specifically the causation inquiry method. It's much more specific than calling it science. That's the problem.
Yeah, if somebody is studying animals and they're just literally writing down observations of what they look like and what features they have and what color fur they have, all this different shit like that. Their gestation period, whatever. These data collecting, this is them doing science, regardless of if they're not doing an experiment or not.
Gaining knowledge, yeah.
No, that in and of itself, yeah, science according gaining knowledge, that definition, I'd agree with you. But that's not how we colloquially use science. That's not.
But that's the
science
problem with
as
the colloquial use.
No, that's the problem with you using two different definitions when you're talking about.
But the reason they're gaining this data is to create a cause and effect relationship. So it's still
sure, I'd agree with that.
What?
But the data
What are you
collection in and
talking
of
about?
itself via observation is not science. That's empiricism. You're observing something, you're recording it. It's not science. It might be a part of science later on, but in and of itself, it's not science.
Percentage, why are you so devout to defining science as just as the causation
Because
inquiry
that's how
method?
almost everyone uses it, and that's
He's
the
not
that's the
wrong though.
problem.
Science is cause and effect.
Okay, so that's the problem. That's
Like
the
The problem
problem.
is you're using a minority definition, and it causes confusion.
No, the confusion is the ambiguity of using a vague term to refer to a very specific method of inquiry. That's the problem. Hey, Kosha.
What?
I was just saying, hey.
Hey, what should I do something?
I'm just saying, hey.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey-o.
I'm making a picture right now, so I just wasn't really paying attention. But yeah, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, so this is science. I mean, zoology, science. What else is science? I mean, you can be doing science just by fucking experimenting with your sexuality. That's doing science.
I mean, science, right, in the sense of field of study, an area of knowledge, which would include philosophy, which is um, really trying to. It's really the object of. It's the philosophy is what a philosopher does, and the object of what they're trying is science, scientia, knowledge.
And there's.
I mean, before it was called natural science or science, for centuries it was called natural philosophy, because you were studying the particular areas of the things, the ta physica, right, the concreta, nature, the cosmos.
Well, I mean, even you guys keep saying cause and effect in this type of experiment. I think that as long as you are determining, as long as you're being rigorous in your determinations on, whatever conclusions you're coming to, them being true, making sure that you're not coming to conclusions that are not true. Like, as long as you're being very rigorous in that regard, which usually requires experimentation, but sometimes, that's not available. So that's why I don't think that there's it's as simple as saying cause and effect and experimentation, because it's much more broad in my opinion.
Yeah, that was my critique over and over again. When we use these terms to refer to something very specific, we're not appreciating that this word science is being used in multiple different senses. One is using the word science to refer to the causation inquiry method. One is using the word science to refer to areas of knowledge, fields of study. One is using the word just referring to knowledge itself and knowledge in general.
Yeah, science is a very broad term, man. At the end of the day, though, just see it as a tool that we use to help us understand the world around us. There are other tools you could use. Some people use religion, some people use philosophy. Science just seems to be the most effective tool we have right now.
Right.
We could come up with a newer one in the future,
Isn't playing football a science?
How
Playing the game or studying the game?
Just what these coaches do in these games, right? They've got it down to a science, right?
You mean like the
They may
tactical
have mastered
aspect?
it and systematized it, which would
Like
be the
the
result of a
different
scientific
formations and
inquiry.
systems you use, the different way the offensive line lines up, shotgun formation.
Pretty sure it's just a figure of speech.
Yeah, that's the tactical side of it. I would say, and maybe that can be science, Branch.
No, I think it's just
If
a
you
figure
use
of
it in that
speech,
sense,
though.
yeah.
I
What's a
know,
figure of speech?
I know.
What's a figure of speech?
What Bram said, that they got it down to a science. It's just a figure of speech. I don't think that means they're actually doing
That is
science.
true, Kosha, yeah.
Yeah, that is a figure of speech, but there is such a thing as sports science and whatnot.
Yeah.
So,
That's a show. It was a good show.
You just
It
said
was a good
sports
show.
science. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
systematic inquiry of the sport. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
there was also
yeah.
a show called Sports Science. It was a good show.
They do all this weird shit. Those same guys, they would do Ultimate Warrior or something like that, and they would put up Apache versus
Ultimate Ninja Warrior.
Yeah. No.
No.
Oh no. That's a good show too.
What happened to American Gladiators? Is that still on or? Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Like Gregory, what do you use? Like, what's the tool you most lean on to understand the world around you?
I just told you guys a big
I'm
secret.
guessing philosophy. But Kosho, I'm just trying to ask Gregory a question.
Yeah, the Lord's revelation
Philosophy.
and a rational inquiry according to His revelation, including empirical sense experience.
Whose revelation?
Yahweh, Lord Yahusha, aka Jesus.
Oh, okay. So it's a mix of religion. It's a mix of theology and philosophy.
Yeah, concerning pretty much everything. His word being the ultimate standard of knowledge, the ultimate authority. Using my rational faculties, which He has given to us, to learn more knowledge, to learn his word and to learn anything, as along with our our sentience ability to make intelligible empirical experience.
Mm. Sorry, Kosha, you were talking about, you told us a secret or something?
Yeah, I was saying, I was talking the whole time, or for a whole minute, or 20 seconds after Branch said something about American Gladiator, but I was pressing the wrong button, and I let out this huge secret, and then I like justified it, and then I realized I was pressing the wrong button. But this is the truth, dude. But I should, I'm not. Well, I'll tell you what I said, because I have a friend in this servers, he's a friend of mine. I have a big mouth, so I shouldn't be saying this, but he was fucking American Gladiator, dude.
Oh,
he was on the show. Yeah, he was. I mean, he was actually one of the best ones. Yeah.
Wait. So he was one of the gladiators, or is a contender?
What's the difference? I thought that's the word. I thought that was the same thing.
No, like the gladiators are ones that are basically part of the show, and then the
Oh
contender.
well, no, yeah, no, he was. Yeah, he was one of the contenders. Yeah.
The gladiators are the guys you need to beat out in the game.
Actually, that's a good point. I don't know which one. I think he was a contender. Yeah, because he was also he was a pro athlete. He was all this stuff, dude. I don't want to say no more, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna press you on this until we.
Yeah, but you would be shocked if you knew who I was talking about.
It kind of just seemed like all of those gladiators, like the actual gladiator guys, and women were all just having orgies in the.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Like in the day off of recording, like.
I mean,
it seemed like they knew each other a little bit closer than.
They probably were. I mean, those are probably like, basically step up from wrestlers, pro wrestlers, right?
They're all jacked up on steroids and drugs. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to slander.
They probably are, dude.
I'm totally joking, so I don't want to.
This person, I almost said his name again, but I think he was a contender because he's surprisingly strong, powerful dude.
Oh wait, the guy from fucking Sweden or some shit. The one who was like with Twit.
No, he's from America.
And Branch just gave it away.
No, dude. Branch is fucking talking about what's his name? Zinder.
Housewife.
Oh, Housewife. What? Wait, what the fuck? So dumb, dude. Dumb shit, man.
Like he was in competitive fucking weightlifting and shit, right? So
I don't think so.
I thought he was.
Hey, might be.
Coach, how do you think the globe is holding up right now?
I think
an honest assessment.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I start. No, I'm not worried in any way, dude. Sometimes I see like people get heated. Somebody got heated. I want to say it was earlier, and I was about to tell them, I was like, listen, no matter what just happened in that conversation, don't forget, you won, dude, because you automatically win by default. So yeah, there's no there's no concern.
Who is that? You're saying a globe earther?
Yeah, it was a globe earther. I could tell that. Yeah.
You're saying he won because the Earth is a globe, so you think he won for that reason?
Well, yeah, it seemed like he was turning a little bit sour mood, and I was going to tell him, I was like, dude, don't forget, dude, you already won. Yeah.
Good night, y'all. Peace.
Good night. I usually don't express stuff like that, though. Good night, Gregory. I usually don't express stuff like that because I'm just being playful. The truth is, I could be just as wrong as I think everyone in this room is, right? So there's no telling which one of us is right, which one of us is wrong, What about you, Branch? How do you? Where's your confidence about the model, Branch?
I don't know, man. It's one of those things that can't really answer, right?
I already knew you were gonna fucking say some dumb shit.
I'm gonna kind of have that feeling of just kind of slipping away, like day by day.
I don't know.
Because like there's these masses that apparently kind of believe in it in some way or another, but they haven't really been introduced to it, or to anything else basically. So then you kind of just have like the people trying to hold it together. It's like the levee's breaking, and you're kind of trying to keep it contained. Because wouldn't you agree that there's more people questioning the globe than going to the globe?
I think that
there's people that have the globe by default, but then so that's true. So you could say that the new children are being taught the globe. So you could have that kind of on that side. You could say, well, yeah, there's people, moving away from the globe and their understanding of it and so on. But you could say there's also all these new children being indoctrinated. But that's even getting weaker too, because like in that generation, they're even more questioning it.
Yeah, I think there's more and more people that are just bored and want something to talk about.
Gave up the globe easily for several women. So does that mean the globe's dying? I don't know.
Well, that's a dead giveaway if the globe is dying. It's not even worthy of your intimate prowess. Intimacy prowess.
I have no allegiance with the globe. Just the same way, like I'm a patriot, okay, because I love my country, but I don't have to like my government, right? So I love the earth, right? I love it very much with all my heart. I would have sex with it if she would allow me to, but doesn't mean that doesn't mean I have to like the globe. I don't like any model.
Kosho loves the earth no matter what shape it is.
Yeah, you love it, Kosho. You fight for it every day. Every day you fight for it. You are committed. It's a very intimate relationship you have with it.
No, not really. The only thing I'm committed to is two things: the truth and to women.
In the globe.
No, the globe is not a necessity to me.
Kosho, is it more on the lines that you're bored and there's just something to talk about?
Well, it's not that I'm bored and I have something to. I actually enjoy talking about this, everything that we talk about all the time. I like talking about this stuff. Yeah, it's not because I'm bored. There's the things I actually prefer to talk about.
Well, what I mean is, if you didn't have this thing to talk about, you would be bored, right?
I would be doing something more responsible that I should be doing. Yeah, I would actually be doing. I would be better off actually. Yeah.
And you are 100% convinced, Kosho. You have no doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, well, I would have to. If I was being honest with myself, which I am most of the time, I would have no choice but to be compelled to. This is the truth. I know it. I know, like we said, primary experience. I have what's below primary. Whatever you can get with whatever's below primary.
In the womb, experiences in the womb.
Sure, yeah.
Well, I would go more a direction of like to the like psychic intuition at that level.
Well,
I mean, those words are kind of loaded, and I'm not, but meaning that like beyond primary could be like in that spectrum.
Yeah.
You could say like, yeah, some kind of like a deep knowing. Well, it's pretty deep because like in the idea that we are all one consciousness, then we did create it. We know what we created.
Yeah, but you know the part that trips me. I told you, I said this to Jen before, and it still trips me out to think about it. But I'm telling you, I know. There's so many. There's too many. Like in my head, there's so many facts, like absolute facts, that make it absolute for me about the Earth being a globe, right? But I know that it's very possible that one of you guys or some of you guys have probably the same experience, the same sentiments about the way you feel about it, and so that almost puts us both in the same boat, which means that you know, I could potentially be the one who's wrong, you know, and one of you is right or whatever. You know what I mean? But at the same time,
What's your,
that's the case.
what's your number one, Kosho? What's your number one that you put up on this pedestal? That you have in the corner of your room? You've got your little incense candles burning around it. Like, what is your number one thing for you?
Yeah, the maps and coordinate systems that we use on Earth. We use a spherical coordinate system. We use spherical coordinates. That literally, I mean, I don't know how else. I don't know where else you can go. We're using spherical coordinates because we're
So
on.
nothing really practical. Nothing
It's
practical.
not really
just
practical. We're using.
Just a map.
It's not just that those coordinates are. I've said it so many times. Those coordinates aren't arbitrary. They're They have so many consequences.
Are
Like,
they
you know,
are they signals from the sky, Kosho?
well, signals from the sky. I don't think that's. It's a really. You know, you're gonna sour the whole.
Because how else are you evaluating it if not from signals in the sky? Have you verified the Earth itself, or are you just going off the signals from the sky and then just assuming that fits?
Well, you could say that, but you're saying it as if that's a poor method or something like that. But yeah, those signals in the sky are telling you definite things about the surface, especially the fact that if there's a celestial sphere and you use this celestial sphere to map out where you are on the Earth, because there's a one-for-one correspondence between the celestial sphere and the surface of the Earth. I mean, things like that make it so, like, yeah, actually, it's kind of practical to use the signals in the sky.
Well, you treat it as a celestial sphere, don't you? It's not necessarily a celestial sphere.
Yeah. I treat my brother like a boy, and I treat my
Look,
doctor like a doctor.
that's between you and your brother.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but that's because I'm an appropriate person. Okay, I do things appropriately. Yeah.
But Kosho, I mean, we all know we've been given a coordinate system, the WGS-84, the whole 9 yards. You know, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, the NOAA, NASA. We know that they're all feeding data, claimed data and information, and the GPS system is what it's claimed to be. However, I know that you haven't verified much of any of that. So where are you making the leap in your own understanding or belief, or however you would define that? How are you making that leap from only being given that data from the people I just mentioned, and then concluding that they're correct without in any way validating it? Or maybe you have in some way. I would imagine you'll say you validate it in some very
Very much so. I mean, I spent a lot of time trying to understand these systems and then using them, with a rigorous understanding, of course. I don't understand why.
Well, like, for example, if they were using planar GPS coordinates in the local cities and on our land, and then linking those together in a bigger geodetic kind of patchwork to make something like Google Earth, how would you be able to differentiate between that?
I went over this with some of you guys the other day when I was going over the raw data. So that's one way is understanding the raw data and the information.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go along Pontchartrain and you get data, you're still not really verifying that unless you measure it with the Earth, right?
What do you mean?
Well, just to get the coordinates is not really the same as actually verifying the elevation.
No, I'm talking about any raw data for any place, for any position. So it's like if you're getting your position right now at this moment, the information that it gives you to get your position, it's they can't like there's no lies in it. You know what I mean? It's like I just don't see how they could be lying because you're the one who has to interpret the data that they give you. The data all they give you is timestamps and positions, their positions.
So how would you know the difference if it had the 8 inches per mile squared? Where are you getting that verification in GPS?
Well, like in the case of Soundley's Bridge, or like Pontchartrain Bridge.
Is that the only one you're going off of? Is that that?
No, that's the only example. I have that example already.
So that's the only example you have of GPS showing 8 inches per mile squared. Is that correct?
No, that's the one I have at the ready. I was planning to do plenty of tests like that, but
are there any others?
Yeah. I mean, all the other geodetic surveyors who, made what's it called?
But actually showing the 8 inches per mile squared in the actual GPS coordinates measured to the physical Earth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't have that at the ready because the data I have at the ready is like Pontchartrain one.
So your whole belief in the globe is based on Lake Pontchartrain.
Oh, that's not what I said.
No, I'm kidding, but it kind of leads to that because this was like your number one go-to, and it was like coordinate system.
My number one go-to.
From this, when we got to signals in the sky, and then we're like, okay, how do we know that's 8 inches per mile squared? And you're like, well, pretty much just Soundly.
My number one go-to was the coordinates,
which is fine. We can look at Soundly, but I'm just saying, is that the only that's holding your whole globe belief together?
First of all, he asked me for my number one, not the only one. But the number one was the coordinates. It wasn't even GPS.
It was okay. I was the one who said signals from the sky. That is fair. So what did you mean?
Like the coordinates, like the longitude and latitude, and their consequences of where they actually are, how they behave in reference to one another.
So it goes to GPS because that's what you're then using to claim that you're not doing anything else to verify it other than just going to GPS.
No, I wouldn't use GPS for that. I would use the stars and the sun. Yeah. Okay. That's what I said before. GPS is good too, but I like GPS for straight lines. Yeah. Just like Bandsaw does.
Just like I do.
Hey man, he's your friend's one who said it.
Well, but you're saying the coordinates, which and then you're talking about the sun and the stars. Well, I mean, those are given coordinates to you. So if somebody says like in Brazil or something, somewhere in some city, if you don't know what the actual coordinates and how they lay out on the Earth, just because you're given a model of the angles to the stars in certain regions doesn't mean that the actual coordinates actually match correctly with those cities.
I'll tell you right now, dude, if you gave me a map of the Earth with no coordinates on it, and everybody I talked to, you said, don't ever give them fucking coordinates. Don't ever give them coordinates ever. No GPS coordinates, nothing. And I can never have any coordinates. Okay? I could put coordinates everywhere on the Earth. It wouldn't take me that long. I would put it on all the maps, and then you can go off maps, and you'd be like, let me see if this is correct. And you would see they're correct. Because
what map are you using?
I wouldn't be using like a globe or something, or it wouldn't matter actually. It really wouldn't matter what I was using because
an actual globe, like a
yeah. But I mean, if it was a distortion, I would use a Mercator. It doesn't matter because I would just distort it appropriately. But regardless, I know where the lines go, and it's because I know how they behave with each other. That's just what it is. I know the Haversine function. I know the sun. I know where the sun's supposed to be on the 21st of September and December and June and April, March. Yeah, I know. I just know this thing. How fast it moves.
Something more tangible, actually, other than just
tangible. Yeah.
A mathematical model.
No, dude. I know that, for instance, Sirius. I'll go anywhere on the Earth, and I'll measure with a sextant whatever's at my zenith, and I know that star is only going to travel along that latitude line for that day, and I know exactly how fast it's going to travel depending on what latitude line I'm at. So all I have to do is measure how fast that star is traveling, and I'll know which latitude I'm on. So I can do this for any position on Earth. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But the thing I was getting at is like, where are you getting the 8 inches per mile squared? Because I mean, you're being given a lot of this information that you haven't been able to verify or in any way have any actual primary validation of. So that's what I was.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you a little bit, Gio, because you're right. Okay, I didn't claim the 8 inches per mile squared, but when you asked me about the 8 inches per mile squared, I brought up Soundless Bridge. That is the only ready example I have of the GPS measuring, that curvature. And that's only a one-off. That's not. I wasn't there. That's secondary, as you would say, huh? So
How did he claim to keep it level to the water?
he was on the bridge.
He's just assuming the bridge is flat.
Oh, I think he was assuming the bridge. He was measuring the bridge was equal distance above the water. I think Rakia said that too, though. Besides the hills or whatever.
Wait, so
So you,
go ahead.
sorry, Joe. No, I was just going to say, so you can establish 8 inches per mile squared or whatever the equation is for the whole of the globe by using a sextant.
Can you?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Can you?
Yeah, probably.
Really? You can.
I never
You
thought
can.
about it.
So, or can you or can't you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I don't know where you're going. So I'm gonna, yeah.
You have to answer. You have to be right within 3 seconds.
Yeah, no, I don't. You just keep going, Bamsuck, 'cause I don't know what the answer is. So just go.
Well, no. Can you establish an 8 inches per mile squared drop using a sextant?
I don't know how you would. Now that I'm thinking about it, okay, I don't know.
Okay. Well, then I reserve the rest of my question. Then.
Well, why would you even ask that though? Well, I never even suggested that.
Well, if you had said yes, I would have had a further follow-up question to that.
Like dice load.
But you don't know, so I'm going to reserve it until you've had time to mull over that question, right, and then get back to me.
Dicelo was doing that. After he asked somebody a question, they said no, and he kept going with it. But anyways,
that's the way to do it because it gets you thinking about it. Anyways, like I would like to hear what it is now.
I wouldn't. Trying to think, man. Sextant.
Yeah, can you establish an 8 inches per?
I don't know how you would be able to
using. Well, you're using angles, right? You're using angles. So with this angle machine, can I determine, right, my 8 inches per mile squared?
Okay,
drop?
actually, now that you ask it, in a roundabout way, in a very roundabout way.
No, I want an exact way.
I'll give you the answer, Kocho. It's definitely yes if the Earth was a globe, because the circles of equal altitude would all fit on different planes, and the 8 inches per mile squared could be measured that way.
They would fit on different planes. What are you talking about?
They wouldn't all be coplanar.
Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't be coplanar. That's true.
Okay.
So, but how would you derive the 8 inches per mile? The 8 inches. Okay, so the circles of equal altitude, those are only going to give you distances to, distances that are going to, or circles that are going to overlap each other because, the distances from each one. But you don't know, that doesn't mean you're going to know the, hold on, let me think about this more.
Yeah, you think about it.
Be quiet, dude. Listen, man, I'm going to think about it some more, okay? You don't have to fucking rub it in my face that I said that.
I've got a follow-up question, right, and an experiment. When you have thought it through.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't know if Gio, I want to see where Gio's going with it. We said he definitely could do it.
Well, if the Earth was a globe and you were using a sextant on it, I do think that you could use a sextant if it was a globe. And that is how you would celestially navigate on a globe.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, there's a question to whether, of course, if the Earth isn't a globe, then if you really do celestial navigation correctly, you're not going to come up with a globe result. So then they've had to adapt it to what it is now. However, let's just say if it was a globe, then yes, you could use it for that. However, when it breaks down to it, as you would start getting GPs, and then the circle of equal altitude is any radius from that GP, and as you measure those and create them, you can essentially create like a bullseye effect. Like you can create as many circles as you want out from every GP. And on a planar Earth, all of those are going to be planar. So all those points are going to be coplanar. Of course, you have the tides, but outside of the tides, because of course that's connected to sea level. But nonetheless, all those GPs within the range are going to be planar, all coplanar. And so those like dartboards going out or like a spider web going out from the center, as they intersect, they're going to have a particular relationship. And if that relationship being planar is that they're all on that plane and they're all like perfect geometric, circles on that. But on a globe, especially an oblate spheroid globe, the circles of equal altitude are essentially going to be sort of down around the globe, sort of like in spherical excess when you put the triangle like around the globe. In the same way, the circles, as you do a dartboard out, they're going to dissipate and you're going to start to get that kind of hemispherical shape because of the 8 inches per mile squared. And so with that being the case, as you measure those distances from the GPs, you're going to get a particular geometric relationship between all of those GPs if it was a globe, to where if you did it very well and very detailed, you could actually work out the curvature and the variation of the curvature if you really did it, in terms of the oblate spheroid quality of it. But the 8 inches per mile squared would come through in that. Of course, it would take a lot of accuracy to be able to get it to be accurate. But that should show that if it was a globe.
Gio, if I could clap my hands and press the push talk at the same time, I would do it, because I applaud you, Gio. You're 100% correct. But to your dismay, you inadvertently agreed with me and the globe, because I was about to say that.
Dismay, that's a joy.
Dismay?
Yeah, you said to my dismay, but it's actually to my joy.
To your dismay, you just agreed with the globe, because.
All right, that's fine.
But you should be upset about it, actually. So
I could take a punch or two. Let's keep going.
All right. Damn it, dude. Why do you? Okay. Okay. So what I was gonna say when he asked me, could you do it? But I said of some roundabout way, no pun intended. I was gonna bring up Al Bruni, because you could use the sextant and you could achieve what Al Bruni did. However, what you didn't realize is that what you guys still haven't realized is that the numbers that you guys are using, the 69 miles per degree, this is the derivation that comes from the 8 inches per mile squared curvature. So what you talked about, Gio, what you were talking about the non-coplanar circles and what that would result in, and the distances and how the distance would be affected by that. That's the reason why that's the reason why you can use those that as the distance, 69 miles per degree, is because of the curvature, which would end up being the 8 inches per mile squared. So it's hard to express this in a way that was convincing to you guys, but there's no other way. There's no I don't know what else to say.
Well, that's only in your own little personal viewpoint, that 69 miles per degree.
Is that honestly? But is that
Yes,
really being honest about that when you say that? It's not my fucking my
how,
opinion.
how far can you see to test this theory of yours?
This is not about how far you can. Seeing has nothing to do with it. You can actually measure this around the entire Earth. You can do 69 miles for every degree.
So you're what you are at, you're at point A, and you measure this 69 per miles degree, right? Then to measure any further, what you actually have to do is you have to move, right, to point B, which now all of a sudden you have changed your perspective on things.
Okay, deal. Well, I'm going to change your perspective for a second, dude, because let's say that you have a rule, no matter where you're standing, you're going to look at a star that is 89 degrees directly south of you. Okay? 89 degrees in the sky directly south of you. And you look up at that star, 89 degrees directly south of you, and you go to the GP of that star, and you realize, wait a minute, that was 69 miles. That's pretty weird. And then you do the same thing again over and over and over again. Okay? You realize every time you do it, every time you go to the 89 degrees star that's south of you, you're always traveling 69 miles. Because that's just
So then
what
what
happens.
So then what happens if I go to that next point and I go to a star that it's at
You keep
59
doing it. I mean, that would be that's dumb because it's not that's not the challenge we're doing. Okay?
Really? So every time you move, you actually change your perspective on what you see overhead.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what you see anywhere, right, is affected by perspective. So every time you move, you actually change your perspective on whatever you are viewing.
Yeah, sure.
Every single time you move, right? So that has to have an effect on what you are viewing and the measurements that you are taking.
Yeah, it does.
That's exactly.
I'm agreeing with you because
Of course you are.
yeah, because you guys are agreeing with me. I'm not realizing, but yeah.
No.
So a sextant, yes, could be used to find 8 inches per mile squared in a roundabout way, or in a sneaky way, as Geo did, because he did it by just using the 69 miles per degree, which in itself has the hidden 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, if the Earth was a globe, Kocho, like since the dawn of time, when humans have been creating circles of equal altitudes and GPs in various ways, that would have been known right away. I mean, we would have been there. There never would have been any quote unquote flat earthers or people that would have a plane geometry. That never would have existed because that would have been revealed right away.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Those
But,
circles of equal altitude, because you don't have to do. It's not really that detailed. I mean, it depends on how, what your accuracy is, but just building those distances out from the GPs, that will show it.
I gotta tell you something.
They would have found that a long time ago, and they would have just known it was a sphere from the beginning.
First of all, I just want to say this. I don't even really want to argue.
But it's been planar. So for all that's the thing. It's planar.
I don't argue with you guys about the flat Earth anymore, man. I'm thinking I'm going to retire from the arguing because I feel disgusting right now. Arguing with you guys about this, but regardless, though, I do have to argue with what you just said, though, because come on, dude. Come on, because imagine if you never took trigonometry.
It's a good point. You have to make a good point.
But just imagine if you or none of your friends ever went to middle school or elementary school, and you only know your friends. Do you think you guys are gonna know trigonometry somehow? No. Like it's not like people just knew trigonometry and people just knew how triangles were. Like nobody.
No, you don't even need that, dude. You just literally go to a GP of a star and then start building circles out from it. You could mark it with like rocks in the ground. There's a lot of different ways like that. But or with buoys over the ocean. No, I mean those circles of equal altitude would have shown that.
Me and Bacon, we were teaming up. I told you we're making a buddy cop thing, but we're teaming up, and we're supposed to be making a simulation for celestial navigation. And the way I wanted to do it is I wanted to make two, like, so you can choose if you want to be on a flat Earth or a globe, and you would do celestial navigation based on what model you were on. And I think because I think that you guys have to see it to really see why it doesn't work the same way. We would be doing two different methods, whether it was a flat Earth or whether it's a globe. Like the 69 miles per degree only makes sense on a globe. It doesn't make sense on a flat plane. A flat plane, it makes sense to be doing trigonometry to figure out where the distance to those GPs are. But
I would just say that. Sorry, Benzel.
No, you're right, Jerry. Go, buddy.
I would just say that the light is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, not the Earth. And boom, there you go. And then just go off of that.
what would that do if the light was bending inches per mile squared?
It would look exactly the same. We would see the exact same thing, except I wouldn't say that the ground is curving. I wouldn't say that curving ground necessitates the 8 inches per mile squared, or 1 degree per every 69 miles. I would say that curving light does it, and the Earth stays flat.
What if you see in a 4,000 mile radius circle?
There we go.
And then everything is,
Exactly.
yep. And then everything is going to be in a declination angle within that sphere. So it's not that we're on a sphere, but it's that we see in a sphere.
But wouldn't you notice that that's the way you see? Like, wouldn't you have some clues? Like, wait a minute, I see.
That is how we see, though.
Oh, it's not.
We see it like a hemispherical region, field of view.
Yeah, but it's like when you see an airplane in the corner of your eye, it's not like distorted and bent and stuff. Wouldn't that have to be a consequence of that? If like, things outside the middle of your frame, they would all be like curving.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Maybe I don't understand what you mean.
Well, you know how like if you're in like a video game and like some huge world, one of those like GTA 5 or whatever, there's one of those huge city type worlds, or even a bigger world. But wherever you are, like if they're like Minecraft or whatever, when they're using 3D rendering, you can only see in a small section of the map, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
And then the sky, you can still only see a limited section of the sky as well, right? Even though you can see probably more.
Well, I mean, that'll give you some inside baseball because I make games. But yeah, of course, you're only going to render a small portion of the world, but the sky is different. So the world that you're rendering is like the land part, but the sky is artificial. It's not, because me and Bacon were talking about this when we were talking about making our simulation. Like you can take a lot of liberties with how you make the sky. Like it's basically like a picture in the background. You know what I mean? But anyway.
Like it's like a wallpaper type of thing.
Sure, yeah. I mean, that's the easy way of doing it, yeah.
Well, whatever it is, like, okay, let's say you put a person on that world, whether it's Minecraft or whatever. So now you're like some kind of like a like some like an animal, a human, whatever you want to say. So in the case of a human, we have like the way that our eyes work. So because, okay, do you think our eyes have a limit or do they go forever?
I don't think your eyes go anywhere. I don't mean to be pedantic.
Because you think the light is coming through, like delayed and shit. So like you're not really seeing that far out into space. So then how far do you think you can see? Because if you're on a huge plane and there's a huge sky and you're just a tiny little thing on it, you're going to see in some sort of a hemispherical region of the sky. There's really no way around that.
No, I don't think...
Even on a globe, it would be that way.
I don't describe it that way.
Brenda says that we could see infinitely far, but birds can see farther. So who knows?
Well, Brenda says stuff. I don't see
good point. Birds can see further.
I don't see.
Birds' eyes are amazing, dude. They can like zone in on like some prey. Yeah, they're.
So let me teach. I'm not going to teach you anything, but let me tell you. Maybe you've looked into a beautiful girl's eyes before, right? That's what you see when you see eyes, right? Beautiful girl, her beautiful eyes. What I see is fucking antenna. Okay, I see antenna on someone's face. It's still beautiful to me too, but yeah. So there's like two little antennas on someone's face, and they capture the light. And it doesn't matter how far away that light was. If it made it to those antenna, then those antenna will capture that light. It's not a limit. The antenna don't have a limitation. It's the light that is the determining factor. So as long as the light is traveling to that antenna, then it's going to be able to read it. So then the question is, how big was that light source, and how bright was it, and how much light, did it give off from its distance, and there's no limitation on the.
Okay.
Antenna.
So you think the light is traveling through like outer space and then getting to you, and it's not that it's just right there.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, the point that we were saying before, though, about the hemispherical dome of vision over the Earth, whether it's globe or flat or anything, I mean, it would really be the same. Because on a globe, your hemispherical view of vision would just be a dome on top of a sphere, or on the dome on the outside of a sphere. Sort of like, I don't know if Truman's Show was necessarily even supposed to be on a globe. I assume it was, probably. But, you know, if you do that, like, obviously there's not going to be that much curvature depending on how big your little dome is. But your dome of vision, I'm saying, your dome of vision is pretty big, but it's really not that big when you think about it.
I don't get a lot of
I mean, we
complaints.
can see a big section of the sky, but when you look out, I mean, yeah, we can talk about these like long distance observations that are like, you know, but even those are really not that far in terms of, you know, like a couple 100 miles is a lot, but it's like in the larger. But obviously we could see a somewhat larger section of the sky because somebody in one part of the world, they see the sun, someone else says, oh yeah, I see the sun too. So, I mean, you can make it, you know, imagine in your mind just the general, like what that would have to be over that, you know, if you're in California and then when the sun's over Hawaii or something, to be like, okay, yeah, I could see the sun. I see how it's moved away from me. And if I were to put the distance between here and Hawaii, and then if it's high noon for someone in Hawaii, you know, you can kind of just do your own visual triangulation of that.
Yeah. Absolutely. But that's a very dangerous thing to do, though, because then you'll have definite consequences for the position of the sun and where it needs to be and how far away and how high it needs to be. As a matter of fact, on any given day, at any given moment in time, any of us can determine how high the sun is on a flat Earth, on, you know, the close local sun. It's just going to be different for everybody, but.
All right, but do you see what I mean? That the idea that the hemispherical region that we see is what's connected to the relationship of declination, because that's exactly what it would be. Like if you drew like a little sphere over you, or a hemisphere, and then you have the XYZ axis. Part of that XYZ axis, like you've got your azimuth, you have your horizontal, your vertical, and your declination angle, and that declination is within a sphere. It's a radius of a sphere.
Absolutely.
Of the XYZ axis. So that is what you're perceiving as the curve. It's not the Earth. It's just your that matrix.
Yeah, maybe, but actually I don't think so, because then I'll tell you why. Because I mean, I'm telling you, if
that's tough.
Yeah, it is tough. Don Geo, but guess what?
Shout out to Don Geo.
Yeah, guess what though? Yeah, if it was flat and there's
no, that's not Don Geo. That's, well, yeah, it is. Yeah,
it's not Geo's catchphrase, but I
know, but like, what happened to his account? By the way, did you hear something happened to his account?
Oh, what did happen?
I haven't heard him. I haven't seen him in a couple of days.
Somebody who disappeared out of nowhere really, worries me is Darkstar. Darkstar was a great guy. He never had any reason to disappear, but then he disappeared. Anyway, I'm
not saying Don's disappearing, but I heard something about his. Yes, I think his account. Maybe it was disabled by Discord or something, but I guess I don't know for sure. And then I just haven't seen him back on any other accounts.
We all got to be careful, man. I mean, I don't know how Grim got his thing deleted, but I can imagine how, his server or whatever. But I think sometimes, especially in gems, they were careful at first, but they're really not that careful, man. I got to delete fucking branches, fucking posts, and people are making all sorts of posts.
So would you concede that what I'm saying, even though you don't know for sure, but would you concede that actually may be the case, that it's possible in your mind that actually may be what's going on in terms of the declination, the XYZ axis, the hemispherical region of our vision, that is a sphere in a sense? It's like a visual sphere.
I'm torn right now. Very hard.
You think it could be possible? That's more what I'm asking. I'm not saying if you think.
I know. Yeah, I know, man. But I'm getting sickened arguing with you, because I feel like the bad guy, dude. I'm the bad guy here.
Yeah, it's brutal, dude. No, the globe is a huge lie. It's a huge demonic lie, and there's just no way around it.
But at the same time, I feel like when you said it's wrong,
you're kind of walking on the wild side.
Yeah, but
the dark side, perhaps. I mean, it is, dude. It's dark. It's kind of like it's. I'm not trying to like call out your character or anything because maybe you don't know that like maybe you really are in it. So, but I mean, you are kind of asserting something that isn't true in my viewpoint.
I have an allegiance to the truth, man. Like she was a young, fertile maiden, and I love her. And I'm not.
Are you killing it then? You
No,
got
I'm
the
not.
truth is all you got it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is I'm not at all I don't have an allegiance with the globe. So it's not like I'm aligned with the globe. I'm aligned with the truth, and I'm only expressing what I'm feeling compelled to express as the truth. Having said that, even though I disagree with what you said about the dome and the angles, I tell you, something in me is telling me not to argue about this flat Earth anymore. To be on y'all's side, or maybe just not argue about it.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Go Show.
Well, there's still people I want, like Witsit's another person. There's some things I don't like about him, but I do like him as a person. And so it's like there's people I just don't want to argue with about the flat Earth with anymore. You know what I mean? And you guys, bandsaw fucking all day. Actually, no, never mind, because it's actually aggravating arguing with bandsaw. But I mean, really anybody. There's a couple people, and a lot of them are Globers. Because this doesn't answer your question, though, Gio. To answer your question, I do disagree with you, but I don't think.
The question I asked is, do you think it could be possible? What I'm saying.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
At the very least, as an alternative explanation, if you even want to use those words.
I have to understand something, and this has to be reconciled between you and Jerry, okay? Because I'm not sure if you're saying the same thing Jerry's saying. I'm assuming you're saying something different than what Jerry's saying, in which case I disagree with. But Jerry's thing with the light bending and that kind of thing, I'm not 100% sure how that would work, and so I can't say whether I disagree with that. But
I was going to ask Jerry, Jerry, did you mean kind of like a cone shape, sort of like a TP, like cone shape bending, or how would that work?
You would be able to construct a geometry of light that would still look the same, but we'd have to, alter it so that we could use it all on a flat Earth. Like basically Walter Bislin's thing, but just say, yeah, that's how light works.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's just how it transcribes to the Earth?
Yeah, because, if we start from our axiom that, light goes straight, then you're going to end up with a globe. But if you say, well, no, Earth is flat, so light must curve. It has to, to match everything that we see.
So what does that mean then? What do you mean by the light curving? Like, do you mean that the star, like the star light is actually bending or in some way?
The path that it takes to your eye would, curve. 1 degree every 69 miles.
But that thing that you said, I don't know if that makes much sense, though.
Oh, it makes perfect sense.
Okay, because I was trying to draw it out. So describe the distances that you're saying 1 degree every 69 miles. Describe the word, like the light. Do you need 69 miles from the ground beneath the light source, or?
Yeah, so how on Sly Sparkanes or maybe Soundly, I think it was Sly. He did angles to the sun and said, "Oh, these can't work." Instead of straight lines to the sun, just presuppose that those lines aren't straight. They're gradually curving.
Other sounds.
But how are they curving? I'm imagining between me and the star, like a guitar string, or something
Right.
like that. And and then like, so how would it be like? How would it be bent? And that thing would be like a parabolic arc at 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, and it would come back on itself in some weird way. I'm saying this is all.
Would the whole sky be something very different, but we're seeing it in all of the bent, the warped way, the 8 inches per, the bent ways?
Yeah.
Holy hell.
Like,
Jerry, let me help you.
What I'm saying is, like, this is all a mathematical construction that would it would have to follow necessarily if you want to keep the Earth flat and then match it up with what we see in the sky.
Jerry, let me help you, Jerry. Don't tell anybody I did this. And fucking Nate is
begging.
Nate, don't fucking say this shit to nobody.
I'm begging for your help. Go ahead.
Listen to me, dude. What you just said about the 8 inches per mile, or 8 inches per mile squared in the sky and the light curving won't work.
Mm-hmm.
However, having said that, you would have to do a transformation. So basically, no. Okay, so it's 69 miles per degree on a globe, but on a flat plane, it would be a trigonometric function that would determine the angle to the star every 69 miles as you traveled away. Okay. However, if you wanted to maintain 69 miles per degree, you would just have to do the trigonometric function and then the transformation. That would basically be like that curvature transformation. I'm not 100% sure what that is yet. I have to fucking write it out, see what it is. But
yeah, like, it would be really difficult to have a whole thing, set up as far as math, but theoretically it could be done. Would you agree with that?
It might not be that difficult. And this actually, you might be able to, I think Brian was trying to do something like this, but you might be able to fucking beat McTunes with this shit with this, dude. Hold on a second.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic, dude. Hold on. Let me think.
And at the end of the day, it's still not a flat Earth proof, right? It's just a way to explain what light would have to be doing if Earth was flat.
Yeah, but that's what people don't realize, though, in science, right? Like, this is why you conceptualize things and why you do thought experiments, whatever. It's because you then consider what would have to be the case for this to be true. And then once you have that, you can then test if that's the case. You know what I mean? So it's like you can see, okay, this would have to be, if this is true, this would have to be the case. If this is the case, whatever I said before. And you would test to see if that's true. And then you'd have some more answers. So doing stuff like this is actually kind of necessary. Yeah, I was supposed to move out of this fucking apartment like a few days ago, dude. I'm sitting here talking to you guys. Doing fucking dumbass math. Just be packed up. Anyways, give me a minute to get this sorted out for you, Jerry.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm sure you've heard that a lot of the globe proofs are kind of, hidden in kind of mathemagics, right? So if you just use the same amount of mathemagics with a flat Earth preconception, then you could have a whole flat Earth model that would look exactly as we see in reality, but it would still only be a mathematical.
Guess what, dude? Mathematics is not a tool that we use, bro. Okay? Because math, we use math, that's true. And there's cool math that we use, that's also true. We don't make shit fit the model by, magically, mathematically making shit up. Okay? So that is actually what you just advocated for,
dark matter and black holes, right?
Was that, Larry?
Like dark matter and black holes, you don't just make stuff up so that gravity works at the galactic level, right? You would obviously have to go through an empirical process of proving that, dark
Your name's
matter.
not Larry.
Yeah, it is.
It's Hank.
Yeah, you can call me whatever you like, but yeah, the point is that you don't just make shit up, right? You would have to go through some like testing and observe the dark matter before you like proclaim it on all the newspaper articles, right? So you don't end up with that number with 120 zeros behind it.
Yeah, exactly. This is a good point. Larry, or whatever he wants to be called, making good points. However, but Jerry said
I was being sarcastic, and you didn't.
Yeah, well, guess what, dude? Your sarcasm just happened to be correct, because you're right. Dark matter is not just ad hoc or whatever. It is observed, and the reason why it's a term is because it's been continuously, repeatedly observed. So that's not important.
Can you give me a jar of the dark energy or dark matter right now, or do I have to wait for us to discover it?
There's no way I could do that. First of all, dark matter and dark energy are simply the nomenclature, the names for the observations. Right? We have no idea what is it that's causing the observations. All we know is that these are the observations, and they don't agree with, our intuition about what should be happening. So,
Or your theories.
Well, no. I mean, it actually does agree with Einstein, with general relativity. He included that he's like, "Fuck, I shouldn't have included this dumb shit." And it turned out to be correct. Agrees with that theory, but like I said, it just doesn't agree with our paradigm of what we imagine that stuff to be. We imagine to be able to see stuff, and that's the stuff that's there. But apparently, it seems like there's something else there that we can't see, or we just don't have shit figured out completely.
Well, not according to Michio Kaku, right? Because he said that the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast, right? And in cosmology, we have a crisis. He said if you're off by a factor of 1 or 2 or 10, he said this is horrible. Get a new theory, right? But in cosmology, it's the largest mixed match ever in the history of science. They're off by 10 to the 120th.
Yeah,
so
those are two totally different things, and also,
really,
I would challenge you. I would challenge you, but I don't want to. I'm not doing this to put you on the spot. I'm doing this to try to make a point that I would challenge you to find what theory what prediction and what theory it is that is actually incorrect, because then you can discard that theory, but that's not the case. I think that was somebody's interpretation of some theory. This is what I heard Sabine Hausfeder describe it as, because she's basically saying that that's not really a discrepancy. It's a discrepancy in that person's assumed numbers, but nobody knows what the what do you call that? Not the vacuum energy. So
do you think Harvard knows?
So what?
Maybe they know, right? Let's check Harvard. Right? Let's see, Livestream voice science right here. Maybe they know.
Say that one more time. Is that Sabine? I'm saying Sabine Hofstadter. I'll show you this lady. I think someone's breaking into my house. Actually, Hank, do you want to watch a movie with me? Because I haven't watched it in a while. I'll post it. You can watch it.
You want to watch a Principal movie together?
I've never actually seen The Principal, but you know, a lot of those guys sued the makers for their
they sued the maker of the.
Yeah, I know that one dude, like the kind of chubby physicist.
Yeah.
He was really pissed.
So what did he do?
He sued them. I mean, him and a couple other people they sued.
When?
using their words or whatever.
So did they win?
Say that again.
Did they win?
I don't even know, to be honest with you.
Oh, that's probably important because anybody can sue anybody. You know, I could sue you for not liking the color of your hair, whether I win or not. You know, that's different, right?
I guess you're right. But I mean, the fact that they sued them means that they were unhappy. So I guess it doesn't matter though if they won or lost because they're unhappy that they did that. So it wasn't their.
Well, 0 point energy is a real thing, and it's not like Lawrence Krauss said, where nothing doesn't really mean nothing. It is like he said, where they're angels dancing on the head of needles, because that has nothing to do with like reality. It's philosophy. It's not science. But the Casimir effect has been well demonstrated, and the vacuum catastrophe is a well-known problem in the cosmological community, and it's a constant problem.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to find the video that she says this. Oh, here it is. I think this is the one. I'm gonna post it, but I'm also gonna watch it, and I'll share my screen, and that doesn't matter. But I watched it. Actually, I want to watch the principal. I think it costs money though. It's just about geocentrism, right?
Yeah, and other things.
I mean, maybe I will watch it. I'll try. I'll try to watch that tonight. Actually, I gotta pack my house up, but I might watch that while I'm doing that. It's probably on YouTube, huh?
It's been uploaded from time to time. All right, so what do we watch?
I wonder if you can find it on BitChute or something.
God damn, I keep wrong push to talk. I'm gonna be silent for a little bit because I'm gonna be watching this video, but I'm about to post it also. Okay. You can watch it with me, or you can watch it in your own time. I'm gonna watch it so I can remember whatever she says. Oh, I gotta tell you, I don't agree with everything she ever says though. So.
I can't hear what you're streaming. How do I hear what you're streaming? Oh, I had to turn it way up. All right, so I noticed that she said that it didn't have anything to do with quantum fluctuations. And then I look up quantum fluctuations, and it's talking about the very thing that Michio said that it has to do with, and that's where we get the number with 120 zeros. So, well, how would she say that? Wow. I don't understand that.
She also said the disk is flying up through space, and that's the reason for gravity, which I don't think any flat earthers think, do they?
Hey, these scientists seem to be really good at straw manning. I mean, I know why they make the big bucks now. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, say again?
Yeah, these scientists seem to be really good at straw manning. I realize why they make the big bucks.
Oh wait, which ones?
Looks like you got a disc floating through space there, bro. We haven't said anything like that since 2016, bro.
Look at this. Look at her stupid songs. It's funny. Hold on.
Vacuum energy constant. So that's where it comes from. A positive lambda makes the expansion speed up. What's this all got to do with quantum fluctuations? Nothing. And that's where physicists get very confused. You see, we cannot calculate this measurable vacuum energy density.
Such a creepy lady.
So she asked what theory would be ruled out, right? And that would be the quantum field theory, right? It's right here in the 1995 Harvard link that I posted. So, apparently she hasn't been keeping up with her after doctorate training and research since 1995.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Let me see where you posted that. Let me see if I can find it. Alright, hold on. Oh, there you are. So your picture is confusing, dude. I can't find you, man, but I see you now. Are virtual particles really constantly pooping? Popping in and out of existence? Or are they merely mathematical? Wait, I don't have the right to read this article.
Dang, I've been muted for a second. I don't know how long I've been talking. I posted the link quantum field theory predicts a very large density. If you scroll up to the video that you sent at like 6:30 something, she said if there was a theory predicting this prediction, then what theory? And they can never answer you. Well, I'm answering right now. Apparently, she hasn't kept up with her postgraduate research.
Well, let me see. Let me click on. I gotta choose how to view this. So hold on. Make photocopies. Wait, do you get to view the article? I'm not allowed to view it, dude. Jesus, I gotta register. Hold on.
I don't know if you could hear me. I was just saying just the abstract. That was the only thing that I was citing.
Okay, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna see if I can just get this thing, dude. Hold on. Hey, do you know anything about real estate?
Like what?
Like if you're reading somebody's like, information about the property sale or something, and it says what is it called? Improvement value. Do you know what that means?
So if you get a piece of land and it's covered with like thorns, like trees that are thorny, and you burn all those trees down and it's now like proper farmland, that would be like an improvement on the land. So if you bought it for like $10,000, well, now that it's proper farmland with no stupid trees, and like if you added like a pecan orchard, would like increase the value, right? If you planted a bunch of pecan trees or
Okay.
apple trees or something. It could be something as simple as digging a pond or adding a tennis court.
You sound like you know what you're talking about.
I don't. I haven't done a lot of research on that, but I know about improving the land.
I'm not in incognito mode, Nate. He's such a liar, dude.
So anyway, that's not any kind of legal advice or anything like that. But
Yeah. Sure.
that's what I understand that word to mean when it's defined.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you some somebody's private information, which I've paid for and gathered online. I paid for this request for this woman's information. Anyways, yeah. So there's a property on here, and I'm trying to find out exactly the details about it. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that. But
that's not going to be private information. That's going to be public knowledge.
Oh yeah, this is all probably public, probably. So, anyways, it says. Let me see. So the property was valued at $17,000, and then the improvement value was $236,000. Now, does that?
She built a house.
Well, yeah, that's right. It said, well, it says property details, 0 bedrooms. Oh, so is that what you think, that she bought the land and then built a house?
I still know if it went up 200,000. I mean, or she built, a chicken farm, or she put something on the All right, so this website says that I'm owed money. So what the hell's going on
Yeah.
here?
How much are you owed?
I don't want to say. Why is
Okay,
it telling
okay.
me this?
Is it a good amount? Just say that. I can't do anything about it. I don't know your name.
I don't want, bro.
Okay,
I was
okay.
just curious. What am I supposed to do with this?
So so what I did, it's right. It's simple. It just says right there, like where it says claim. Just click that, and it'll be a couple. It might be like you put in your information. Maybe they want to verify that it's you. And if you put in your information, they'll also say, okay, you're almost there. We're going to request you, take a picture or send us a picture of your ID or something. And I never got and to do that. Like I was going to do that. And I never did it. And they still send it to me anyways. They sent it to me in like 2 weeks. So it's like, I got an email saying, hey, it's on the way, like a week later, even though I never sent them my ID. So, yeah, they're probably just going to ask you some information just to verify that it's you. Like, be like, hey, did you live here? Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, they sent it to me, so it's definitely legit.
Yeah, but filing a claim is like a legal thing. I don't know why I would be owed this much money for places that I've lived in the past if I was renting.
Okay, so I read all the laws because I told you I'm at my company, my girlfriend's company. So I wanted to get into the details and make sure everything was legit. So I read all the laws about this, and definitely. So you're basically in contact with the comptroller's office right now. That's who runs this website, and all they're doing is what they legally have to do, which is let you know that that's your money, and they should have been giving you like letters in the mail letting you know that so you can claim it, but they're just giving you a window, an opportunity to claim your own money. So there's no it's not a trap or anything like that, like a legal trap. But there is, like I said, there is legal lees, I suppose, because you do have to claim it, and they're holding it in your behalf. So, but can you tell me what the purpose was? Like what?
I don't know, man. Maybe I got in a car accident and never collected or something.
Okay. Fair enough. As long as it's and I don't know if you have a common name either. So, like you can put in. I mean, it'll have an address though too. So you probably would have recognized your address if it was on there. But yeah, if you have a common name, you just want to be sure. And even actually, you don't even have to be sure. You could claim it and be the same name, and I think my buddy told me he did that, and he ended up claiming somebody else's money.
I mean, obviously, it's my name. I would have a very rare name, and it's my addresses.
Okay. Yeah.
So places I've lived
Address,
before.
yeah.
But I don't know why I would be claiming this money that I didn't know that I had.
Well, so you don't know why you'd be claiming it if what?
I don't know why I'm going to claim something that I don't know that I had. So you would claim something that you knew that you had, right? Like if someone tried to repossess your house, you'd be like, hey, that's mine. What are you doing building a fence over here? Right? You go make a claim that this guy's building a fence on my property, or that's my property, right? Or that's my gold mine that I claimed last year. What are you doing over here, like digging in my gold mine?
Yeah, but I think it's just the terms that are used because it's called unclaimed property. So, the action you would take is to claim it, of course. But like I said, they have they have something like $6 billion in unclaimed property, and legally they're obligated to do exactly what they're doing and make it available to you. And they're supposed to actually advertise it to you, but they don't have to try that hard. But like surplus, like if you got foreclosed on, for example, that's one example of when they would owe you the money, is if they put it up to auction and then the auction actually made more money than you owed, all that money over what you owed, the bank doesn't get. It goes back to you, and if you don't claim it after a certain amount of time, the state will do something with it. But there's that window of time where you can claim it because it's your money. There's all sorts of other examples too. Like for me, it was like I had to deposits, like for utilities or something, and I just never got the deposit back. So Godric.
So Kosho, what's going on?
Did you hear what happened, dude?
No, tell me.
I got convinced. I got convinced about the flat Earth, man. Jeremy and what's it convinced me?
Dude, you're funny, bro.
So what?
I said you're funny.
I'm not joking, dude. I had no choice. I was embarrassed. I was crying and I was embarrassed, and I admitted that I'd already been kind of, thinking about it for a while now, just lying to myself.
Then my Kosho is you're a good bullshitter.
Well, anyways, the reason I'm bothering you is because Gio told me that, like in a fraternity, like you have like bigs and littles. He says that you have to be my big, and I have to basically learn the ways of the flat Earth from you. Teach me how to be a flat earther, man.
All right, look, first thing is gravity. Look, they teach it in school, stuff falls down, but that's not true. The truth is some stuff falls down, but some stuff falls up, right? So smoke from my cigar goes up, helium goes up, gas. So really, it's just a balance. There's up stuff on up and stuff on the bottom, light stuff on top, heavy stuff on the bottom. It's a perfect balance, so there is no downward bias. How does it sound?
Yeah, that makes sense. So wait, what if you're smoking a cigar and you fart, and you have a helium balloon? Which one goes higher?
I go with the fart, but you can't see it, can you?
That's a good point. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to study this some more.
Tell you what, you can graduate if you can fart in the helium in a balloon and get it to go up. Then you graduate.
Really? I don't think it's possible.
You gotta fart cigar smoke though, so you gotta inhale through your ass the cigar smoke, then
Oh.
fart it into the balloon.
The balloon. This is harder than I thought. Being a flat earther is hard, man.
We've
And
all
you know
done
what?
the initiation.
And you know what, Coach Show? Like, I've been listening to you. I think you're, for the most part, you're genuine. You're genuine for the most part, but you have so much trust and faith in this system that we're in. And I don't know if you're going to ever believe, bro, because, like, nothing can, like, tell you. Like, I can show you to your face, and you'll be like, no, this makes sense. Let me make up a story and work it out.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes I like to think that I have an allegiance to the truth. I actually was saying this earlier to Gio and Bandsaw. I was yelling at them and saying that. But the truth is, how does a person know if he's himself is delusional, right?
That's the thing. I was going to say that you do have a loyalty, right? But what if your loyalties are misguided? You know, you wouldn't know that, right? I mean, if you were tricked, you're loyal to the wrong thing. Kind of like being in the army, you know, and they tell
I
you
was
go.
never in the army, dude. Okay.
Hang on, it's like you should be in the army because like they tell you to attack that hill, you be attacking that hill. Like you don't know what's up that hill. You're giving orders. You trust your general, your sergeant. You go up on that hill, man. Next thing, you get like a grenade up your ass.
What? Okay, first of all, dude, is there a lot of that in the flat Earth that I gotta have to deal with now? Grenades in my ass and cigars and balloons and all this stuff. Because, anyways, listen, I was in the Navy. I wasn't in the Army, and I was a bigger conspiracy theorist than a lot of you guys. 12 years ago. Maybe not a lot of you guys, but I was probably right up there with you guys.
Coach, name one conspiracy you
Coach Show,
believe.
did you unlearn that the government is corrupt and now you're like believing the government would like never, or rich men in general, rich people would never like conspire to get together and like how to consolidate their wealth and power over criminal means? Like, are you saying like the mafia doesn't exist?
No, I didn't. So first of all, I never said I discarded conspiracies. I definitely discarded. Over time, I what was the word?
Okay.
Like my conspiracies have aged with, that I dropped a lot of the stuff that should have been dropped, I believe, and I still hold on to the conspiracies that I have, firsthand truth, evidence that I've seen for myself.
What's up, Hank?
Don't go by Hank anymore, man.
Yeah, I'm going looking at this website that this dude just told me about. And
Yeah, dude.
a couple properties. I don't know if that's actually legit or not, but maybe I should type in people I know.
I'm telling you, dudes. Just trust me on this one. It's 100% legit. The thing is, though, because like I said, I'm now in the business of collecting this for other people or helping people collect this. So the thing is, different property types is going to be handled differently. So, for instance, like if there's something on there about life insurance or something like that, or like an heir, like if it's that kind of money that they owe you, that's a little bit more difficult to, because they have to. It's a more strenuous process of proving who the legal heir is or something like that. But whereas like things that is in your name and the government's holding on for you, like I said, I got that in like 2 weeks. So, but yeah, but other than that, like I said, there's no trick or there's no, yeah, I wouldn't be, what's the word? Like, it seems like you're a little bit like, worried or something, like there's a catch or something.
Free money doesn't usually come through the mail, right?
Yeah, but that's the thing is that they're obligated because they owe it to you. And here's the problem: is they actually didn't give me the money. Like they sent it to me, and they sent me a thing that said, "Hey, we're withholding this money because you owe us $600. I was like, what the fuck?
So when you got
tell
the
us
claim
what
answered,
conspiracy you
it
believe
said
in.
that you owe them money.
Yeah, but because I do that, they've been calling me, you know, about this fucking. So I already know I owe them that. So what we do? It's literally the state of Texas I owed. So, you know, if you owe the state of Texas money, then obviously there's a conflict of interest when they're trying to pay you that, because it's the comptroller's office. They're gonna, you know, they're gonna know the money that you are supposed to owe them. But anyway, Texas doesn't have a sales tax, so you don't have to worry about that. I mean, not a sales tax, income tax, so you don't have to worry about that. But if you have owed property tax or something, then that could. But like I said, that it's only going to cause them to hold that from you, or them to take that from what you owe them or something. It's not going to cause a problem for you.